This difficulty naturally refers to the weapons arsenal. Even before coming here, Jiang Nan had already arranged for Wang Lei to sneak in and check the situation. After all, this is the weapons arsenal of the governor's office. Although it is filled with outdated and retired old weapons do not mean they are bad. The old weapons can still be used effectively. Therefore, having someone guard it is only natural. However, difficulties have always been defeated by Jiang Nan. If there were no difficulties, Jiang Nan would find it quite uninteresting. Afterwards, Jiang Nan looked at the dazed Jiang Ning. "Let's go, young lady. We've come all this way to deliver this important news. It's only reasonable for us to exchange it for a few of their weapons, right?" As he said this, Jiang Nan also gave a look to Wang Lei. Subsequently, under Wang Lei's lead, the three of them quietly approached the weapons arsenal. About 3 minutes later, they reached their destination. Sure enough, there were two teams of about 20 people guarding the entrance of the weapons arsenal. One team was holding QBZ-191 assault rifles and wearing camouflage uniforms, obviously soldiers. The other team was led by Han Ritian and consisted of special police officers. Normally, the weapons arsenal would only have 2 or 3 people on guard duty, not because the higher-ups didn't take it seriously, but because in the previous days of peace, who would dare to be interested in the contents of the governor's weapons arsenal? But now, the times have changed. In the apocalyptic era, weapons have become increasingly important. Considering this, the higher-ups have dispatched a small squad from the military to guard the weapons arsenal. As for Han Ritian's special police officers, they were only temporarily called in because they learned that Jiang Nan was in the governor's building. Their purpose was not to strengthen the guard, because the special police officers present all knew Jiang Nan's miraculous abilities. They were fully aware that even with their reinforcements, they would be powerless to stop Jiang Nan if he really wanted to force his way into the weapons arsenal. Knowing they couldn't stop him, they still had to be present here, just to have more eyes to spot Jiang Nan in advance and notify the higher-ups. Seeing the soldiers and special police officers on high alert, the squad leader of the military squad couldn't help but taunt Han Ritian. "I say, old Han, even though you've been discharged, you were still one of us from the Special Forces unit. How come your courage keeps getting smaller and smaller? With the combat power of our 2 small squads, do you really think anyone in this small town of Yancheng can get past our guards?" After the squad leader spoke, some of the soldiers behind him also echoed. "That's right. Special police brothers, relax a bit. The way you're acting is making us nervous too." However, Han Ritian and the special police officers showed no signs of relaxing their vigilance. Others may not know about Jiang Nan's situation, but they do. So the special police officers did not respond, but continued to focus their attention on their surroundings. Han Ritian, without looking back, replied, "Old Zhang, out of respect for our past comrades, I need to remind you. Don't think you've lucked out by getting this easy assignment. Before that person appears at the governor's office, guarding this place is still quite easy." Han Ritian paused here, then continued. "But the premise is that the person hasn't shown up. Besides him, there really aren't many who can break through your defenses." Hearing Han Ritian's words, the military squad leader couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. In individual combat abilities, he was slightly inferior to Han Ritian, but in terms of command and tactics, he was once the best in the entire company. Being praised by his old rival Han Ritian, he couldn't help but feel a little smug. However, before he could savor his pride for long, Han Ritian's somewhat gloating voice reached his ears again. "Don't be too proud of yourself. Unfortunately, I have to tell you, that person is already in the governor's office. If he has any interest in what's inside, there's no way you can stop him." "No way to stop him?" Hearing this, the squad leader hadn't even spoken yet, but one of the soldiers behind him, as if his tail had been stepped on, retorted. "Captain Han, you were once a master-level existence in our company, but have you heard the saying, the waves behind push the waves before, one wave is stronger than the next? The meaning was very clear. You, Han Ritian, are old now, and this is the era of the young people. The person you think can't be stopped, we may very well be able to stop." Seeing these young people full of pride, Han Ritian could only shake his head helplessly, not bothering to respond to their words. There was a time when he was the same, thinking there was no one in this world they couldn't defeat. But thinking about witnessing Jiang Nan. Subsequently, Han Ritian finally turned his head and looked at old Zhang with a serious expression. "Old Zhang, you know my personality well. With me and my team here, having more eyes to watch over things will only help. Just wait until the higher-ups confirm the new location of the governor's office, and you'll have completed this task successfully. Otherwise, if the items go missing and the higher-ups blame you, that newly acquired captain's rank of yours might just have to go back." Hearing the seriousness in Han Ritian's tone, the military squad leader, old Zhang, immediately took the matter more seriously. He knew that with Han Ritian's temperament, he wouldn't say such things unless he had solid reasons. However, since old Zhang had never witnessed Jiang Nan's capabilities, even though he was now taking the matter seriously, he still had a sense of inexplicable confidence in himself. It was as if, as long as they managed to guard the arsenal this time, he would be able to stand tall in front of Han Ritian in the future. Thinking of this, old Zhang immediately said, "Comrades, the person that makes Captain Han so concerned, we can't let him down. Everyone, give it your utmost effort. Li Tianyu, Chen Jin, you two each take a team of 3 and guard the only 2 stairwells on the negative first floor. No one is allowed to pass without a military commander's order. I want to see how that person tries to break in." "Yes, Captain." The called-out soldiers immediately responded and sprang into action. Afterwards, old Zhang looked at Han Ritian confidently. "How's my arrangement, old Han?" Han Ritian didn't respond, because he knew that at a certain level of confidence, no matter what he said, it would be refuted. He had already done his part. Seeing Han Ritian's silence, old Zhang felt even more smug, thinking his arrangement had left Han Ritian speechless and flawless. Little did he know, his entire arrangement had been overheard by the 3 people observing from the shadows, Jiang Nan, Wu Ye, and Wang Lei. On the other side, upon hearing this, Wu Ye immediately furrowed his brows. He had already thoroughly investigated and planned the troop deployment on the negative first floor, as well as the escape routes after obtaining the weapons. He was just waiting for Jiang Nan to arrive to execute the plan. But now, hearing that they would be guarding the stairwells, he felt a sense of unease. After all, based on his observation and analysis, the key point of their defense was only at the entrance of the weapons arsenal, which gave them a chance to escape unharmed afterwards. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Lei looked at Jiang Nan with a heavy expression. "If it were just this small squad of a dozen or so people, with your strength, we would have a 90% chance of subduing them before they could call for backup. But plans don't always go as expected. Now they've not only increased their manpower, but are also guarding the stairwells. Even though they still can't stop us, the negative first floor only has 2 stairwells. No matter which exit we try to escape from, we will inevitably be discovered, and they'll have the chance to call for reinforcements." Hearing this, the already anxious Jiang Ning's resolve began to waver. She thought, "This is practically the same as standing in front of the governor and telling him, 'We're here to rob your weapons arsenal today. Come and catch us if you can.'" Facing this situation, how would the people of the governor's office react? With solid evidence, even if they had 100 excuses, they couldn't escape the charges. After all, this is equivalent to rubbing the governor's office's face in the dirt. Even if Brother Ren's role and value were great, he couldn't escape the consequences of being caught red-handed. Otherwise, where would the authority of the governor's office lie? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning immediately grabbed Jiang Nan's arm and said, "Brother, let's just forget about it and try another way later. There are still plenty of patrol teams outside the governor's office building. We won't be able to leave safely." However, Jiang Nan looked unconcerned. "Don't worry, little sis. If I didn't have the skills, would I have taken on this delicate task?" This statement sounded a bit boastful to Jiang Ning and Wu Ye. In their current situation, even if they knew Jiang Nan had the power to subdue the people guarding the weapons arsenal before they could call for help, what good would that do? They still had to get past the guards at the stairwells to escape. Unless they could become invisible, the guards at the stairwells, who weren't blind or deaf, would definitely be alerted by any movements below. Once the others called for reinforcements, they would essentially be clashing head-on with the entire governor's office. Offending the governor's office this soon after the apocalypse began, how would they ever be able to establish a foothold in Yangcheng in the future? Considering this, even the usually quiet Wu Ye spoke up to persuade. "The girl is right. Given the current situation, the chance of us getting out of here safely is almost zero. I know you have the power to face the governor's office, but offending them now is not a wise decision, unless you're 100% sure. Otherwise, the risk is not worth it." Jiang Nan knew their concerns were not unreasonable. Normally, the possibility of them getting the items and escaping unharmed was indeed zero. But was he a normal person? He was a reincarnator, the first apocalypse powerhouse of the previous world, and a rare space attribute ability awakener. Now, with his space abilities awakened prematurely, although still in the initial stage, he was no rookie. With his previous world's rich experience in space abilities, he could even use the mid-level spacewalking skill despite being in the initial stage. The only limitations were the distance and number of times he could use it, and doing so would drain his ability energy, leaving him in a weakened state, akin to overexerting oneself. It would take him days to recover, making even basic space storage difficult. However, this was a necessity now. Jiang Nan knew that after the governor's office relocated, when the earthquake hit and the people of Yangcheng started to riot, the governor's office would need these discarded weapons to strengthen their law enforcement team in order to maintain order in the city. If they wanted these weapons later, they would have to wrest them from the governor's office, which would be no different from stealing. He didn't need to explain all this to his trusted sister and Wan Lei. Actions speak louder than words. Having made up his mind, Jiang Nan looked at the two and said, "Alright, little sis, old Wang, while their people aren't in position yet, you two take the nearest stairwell and go wait in the car. Leave the rest to me. I guarantee I won't let you down." Hearing this, Wang Lei and Jiang Ning were stunned. It sounded increasingly unreliable. Before they could say anything more, Jiang Nan suddenly looked at Wang Lei with a serious expression. "Old Wang, I'm giving you 1 minute to make the girl disappear from my sight. Otherwise, whether this succeeds or not, I promise I'll beat you 3 times a day, and you won't even be able to fight back." If Jiang Nan had said this before, Wang Lei would have scoffed at it. He was an elite assassin, how could Jiang Nan beat him? But now, Wang Lei knew that in a fight against Jiang Nan, he would be the one ending up in a coffin. This guy wasn't even afraid of bullets, he was on a different level. To avoid being beaten 3 times a day, Wang Lei didn't hesitate at all, grabbing Jiang Ning and sprinting towards the stairwell. The soldiers assigned to guard the stairwells were still discussing which group would go to which one. Seeing his sister had left, Jiang Nan focused his mind. In the next moment, he pointed at the empty space in front of him. A massive rift suddenly appeared in the space, like the tearing of the void in fantasy novels. Jiang Nan then leaped into the spatial rift. When he reappeared, Jiang Nan was already inside the weapons arsenal. Meanwhile, Han Ritian and the others outside were still intently watching their surroundings. They were afraid of even the slightest negligence leading to irreparable consequences. Even old Zhang and the others who didn't think much of Jiang Nan were being unusually serious at the moment. But no matter how seriously and carefully they watched, it couldn't change the fact that Jiang Nan had already entered the weapons arsenal. Inside the weapons arsenal, Jiang Nan looked at the stacks of wooden crates, each taller than a person, with barely contained excitement. He looked at them the same way one would look at a group of naked beauties standing before them, ready to be plucked. He then impatiently opened one of the crates, finding it filled with small boxes wrapped in military green packaging paper. This distinct military green packaging meant they contained ammunition. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan used his mental abilities to store all the ammunition boxes into his spatial storage. He then moved on to the other side. With the ammunition secured, he naturally needed the firearms to go with them, rather than just throwing the ammunition at people. Sure enough, the other side of the arsenal was stacked with various models of firearms, neatly arranged on weapon racks. They were covered in a layer of oiled paper to prevent rusting and maintain their usability. Based on the lengths of the wrapped firearms, there were handguns and rifles. The area around the racks was spotlessly clean, indicating regular maintenance. After a quick estimate, Jiang Nan calculated there were around 200 to 300 firearms, not counting the miscellaneous ones from the Wang family. It was a decent number, considering this was just the police's arsenal, not a military one. Recollecting his thoughts, Jiang Nan stored all the firearms in his spatial storage as well, then checked the time. It had been 5 minutes since he left the meeting room. 5 minutes, not bad, not too much of a delay, he muttered to himself. Focusing his remaining ability energy, Jiang Nan once again activated his spacewalking skill. Outside, in the car by the roadside near the governor's office, the anxious Jiang Ning was sitting in the back seat, while the driver's seat was occupied by the suspicious Wang Lei. Jiang Nan had told them to wait in the car, meaning he intended to complete the theft of the weapons arsenal alone without being discovered. How was that possible? Wang Lei refused to believe it. At that moment, Jiang Ning suddenly let out a startled scream from the back seat. Hearing the sound, the focused Wang Lei immediately tensed up, instinctively pulling out his dagger and turning towards the back. However, he froze the next moment. There, in the previously empty seat next to Jiang Ning, Jiang Nan was covering his sister's mouth, looking exasperated. "It's me, little sis. Don't be so nervous. Your scream might make the patrols outside think something's wrong." Staring at her brother with wide eyes, Jiang Ning took a while to recover, then slowly asked, "Brother, when did you get here?" Her tone was filled with disbelief. She had been watching the window, and by all logic, she should have seen him the moment he left the governor's office. but she hadn't seen him at all. Did he just appear out of thin air? Hearing his sister's question, Jiang Nan's expression was slightly weary, a result of the depletion of his ability energy. But to avoid worrying his sister, he maintained a calm facade. I just got here now, through spatial movement. That's why you didn't see me coming. With his sister, Jiang Nan had no need to hide the truth. However, sometimes the truth was hard to believe. True to form, the initially curious Jiang Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes. Whatever, just don't say anything. But I'm relieved you made it back safely, brother. On the other side, after realizing the person was Jiang Nan, Wang Lei casually sheathed his dagger, but inwardly, he was just as incredulous as Jiang Ning. Though he had briefly lost focus, as a former top assassin, he should have detected anyone approaching the car within 10 meters. Yet Jiang Nan had just appeared in front of him, and if Jiang Ning hadn't screamed, Wang Lei wouldn't have noticed him at all. This level of ability was truly terrifying. If he were Jiang Nan's enemy, he might not even know how he died. Silently, Wang Lei made a resolve in his heart. Even if I don't join him, I definitely won't become his enemy. As for Jiang Nan's talk of spatial movement, he just treated it as a joke. After all, being able to stop bullets was already amazing enough, let alone some kind of spatial movement that sounded like the only superpower a superhero would have. However, while he was curious about how Jiang Nan had appeared without him noticing, Wang Lei had no intention of asking. He knew curiosity killed the cat, and it was better not to know some things. Afterwards, Wang Lei silently turned back and started the car, asking Jiang Nan, "Back to the prison or somewhere else?" After affectionately patting his sister's head, Jiang Nan replied, "No rush. Drive the car to the underground garage of the pharmaceutical group building across the street. Let's go see how things are progressing over there." Following Jiang Nan's instructions, the car slowly made its way towards the pharmaceutical group building. Just as Jiang Nan left, Yan Qingzer, watching the departing car, muttered to herself, "Was I just overthinking things? Maybe he never had any intentions of targeting the weapons arsenal? That doesn't really seem like his style, though." Unsatisfied, Yan Qingzer took out her phone and sent a message to Han Ritian. The tense Han Ritian let out a relieved sigh after receiving Yan Qingzer's message, then called his special police brothers to prepare to leave. As they were leaving, they were scolded by old Zhang. "Old Han, not to criticize you, but your courage really has diminished these days. I said, who would be stupid enough to dare target the weapons arsenal? That's just suicidal." Han Ritian didn't respond to the scolding, silently leading his team away. Compared to the scolding, seeing the weapons arsenal safe was all that mattered to him. The lobby of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group building is in a state of chaos at the moment. Many white-collar workers in suits and skirts are frantically running towards the elevator doors on the floors, but since the elevator can only accommodate a limited number of people, those who failed to board the elevator can only run towards the stairwell. While running, some people are also making phone calls to the police. Normally, given the cold weather and the unusual drop in temperature, there should not be many people in the group. After all, the post-00s generation has risen, and a large number of them have entered the workplace and started to rectify the undesirable practices in the workplace. For them, staying in the company during non-working hours is almost as painful as being killed. Moreover, the abnormal drop in temperature has affected the whole world, giving this group of people an excuse not to go to work, and even triple salary may not be able to get them to work overtime. However, the Miao Pharmaceutical Group is the largest pharmaceutical group in Yangchang, and those who can enter such a top 500 enterprise are social elites who are extremely competitive. Even at the time of off work, there are still a majority of people voluntarily staying behind to work overtime. In addition, the mysterious drop in temperature came too suddenly, without any previous signs, giving people no time to react. Now, with the outdoor temperature, it is indeed a bit difficult to accept going out in just a work outfit, and the news of people freezing to death outside is also circulating on the internet, making people even more reluctant to go out. Therefore, 70% of the employees of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group are stranded in the company. The company has air conditioning and heating, as well as its own canteen, so they don't have to worry about these basic problems in the short term. In the lobby of the first floor, the intruders who had just arrived were puzzled to see the employees fleeing as soon as they saw them. "Old one, what's wrong with them? Why did they run away as soon as they saw us?" "Yes, we've changed our clothes too, we're not wearing prison uniforms, so why do they look at us like they've seen the Yama King?" It's not surprising that the Miao Pharmaceutical Group employees reacted so strongly. After all, who would have imagined that good people like them would come in dressed in military coats, carrying baseball bats, looking like the enemy invading the village? At this moment, the leader, Wuya, swept his gaze around the surroundings, and then walked towards a few female employees of the group who were crouching on the ground, shivering, seemingly unable to escape in time. These female employees were wearing the company's standard white-collar uniform skirts and black stockings, and they were the front desk staff in the lobby, who were quickly surrounded by a few of the intruders at the front of the group as soon as they entered. The handsome young ladies in short skirts and black stockings, any man who saw them would want to take a good look, let alone these people who had never seen a woman in their lives. As Wuya approached, he also stared at them with wide eyes for a while, his mouth dry from swallowing. If it weren't for the instructions Jiang Nan gave him earlier, he would have immediately taken out the needle he once wanted to stab Jiang Nan with and stabbed these white-collar sisters in front of him. However, although it is said that dying under the peony is still romantic even as a ghost, only a few are willing to die for that. Remembering Jiang Nan's instructions, Wuya could only restrain the impulse in his heart and said with a smile, "Sisters, don't be nervous, we may not be good people, but as long as you listen to us obediently, we guarantee we won't do anything to you." The few white-collar employees on the ground were greatly frightened, and after hearing Wuya's words, none of them dared to raise their heads to respond, only nodding their heads continuously as a response. Seeing the other party so frightened that they just kept nodding their heads, Wuya was very satisfied and nodded, then asked, "Where do you store the drugs you produce as a group? And where is your drug research laboratory?" Facing Wuya's questions, the already panicked few white-collar employees were even more shaken. Asking about the drug storage warehouse and the drug research laboratory was obviously targeting the most core parts of their group. But if they didn't say anything, they didn't know what these unknown big men would do to them. After hesitating for a while, a timid person pointed inside the building and said, "The drug research laboratory is upstairs, and the drug warehouse is in the building in the back." Hearing this, Wuya raised his eyebrows and looked at the white-collar employee who had spoken. "Well, the sister is quite good. Don't worry, we keep our word, we won't cause any trouble for you." He then instructed the other criminals beside him. "Brothers, did you all hear that? Act according to the plan, quick and decisive. Okay, Brother Wu, brothers, let's get to work." Subsequently, a group of criminals rushed into the building, shouting, "They say they are not bad people." After giving the instructions, Wuya walked over to the sofa at the reception desk not far away and sat down with a thud. Their plan is very simple: one group is responsible for robbing the drugs, and the other group is responsible for taking hostages. And since Jiang Nan is not here, he doesn't have to do everything himself. After all, he is now a kind of official, and the targets to be kidnapped are just a group of pen-pushing intellectuals. There's no need for him to take action personally to deal with these people. Thinking about this, Wuya looked lewdly at the few white-collar employees crouching on the ground. Since he can't take any action, he might as well tease them a bit, right? On the other side, the criminals automatically split into two groups, one group rushing straight down the corridor, and the other group rushing up the stairs. Perhaps because they have been inside for too long, they don't even know there is an elevator. At this time, in the top-floor director's office, the secretary looked anxious as she looked at the equally pale-faced director sitting at the desk. This director, surprisingly, is an elegant urban lady with an air of intellectuality. The director's name is Miao Lan, not yet 30 years old, and she has only taken over the Miao Pharmaceutical Group from her parents less than a month ago. She is known as a workaholic, living and sleeping in the group, wanting to take the Miao Pharmaceutical Group to new heights. But who would have thought that before she could display her abilities, a crisis would suddenly arise, and the entire city has plunged into a state of panic overnight. She doesn't know how long this sudden disaster will last, or what the future of the group will be. However, misfortunes never come singly. Even before she could figure out the current situation, a group of people have now intruded into the group. Miao Lan's first reaction is the same as most people's, to call the police. But the phone calls to the police keep getting a busy signal. Now, the entire government headquarters are busy evacuating the city center, and all police forces have been dispatched to evacuate the residents from the inside out. Naturally, no one can make use of the police hotline. As Miaolan failed to get through the phone calls, she seemed to have realized something, and after a while, she finally spoke. "Since no one is reliable now, we can only rely on ourselves. Jade, notify all group members to gather immediately on the floor where the drug research laboratory is located. The reinforced steel door of the research laboratory should be able to keep them out for the time being." The panicked Secretary Yuer also nodded repeatedly, then posted in the group chat for all members to gather on the floor where the research laboratory is located. Afterwards, she and Miao Lan hurriedly left the office. On the other side, the group of criminals who had climbed up 10 floors were panting and cursing. "Damn, they only said it's upstairs, but didn't say which floor. Fucking capitalists, do they have to build the building this high? Even if they build it higher, it'll be rubble tomorrow. It was then that someone finally realized there was an elevator, and slapped his forehead. Fuck, brothers, we've been locked up and confused. Why are we walking the stairs when there's an elevator? With that said, the awkward atmosphere eased a bit, and the aware group immediately rushed towards the elevator. The Meow Pharmaceutical Group building has a total of 15 floors, and the drug research laboratory is concentrated on the 13th floor. The gathered group employees finally had their panicked expressions somewhat relieved, and many started to speculate in a chattering manner. Who are these people? Daring to barge in broad daylight, aren't they afraid of being arrested by the police? At the mention of the police, many people immediately became angry. The police? Forget it, the police hotline is constantly busy, the police can't come even if they want to. That's right, haven't you all seen the news online? Stores and supermarkets are being looted everywhere, the authorities can't control it at all. They say the end of the world has come. At first I didn't believe it, but now it seems the future will be as chaotic as the apocalypse. Hearing these remarks, all the employees present were plunged into despair. On one hand, the sudden outbreak of abnormal cooling and disaster, on the other hand, they have to face the ugliest side of human nature in the chaotic world. And the thugs who broke into the group today are obviously just the appetizer. What will the future be like? Miao Lan looked at the silent, downcast employees, and she felt uneasy in her heart. The Meow Pharmaceutical Group is the lifelong work of generations of the Meow family. They have weathered the SARS in 2003 and the new coronavirus in 2019. Could it really be destroyed by this inexplicable disaster? No, I can't just watch the group be ruined under my own hands. Moreover, even if the situation gets more and more intense in the future, huddling together is the right way out. Thinking so, the elegant urban lady's eyes flashed with determination. However, how exactly to huddle together must first resolve the crisis at hand. Subsequently, Miao Lan immediately took out her phone, which has the entire group's monitoring system, so that she can understand the purpose of this group of people and their current location. This way, she can take preventive measures in advance. Through the monitoring system on her phone, Miao Lan learned that this group of people broke into the group with the purpose of targeting the group's drugs and drug research personnel. This behavior is understandable, just like the stores and supermarkets being looted online. When disaster strikes, naturally one must have a large stockpile of supplies to ensure survival. In those years of the epidemic, people have deeply felt the importance of supplies. But to rob things and people, this is a bit too much, isn't it? Leaving no room for others? After muttering, Miao Lan's eyes became determined, and an aura unique to a business queen emanated from her. She looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, don't be alarmed. We have over 100 employees in the group. How can we be afraid of just over a dozen of them? And since everyone is not optimistic about the future, all the employees of the Meow Pharmaceutical Group should unite from now on to face the difficulties together. Whether it's now or in the future, at least we can't let outsiders bully us. What do you all think?" True to her reputation as a business queen, a few words instantly motivated everyone's enthusiasm. Many male colleagues immediately slapped their foreheads. That's right, the chairman is right. We outnumber them by several times. Why should we be afraid? Yes, a single chopstick is easy to break, but a bundle of chopsticks is hard to break. Now someone dares to openly loot, and the authorities haven't made a move yet. I'm sure this kind of thing will happen more and more in the future. Even if we're really scared, it's useless. We can only unite together and stand united. Only then can we ensure our common safety and interests. Forget it, enough said. The security team, go find some weapons. We still have some colleagues on the first floor who haven't had a chance to run. With that, a few people in security uniforms took the lead. The rest of the male colleagues hesitated for a moment, but then also followed suit. It seems they are planning to hard confront the criminals. Just as these male colleagues were about to open the reinforced steel door of the research laboratory to go out and have it out with the criminals, Miao Lan spoke up to stop them. "Wait. We can't open the door now." The crowd stopped in their tracks at her words, puzzled. Didn't she just say we should unite and fight the enemy together? In the midst of the confusion, they saw Miao Lan look at the monitoring screen on her phone again, frowning and saying, "They've already come up. If we open the door now, they will definitely rush in without hesitation." "What? They're already at the door." Hearing this, the panic that had just subsided resurfaced among the crowd. Especially the many female colleagues, who were already a little timid, became deathly pale with fear. But the male colleagues, seeing the pitiful sight of the female colleagues around them in terror, their damned male chauvinism and protective instinct towards the vulnerable group immediately surfaced. Although they were actually a little uneasy in their hearts, otherwise they wouldn't have run even faster than the female colleagues when the criminals first came in. But this time they dared to go again. In fact, it was just a herd effect. Imagine, if the other male colleagues were all shouting to go, if you don't go, how are you going to get by in the group in the future? However, upon learning that the other side had already reached the door, most of the male colleagues started to have second thoughts. After all, when they calmed down and thought about it, they were just people who usually only worked in the office. Not to mention being unarmed now, even if they had weapons, could they really be a match for those people outside? The answer is obvious. Lest they end up getting themselves into trouble instead of fighting back. Seeing the high-spirited emotions of the crowd subside in just a few seconds, Nialan breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that some of the male colleagues, in the heat of the moment, would just open the door without thinking, and then they would all be lambs to the slaughter. But emotions are often contradictory. While she felt relieved, she was also a little disappointed. In such a large group, there wasn't a single person with guts and courage to go out and fight head-on. Never mind, I don't have the courage either, how can I demand it of others? It's a bit. Thinking about this, Nialan said again. It's already very good that you all have the awareness to calm down first. From the group's surveillance, it's not hard to see that those people outside not only have burly figures, but also look ferocious. They don't seem like ordinary residents in the neighborhood, and they all have weapons in their hands. Even if we have more people, we may not necessarily gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation. We can't be reckless. We need to use our wits. It must be said that Miao Lan's observation is very careful. A group of criminals who have been locked up for more than a decade, exuding an aura of lawlessness, are indeed not something ordinary common people can possess. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel that there was some truth to it. The female colleagues even chimed in. That's right, the chairman is right, we can't be impulsive, we don't have to fight them head-on. Especially can't open the door, who knows if these people will, to our female colleagues. As they spoke, many female colleagues unconsciously covered their chests. This action made some of the male colleagues in the audience twitch their mouths. Thinking, women are said to be sensitive, but a bit too sensitive. They can think of that kind of thing at the slightest provocation, as if they are all goddesses, and even just a little extra look would make them feel the other party has improper intentions. If they were good-looking, it would be understandable, it's really not safe. But some of these female colleagues are a bit abstract-looking, probably if you throw them out, they can scare the criminals away. This kind of worry is a bit excessive. Exactly like that news student in the metro who suspected the migrant worker of taking pictures of her. But their concerns are not entirely unnecessary. Women have always been the vulnerable group, and there are many cases of abused women in the chaotic world. Since the other party dares to brazenly barge into the group, they naturally have the courage to do those things to them. Among the crowd, the security guard who had just spoken up was tightened in his heart after seeing the reaction of the female colleagues. He was the captain of the group's security team, and he should have been the one to stop the criminal gang of Jiang Nan's minions as soon as they rushed into the group. But at the time, he was also frightened by the bandit-like aura on them. After all, it was a group of big men holding batons and looking ferocious, who wouldn't be afraid? He saw his two colleagues run away, and without much thought, he ran too, calling the police while running. But in the haste, he was so focused on running that he forgot about his girlfriend at the front desk. After searching around, he didn't see his girlfriend, so he knew she most likely didn't have a chance to run. After hesitating for a while, the security captain mustered up the courage to say, "Chairman, although we are hiding here and they can't break in for the time being, but there are still some colleagues on the first floor who haven't had a chance to run. As you said, our group needs to unite, so..." It was obvious that this security captain wanted to go rescue his girlfriend upstairs. But the crowd fell silent at this moment. No one was willing to sacrifice the safety of all of them for a few colleagues. Jiang Nan's criminal minions were at the door, and if the door was opened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing that no one, including Miao Lan, was speaking, the security captain already understood what was going on. People are selfish, and after all these years in the workplace, he understood the reaction of the crowd very well. Taking a deep breath, he spoke up again. "Chairman, the door to the research lab is key-controlled, you just need to open a small gap, I'll go out myself, they shouldn't be able to break in." As the security captain said this, the crowd stared at him with disbelief. Some even directly blurted out, "Are you crazy? How can you rescue alone? Are you going to rescue or commit suicide?" "No, you may not be afraid of death, but I'm afraid." We can't open it. What if the door malfunctions later? Won't we all be done for? Miao Lan was also surprised to look at the security captain, about to say something, but the security captain, after hearing the words of the crowd, had a cold gleam in his eyes. The door of the group's research laboratory is regularly maintained. How could there be a malfunction? These people are obviously selfish to the extreme. As long as their own safety is guaranteed, they don't want any uncontrollable factors to threaten their safety. Since the button to open the door is right by the door, if they don't open it for him, he'll just open it himself. Thinking about this, the security captain had a determined look in his eyes and was about to rush towards the door. However, his idea was absolutely impossible to succeed. Seeing his movement, the others changed color and quickly restrained him. Let me go, let me go. You people, if it were your own family down there, wouldn't you also see them die without saving them? No matter how the security captain howled from the bottom of his heart, the others just wouldn't let go. Outside, the group of criminals who had come up the elevator and reached the entrance of the research lab were worrying about this reinforced steel door. They didn't expect that the structure of this floor would be different from the lower floors. After taking the elevator, they just had to turn a corner to get to the floor. But here, at the corner, there was a reinforced steel door, with a sign that said no entry for non-drug research personnel. Damn it, is this a drug research lab or a bank's printing room? Do they really need to install such a door? Fuck it, let's just smash it open first. After all, these are criminals who have been locked up for a few years, a bit behind the rapidly developing technology of the country. If this kind of door could be smashed by them, could the prison really keep them in? Just as the crowd was about to swing their batons and start, they suddenly heard a shout from inside, indicating that there were people inside. Thinking that completing the task would earn them contribution points, the criminals put even more effort into it. Then, after a series of impacts, the reinforced steel door was completely unharmed. This made the criminals quite irritated, and they immediately roared. Listen up, you people inside. Don't think that just having a crappy door will make us powerless, be sensible and open it for us, or else. But before they could finish their threat, the reinforced steel door actually opened. The criminals all stared in disbelief. After being locked up for so long, are the people outside really this timid now? A few words were enough to scare them. But before the criminals could rejoice, the next second, several bottles were suddenly thrown out from the open door, and the crowd paused, then burst into laughter while covering their stomachs. Haha, what's this? Are they trying to smash us with bottles? Not only are the people outside timid, but they also have problems in the brain. If we get a few more missions like this, won't the position of second in command be easily within reach? Brothers, let's go in. Wait, something's not right. Before the criminals could finish their jubilation, a sudden dizziness came over them. Bang bang bang. After a few consecutive sounds of people collapsing, everything fell silent. When the criminals opened their eyes again, dazed, they found themselves in a strange place. Not the doorway they were just at. And there were countless men and women around them, glaring at them with hatred. Hey, except for Brother Jiang, no one else dares to glare at me like this. Are you all looking for death? The criminals glared back fiercely and cursed. Obviously, they still haven't realized the situation they are in. In their subconscious, the people in front of them, although numerous, are basically weaklings compared to them. So when they were stared at with such hostile eyes by a group weaker than them, of course they reacted with defiance. However, the next moment, when they were about to get up angrily to teach these young people a lesson, the criminals were horrified to find that their whole body was like it had been hit by a bone-melting palm, without a shred of strength. Even more unbelievable is that they were tied up. What the fuck? What's going on? The criminals were dumbfounded. They looked at each other in bewilderment. At this time, Miao Lan walked out from the crowd, her eyebrows furrowed, and she questioned the criminals. Speak. Where did you come from? How many of your people are outside? And did you do anything to our colleagues on the first floor? Hearing Miao Lan's words, the criminals, who were tied up and dazed on the ground, still didn't have any reaction. They were all racking their brains but couldn't figure out how they were tied up. This should be something they were supposed to do to others. How did it get reversed? Seeing that the criminals didn't speak, Miao Lan gestured to a man in a white coat next to her. Then, the man in the white coat nodded and took out a glass bottle, similar to the one used for drips, but a bit smaller, containing a transparent liquid. The man held the bottle up and threatened the criminals. If you don't talk, don't blame me for being impolite. The man in the white coat was obviously threatening someone for the first time, a bit lacking in confidence. But is he planning to continue using the bottle to smash the other party? However, as the criminals looked at the bottle again, their faces darkened. This is exactly the glass bottle that was just thrown at them. Clearly, the reason they became prisoners here is probably related to this bottle. Sure enough, seeing the change in the criminals' expressions, Miaolan continued. Don't blame us for not warning you, the liquid in here will volatilize into a toxic gas as soon as it comes into contact with the air. Toxic gas, needless to say, if inhaled, the chances of survival are slim. Although the criminals are not very educated, they still know the effects of toxic gas. They are now a mix of emotions. Who would have thought that this was originally a simple task of grabbing with their hands, but ended up capsizing in the gutter? Shit! How am I going to explain this to brother Jiang later? Just as the criminals were worrying about this, Jiang Nan, Jiang Ning, and Wuya had arrived at the lobby of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group. Seeing Wuya lazily lying on the sofa in the reception area, with a few pale-faced white-collar workers massaging his shoulders, Jiang Nan coughed a few times, trying to get Wuya's attention. But Wuya ignored him, with the beautiful women massaging him, who would care about anything else. Seeing this guy still hasn't made a move, Jiang Nan's face also looked a bit unsightly. If it weren't for the spatial movement draining him, he would have given this guy a good disciplining for such poor conduct. However, before Jiang Nan could make his next move, Jiang Ning rushed over angrily. She had been bullied by people in school before, so she naturally couldn't stand this kind of behavior of bullying girls. As the few white-collar workers noticed the little sister suddenly coming over, they were all startled, then quickly tried to signal to Jiang Ning. They knew that this Wuya is not a good person. But the next moment, to the great shock of the white-collar workers, Jiang Ning walked straight towards them and pulled two of them, apologizing. Sisters, sorry, you don't need to. The few white-collar workers were immediately dumbfounded. The little sister is apologizing to them. What does that mean? They are in cahoots. This can't be possible. But the fact is, feeling the comfortable sensation disappear, the displeased Wuya was about to. Fuck! How did brother Jiang get here so fast? Realizing the situation was off, Wuya hurriedly got up, looking flustered like a child who had done something wrong, and smiled awkwardly at Jiang Ning, then looked anxiously at the approaching Jiang Nan. Jiang, brother Jiang. You finished your side so quickly. Jiang Nan originally wanted to get angry, but seeing the quality of the few ladies around Wuya not bad, he was surprised. This guy actually didn't go behind his back. After all, It seems this guy did take his warning to heart, so for this, Jiang Nan didn't plan to make a big deal of it. He frowned and replied. This is the first time, and I hope the last time. What about the others, have they all completed the mission? Seeing that Jiang Nan didn't blame him, Wuya heaved a huge sigh of relief. Hearing Jiang Nan ask about the mission, he was about to immediately beat his chest and guarantee it, but after hesitating, he glanced at the watch he had snatched from the Yi family. Checking the time, Wuya immediately had a bad feeling about this. It's been over 10 minutes since they went in, but the brothers haven't sent any response. This shouldn't be. Wuya's little movement was also seen through by the sharp-eyed Jiang Nan. He immediately ordered. What are you standing there for? Lead the way. With that, Wuya hurriedly led the way into the building. As for those white-collar workers, they were dumbfounded, standing in place. Until they heard Jiang Ning's advice did they react. Sisters, you can leave now, this place will be very dangerous in the future. Without waiting for the white-collar workers to react, Jiang Ning followed them in. The white-collar workers looked at each other, then quietly followed as well. Upstairs, the criminals, after knowing that the other side had toxic gas, could only answer Miaolan's questions one by one in order to ensure their own safety first. When everyone learned that they were actually prisoners from Yangchang prison, their expressions were priceless. And upon hearing that the other group had gone to the warehouse building at the back, Miaolan immediately planned to take out her phone to ask about the situation over there. But at this moment, someone among the group employees suddenly said, "Manager, more people are coming at the door." What? Could it be that their accomplices have already dealt with our warehouse and come here? What do we do now? The people of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group were all in a panic. Who knows what terrible things these escaped convicts from prison would do if they got provoked. And upon hearing that there were people coming outside, the bound criminals actually didn't seem as happy as one would imagine. They all kept their heads down, too embarrassed to look at the door. It was truly humiliating to face this. After learning that the criminals were escapees from prison, Miaolan was outwardly calm but inwardly a bit flustered as well. However, as the group's chairman, she knew that this was precisely the time when she couldn't lose her composure. Forcibly suppressing the uneasy emotions in her heart, Miaolan comforted the crowd again. Everyone, there's no need to panic. Even if they are vile criminals, didn't we subdue them already? So don't be afraid, face them calmly. If we could subdue them the first time, we can do it again. After saying this, Miao Lan deliberately glanced at the bound criminals on the ground. Sure enough, this had a certain effect, and the group employees felt a little more confident after seeing the subdued criminal minions. Then Miao Lan took out her phone again, planning to check the situation at the door through the group's surveillance system. And then used the same method to deal with this second batch as the first. This is currently the safest and most secure approach she can think of. However, when she saw through the phone screen that there were only 4 people at the door, she first secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then she was stunned. Because, of the 4 people outside, other than Wu Ye and Wang Lei, the other 2 did not seem like criminals to Miao Lan. They didn't have that aura of lawlessness. What surprised Miao Lan even more was that there was even a young girl. But she didn't have time to think too much about it, as it concerned the safety of all the group's employees. After a moment of hesitation, she instructed the man in the white coat. Team leaderly, there are only 4 people outside, the amount of the drug should be enough. The drug in the glass bottle would release toxic gas after vaporization, but as long as it's a gas, it would circulate. If the amount was too large, not only would the people outside be in danger, but it would also affect those inside. Moreover, they are only trying to subdue the other party for self-defense, not to the point of putting them to death. The man in the white coat coldly nodded, then raised a bottle of the drug high above his head, aiming at the door. It's obvious that as soon as the door opens, he will not hesitate to throw the bottle out. The other employees also pinched their noses at this time. Outside, the 4 people of Jiang Nan's group had indeed reached the door. Except for Wu Ya, who kept his head down and was meekly acquiescent, the other 3 all had grave expressions. Jiang Ning wrinkled her nose and muttered in a disdainful tone. Phew, what's that smell, so pungent? Jiang Nan and Wang Lei both unconsciously looked at the scattered glass bottle shards on the ground nearby. Then they also saw the words Drug Research Laboratory on the door. The 2 immediately understood what was going on. Jiang Nan nodded silently to Wang Lei. Wang Lei understood, and also nodded slightly, then his gaze focused, staring intently at the reinforced steel door. The next second, the reinforced steel door slowly opened. Jiang Nan was quick, pulling his sister to the corner of the wall. Wu Ye still didn't understand what was going on, and seeing the door open by itself, he was quite surprised. Wow, this door is so perceptive, it knows they are coming and opened itself? At the same time, Wang Lei moved almost the moment the reinforced steel door started to move. Unlike Jiang Nan, he drew a dagger and pounced into the gap of the door like a hungry wolf. Sure enough, the speed of a top assassin is something ordinary people can't even react to. This time, the man in the white coat inside was still waiting for the reinforced steel door to open completely before throwing the bottle. The main reason was that he was afraid that if he got nervous and threw it at the door, it would bounce back and harm them. But what the man in the white coat and the people in the research lab didn't expect was that in just that 1 second of the door opening, a dark shadow had already pounced at them. Fortunately, the man in the white coat's reaction was not bad either. Seeing the situation was not right, he immediately and unhesitatingly threw the bottle he was holding with full force. However, the higher the skill, the greater the gap. When it comes to reaction speed, the top assassin is still the top assassin, not that they are looked down upon, everyone present is their junior. Sure enough, the thrown glass bottle only glided about a meter in the air before being firmly grasped by the first to act, Wang Lei. In order not to give the other party a second chance to act, Wang Lei, who had caught the bottle, did not relax at all, but stepped forward with an arrow-like speed, pressing the dagger in his other hand against the other's throat. Then, with a ruthless killing intent, he swept his gaze around the crowd, coldly warning everyone. If you don't want to see blood, it's best not to move. This one sentence made everyone present shudder as if they had fallen into an icy cellar. It's as if the one who charged in was not a human, but a fierce beast. Miao Lan was also dumbfounded. This situation was beyond her expectation. Just as everyone was extremely terrified of Wang Lei, Jiang Nan, leading Jiang Ning and Wu Ya, walked into the room unhurriedly. After entering, Jiang Nan swept his gaze over the panicked Miao Pharmaceutical Group employees, finally fixing his eyes on Miao Lan. After all, this urban beauty in front of him, whether in temperament, appearance or figure, is a top-notch beauty. Jiang Nan is also a man, inevitably falling into vulgarity. Seeing a beauty naturally needs to take a few more looks. However, unlike the lecherous gaze he had when looking at young Qingqing, this time Jiang Nan's gaze was simply an appreciation of beauty. Miao Lan noticed Jiang Nan staring at her, and her heart involuntarily became a little nervous. But after sensing the simple appreciation in Jiang Nan's gaze, she couldn't help but be surprised. Then Jiang Nan shifted his gaze, waving to Wan Lei. "Alright, old wine, just scare them a bit, put the dagger away, don't ruin the harmony." Wang Lei put away the dagger at the words, silently standing beside and keeping watch over the crowd. This scene again startled the crowd tremendously. No one had expected that this seemingly terrifying man was actually a subordinate of the young man in front of them. Compared to the crowd's horrified worldly view, Jiang Nan was circling with interest to take another look at Miao Lan. This time it was not because she was beautiful, but because Miao Lan was the calmest one among all present. For a woman to be this calm in the face of a sudden situation is really rare, not to mention the glass bottles just now, which didn't seem like something this panicked group of employees could have produced. After scrutinizing her for a while, Jiang Nan asked, "This beautiful lady should be the decision-maker of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group, right?" Regarding Jiang Nan's quick identification of her identity, Miao Lan was not at all surprised. After all, even a blind man could see that she was the only one not wearing a work uniform. As for Jiang Nan himself, apart from some curiosity, the rest was all vigilance. What kind of good person would be the leader of a group of prison criminals? Therefore, after nodding, Miao Lan replied with some hostility. "We don't seem to know each other, and there's no grudge between us. Why are you leading so many people to rob our Miao Pharmaceutical Group?" Facing Miao Lan's hostility, the nearby Jiang Ning seemed a bit uncomfortable. Although she knew her brother was doing this for the future, with no other choice, but she still felt this kind of behavior. So Jiang Ning simply played the invisible man. On the other hand, hearing this, the arrogant Wu Ye retorted. "What's with all the whys? The world is about to end, why are you guys hoarding so much medicine for the new year? Besides, it's not like we're robbing your group's medicine just for fun. If we don't, it'll all be buried in the ruins tomorrow, what a waste. Be sensible and just stay aside obediently, I don't want to lay a hand on such a beauty like you, it would be a pity." As he said this, Wu Ye particularly eyed Miao Lan's waist and hips. He swore, this is the best figured beauty he has seen so far, the standard of a willowy waist and a big buttocks, even better than that Wang Yuan before. Normally, being stared at so unpolitely by a strange man, coupled with provocative words, any woman would get angry. But Miao Lan didn't have much of a reaction, instead meeting Wu Ye's gaze and saying indifferently, "I'm sorry, sir, did I ask you? If I'm not mistaken, he's your boss, right? Someone as unruly as you, if you were in my group, I wouldn't hesitate to fire you. Isn't that right?" After saying this, Miao Lan even gave a professional smile towards Jiang Nan. Hearing this, Wu Ye was unhappy. "Hey, I didn't expect this to be a thorny rose trying to drive a wedge between me and Brother Zhang's relationship, no." This time, before Wu Ye could finish, Jiang Nan glared at him hard. "Enough, no one is treating you like a mute if you don't speak." Then Jiang Nan turned his gaze back to Miao Lan, finding the beauty in front of him more and more likable, and replied with a polite smile. "I apologize, my subordinate is a bit lacking in manners, after all, he just got out. But although he speaks a bit offensively, every word is the truth." At this point, the Wu Ye behind him, who had been a little disgruntled from being scolded, now stood up straight unconsciously, inwardly rejoicing. "Brother Jiang praised me." Jiang Nan continued. "The news online and the lack of movement from above, I believe a wise woman like you must have noticed something. But don't worry, as long as you cooperate, I can not only guarantee the safety of all of you, but also save your lives." Hearing this, although many were afraid of Jiang Nan, they were all silently cursing him shamelessly in their hearts. This was the first time they had seen someone make such a shameless and refined act of robbery seem so natural and proper. Miao Lan also had a trace of anger on her calm face after hearing this. However, she was still able to restrain herself from bursting out. If she were to explode her dissatisfaction with Jiang Nan and his people now, it would only bring more trouble upon herself. Jiang Nan did not miss the reaction of the crowd. The ignorant are not guilty, and although their behavior was a bit unsavory, this was the reality, the trend of the times. Finally, Jiang Nan added a rather meaningful sentence. "Things may be precious, but compared to life, wise people should know how to choose." After saying this, Jiang Nan didn't bother to pay attention anymore, walking towards the bound criminal minions. The words have been said to this extent, there's no need for more talk, if the other party still wants to go against them. He can only prove it through action. At this time, Wu Ye and Wang Lei also cooperatively revealed their weapons, glaring fiercely at the group employees. The meaning was very clear, if anyone was uncooperative, they could just ask the weapons in their hands if they agreed or not. On the other side, seeing their boss Jiang Nan come over, the bound criminal minions buried their heads even lower. They wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Of course, some were also because of guilty conscience, the once proud criminals, former social toxins, now being. But Jiang Nan's actions surprised the criminal minions. Because Jiang Nan showed no intention of blaming them, and just untied their bindings by himself. Jiang, brother Jiang, you. One of the criminals, seeing this, wanted to say something heartfelt, but was stopped by Jiang Nan. No need to say anything, I know, this time you were careless, no one is perfect, I can understand. Hearing this, the criminal minions were stunned. What a blessing to have such an understanding boss. Therefore, they were all moved to the point of tears. But the next moment, Jiang Nan casually added. Understanding aside, if you keep making such rookie mistakes, we might as well disband. To teach you a lesson, each of you will be deducted 500 contribution points, and if there's a next time, it'll be 1,000. The criminals deducted another 500, even before we started. These words, they could only grumble about in their hearts. After untying everyone, Jiang Nan continued. What are you all staring at me for? Do I still need to teach you what to do next? Hearing this, the people hurriedly sprang into action. Although the drug's toxicity had not completely dissipated, they could still walk. And with weapons on them, plus having Jiang Nan as the backbone, would these people dare to resist? Indeed, although the group employees saw the criminals approaching them with malicious intent, no one dared to defiantly resist. Especially after knowing these were criminals who had escaped from prison. After an internal struggle, Miao Lan could only give up. If it were other people, she might still dare to try. But a group of criminals, there's no need to take that risk. However, the next moment, as Wu Ye was helping to select the researchers in white coats from the crowd, he suddenly cursed loudly. Fuck! That idiot dares to fight us for the stuff. Wu Ye's cursing immediately drew the attention of the entire scene. Jiang Nan frowned. What's going on? Wu Ye hurriedly ran up to Jiang Nan with the phone snatched from the Yi family. Brother Jiang, the brothers in the second group said they ran into another group at the drug warehouse, and got into a fight with our people. Hearing this news, the criminals naturally had a strong fighting spirit. They had just been deducted 500 contribution points, and now, the opportunity to perform has arrived. Damn it! Robbing and ending up on our heads, brothers, gather up and get ready. Wang Lei also came to Jiang Nan's side immediately. Given his understanding of Jiang Nan, a fierce battle was inevitable next. Even the previously invisible Jiang Ning had a few more nervous expressions now. But Jiang Nan, narrowing his eyes, had an enthusiastic look in his eyes, apart from a trace of surprise. At this stage, the fact of the apocalypse has not yet become a consensus among the people, and most are still in a state of doubt, speculation, and panic. Just like the group employees present, if they were truly certain that the future would be the apocalypse, they might not necessarily dare to clash with their own people. But at this time, those with foresight who dare to take action are definitely like him, having enough evidence to prove that they won't get into too much trouble afterwards. Furthermore, those who start accumulating resources from now on will undoubtedly have a good base with decent strength later on. Just right, making early contact and understanding the situation of the other party, there is nothing but benefits for himself. Moreover, drugs are a top-tier resource in the post-apocalyptic trade. 1 crate of first-tier resources can be exchanged for 10 crates of second-tier resources. Such a huge fortune, how can it be easily let go? Thinking about this, Jiang Nan immediately roared, the bloodthirsty criminal minions ready to go aid. As for the employees of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group, Jiang Nan was not worried that they would run. After all, with that kind of ghostly weather outside, where could they run to? Soon, Jiang Nan led the crowd of criminal minions to hurriedly leave the drug research lab. Leaving behind the group of employees who had narrowly escaped death, looking at each other. At this time, the secretary Yuer suddenly thought of something, and looked at Miao Lan. Manager, they're all gone, let's take the chance to run. If nothing else, we can go to the opposite governor's office building. I don't believe they dare to act recklessly in front of the governor's office. This statement immediately gained the support of the employees. That's right, Chairman, they are all escaped convicts. We don't even know where they want to kidnap us to. Exactly, I'd rather freeze to death outside than be their prisoner. Who knows if they've been locked up for too long and become psychologically abnormal. I've heard these criminals are so deprived that even the male. Thinking of that unsavory scene, the female employees present were all frightened and even the male employees unconsciously clenched their legs. Hearing the opinions of the crowd, Miao Lan fell into deep thought. Now is indeed an excellent opportunity for them to escape. Even if they consider the extreme weather outside, at least going to the governor's office building is better than sitting here waiting to be exploited. However, they can run, but what about the group's drug warehouse? Moreover, from the dialogue with Jiang Nan just now, she had keenly captured some hidden information. First, the authorities have not made a move until now, and it should be known that the governor's office is just a street away from them. She doesn't believe the governor's office is unaware. And from the blatant behavior of these people from start to finish, it is obvious that they don't seem to fear the governor's office pursuing them. Does this mean they knew in advance that the governor's office was preoccupied with other matters? Second, the fact that a group of prison criminals could escape from prison and commit evil is already incredibly unbelievable, further proving her first guess. All these clues indicate that the situation in the future will only get worse. Add to that the discussions about the apocalypse, movies, novels, etc. that have been raging online in recent years. Although Miao Lan is not interested, she knows a little. What's most important in the apocalypse? Of course, it's resources. Food, clothing, housing, everything needs it. And Jiang Nan's people are obviously here for these, so the drug warehouse must not be lost. Perhaps, this is the capital for their future survival. Thinking about it, Miao Lan made a bold decision. Everyone, I know that right now you all just want to get out of this place of trouble as soon as possible, but have you carefully thought about why a group of criminals can appear here, and why they dare to brazenly rob? Also, the food our group's canteen usually purchases can only last for half a month. What are we going to eat after half a month? If you don't want to starve to death in the future, come with me to the warehouse right now. At this point, the group employees who had previously unanimously agreed to take the opportunity to flee immediately fell silent. This all came too suddenly. They were only thinking about their own safety and didn't consider other things, but now, reminded by Miao Lan, they were not fools and could naturally also think about the hidden information. But to fight hard against a group of criminals and another group of unidentified robbers, they were all in a dilemma. On the other side, in the huge drug warehouse of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group behind the main building, two groups were currently in a fierce battle. One group was the criminal minions wearing uniform green military coats and carrying baseball bats. The other group was of unknown identity, wearing very common down jackets, and their weapons were all kinds of things, from household tools, shovels, wrenches, cleavers, fruit knives, to the most decent weapon being batons. Although these people had a variety of weapons, and a number of 3 or 4 dozen, more than twice the size of Jiang Nan's group of criminal minions. However, during the fierce battle, it didn't seem like they gained much advantage. Both sides had people injured and fallen. On Jiang Nan's side, only 5 or 6 were still standing, while the other side still had over 20. 3 or 4 dozen people fought a dozen, yet half of them fell. It can be seen that the combat power of the criminals is indeed extraordinary. As for the other side, after the fierce fighting, the more than 20 people who still had fighting power had surrounded Jiang Nan's minions, but there was no expression of victory on their faces. Instead they all looked bitter. The leader Zhang Tianjie even cursed at the remaining few criminal minions. Damn, where the hell did you guys come from? Are you all martial artists? Fighting so well. The criminal minions heard this and disdainfully replied. Mind your own business where we're from. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all the chatter? The stuff here today, you all can forget about taking any of it. Seeing that the other side only had 5 or 6 people left but still dared to be so arrogant, Zhang Tianjie was not only surprised, but also somewhat helpless. He really didn't want to fight anymore, because even if they ultimately subdued these people, their side would suffer heavy losses. In addition, Zhang Tianjie, this post-apocalyptic enthusiast, was moved by the combat power of this group. If he could recruit these capable fighters, wouldn't robbing and plundering be a piece of cake in the future? Thinking about this, Zhang Tianjie's gaze towards the criminals became much more amiable, and his tone also softened. Brother, don't be so irritable. As the ancient saying goes, not fighting, no acquaintance. Since we've fought around, we're acquainted now. How about this, let's call it a day, and divide the stuff here equally. Hearing Zhang Tianjie's words, his teammates around him were all stunned. They had fought to this point, almost about to wipe out all the other side. How could they suddenly not fight anymore? Moreover, apart from those rolling on the ground, the brothers of theirs who were still standing were also black and blue, with blood at the corners of their mouths. Divide equally? What's the basis? If they divided equally, wouldn't that mean their beating was for nothing? Boss Shang, but we still have over 20 brothers. However, before the person could finish speaking, Zhang Tianjie glared at him fiercely, scolding in a resentful tone. Shut up, what do you know? Zhang Tianjie had some status among this group, although the others were a bit dissatisfied in their hearts, no one said anything else. This move really left the criminals dumbfounded. However, thinking that he had already notified Wu Ye, he believed that the other brothers were on their way, so of course he wouldn't accept any ceasefire and division. It's not like they didn't have the strength to monopolize it. Therefore, a few criminals still maintained a disdainful expression, continuing arrogantly. Don't give us that friendly crap, who the fuck knows you? Kid, if you're too scared to fight, then get your people out of here quickly. This whining and whimpering, what are you, a woman? As soon as the criminals' words fell, Zhang Tianjie's group could no longer suppress their anger. Fuck. I've never seen such arrogance. Boss Zhang, can you still tolerate this? To everyone's surprise, in the face of the criminals' taunting, Zhang Tianjie was not angry, but rather felt guts. Bravery. He became even more eager to recruit them. Zhang Tianjie patiently said, brothers, you're brave, Zhang Tianjie, like heroes like you. But we're all here to make a living, and the future will only get more chaotic. More friends means more paths. If we keep fighting, both sides will suffer. We should. At this time, a rough voice with a touch of anger interrupted Zhang Tianjie. Your mom. You fuckers still want both sides to suffer? The speaker was Wu Ye. As Jiang Nan's self-proclaimed #1 underling, he naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to perform in front of Jiang Nan. And this unexpected voice immediately drew the attention of everyone. Following the sound, they saw a young man in his early 20s, leading a group and striding towards them. Seeing the newcomers, Zhang Tianjie's group couldn't help but tense up, dispersing the encirclement and standing behind Zhang Tianjie in formation. It was clear from Wu Ye's words that this was the other side's reinforcements. However, when the crowd counted the number of the newcomers, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was only about 10 people, no problem. At this time, Zhang Tianjie also looked at the few people in front of him with interest, then at the approaching Jiang Nan's group, and sneered. No wonder you're so hard to get through, turns out you're pulling strings. Then, he casually called out to the Wu Ye who was helping to lift the fallen criminals. Brother, you should be their leader. As the saying goes, enemies should be resolved, not created. I'll let you know, I still have over 20 brothers outside. With just your few people, you can't save them. Rather than fight to the death, why don't we sit down and talk it out? Harmony brings wealth. To prevent the other party from thinking he was just bluffing, after saying this, Zhang Tianjie really took out his phone and dialed a number in front of everyone on speakerphone. Xiao Sun, tell the brothers driving the cars to come in, the security guards in the warehouse have been dealt with. He thought that after hearing he also had people, the other side should have some fear. At least it should give him a chance to negotiate, not to attack right off the bat. After all, apart from the brothers who had already lost their fighting power on the ground, with the reinforcements waiting outside to help load the goods, they still had about 40 people with fighting power on their side. Even if the other party's math is taught by an English teacher, basic arithmetic is not hard to figure out. But the development of the situation did not go in the direction he had imagined. Just as the Wu Ye who had just helped up a comrade heard the other side recognize him as the leader, he nervously glanced at the Jiang Nan who was also helping a comrade. Eager to perform, he had forgotten to roar that way, completely stealing Jiang Nan's limelight. However, seeing that Jiang Nan's expression was calm and did not show any displeasure, he finally relaxed and ran over to Jiang Nan, asking in a low voice. Brother Jiang, should we just go ahead and fight them, or wait until we've helped the injured brothers to the side, then fight? On the other side, Zhang Tianjie's crowd all frowned and were at a loss. Thinking, what the hell kind of people are these, all they know is fighting? No differentiation? And Zhang Tianjie was also quite surprised to look at Jiang Nan. It turns out he had misjudged, didn't expect this young man to be the real leader. To be able to make this group of fighters call him brother so willingly, apart from a little envy, Zhang Tianjie also immediately took him seriously. He hurriedly looked at Jiang Nan again and said, Young man, it was my eyesight that failed just now. I don't know what you think of the proposal I made? Hearing this, Jiang Nan did not rush to answer, but carefully observed the crowd in front of him, puzzled. I'm curious, with the governor's office right across, aren't you afraid of being? Zhang Tianjie narrowed his eyes at this. He was not stupid. Jiang Nan's question was actually probing his background. The governor's office had somehow learned that an earthquake would break out in the city center tomorrow, and they were busy preparing to relocate, plus the sudden extreme weather. They had too many things to deal with. Every department was running at high intensity, especially the police. They didn't even have time to care. And in order not to cause unnecessary panic, the higher-ups had not chosen to disclose the information about the earthquake and extreme weather, as well as the future situation. The only ones who knew the inside information were the top echelons of the governor's office. Zhang Tianjie knew this, naturally because he had powerful connections behind him. And the other party also knew this, indicating that they also had official background, and the young master of the governor's office high level, Zhang Tianjie was acquainted with, and many of the people who came to rob today were. Could it be that he is also like them, with someone in power on the other side holding an official seal? Therefore, Zhang Tianjie also became curious about Jiang Nan's identity. Thinking about this, Zhang Tianjie looked at Jiang Nan with interest and replied. Since you know the governor's office is right across, but still dare to come, if you dare, why shouldn't I? After all, even if our heads are chopped off, it's just a scar the size of a bowl. Moreover, since you dare to come, you must know something, right? Hearing Zhang Tianjie's answer, Jiang Nan nodded and smiled. Just as he had guessed, the other party knew that the governor's office had no energy to care about other things today, so they dared to carry out the robbery. And they are not just ordinary offspring of the upper echelons. Although the governor's office has no energy to care about other things today, that does not mean that the crimes committed today will not be pursued in the future. As long as the governor's office has settled down, these people who seriously endanger social order and stability will definitely be dealt with severely. Unless you have a very strong background or have a reason to make the governor's office not take action against you. The reason Jiang Nan dares to lead people to rob is that he has a reason to make the governor's office not take action against him or give him a lighter punishment. In this light, the other party's background is quite strong. It's just not known which high-level official's son it is specifically. To find out the other party's identity, this is not difficult. Jiang Nan suddenly winked at Wang Lei beside him, smiling. This scene immediately gave Zhang Tianjie's group a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next second, they saw the cold-faced man behind Jiang Nan rush towards them after receiving Jiang Nan's signal. Very fast. Fast enough that the crowd had just raised their weapons when Wang Lei's dagger was already at Zhang Tianjie's neck. Then, they heard Wang Lei's voice, even colder than his appearance. If you don't want a hole in his neck, better not move. Listen to him. Don't move. Zhang Tianjie's whole body was tense, and he swallowed hard as he looked at the crowd beside him. However, although Zhang Tianjie was terrified inside, he still managed to maintain his composure as he looked at Jiang Nan. Brother, let's talk it out, no need for this, it's not good for everyone. If anything happens to me, I guarantee, even if you are the son of a high-ranking official in the governor's office, you will pay the price for today's events. Saying this, he hurriedly added, worried that Jiang Nan thought he was threatening him with his identity. Don't misunderstand, I'm not threatening you. I know this behavior is stupid in the current situation, but I still want to say, after all, we have no grudges, it's just a conflict of interest over the stuff here. Since it's a matter of interest, I think we should discuss it carefully, it must be better than tearing each other apart. Zhang Tianjie's words made Jiang Nan look at him even more highly. At least now, this Zhang Tianjie doesn't seem like most second-generation Saiyans who think they are invincible in the world just because they have a good father, daring not to touch them. Then, Jiang Nan nodded in agreement. You're pretty good. Indeed, I don't need to offend an official's son right now. So, you just need to tell me who your father is, then I'll give you 2/10 of the stuff here, and then you can take your stuff and leave. We might even become friends in the future and help each other out. 2/10? Hearing this, the faces of Zhang Tianjie and the surrounding crowd immediately fell. They suffered such heavy losses, 2/10 is just begging for alms? Isn't 2/10 a bit too little, at least? Zhang Tianjie still wanted to strive for more. But before he could finish, the criminals beside Jiang Nan became more excited. Damn it, old Wang, just chop this greedy bastard. That's right, if it weren't for Brother Jiang's word, you guys, with just one word from Brother Jiang, I, old Wu, guarantee will beat you until your own father can't recognize you. And what about the governor's office? What about being an official's son? Our brother Jiang is. The criminals had the same idea as the other side, they were criminals, robbing stuff, where was the logic of bargaining? They had the strength, didn't they? If it weren't for Jiang Nan, they wouldn't even give them a chance to negotiate. Seeing the current attitude of the criminals, Jiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. This is the advantage of having criminal minions, one word, if you don't agree, just fight. Then, Jiang Nan waved his hand helplessly. You can see, it's not that I don't agree, it's just that my brothers here don't agree. If they go wild, even 9 oxen can't hold them back, I'm helpless. Seeing the situation, Zhang Tianjie hesitated for a while, then said in a reckless manner. Alright, I'll take 4/10, the remaining 2/10 I'll exchange with you for other stuff. How about that? Fortunately, Zhang Tianjie spoke clearly and fast enough, otherwise the criminals' baseball bats would have been raised high. Hearing that Zhang Tianjie would use other stuff to exchange, the criminal minions were stunned, and Jiang Nan was also stunned. It seems these people still have quite a good background. But other resources, Jiang Nan really doesn't lack. Just wanting to refuse, Zhang Tianjie then blurted out an explosive piece of news. My father is Su Yulu, could you possibly agree to my request out of respect for him? Moreover, I'm an apocalypse enthusiast, I like to hoard supplies in my daily life. Based on my years of hobby experience, this disaster is 9 out of 10 the prelude to the apocalypse. You only have medicines, no other supplies, I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive. After saying this, Zhang Tianjie stared at Jiang Nan without blinking. He didn't believe Jiang Nan wouldn't agree to these two conditions. Sure enough, after hearing the other party reveal his identity, Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes, a trace of unexpected joy in his eyes. It's not because Zhang Tianjie turned out to be the son of the mighty governor, but because of the identity of an apocalypse enthusiast. In his previous life, Jiang Nan's greatest wish when surviving the apocalypse was to join the Huichuan base. Because, the boss of Huichuan base at that time was an apocalypse enthusiast before the apocalypse broke out, and he spent a lot of money to build a fortress-level villa. Powerful people sometimes have such strange hobbies, and they will invest a lot of effort in them. That apocalypse fortress is said to have been built before the apocalypse, not only using the best building materials, but what impressed Jiang Nan the most was that it had a complete security system and heating system inside. And there was also a large generator, perfectly solving the problem of most people not being able to use electricity due to the collapse of the power system. Of course, at that time, Jiang Nan was a weakling, and actively trying to become someone's junior was not valued by them, so he only heard about this base, and didn't have the qualifications to know the specific boss. Later, if it weren't for the poor location, being buried by the exploding mountain in the middle and late stages, it would definitely have developed into the strongest base in Yangchang. Since the other party is also an apocalypse enthusiast, could he be the boss of that base back then? Thinking about this, Jiang Nan forcibly suppressed the urge to dig deeper. He was afraid that if he showed too much enthusiasm, it would arouse the other party's vigilance, and then it would not be so convenient to get his hands on their fortress later. So Jiang Nan intentionally put on a troubled look, clicking his tongue now and then, and taking a deep breath now and then. TSK, this. Phew this well. Seeing Jiang Nan's indecision, Zhang Tianjie's eyes lit up. It's promising. However, in his excitement, he forgot that Wang Lei's dagger was still at his neck. Fortunately, Wang Lei reacted quickly enough, pulling it back a little, so he was only grazed a bit. The now alert Zhang Tianjie was also filled with fear. Then, he carefully smiled and reached out to try to move Wang Lei's dagger away from his neck. At this time, to everyone's surprise, Wang Lei did not resist, allowing him to move it away. However, after fully moving it away, Wang Lei looked at the other party with a bit of pity in his eyes. Others may not see through Jiang Nan's acting, but he could. After a few days of observation and interaction, he had long since discovered that the only thing that could put Jiang Nan in a dilemma was when the other party had something he coveted. Zhang Tianjie was completely unaware of this, and after the threat of the dagger was gone, he kept smiling as he walked towards Jiang Nan and actively grasped Jiang Nan's hand. Brother, don't hesitate, to be honest, it's also because I see that your brothers are really capable that I had no choice but to do this. As long as you nod, we'll be friends in the future, and I believe making me, the son of the governor, your friend, you won't lose out. Hearing this, Jiang Nan's mouth corner rose imperceptibly, the fish has taken the bait. Then, he readily nodded and agreed. Okay, since you are the son of Governor Su, I'll do you a favor. 4/10 of the stuff will be yours, as for the other 2/10, you figure out how to exchange it. The intent behind the wine is not in the wine, he wants to first establish a good relationship with Zhang Tianjie, and then slowly inquire about the location of the fortress. After all, a complete security system, heating system, and generator, let alone 4/10 of the medicine, even if Zhang Tianjie wants it all now, Jiang Nan will find a way to feed it to him. After reaching an agreement, the tense atmosphere between the two sides eased considerably. On the criminal side, they unconditionally support any decision Jiang Nan makes. And Zhang Tianjie's group were also relieved to avoid a fierce battle. It was indeed worth celebrating that they didn't have to fight to the death with this group of reckless fellows whose only thought was fighting. But, Brother Zhang, you're surnamed Zhang, and Governor Su is surnamed Su, you two are. Jiang Nan couldn't help but ask another question out of curiosity. Governor Su's son not surnamed Su, obviously there's a story here. Of course, Jiang Nan was not asking out of gossip, as the number one in Yangcheng, understanding more about Su Yulu would be beneficial for him in future negotiations with the governor's office. However, when it came to this question, Zhang Tianjie, who had originally been happy that Jiang Nan agreed to his request, immediately looked troubled. Just as he was thinking about how to explain this to Jiang Nan tactfully did not continue to pursue the question, but waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhang, don't misunderstand, I was just asking casually. If it's inconvenient, forget it, let's just hurry up and finish dividing the stuff, I have some other things to take care of later." Zhang Tianjie responded with a grateful expression, making a fist salute to Jiang Nan. "Thank you for your understanding, Brother Jiang." After that, he was about to instruct the crowd to move the stuff and prepare to leave, when he suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, I don't know where you and your brothers are staying, I'll have someone send the exchanged stuff to you later." Although Jiang Nan doesn't lack, but even a small mosquito is meat, Jiang Nan indifferently said 4 words. Yancheng Prison. Hearing Yancheng Prison, Zhang Tianjie's brow clearly furrowed, but he soon relaxed again. "Okay, Brother Jiang, don't worry, I'll send it over right away." On the other side, Miaolan led about 20 male employees hiding in the shadows of the warehouse. Originally they planned to wait until Jiang Nan and Zhang Tianjie had fought to the death, then come out and reap the benefits, guarding their drug warehouse. This was also the reason they dared to muster the courage to come over. But after watching for a long time, the two sides just talked for a while and then separated to move the drugs in the warehouse. Seeing this, the group of employees were all indignant. "Damn it, they actually divided our drug warehouse. Those cursed thugs. Chairman, what do we do now? Should we still?" Although the crowd now wished they could slice Jiang Nan's group of thugs into 1,000 pieces. But if they really charged out now, they were still a bit hesitant. The main reason was that now not only had Jiang Nan's group, but also another batch. Hearing this, Miaolan tightly clenched her fists, her gaze firmly fixed in front of her. She also didn't expect these two groups to end it just like that. With Jiang Nan's group's temperament, would they really be willing to share the spoils? Completely inconsistent with their image as bandits. But the facts were there, she couldn't help but believe it. If they charged out now, it would undoubtedly be like a moth to the flame, and despite the deep resentment in her heart, she could only temporarily give up and plan for the long term. However, although their current hiding position was at a certain distance from Jiang Nan and the others, Miaolan still sensed a familiarity from Zhang Tianjie. She had seen this person before, but specifically where and who he was, she couldn't recall at the moment. After hesitating for a while, Miaolan said to the crowd, "Let's go back. In the current situation, we can't guard the warehouse at all. While they are moving the stuff and it takes time, notify everyone to gather at the governor's office." After all, the Miao Pharmaceutical Group is a pillar enterprise in this city, contributing a lot to Yancheng's economic construction. Now, they have been brazenly robbed, but the governor's office remains unmoved. They must give us an explanation. After saying this, Miaolan took the lead and quietly left through the side door of the warehouse. The others saw this and immediately followed. Now, they can only rely on the governor's office for their safety guarantee. 10 minutes later. The 4/10 of the medicine belonging to Zhang Tianjie's group had been loaded onto the large trucks. Zhang Tianjie didn't lie to Jiang Nan either, there were more than 20 people in the large trucks outside. At the last moment, Zhang Tianjie greeted Jiang Nan again before leaving with his people. As the dozen or so large trucks drove out of Jiang Nan's sight, the sharp-eyed minion looked at Jiang Nan and said, "Brother Jiang, their trucks are quite good, big enough. While they haven't gone far, should we rob them? It'll be more convenient for us to transport stuff in the future." Hearing this, Jiang Nan gave the speaker a blank look. If he could rob them, would he need this person to remind him? However, just a few junk trucks, nothing worth robbing. "Don't worry, I've already prepared, you won't have to carry it back by hand." Hearing that Jiang Nan had already prepared the trucks, the criminals couldn't help but have a trace of surprise in their eyes. Brother Jiang is with them every day. To transport a warehouse of medicines, he should need at least 10 large trucks. Where did Brother Jiang get so many large trucks? But thinking about it, what unexpected thing has their brother Jiang not done? No matter how unexpected, it's not surprising to them anymore, so the crowd didn't ask further. Subsequently, Jiang Nan first instructed the crowd to move all the medicines out of the warehouse and put them outside, for easy loading later, while he alone went to the underground parking lot. Coincidentally, when Jiang Nan arrived at the underground parking lot of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group, he happened to see the group of employees hurriedly getting into their own private cars. However, due to the drop in temperature, the outdoor temperature was too low, and some of the cheaper cars couldn't even start. Many people were severely overloaded, crammed into one car, just to hurry and leave this place of trouble. All of this was seen by Jiang Nan, but he did not go forward to stop them. Until most of the people had left, leaving a large empty parking space, Jiang Nan then held his breath and strained to mobilize the meager spatial power within him. The spatial storage ability that could be instantly manifested before, Jiang Nan had to struggle for more than 10 seconds before he could barely open the storage space and take out the large trucks stored inside. This was the after effect of forcibly using spatial walking in the early stage. And the origin of these trucks was naturally one of the tens of billions worth of stolen resources that Jiang Nan had taken before. A total of 15 brand new Daiyun tractor trailers, without even license plates. After doing this, Jiang Nan once again exhausted the little spatial power he had just barely recovered, heavily exhaling a breath, then took out his phone to notify the criminal minions to come down and drive. At the same time, on the main road heading to the Huichuan district of Yangchang, a dozen or so trucks were slowly driving. Inside the car, Zhang Tianjie sat in the passenger seat, holding a phone and connecting a call, a low-pitched voice with a touch of anger on the other end. "You damned kid, I've told you a few times, it's not too peaceful out there now, told you to stay home obediently, and you went out again?" Zhang Tianjie could naturally hear the angry tone was more out of concern for him, but he did not take it well, replying nonchalantly. "I didn't go anywhere," I said, "you don't need to worry about my business, and I'll prove to you that your decision back then was wrong." The other end fell silent for a few seconds, then the tone suddenly became much more mild. "Alright, I'm not here to argue with you. The governor's office will be relocating to the abandoned factory behind Yangcheng prison in the future. A lot of things have happened, I don't have time to waste words with you, get back here before tomorrow morning." After saying this, without waiting for Zhang Tianjie's response, the call was directly hung up. The driver secretly glanced at Zhang Tianjie and said, "Boss Zhang, don't be angry, the old man is just worried about you, too many things have happened recently, why don't we just listen to the old man and go back? We've been sulking for a few years, isn't that enough?" Facing the driver's persuasion, Zhang Tianjie glared at him ruthlessly without any politeness. "You're the one who talks too much, just focus on driving your car." Seeing this, the driver could only shake his head helplessly and concentrate on driving. At this time, Zhang Tianjie suddenly asked again, "How did the other thing I told you go?" Hearing this, the driver proudly took one hand off the steering wheel, puffing out his chest and guaranteeing, "Boss Zhang, don't worry, when have I ever let you down? By tonight, those people from the Miao Pharmaceutical Group will definitely be eating dirt." Hearing this news, a carefree smile finally appeared on Zhang Tianjie's face. At the governor's office building, compared to when Jiang Nan left, there were now less than half the busy figures. Apparently, the people of the governor's office have already withdrawn for the most part. Only a small number of people were still handling the cleanup work. In the conference room of the governor's office, Governor Su Yulu, who had just put down the phone, asked Yang Weiman, "Is everything done?" Yang Weiman nodded respectfully and replied, "It's done, now we can notify the remaining comrades to gather downstairs. Also, the military side is expected to be completed by tomorrow morning." Su Yulu nodded heavily, then swept his nostalgic gaze around the room. After all, this had been his workplace and home for decades. At this moment, suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Then, old Zhang, the head of the weapon armory guards, burst in with a terrified expression, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He even forgot to knock on the door. Seeing the panicked old Zhang, who was so ignorant of etiquette, Yang Weiman was about to reprimand him, but he heard old Zhang reporting in a trembling voice. Report to the governor, the weapon armory." "What's wrong with the weapon armory? Don't be anxious, tell us slowly." Yang Weiman frowned and asked. Even Governor Su Yulu, seeing the other party's flustered and distraught appearance, also had a bad premonition. Sure enough, after taking a deep breath, old Zhang said in a reckless manner, "The weapons in the weapon armory, they're gone." Boom! This was like a hand grenade exploding in the ears of the crowd. First, Yang Qingqing and Han Ritang stared stupidly at the other party. Then Yang Weiman roared at old Zhang in a rage. "What the hell are you all doing? You're still the old." Halfway through, Yang Weiman stopped, since the incident had already happened, no matter how angry he was, it would be futile. Then he immediately instructed, "Qingqing, Ritang, immediately notify all the team members outside." At this point, Su Yulu interrupted. "Since the other party was able to successfully take the items from the weapon armory right under our noses, they must have already planned their retreat. Moreover, the comrades patrolling outside haven't reported anything, which means the other party wasn't even discovered by us. Where are you going to chase them?" Hearing this, Yang Weiman suddenly had an epiphany. If someone had attacked the governor's office, they should have been discovered by the patrol he had arranged. How come there was no news at all? And apart from the governor's office staff, the others had been clearly instructed not to enter. Wait, non-governor's office staff. Thinking about this, Yang Weiman stared incredulously at the old eyes and said, Governor, are you saying? Currently, the only outsider who has entered the governor's office is Jiang Nan. And the one who has both the guts and the ability to scheme against the governor's office in all of Yangcheng is probably this young thief with miraculous abilities. Thinking of this, Yang Weiman couldn't help but furrow his brows again, muttering to himself. But didn't this kid come to inform us of the safe address? How come he would steal from the weapon armory? Moreover, the batch of weapons he seized from the Wang family last time, wasn't that something he actively handed over? If it really is him, wouldn't that contradict his previous actions? He can't be that bored to go out of his way to do this, right? Seeing Yang Weiman muttering a few words before gradually falling into deep thought, the rest of the people present also started activating their brain cells. In fact, not only Yang Weiman thought this way, even Han Ritang and Yang Qingqing were the same. They even felt a bit guilty for their previous malicious suspicion of Jiang Nan's intentions. After all, there were no unexpected incidents during Jiang Nan's stay at the governor's office. At this moment, although Han Ritang didn't say anything, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his back, thinking, if it really is him, this guy's methods are simply too outrageous. Humph. I knew it, this womanizer, how could he have such high awareness? Damn Jiang Nan. He still managed to trick me, if I don't find any evidence, otherwise. On the other side, Yang Qingqing, her ample bosom heaving violently, clenched her fists tightly. With Jiang Nan, she has been tricked more than once, and for Jiang Nan, she has been so angry several times that she almost lost her mind. This time is no exception. After that, Yang Qingqing immediately pleaded to Yang Weiman and Governor Su Yulu. Commissioner Yang, Your Excellency the Governor, I'll go arrest him right now. I don't believe that with all the police force in Yangcheng plus the military, he can still. However, she was interrupted by Su Yulu's slightly authoritative voice. No, not to mention that we don't have any extra manpower in the governor's office right now. Even if we did, without evidence, we have no official reason to take action. Moreover, he has been helpful to our governor's office a few times. If we rashly offend this young man with miraculous abilities, it will only increase the difficulty of our future work. As he said this governor of Yangcheng couldn't help but have an expression of fatigue and worry on his face. He glanced out the window at the unusually calm night sky and continued. The impact of this disaster is really too great, not only our Yangcheng, but the future situation of the entire country, even the entire world, will only get worse. We can't afford any more troubles. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. They all know that as the governor of a city, the governor has to consider the big picture at all times, with too many things to take care of. And with Jiang Nan's miraculous abilities, if handled improperly, the consequences are foreseeable. Not to mention anything else, if the governor's office wanted to take action against Jiang Nan, unless they could capture him with 80% certainty, if they can't, just his criminal minions alone would be enough to give them a hard time. This is also the reason why the governor's office has not come forward to resolve the situation with the prison, not even mentioning it. They are afraid of creating a situation that even they cannot mediate. And for now, Jiang Nan leading that group of criminals hasn't done anything excessive, of course, except for taking action against the Wang family. But the action against the Wang family was just to capture them and bring them to the prison. Not only did it not cause their dissatisfaction, but even the people in the governor's office applauded. Didn't the governor's office know about the Wang family's actions over the years and in the past? The reason they haven't made a move is that the governor's office must prioritize the overall situation. The Wang family is guilty and has a dirty background, but it is undeniable that they are the most important economic pillar of Yangcheng. It's simple to move against the Wang family, but the consequences afterwards would be severe. Most people would even lose their jobs, and Yangcheng's economy would also be affected. In the end, it is still the people of Yangcheng who will bear the cost. For various reasons, the governor's office has great tolerance for Jiang Nan, and this time is no exception. After a long silence, Yang Weiman, as the police commissioner, although feeling very resentful, had to admit the facts. If he can become our helper in the governor's office, that would naturally be the best. If not, as long as he doesn't do anything outrageous that seriously harms the interests of the city and the people, we can only turn a blind eye. After Yang Weiman spoke, Governor Su Yulu nodded and added another sentence. However, the existence of this young Jiang Nan is always a potential threat, so Xiaohan, in the future you'll have to keep a close eye on him, and as soon as he makes any move, you must report to me immediately. As the special police captain, Han Ritang dutifully and respectfully replied. Yes, Your Excellency the Governor. Yang Qingqing bit her lip, although still not quite reconciled, but could only respond respectfully like Han Ritang. Yes, Your Excellency the Governor. Alright, let's move on from the theft of the weapon armory. Except for those present, do not mention this to anyone else. Let's go. After the disaster, Yangcheng still has a lot of things to deal with. After saying this, Su Yulu walked towards the door with somewhat unsteady steps, as if symbolizing the future of post-apocalyptic Yangcheng. After Su Yulu set off, the others also followed towards the door. At the back of the group, Han Ritang saw old Zhang still dumbfounded and standing there, and he patted him on the shoulder. Old Zhang, let's go, it's not your fault. Our opponent this time is simply beyond our comprehension, you'll get used to failing in front of him in the future. Hearing this, old Zhang still had no intention of moving. The theft of the weapon armory, as the guard captain and a special forces soldier, he had a great responsibility. Guilt and remorse were inevitable. But what old Zhang found most unacceptable was how Jiang Nan, the one everyone was talking about, managed to do it. He didn't know much about Jiang Nan, he had only heard about this super thief in Yangcheng. But in his view, what kind of super thief? It's just that in recent years, as the country has become more prosperous and society has stabilized, many people's subconscious lack of vigilance has allowed the so-called super thief to find loopholes. However, this incident has completely overturned his perception, because after the incident occurred, as the guard captain, not only did he not detect it at all, but the discovery was only because they opened the door upon receiving the order to relocate, only to find it empty inside. How is this possible without any clue? It's bloody unbelievable. No, this Jiang Nan, if I have the chance, I must. Outside the governor's office building, Miaolan led a group of employees and argued with the station soldiers. Some employees were shivering all over, shouting, "Get out of the way. Let me in, otherwise we'll freeze to death in front of you. I don't believe the governor's office can just ignore us if we freeze to death. That's right, you soldiers are always saying you serve the people, now let us in, we want to get an explanation from the governor's office." Such voices resounded at the entrance of the governor's office building. The two station soldiers were left dumbfounded. This was something unimaginable before, who in their right mind would dare to shout and yell in front of the governor's office, unless they wanted room and board. Although the two station soldiers were a bit bewildered, their good military qualities made them still try to maintain a friendly tone as they explained. "No, everyone, you came up here yelling and demanding to come in, don't you at least have to give a reason? I need to report this truthfully to the governor." But at this moment, the people of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group were angry. They felt that the governor's office had simply ignored such a major event of them being robbed. Their resentment towards the governor's office was naturally extremely high. Immediately someone interrupted the soldier's words. "Report? My Miao Pharmaceutical Group was almost completely robbed, and your governor's office just sat by and watched. If you don't give us an explanation today, we'll just move into the governor's office in the future. Enough talk with him, let's just barge in directly, otherwise, if that group of bandits finds out we're gone, it won't be good when they come after us." As they spoke, the crowd simply forced their way in. After all, there were only two station soldiers at the entrance. You all. The soldiers watched the crowd of white-collar employees in Miao Pharmaceutical Group uniforms rush in one after another, furious but unable to say anything, thinking. Dressed up like proper businessmen, but no different from ruffians when their interests are threatened. The reason the Miao Pharmaceutical Group employees were behaving this way was not unrelated to Jiang Nan's group. The shadow they left on them was still there. Even when they reached the governor's office door, they still felt that only by entering the governor's office would they be safe. And they really couldn't hold back their anger any longer. They had to find the governor's office for an explanation immediately. Although the two soldiers were very dissatisfied with the crowd's behavior, they were outnumbered and couldn't control the situation at all, especially since there were so many people involved. It was beyond their ability as station soldiers. They immediately opened the intercom to report. But at this moment, the elevator doors on the first floor opened, and Governor Su Jiaolu and Yang Weiman walked out. Seeing the commotion in the lobby, everyone was stunned. What's going on? However, before Yang Weiman's group could inquire about the situation, the Miao Pharmaceutical Group employees, seeing the arrivals, especially the usually only seen on TV Governor Su Yulu, their faces changed, and a group of them rushed towards Su Yulu's group. Yang Qingqing, Han Ritang, and Yang Weiman saw this, their eyes almost popping out. This is a rebellion. The three quickly shielded the governor behind them. At the same time, Yang Weiman also immediately notified the armed forces who had already withdrawn with the main force. Fortunately, although the Miao Pharmaceutical Group people were filled with rage at the moment, they were not stupid enough to lay a hand on the governor. They only angrily questioned when they reached the front. "Your Excellency the Governor, why was our Miao Pharmaceutical Group just robbed? but the calls to the governor's office police station couldn't get through. Exactly, is there no more rule of law? The robbers were criminals from Yangcheng prison. What is your governor's office doing? If you don't give us an explanation today, I'll expose this now. Let's see who will still believe in your governor's office in the future. Hearing these remarks, Su Yulu and the others were stunned again. Yang Qingqing was the first to exclaim in shock. What? You said you were robbed by criminals from Yangcheng prison. Without a doubt, apart from Jiang Nan, who else could it be? Not only Yang Qingqing, but Yang Weiman and Su Yulu also immediately darkened their expressions. Just now they were discussing that although this Jiang Nan kid had a shady background, he hadn't done anything too excessive, so they could just turn a blind eye to him. But in the blink of an eye, he's actually led a group of criminals to brazenly rob in broad daylight? This has already crossed the bottom line of the governor's office. Your Excellency the Governor, Commissioner Yang, I said that a scoundrel like Jiang Nan should have been arrested long ago to prevent greater disasters in the future. I request the immediate mobilization of troops. This time, Yang Weiman also stood on Yang Qingqing's side, looking inquiringly at Governor Su Yulu. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yulu first looked at Niao Lan in the crowd. Are you sure they were criminals from Yangcheng prison? Niao Lan nodded with a complex expression after Su Yulu's sudden question. Then she took out her phone and handed it over. See for yourself. Su Yulu took the phone, and sure enough, there was surveillance video of the prison crowd at the Miao Pharmaceutical Group. Seeing this, Su Yulu's face, which was already unusually haggard due to recent events, looked even more so. He really didn't want to take action against Jiang Nan, because he knew the cost would be too great. But now he had no choice but to act. After a long silence, he pushed away the protection of the three and came to the crowd, sincerely bowing deeply to the group of company employees. This immediately silenced the noisy scene. Then, Su Yulu spoke with an apologetic tone. Everyone, as the governor of Yangcheng, I have an unavoidable responsibility for not being able to protect your lives and property. Recently, the disasters that have broken out in Yangcheng and across the country, I'm sure you all don't need me to explain too much. Since yesterday, we received intelligence that a disaster will occur in the city center area tomorrow, so most of the personnel in the governor's office are busy with the relocation. Time is tight and the task is heavy, But this is not an excuse for our work negligence. I promise all of you, this matter, the governor's office will give you an explanation. Seeing the mighty governor of the city actually being so polite and patient in explaining the reasons to them, the Miao Pharmaceutical Group employees couldn't help but have a complex look in their eyes. However, when the crowd learned that it was because of the earthquake tomorrow that the governor's office had to relocate, they were all dumbfounded and petrified on the spot. Their minds couldn't help but think of the words of those criminals just now. Not robbing would be a pity to be buried in the ruins. And they also seemed to have said they came to rescue them. This information was difficult for the Miao Pharmaceutical Group employees to digest. Even Niao Lan was stunned in disbelief. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Su Yulu thought they were just frightened by the news of the earthquake tomorrow. He then continued. Everyone, since the incident has already happened, the governor's office has also promised to handle it afterwards. Now, the top priority is for all of you to follow us and evacuate. The crowd, regaining their senses, all nodded in agreement. Clearly, compared to life, everything else had to take a back seat, and evacuating with the governor's office people meant their safety was guaranteed, so they had achieved their purpose. A few minutes later, just as the crowd was organizing to evacuate the governor's office building, they had barely left when another group of white-collar employees in work uniforms came driving to the governor's office building. After the people in the cars got out, they were also furious, and some even had bruises on their faces, obviously having been beaten up badly. Looking at the towering governor's office building in front of them, the crowd then cried out in despair. There's no rule of law anymore. No justice in the world. Brazenly robbing in broad daylight, not only did they clean out our drone products, but they also took our RAND personnel away. Your governor's office, do you manage anything at all? Why can't the emergency calls get through? But when the crowd came crying and shouting into the governor's office building, they found it completely empty. What's going on? They were all dazed. No wonder the emergency calls couldn't get through. The governor's office people had all disappeared? At this time, one of them swallowed hard with a terrified expression and slowly said, Manager, could it be that those people have even? Mentioning those people, there was deep fear in everyone's eyes. And the group they were referring to was naturally Jiang Nan's second group of minions, the ones who robbed the drone company. The bespectacled manager called the chairman, adjusted his glasses and firmly denied. Impossible, how could that group dare to lay a hand on the governor's office? There must be some hidden story here. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, his phone in his pocket rang, and after answering, a voice came from the other end. Is this Qian Dao from the Future Drone Manufacturing Company? This is the governor's office. After hearing the content of the call, this Qian Dao person was stunned for more than 10 seconds before reacting, then immediately instructed the bystanders who didn't understand. Those people were telling the truth. There will be an earthquake in the city center tomorrow. The governor's office has already. Hurry, go back to the company, pack up and prepare to evacuate. On the other side, Jiang Nan's group was on their way back to the prison with a very rich harvest. But the usually quiet Yangcheng has suddenly become lively tonight, from the outbreak of the disaster until now. The once deserted streets now had vehicles and people, and there were occasional screams and violent fighting sounds coming from the surrounding stores. In the car, Jiang Nan looked out the window at everything outside and said to himself, "It seems some smart people have already realized something. From today on, Yangcheng will be in complete chaos." Not bad, faster than I expected. The prison's defensive works also need to be rushed, otherwise, the days ahead won't be peaceful. After saying this, Jiang Nan specially instructed the driver to drive faster. And the liveliest place tonight was the area around Yangcheng prison. In addition to the governor's office's main force arriving at the abandoned factory behind the prison, there were also the Yi family's engineering team and some construction vehicles parked on the main road in front of the prison. And there were large and small vehicles constantly arriving here. Seeing their property being transported here one car after another, the three Yi family members could only feel their hearts bleeding. But no matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only endure, because apart from the clothes on their backs, everything they had was robbed by Su Weibiao's group. Not only that, at the moment, the three of them were surrounded by a group of minions holding clubs with ill intentions. This was not the worst part. What the three of them dared not to say a word about was that they had seen the Wang family's people being led by prison guards with shackles on their feet to move the things on the cars. At this moment, the Yi family three were completely resigned. Even the existence of the Wang family has been. Just as the Yi family three were in despair, the roar of an engine caught everyone's attention. A fleet of military jeeps slowly drove in and stopped at the prison gate, and soon a large number of fully armed soldiers appeared on both sides of the road. When these soldiers saw the current scene at the prison, they were all taken aback. What major project is this? It's rare for a prison to even need renovation. Subsequently, Su Yulu and Yang Weiman got out of the first military vehicle, their faces gloomy. Yang Qingqing, Han Ritang, Niao Lan, and Qian Dao, the chairman of the Future Drone Manufacturing Company, followed closely from the second vehicle. Seeing the scene around the prison, the crowd and the soldiers were all at a loss as to what was going on. Yang Weiman frowned and muttered, "Just what the hell is Jiang Nan up to?" But next to him, Su Yulu had a thoughtful expression after seeing this scene. As for the prison side, the prison guards were panicked the moment they saw the military vehicles. Especially after seeing the people getting out of the vehicles, their faces turned deathly pale. The prisoners were not stupid either. Anything that could make the prison guards change color must be the top leaders. Except for a few prisoners who had seen Jiang Nan's abilities, the other prisoners were also in a panic. Such a grand force, with the military, it would be strange if they weren't nervous. And Su Weibiao, who was getting intimate with Yi Qingqing inside the prison, also rushed out in a hurry when he heard the news. After a brief tension, Yang Weiman was the first to speak and break the silence. "Everyone, I am Yang Weiman, the police commissioner of Yangcheng, and this is the governor of our Yangcheng. We are here looking for the prisoner Jiang Nan. I know some of you prisoners or prison guards have made some wrong decisions, but knowing one's mistakes and mending them is the greatest virtue. As long as you turn back in time, we will consider giving you a lighter punishment." Hearing this, the prisoner crowd paused, and the prison guards were even more stunned, so it was indeed for their brother Jiang. However, although the prison guards feared authority, after some thought, they still felt that following Jiang Nan would bring them a better future, so many of them pretended not to hear. Some timid criminals, although frightened out of their wits, also did not choose to speak up. They were criminals, but they were not fools. In the current situation, they were more inclined towards their fellow prisoner Jiang Nan. Moreover, Jiang Nan hasn't returned yet. They won't panic to make a decision until the last moment. Seeing that no one was responding, Yang Weiman's face looked even worse. He knew Jiang Nan had some status in the prison, but he never imagined that in just a few days, these prisoners would have already. At this time, the hurried Su Weibiao, seeing the scene at the entrance, was also frightened as the fearless social big brother that he was. Who wouldn't be afraid of this oppressive military force? However, before he could speak, the Yi family three and the Wang family members in the crowd were already in tears. "Your Excellency the Governor! You must speak up for us. Face to face with the sudden chaos, Su Yilu and the others were clearly taken aback. They never imagined that Jiang Nan, behind their backs, had actually done so many despicable things. Yang Weiman frowned deeply and questioned Yang Qingqing and Han Ritang behind him. I told you to monitor him 24/7 and report back regularly, is this how you reported? Yang Qingqing and Han Ritang were immediately dumbfounded upon hearing this. After all, they had faithfully reported every one of Jiang Nan's actions, how could he now blame them? Facing the criticism from their superior, Han Ritang didn't dare to speak up, as it wouldn't be wise to argue with the leader. But Yang Qingqing was a bit dissatisfied. Commissioner Yang, if I'm not mistaken, weren't you the one who told us to give him some convenience within our abilities at the time? Yang Weiman was rendered speechless by this retort. Thinking back carefully, he did give such an order. However, at the time, he had only thought that Jiang Nan's action against the Wang family was just to vent his anger, especially since the Wang family members had violated the law, bribed others, and used private justice. Jiang Nan disciplining them was understandable. He had tacitly approved of some of Jiang Nan's actions, thinking that he was just putting pressure on the Wang family, which was a proxy for the governor's office. But he never imagined that Jiang Nan would go on to torture the Wang family members and even kidnap the Yi family's children. If he had known it would turn out this way, he wouldn't have easily agreed back then. However, no amount of reasons could cover up the fact that the governor's office had indeed been derelict in handling these matters. Therefore, Yang Weiman quickly appeased the crowd. Everyone, rest assured, we are here today to solve the problem. If what you all say is true, the governor's office will certainly give you an explanation. Hearing this, the Wang family members and the Yi family trio finally showed some smugness. The accompanying Miao Lan and Chairman Qian also couldn't help but exchange glances with each other after hearing these explosive news. They had thought Jiang Nan's group robbing their own group was already despicable enough, but they never expected it to be even more heinous than that. Jiang Nan's group of criminals, could they all be lunatics? As for Su Weibiao, after hearing the accusations from the Wang family members and the Yi family trio, he secretly swept the crowd with a fierce gaze. As if saying, it seems I've been too kind to you all. Just then, his action was noticed by Yi Zuanming, who immediately pointed at Su Weibiao and reported to the governor. Your Excellency the Governor, Commissioner Yang, you see, we haven't lied to you, this guy is still looking at us with such eyes, you must stand up for us. Su Weibiao, with his short temper, couldn't help but curse out loud when he saw Yi Zuanming's smug look. You damn Yi Zuanming. However, he swallowed the rest of the words. After all, in front of him were the governor of Yangchang and the police commissioner, he couldn't be so reckless. After simply adjusting his emotions, Su Weibiao wanted to explain something, but was interrupted by Yang Weiman's gesture. You don't need to explain anything, we're here to find Jiang Nan, where is he? Hearing this, Su Weibiao smiled awkwardly, suddenly feeling a sense of being belittled, as if the other party didn't take him seriously at all. But thinking about it, it's normal, since Su Weibiao himself hasn't done anything earth-shattering yet, the mighty commissioner not taking him seriously is understandable. Although that Nan kid is a bit more capable than me, one day I, Su Weibiao, will also make you, the commissioner, come running to me in person. Thinking this in his heart, Su Weibiao still maintained a polite smile on the surface as he replied. Nan left early, as for when he'll be back, I don't know. At this point, Su Weibiao was actually panicking inwardly. The other party's grand formation was obviously here with hostile intent, and from Yang Weiman's attitude and tone just now, he could also see that they wouldn't let it go easily today. But Su Weibiao knew that panicking wouldn't help, the only solution was to wait for Jiang Nan to come back, and fight these people together. It's not the first time fighting the authorities, even if his head gets chopped off, it's just a scar the size of a bull, he'll still be a hero 100 years later. Just as Su Weibiao made up his mind, the Wang family members and the Yi family trio suddenly changed their expressions, as if they had seen something terrifying. They discreetly moved closer to the military personnel. Sure enough, following their gaze, Jiang Nan was striding towards them with his group. As he walked, Jiang Nan was also surveying the surroundings, saying, I said our cars can't even drive in, so it turns out our prison is this lively today. Not only that, halfway through, Jiang Nan even deliberately stopped his steps, with an expression of delight towards the nearby soldiers. Fuck. Brother, the gun in your hand is the QTS-11 assault rifle, right? That's a good thing. Reportedly the strongest rifle in our country, able to fire both bullets and grenades. Let's negotiate, let me play with it, and I'll give you some good stuff in return, how about it? Jiang Nan's actions directly left the entire scene in complete silence. The soldier being asked was also staring wide-eyed at the person in front of him, not to mention that the gun was their life to them. Could life be casually given to others to play with? Moreover, does this guy have no brain? Facing their entire squadron, he still has the mood to joke around? Doesn't he know what death means? If he wasn't wearing this military uniform, he really wanted to teach a lesson to this presumptuous fellow in front of him. So the soldier said calmly, "Comrade, the gun is the life of a soldier. Please show some self-restraint." Seeing the refusal, Jiang Nan could only shrug helplessly, reluctantly pulling his gaze away from the gun, then said meaningfully, "It's true that the gun is the life of a soldier, but who knows what the future holds. My offer stands, whenever you come to your senses, you can find me." After saying this, Jiang Nan continued towards Governor Suyulu and Yang Weiman, paying no heed to the barely suppressed anger in the soldier's eyes. Approaching them, Jiang Nan politely nodded to Governor Suyulu and Yang Weiman, then said, "So it's Your Excellency the Governor and Commissioner Yang in person. But I remember the location I gave you was the abandoned factory behind. How come you brought people here? Could it be that you two leaders want to directly requisition my prison?" Saying this, Jiang Nan suddenly became nervous, quickly adding, "Oh no, my leaders, this prison place is not suitable for your esteemed identities. It would look bad if it got out. Besides, the factory behind is a bit dilapidated, but spacious enough, and with the governor's office's capabilities, it won't take long to renovate. My leaders, don't set your sights on my little prison, okay?" Hearing Jiang Nan repeatedly refer to it as my prison, Yang Qingqing couldn't hold back anymore. Without waiting for the two top leaders to speak, she pointed at Jiang Nan and accused, "Jiang Nan, the prison is a place built and managed by our governor's office to detain criminals. When did it become your private property? Have you no shame?" As soon as Yang Qingqing finished speaking, Jiang Nan turned back and rebuked in an instructive tone, "You little girl, the leaders haven't spoken yet. Why are you in such a hurry? And elders are speaking, children shouldn't butt in. Be good and go play in the mud. You." Seeing Yang Qingqing clenching her fists, ready to fight him, Jiang Nan quickly backed away. "What, you violent maniac wanting to hit people again? Don't think that just because your father is Commissioner Yang, you can bully us common folks with impunity. The wise and mighty governor will never let you run amok." Unsurprisingly, Yang Qingqing was almost coughing up blood in anger again. However, seeing her father gesture with his eyes for her to step back, she could only obey, comforting herself. Hold it in, this guy will be punished soon enough, no need to rush." At this time, the silent Governor Suyulu also finally spoke. "Young Jiang Nan, the girl Qingqing is right, the prison belongs to the governor's office. If we want to requisition it, it's only reasonable. But considering you have done some good deeds for our governor's office and the people of Yangchang, I've turned a blind eye to many things you've done. However, now it seems you've disappointed me." It was not hard to hear the tone of disappointment in Suyulu's voice. Hearing Suyulu's words, Jiang Nan looked at the Wang family members, then at the Yi family trio, and finally rested his gaze on Miao Lan and Chairman Qian, saying to himself, "No wonder there's such a grand formation. They even brought in a QTS-11 equipped troop. It seems Your Excellency the Governor is here to hold me accountable today." Jiang Nan had long anticipated the governor's office calling him to account. He knew that the governor's office's turning a blind eye to him had its limits, as long as he didn't do anything too outrageous. But now, he not only brazenly led people to rob the Miao Pharmaceutical Group and the future drone manufacturing company, but also emptied the Yi family's construction group. These actions had already been challenging the bottom line of the governor's office, and on top of that, the victims had all filed joint reports. If the governor's office still didn't deal with him, where would their authority be? However, even knowing this, Jiang Nan still appeared unfazed. As if being held accountable by the governor's office was no big deal. But this unrepentant attitude of Jiang Nan's was seen by Governor Suyulu as a bit disappointing. He had originally wanted to consider giving Jiang Nan a lighter punishment if his attitude was actively remorseful, given the special circumstances. But now it seems unnecessary. After pondering for a moment, Suyulu's stern voice rang out among the crowd. "Jiang Nan, do you plead guilty?" As soon as these words were spoken, the fully armed soldiers beside immediately chambered rounds, their gun barrels all aiming at Jiang Nan. As long as Jiang Nan dared to make any move, they could open fire. This was the order the governor himself had given before coming here. Clearly, the governor didn't have complete confidence in apprehending this young man with mysterious abilities. The happiest ones in the entire scene were undoubtedly the Wang family members and the Yi family trio, followed by Miao Lan and Chairman Qian. Because as long as Jiang Nan, the culprit, was shot dead, not only could they be relieved of the oppression, but they could also get back their own things. As for Wang Difu, he could even realize his ambitions. However, let's not forget Jiang Nan's mysterious abilities. He had personally experienced them, so he really didn't know if they could subdue Jiang Nan this time. But thinking about it, the ones who came this time were the regular military, with the most advanced weapons. No matter how capable Jiang Nan was, could he really face so many gun barrels at once? Therefore, Wang Defu and Wang Yuanyuan were fervently praying in their hearts. Shoot, quickly shoot. In contrast, after seeing the gun barrels all aimed at Jiang Nan, the prison inmates and guards were all dumbfounded. Even though they had great confidence in their brother Jiang, and wanted to go save him, these were the seasoned regular troops, they weren't Jiang Nan, the bullets wouldn't just bounce off them, rushing over now would be no different from seeking death. Therefore, no one dared to take a step forward. Except for Su Weibiao and Jiang Ning, who unhesitatingly rushed in front of Jiang Nan. Jiang Ning didn't say anything, just silently standing beside Jiang Nan, gripping his brother's hand tightly. While Su Weibiao shouted passionately, "Brothers! Let's have a good fight today." As soon as Su Weibiao finished shouting, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Fuck! A bunch of cowards. Not even as brave as my Ning girl. Forget it, just remember to collect my body later. Seeing the ever-bold brother Su Weibiao, and his sister Jiang Ning who always stood by his side, Jiang Nan felt touched, but also a bit helpless and regretful, because in the last life, Su Weibiao and his sister had also recklessly charged to the front like this. No matter what enemy they faced, they were always unwavering, selfless, which was why they ultimately ended up. Weibiao didn't even leave a complete corpse behind. Jiang Nan had spatial abilities, so he wasn't afraid, but his brother and sister were ordinary people. Moreover, the after-effects of spatial walking haven't fully recovered yet. Fighting the governor's office head-on now was obviously not a wise move. Most importantly, Jiang Nan had been reborn. How could he not have anticipated today's situation? In fact, Jiang Nan had long been prepared for this. Suddenly, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nan raised his hand to wave at Su Yilu, but this action immediately made the entire atmosphere tense again. The surrounding soldiers almost released the safety catches the moment Jiang Nan raised his hand, fingers resting on the triggers, ready to open fire at any time. The ones reacting the most were Yang Weiman, Yang Qingqing, and Han Ritang. They were more aware of Jiang Nan's mysterious abilities than the others. Therefore, they had to maintain the highest vigilance towards every single move of Jiang Nan. Who knows if this gesture of his was the prelude to activating his mysterious powers. Yang Weiman aimed his gun at Jiang Nan, issuing a stern warning. "Jiang Nan, don't move. Kneel down with your hands on your head, or I'll open fire immediately." Anyone could see that even though Yang Weiman was holding a gun, he could hardly hide the tension in his entire body. Jiang Nan's sister Jiang Ning also pounced into Jiang Nan's arms at this moment, obviously resigned to being shot alongside him. "Damn it! If you want to harm my brother, you'll have to step over my dead body." Su Weibiao roared, recklessly rushing towards Yang Weiman's group. Seeing Su Weibiao's fearless attitude, those who used to look down on him just because he had brother Jiang's backing in the prison now had a newfound respect for him. However, it seems there was a reason he could be Jiang Nan's brother. But at the critical moment, Jiang Nan's voice resounded throughout the scene. "Weibiao, you stand still." The suicidal Su Weibiao hearing Jiang Nan's voice suddenly froze. When he turned back to look at Jiang Nan, he heard Jiang Nan shouting again. "I said, can you not be so reckless in the future? Do you really think your life is worthless? Get out of the way." Su Weibiao was dumbfounded again. Thinking, how is this different from the scenes in the movies? Shouldn't my self-sacrificing spirit for my brother have touched him deeply? Not only Su Weibiao was confused, but the entire crowd was also bewildered, not understanding what Jiang Nan was up to this time. However, the people from the governor's office did heave a sigh of relief. At least the opponent didn't continue advancing. Otherwise, if they had reached a distance that threatened the governor's safety, they would definitely have opened fire. Then, without waiting for the crowd to react, Jiang Nan's next words left everyone gaping. Jiang Nan said, "Well, Your Excellencies of the Governor's Office, Commissioner Yang, don't be nervous. I plead guilty, and I'm willing to accept any punishment from the Governor's Office. Hurry up and have the soldiers put down their guns, this thing is really scary. Brother, you're..." The closest, Jiang Ning, who was hiding in Jiang Nan's embrace, looked up weakly and asked. Jiang Nan habitually patted his sister's forehead, giving her a reassuring look. As for the others, they all had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Especially Yang Weiman's group, they even doubted if they had heard wrong. Fortunately, Governor Su Yulu was relatively calm, and he was the first to react. For an existence like Jiang Nan, actively pleading guilty was the best outcome. Even though they were all in their 50s, they couldn't help but exclaim good, 3 times in a row. "Since you plead guilty, bring Jiang Nan in," send him back and I'll interrogate him personally. Bring in the rest of the involved parties as well. Yes, sir. The soldiers received the order and headed straight for the prison crowd. Yang Qingqing and Han Ritang also moved upon hearing the order. Walking towards Jiang Nan with a puzzled expression, Yang Qingqing handcuffed him while quietly questioning. You rascal, what kind of trick are you up to this time? Jiang Nan grinned, slowly uttering 2 words. Love potion. Yang Qingqing was completely speechless, her movements unconsciously becoming a bit rougher. Jiang Nan took a sharp intake of breath in pain. Ouch, go easy, didn't you hear the governor wants to interrogate me himself? You'll get your dad the commissioner in trouble if you hurt me. Seeing the governor's office people taking Jiang Nan away, the remaining Wang family and Yi family members immediately became unwilling. Yi Zuanming directly rushed towards the governor, angrily questioning the governor. Your Excellency the governor, what do you mean? Didn't you just say you'd give us an explanation, and now you're just arresting him? This kind of person should be executed. Yi Zuanming's actions this time caused no less shock than Jiang Nan's earlier. Even Ye's father and mother were livid, wanting to slap this wretched son. Ye's father hurriedly stepped forward and pulled his son back. You shut up. Then he quickly turned to the governor's office people with an apologetic smile. Your Excellency the governor, commissioner, my son is young and uncensored, please forgive him. But Yi Zuanming, the villain, didn't seem to realize his mistake, and still struggled to break free. Dad, what are you doing? With the governor's office backing us, we don't have to be afraid. Seeing this, even Jiang Nan couldn't help but give Yi Zuanming a thumbs up. However, the governor was, after all, the mighty ruler of the city. Even if he was displeased, he couldn't hold Jiang Nan accountable in front of so many people. Therefore, the governor smiled and said, Don't worry, we'll give you all an explanation regarding Jiang Nan's punishment. As for what kind of punishment his crimes deserve, the law will make the judgment. After saying this, Su Yulu gestured to the crowd and then got into the same car as Jiang Nan. Watching the departing crowd, the Wang family people didn't hesitate at all, rushing back to the prison to retrieve their things and leave. However, they seemed to have forgotten that although the prisoners were arrested, Jiang Nan's minions and the prison guards were still there. Sure enough, led by Wang Dali and Li Xiaolong, the prison guards gathered together after Jiang Nan's group left. They were holding batons, immediately surrounding the Wang family members and the Yi family trio. Wang Dali looked down on the crowd contemptuously. What, you think by going to the governor to report on our brother Jiang, you can rest easy now? Brothers, although brother Jiang is not here, we must uphold his reputation. The Wang family members led by Wang Difu and Wang Yuan were bewildered. Jiang Nan has been arrested, are these people out of their minds? Wang Yuan yelled at the prison guards like a shrew. Wang Difu was more composed. Brothers, as long as you don't give us a hard time, after we get out, I, Wang, promise each of you 1 million. In the real world, no one would go against money. But he didn't know that in the eyes of the prison guards, a person who could foresee the future but couldn't predict today's situation, they firmly believed that Jiang Nan would be back in a few days. So during the time Jiang Nan was away, they must maintain the usual order of the prison, not even allowing a single ant to crawl out before their brother Jiang's return. Moreover, they all knew that no matter how much dirty money they took, it wouldn't be of any use in the future. You'd better keep this blood money to buy your own coffin. Brothers, attack! Wang Dali said, taking the lead and charging towards the Wang family members with his baton. The rest quickly followed suit. Seeing that these prison guards with their brains twisted were determined to go against the Wang family, Wang Difu also hardened his gaze. Fuck! If it weren't for that damned Jiang Nan, you really think we, the Wangs, are afraid of you? Since you're looking for it, let's settle the score for the past 2 days. Brothers, attack for me. The two sides inevitably ended up in a fierce brawl. The not-so-distant Yu family trio had never seen such a street fight scene before, afraid that they might get caught in the crossfire later. Zuanming, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we won't be able to get away either. Ye's father made a quick decision, and after saying that, he pulled the nearby Ye's mother and left. But when he turned back, he realized his precious son had already run far away a long time ago without even a sound. True to his reputation as a filial son. On this side, the prison guards and the Wang family members were at each other's throats. It has to be said that without Jiang Nan and his group of criminal minions, the prison guards were a bit hard-pressed to deal with them, relying on their numerical advantage to fight the Wangs to a stalemate. Fuck! The fighting power of the Wang family is not as weak as brother Jiang said. Wang Dali dodged an attack that almost blew his head off, still shaken. Humph! At this time, Wang Difu had also taken down a prison guard, and after snatching the baton from him, he sneered at Wang Dali. If it weren't for being tormented by those scumbags these 2 days, and eating the leftovers from you guys, with just one baton I can take down 10 of you desk jockeys. Since you've chosen not to care about money or life, I'll oblige you today. After saying that, Wang Difu pounced on Wang Dali like a raging beast. Wang Dali was already not very brave, let alone against the other party's current rabid state. For a moment he even forgot to dodge. But fortunately, Wang Difu's ferocious appearance was just a feint. Seeing Wang Dali dazed, he immediately pulled his daughter Wang Yuanyuan and broke through in another direction. Because he clearly knew that in their current state, if they continued to fight the prison guards, the ones who would ultimately fail would be them. Therefore, from the very beginning, Wang Difu had planned to take his daughter and break through the chaos. As for his other underlings, it would just be a matter of their own luck. Sure enough, the Wang family members, seeing their boss had run away, also lost the will to continue fighting. Some quick-witted ones also quickly retreated from the battlefield. The slow ones could only be left behind as cannon fodder. Seeing about a third of the Wang family members had run away, Wang Dali and Li Xiaolong were also extremely irritated. After all, he was once a formidable underground boss, how could he just run away like that? Old Wang, should we send people to chase them back? Li Xiaolong criticized after asking. Wang Dali waved his hand. Forget it, if the monk can run, so can the temple. Let's wait for Brother Jiang to come back and have him personally deal with them. We have to admit, in terms of fighting power, we're far inferior to those prisoners. The most important thing now is to guard the prison, and don't let any accidents happen before Brother Jiang returns. Hearing Wang Dali's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. On the other side, on the muddy dirt road leading to the abandoned factory behind the prison, military vehicles were speeding by. Soon, the vehicle stopped, and Zhang Nan's group was escorted by soldiers into the abandoned factory. To call it an escort was really just a symbolic guard on both sides, showing that the governor had given Zhang Nan face. Inside the factory, through the efforts of the governor's office people, it no longer looked like a dilapidated ruin that had been abandoned for a long time. Various tents had also been set up around the area. People were still bustling about. Zhang Nan's group was brought to the old factory building. They were then separated and taken to different places for interrogation. Han Ritang was responsible for questioning Su Weibiao, and after 2 days of interaction, he had gained some understanding of Su Weibiao's temperament. So when they arrived at the location, he personally poured Su Weibiao a glass of water, and didn't rush to start the interrogation, leaving Su Weibiao a bit bewildered. Han, Captain Han, right? You don't have to be so busy, I don't know anything anyway, just kill me or do whatever you want. Hearing Su Weibiao's words, Han Ritang smiled and said, Brother Weibiao, don't be so extreme, okay? If you want to say something, say it, if you don't want to, then don't. We're like brothers, you and I. This actually surprised Su Weibiao a bit. What do you mean? You're not afraid of the higher-ups? Han Ritang waved his hand to interrupt. Just going through the motions, Brother Weibiao, don't be nervous. I believe in my judgment, with Brother Zhang's temperament, he must have a backup plan. On the other side, Yang Qingqing was responsible for interrogating Zhang Ning. This time, she was determined to establish the guilt of the scoundrel Zhang Nan. With such a menace left outside, he would be the most unstable factor for Yang Cheng. However, no matter what Yang Qingqing said, Zhang Ning just kept her lips tightly shut, not uttering a word. Well, Yang Qingqing was originally quite fond of Zhang Ning, this well-behaved little girl. She didn't have the heart to use the same methods as dealing with a villain. She could only try to guide her gently and patiently. As for Zhang Nan, he was surrounded by a circle of soldiers, with Governor Su Yulu and Yang Weiman sitting at the temporary office desk in front of him. Before the two could start questioning, Zhang Nan looked around and spoke first. Your Excellency the Governor, Commissioner Yang, I see the basic conditions here are not bad, although a bit simple, but with some renovation, it would definitely be a good place for daily office work. In that case, the Yi family's engineering team shouldn't have gone far, and there are ready-made materials. Why don't you two leaders let them come help with the renovation? I'm sure they'll be willing to lend a hand to the governor's office. After Zhang Nan's words, Yang Weiman spoke up. Alright, Zhang Nan, don't stray from the topic. I just don't understand, you clearly knew our governor's office's attitude, why did you still brazenly do those things? Now it's like this, with so many people filing joint reports, even if we in the governor's office wanted to. But at this point, Zhang Nan's gaze turned to Governor Su Yulu as he continued. Your Excellency the Governor, if you don't issue the order, by the time the Yi family's engineering team has run far away, it won't be so easy to renovate tomorrow and after. On his way back after capturing Jiang Nan, Su Yulu had been pondering a question. A person who can foresee disasters, would he not know the consequences of brazenly robbing in broad daylight? Yet he knew the consequences but still did it. Was there something he had not anticipated? Combined with Jiang Nan actively pleading guilty without any resistance in coming here with them, and now proactively bringing up this matter, the underlying meaning was self-evident. Considering this, Su Yulu slowly stood up and walked towards Jiang Nan, saying as he walked, "Young friend Jiang Nan, there are no outsiders here, we can speak freely. You don't need to play word games with us, you and I both know the purpose of the governor's office. My young friend, please feel free to be direct." When Su Yulu finished speaking, the soldiers present, including Yang Weiman, were all dumbfounded. They looked incredulously at Su Yulu personally removing Jiang Nan's handcuffs. They all silently questioned in their hearts, what is the governor doing? Could it be that Jiang Nan is the governor's illegitimate son? Because if it wasn't some kind of familial relationship, how could the governor of the city possibly remove the handcuffs of a criminal with almost conclusive evidence? Your Excellency the Governor, what are you? Yang Weiman also voiced his doubts at this point. However, Su Yulu just waved his hand at him, gesturing for him to stay calm. After seeing Su Yulu personally remove his handcuffs, Jiang Nan revealed a slightly sheepish smile, not knowing how he managed to put on such a modest expression with his thick face. Then Jiang Nan replied, "As expected, nothing escapes Your Excellency the Governor's keen eye. Might as well just say it straight." Su Yulu nodded, indicating for Jiang Nan to continue. "Your Excellency, I won't go into the details of my grudge with the Wang family. As for why I brazenly led people to rob the Yi family, the Miao Pharmaceutical Group, and the drone manufacturing company, it's actually all for the future of our Yangchang." Hearing this, the reactions of the surrounding soldiers were nothing short of astounding. In all their lives, this was the first time they had heard someone talking about robbery in such a high-minded and necessary manner. However, they were all strictly trained. No matter how much their hearts were in turmoil, their expressions on the surface remained calm, and they would not chirp up to express any opinions. This was the basic quality of a Chinese military man. It was Yang Weiman who was a bit lost in the clouds. How could robbery be related to the future development of Yangchang? Before he could ponder further, Jiang Nan continued. "Your Excellency the Governor, after the earthquake tomorrow, Yangchang will descend into complete chaos. In less than half a day, incidents like robbery will be seen everywhere, and even deaths caused by fighting over looted items will not be uncommon. This will become the new normal. When such incidents happen, the governor's office cannot simply ignore them, but if you try to handle them, there are too many cases. Even if all the governor's office personnel are mobilized, you won't be able to deal with them all. The drones from the future drone manufacturing company can alleviate the pressure on your side, and luckily, their drones are abundant in quantity and excellent in quality. It would be a pity to just let them be buried in the ruins. Of course, I know the governor's office has already started evacuating all residents from the city center after receiving my information. But the workload is really too great. If you can transport out half of them, it would already be very good. So I dared to lead people to help the governor's office. Since the robbery is done by Jiang Nan, what does it have to do with the governor's office?" Jiang Nan stopped here, because with the governor's wisdom, he must have already heard the purpose behind his actions. At this moment, even Yang Weiman fell silent after listening. From a police officer's perspective, no matter how grandiose Jiang Nan's words were, robbery is still robbery, a crime is still a crime. The law knows no mercy, no matter what the reason. It should not be a justification for criminal behavior. But setting aside these factors, if the drones robbed by Jiang Nan were truly given to the governor's office for use, it could indeed alleviate some of the pressure on them. After all, social stability is the top priority after a disaster, and in the face of a major calamity, the people are always in a state of panic and chaos, which can easily lead to extreme actions. And the governor's office itself has too many things to handle, with not enough manpower, so they must rely on tools to improve efficiency. And in such a global disaster, it's not like the governor's office can just calmly have whatever they want delivered to them the next day. Viewed in this light, Jiang Nan's robbery of the drone manufacturing company is indeed understandable. But are you really doing this for the governor's office in Yangchang? Yang Weiman pondered for a while, asking with a tone of suspicion. He still firmly believed that Jiang Nan was a thorough egoist. Facing Yang Weiman's question, Jiang Nan replied without hesitation. "Commissioner Yang, does it really matter who or what I'm doing this for? I feel that as long as my actions are beneficial to the greater good, beneficial to the majority, that's enough. After all, in the times to come, it's impossible to have no evil at all, unless all of us humans are wiped out. Yang Weiman wanted to refute, but couldn't find any reason to. After all, in a country praised as the world's safest, China has still not been able to eliminate crime, let alone in the chaotic times ahead. So you had this intention when robbing the Miao Pharmaceutical Group, young friend Jiang Nan? Su Yulu followed up with a question. Jiang Nan nodded, then continued. Medicines have always been a basic human need, the importance is self-evident. Drones are just a bit more troublesome, but without medicines, the mortality rate in Yangcheng as a whole is unimaginable. Moreover, have you two leaders not considered that if the disaster continues to unfold, our city's existing power system, communication system, and whether the conditions for continuous production will still exist in the future? If not, then the scarcity of medical resources in Yangcheng will be how? Hearing this, Yang Weiman and Su Yulu couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. They really hadn't considered this point. If many human living products can no longer be normally produced in the future, and all the citizens know that Yangcheng's largest pharmaceutical producer has been buried, and a large portion of the medicines are also buried in the ruins. Perhaps at that time, Yangcheng will only descend into greater chaos, and bodies may litter the streets in the struggle for these medical resources. But Jiang Nan had robbed them beforehand, and was caught red-handed by the governor's office, so the medical resources would naturally be in the hands of the governor's office. And the governor's office is relatively authoritative and reliable in the eyes of most people. No one would be stupid enough to rob from the governor's office, thus avoiding a future humanitarian disaster. From this perspective, Jiang Nan's robbery with his people could indeed bring positive effects for the future stability of Yangcheng. Considering this, Su Yulu and Yang Weiman were at a loss for a moment on how to deal with Jiang Nan. If they followed the normal procedures, the violent home invasion robbery and the value of the stolen goods already reaching the maximum sentencing standard, he could easily be sentenced to life imprisonment. But if they handled Jiang Nan according to past standards, with such a heavy punishment, would Jiang Nan, with his temperament, willingly accept it? If Jiang Nan didn't accept it, with his miraculous abilities, wouldn't he bring even greater trouble to the governor's office, or even to all of Yangcheng? Moreover, even if Jiang Nan accepted it, whether the prison could truly keep him locked up is also a question, but if the punishment is too light, how would they explain it to the general public? Just as the two were facing this dilemma, Jiang Nan chuckled and said, "My esteemed leaders, I know you're in a quandary over this. How about this? I have a plan that benefits both sides. Are you interested in hearing it?" Seeing Jiang Nan's carefree and smiling manner, the Suyang duo could only nod helplessly. After all, they had no other options now. Then Jiang Nan continued. The governor's office, after all, just wants to give everyone an explanation. If there's no punishment for crimes, the future will only get more chaotic, and the governor's office's authority will naturally be shattered. How about this? In consideration of the governor's office, I, Jiang, will take a loss, returning half of the looted items to them. Before Jiang Nan could finish, Yang Weiman interrupted him righteously. Unacceptable. The looted items were not yours to begin with. How can you only return half? Not to mention I don't agree, even those you robbed won't agree. What kind of explanation is this? Su Yulu also shook his head and said, Young friend Jiang Nan, if your plan is only like this, our governor's office cannot possibly agree. At this point, Jiang Nan couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, I'm not an idiot, I worked so hard to rob it, and now I have to hand it all back? What's the point? But he also understood their concerns well. Don't be hasty, Commissioner Yang, Your Excellency the Governor, I haven't finished speaking yet. Although I said I'll only return half, as for how much is publicly announced, that's still up to you. You see, the times are constantly changing, we have to learn to be flexible as well. Moreover, in addition to returning half the items, for the other half, I didn't say I won't return them either, I'll exchange them with other equivalent resources. You've seen the current situation, in the future we'll need not just medicines, but food, clothing, and sanitation, don't they need those too? If I used these to exchange, would they not be willing? Hearing this, Su Yulu and Yang Weiman were both taken aback. They naturally understood the importance of resources, and the governor's office had also stockpiled some resources in a short time to prepare for emergencies. Now it seems, it was indeed necessary. After pondering for a while, Su Yulu decided to personally ask the opinion of the victims. As long as they all agreed, the governor's office would naturally agree as well. Okay, I'll have the person in charge of both sides called over. If you can convince them, this matter will be considered your private settlement. Su Yulu said, and truly ordered one of the nearby soldiers to go call the people. During the time it took to call the people, Jiang Nan suddenly asked the governor, By the way, Your Excellency the Governor, when I went to the Miao Pharmaceutical Group today, there was also a Zhang Tianjie there. He participated in the robbery with us and we split the loot. Do you think this counts as a meritorious contribution from me? Can I deduct another 10% from the items? If Zhang Tianjie were here, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Didn't they say it was supposed to be kept secret? How could he turn around and sell himself out? All one can say is, believing Jiang Nan's words was the stupidest decision Zhang Tianjie has ever made in his life. Hearing the name Zhang Tianjie, the governor and Yang Weiman almost simultaneously had a hint of something strange in their eyes. But the two soon returned to normal. It was obviously an indisputable fact that Zhang Tianjie had a relationship with the governor. The only difference from Jiang Nan's guess was that at first he had thought the governor's office must have known about Zhang Tianjie's robbery of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group, and even suspected that he might have been sent by the governor's office. After all, in the previous life, some second-generation young masters with official backgrounds liked to change their names and then lead people to commit robbery. Back then, robberies happening within a single day were rampant, and the victims only knew they were robbed. No one cared about the identity of the robbers. As long as they survived, it was fine. But if Zhang Tianjie's group was not tacitly approved by the governor's office, wouldn't that mean he had miscalculated? Giving them 4/10 was a huge loss. No, another day, when there's time, the stuff in the fortress and the medicines, all of it must be disgorged. If the governor's office dares to interfere, I'll expose their relationship. After all, Jiang Nan had been in Yangcheng for so many years, and he had indeed heard that the governor of Yangcheng had no sons. Clearly the governor didn't want anyone to know he had a son. Just as Jiang Nan was happily planning all this, Yang Weiman also responded to him. We'll investigate the situation you mentioned. As for wanting to deduct another 10%, aren't you being a bit too greedy? Your prison only has that many people, how much could you use? Hearing this, Jiang Nan was unhappy. Who said there are only that many people? In the future, I'm going to do big things, you know. Of course, Jiang Nan only muttered this in his heart. If he let the governor's office know he still wanted to expand and grow stronger, wouldn't that be courting death? The governor's office wouldn't just sit by and watch an unofficial organization become increasingly rampant. Therefore, Jiang Nan joked out loud. Can't help it, I've been sickly since I was young, need a bit more for myself when taking medicine. Yang Weiman frowned, looking Jiang Nan up and down. Guns don't work on you, and you're still sickly? Forget it, this matter is not up for discussion. If you insist on discussing it, then let's redisclose all those looted goods you handed over last time. Yang Weiman was sure that Jiang Nan must not have disclosed everything completely last time, otherwise, how would he have the guts to negotiate an exchange? Sure enough, hearing that Yang Weiman still wanted to cling to his past crimes in prison, Jiang Nan immediately shut his mouth. Those things couldn't be investigated. Just then, a soldier came up to Su Yulu and reported in a low voice. Your Excellency the Governor, outside. Before the soldier could finish, an angry voice strode in. Get out of the way. Do I need to report to see my old man? Hearing this voice, Jiang Nan paused. This voice sounds familiar. Sure enough, following the voice, they saw that Zhang Tianjie had barged in at some point. When Su Yulu and Yang Weiman saw the newcomer, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. After the surprise, they heard Su Yulu speak. Let him in. I have something to ask him. After the soldiers stepped aside, Zhang Tianjie strode over. But when Zhang Tianjie saw Jiang Nan, he was also taken aback. Brother Jiang, why are you? Hearing this, Jiang Nan raised his handcuffed hands and gave an embarrassed smile. The meaning was very clear, he was brought here under arrest. Seeing the captured Jiang Nan, Zhang Tianjie was inwardly delighted. If Jiang Nan was arrested, his subordinates who were worth 10 normal people each would have a chance to be recruited, wouldn't they? However, before Zhang Tianjie could be happy for a few seconds, Su Yulu scolded him head-on. Su Tianjie. How dare you lead people to rob the Miao Pharmaceutical Group? Do you really think just because you're my son you can do whatever you want? Hearing this, Zhang Tianjie was shocked again. How did his father know he led the robbery? Oh right, Brother Jiang is here too. Instantly, Zhang Tianjie understood what had happened. So he glared at Jiang Nan with a tinge of resentment. Brother Jiang, you're not loyal. Jiang Nan put on a pitiful look. No, Brother Su, I had no choice. If I didn't say anything, your father would have prosecuted me, saying I didn't confess honestly and just executing me directly. I'm still young, I don't want to die. I got nervous and just blurted everything out. I'm sorry to have wronged you, Brother Su. I'm so ashamed of myself. Jiang Nan said, sniffling and shedding tears. Leaving everyone present, except Su Tianjie, completely stunned. Su Yulu thought. Prosecute you? Execute you? Wasn't it you who confessed willingly? Even Yang Weiman, who had been a policeman for decades, couldn't help but give Jiang Nan a thumbs up. He had seen plenty of people who speak nonsense, but someone like Jiang Nan who just blurts it out is indeed a rare sight. However, the two were not too concerned about Jiang Nan's rambling. What they were most concerned about was why Su Tianjie changed his name and led the robbery of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group. The governor's own son committing robbery. If this matter was not handled properly, the impact could be huge. But Su Tianjie, seeing the two eagle-like sharp gazes staring at him, was not at all flustered, but rather righteously said, "The things of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group should have been robbed, and my robbing them is actually saving them, and it's also for the—" He didn't finish the sentence, but even Jiang Nan beside him was taken aback. He couldn't help but inwardly praise. This kid is quite impressive. I didn't expect him to have such a hot temper. Su Yulu and Yang Weiman also frowned again upon hearing this, especially the father Su Yulu, who rarely had such a surge of anger in his heart. Raising an unschooled child, it was the father's fault. Although he had neglected his education in the past due to certain reasons, as a father, he could no longer just watch him go down the wrong path. Therefore, without waiting for Su Tianjie to say the rest, Su Yulu angrily interrupted him. Su Tianjie, what right do you have to rob others' things? You even say you're doing it to save them. What ability do you have to save them? You're simply unreasonable. Bring Su Tianjie. Yang Weiman also saw Su Yulu get so angry for the first time. But as the saying goes, those involved are confused, while onlookers are clear. Su Tianjie was someone he had watched grow up since he was young. Although he had some eccentric hobbies, especially his love for studying the apocalypse, but now it seems this was not an eccentric hobby at all. Therefore, Yang Weiman hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Governor, calm down, calm down. Concern leads to chaos. Tianjie is a kid we've watched grow up. You should still let him finish what he wants to say. After saying this, he kept signaling to Zhang Tianjie with his eyes. But this time, Zhang Tianjie saw that his father was still as uncompromising as before, deciding to punish him without even listening to his reasons, and his temper flared up. You're right, I just like robbing others' things, no reason. If you insist on me giving a reason, then it's because robbing is fun, whether you want to lock me up or what, whatever suits you. You. Su Yulu was shaking with rage, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, at this time, a soldier reported again. Your Excellency the Governor, Commissioner Yang, the people have been brought, they're outside. Yang Weiman seized the opportunity. Bring them in. After saying this, he quickly helped the governor sit down and rest to the side. Seeing his father so deeply upset by him, Su Tianjie felt a bit guilty, but ultimately remained silent as he walked over to Jiang Nan. Seeing Su Tianjie approach, Jiang Nan also joked. Su brother is impressive, daring to anger the governor like this. In all of Yangchang, you're the only one. But this time, Su Tianjie did not give Jiang Nan a good look, coldly glancing at him. I originally thought you were also an apocalypse enthusiast and researcher like me, knowing the world would end in the future, so we were preparing in advance, thinking we were kindred spirits. Unexpectedly, you turned around and sold me out. I don't talk to untrustworthy people. Saying this, Su Tianjie directly turned his head away, leaving the embarrassed Jiang Nan to rub his nose, thinking, this guy is quite tsundere. Soon, Miao Lan and Chairman Xian of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group and the future drone manufacturing company were led in by the soldiers. The two greeted Su Yulu and Yang Weiman with a nod and a slight bow, then Chairman Xian timidly asked, Governor, Commissioner Yang, did you call us here because that guy has agreed to return our things? I knew the governor's office wouldn't ignore us. I wonder when we can get our things back. And how are my employees doing? Employees? Hearing this, Yang Weiman was taken aback, and the still furious Su Yulu was also startled. What happened to your employees? Seeing the leader's puzzled looks, Chairman Xian pushed up his glasses and explained a bit sheepishly. I was a bit too hurried when reporting to you earlier, and forgot to mention that they also kidnapped our product research personnel. Hearing this, Su Yulu and Yang Weiman's expressions darkened. The chairman of a company, his people were robbed, and he didn't report that first, only the products. Indeed, businessmen are businessmen, everything is for the sake of profit. And Su Tianjie, standing next to Jiang Nan, couldn't help but be enlightened upon hearing this. He muttered inwardly. How didn't I think of that? The products are made by people. If you kidnap the specialized personnel, won't it be even more efficient? It seems this guy's research on the apocalypse is indeed deeper than mine. No wonder he was able to assemble such a formidable force in such a short time. Thinking about this, Su Tianjie also felt that Jiang Nan's betrayal of him was not that important anymore. Subsequently, he put on a smile again and quietly spoke to Jiang Nan. Brother Jiang, you robbed things and people, I'm sure it's all for the future base construction. To be honest, I've also thought about this, and after the matters here are settled, I'll immediately have people send the resources I previously promised to exchange with you. In the meantime, let's discuss in depth, how about it? Hearing this, Jiang Nan looked at Su Tianjie with some surprise. The fact that he could consider the base construction shows this kid has some foresight. And this initiative to send him the information about his fortress is an opportunity Jiang Nan naturally wouldn't miss. Of course, the same old rule still applies, he can't show it too obviously. So Jiang Nan first looked at Su Tianjie with a feigned surprise, then shook his head in shame. Brother Su, I know what I did today was dishonorable. I originally thought after this, I wouldn't be able to be friends with a talented youth like you again. But, unexpectedly. Before Jiang Nan could finish, Su Tianjie directly pulled Jiang Nan's shoulder into an embrace. Brother Jiang, don't be so distant, as the ancients said, those who accomplish great things are not bound by petty details. If you say that, then I might as well be the petty one. Forget it all, Brother Jiang, I, Su Tianjie, will regard you as my friend. Moreover, Brother Jiang, don't worry, I guarantee those two won't give you a hard time over this, and they'll let you go soon. These words really surprised Jiang Nan, his mouth hanging open for a long time, his eyes wide open. He almost said, are you kidding me? With my limited education, don't you dare trick me, are all second-generation Saiyans this arrogant? Just as Jiang Nan was about to ask the reason, over there, Su Yulu and Yang Weiman began to question Jiang Nan again after learning that he had also robbed people. You robbed people in addition to robbing things? Jiang Nan had no intention of hiding this, so he nodded without any hesitation. But since kidnapping people is more heinous than robbing things, in order not to appear too lawless, he still had to beautify the matter a bit. After a brief pause, Jiang Nan explained with a smile. Your Excellency the Governor, it can't really be called robbing, maybe there was a misunderstanding. My original words were to have them invite the other party's people, they are not very educated, maybe they misunderstood. Su Yulu and Yang Weiman naturally saw through Jiang Nan's little trick, but at the moment they had no interest in figuring out whether it was an invitation or a robbery, as long as the matter was handled properly. Therefore, Su Yulu waved his hand. If that's the case, have the things returned to their original owners together. As for Jiang Nan's robbery of your two companies, we in the governor's office believe that this is a special period, and it is not appropriate to punish too severely. Though capital crimes may be pardoned, non-capital crimes cannot be easily forgiven. Considering Jiang Nan's active confession and his offer of compensation, and the fact that there were no major casualties in the entire process, our suggestion is to settle it privately if possible. How does this sound to the two of you? Hearing this, Miao Lan and Chairman Qian were first startled. The two of them were old hands in the business world. For the governor's office to step in and arrange for lenient treatment, it was obvious that Jiang Nan was no ordinary person. If they didn't agree, they would end up offending both sides, and in the current situation, whether to offend one side or the other was not the best choice for them. And there was also the compensation. Thinking about this, Chairman Qian took the lead in responding. Your Excellency the Governor is too kind. To have Your Excellency the Governor personally uphold justice for us is already greatly appreciated. Since this Brother Jiang has actively offered compensation, as long as the compensation is in place, I don't think my employees will have any more objections. Sure enough, it's all about interests for businessmen. Seeing Chairman Qian's response, Su Yulu and Yang Weiman couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Then they turned their gaze to the silent Miao Lan. Xiao Lan, you haven't spoken this whole time, are you not satisfied? Su Yulu asked. Hearing Su Yulu actually address Miao Lan as Xiao Lan, Jiang Nan's heart suddenly sank. No way. I didn't hear that the Miao Pharmaceutical Group had any connection to the governor, did I hit a wall? Thinking this, Jiang Nan nudged Su Tianjie with his elbow. Regarding Miao Lan's identity, he definitely had to ask this young master of the governor's family. But at this moment, Su Tianjie's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. Brother Su, this is a secret that our old man doesn't dare to reveal externally. How about this, if you can lend me a few of your subordinates, I'll tell you the details in return, what do you think? Jiang Nan was dumbfounded again. Using your own old man's secret to trade with me? Brother Su, are you sure you're the governor's biological son? Su Tianjie thumped his chest and guaranteed. Of course, if I weren't a biological son, how would I dare to be so arrogant? Jiang Nan hesitated for a moment, exchanging some of his criminal subordinates for the governor's family secret. It didn't seem like a bad deal. Besides, he was confident in making those criminal subordinates of his become loyal to him. So he nodded. Okay, I agree, hurry up and tell me. Hearing that Jiang Nan had really agreed, Su Tianjie couldn't help but be delighted. Then he pulled Jiang Nan aside and whispered. Actually, Miao Lan is my relative, her mother is the governor's own younger sister. But unfortunately, while carrying the bloodline of our China, she married a Japanese man, so our two families have always had a bad relationship. My little aunt hated it until her death. Su Tianjie's eyes became sad as he spoke, but there was more resentment. Jiang Nan hated hearing half-stories the most. Seeing Su Tianjie stop talking here, his heart was itching like ants were scratching it. Brother Su, what happened to your little aunt until her death? Tell me. Su Tianjie came back to his senses and smiled meaningfully again. Brother Jiang, the upcoming events are another story, that's another price. It was obvious that he meant Jiang Nan would have to pay more if he wanted to know the rest. Jiang Nan couldn't help but give Su Tianjie a thumbs up. Brother Su, your talent for this kind of sales talk is wasted if you don't go into marketing. Jiang Nan's words were intended to subtly mock Su Tianjie's shamelessness and deliberately whetting his appetite, but Su Tianjie really took it as a compliment. I think so too. If it weren't for the old man's high position, how could the Wang Difu family be the richest in Yangcheng? Jiang Nan. However, when it comes to playing tricks, Jiang Nan has never been afraid of anyone. In the previous life, Jiang Nan not only had the identity of the strongest survivor in the apocalypse, but also another title. Those familiar with Jiang Nan often refer to him as the most powerful master of schemes. So you want to play tricks with me, huh? Thinking about it, Jiang Nan also smiled wickedly. Brother Su, how about this? Since you are so interested in my subordinates, I'll take care of them. I'll personally do some ideological work for them later, and give you 20 people. You tell me everything you know, how's that? TWTW, 20. Su Tianjie was so delighted that he almost shouted out loud, but fortunately Jiang Nan quickly covered his mouth. Brother Su, low profile. If your father hears us later, we might be charged with human trafficking. Realizing that this was not the right place to talk, Su Tianjie quickly lowered his voice. Okay, Brother Jiang is so straightforward. Later we'll find a place, and I'll tell you everything I know, even if it's about how many deals my old man has made. As the two were making a private deal, Miao Lan, who was asked, was still looking at Su Yulu with an extremely complex gaze. The governor is joking. As the governor of Yangcheng, your every move represents the will of the governor's office. I'm just an ordinary businessman. How dare I have any opinion on the governor's office's handling of the matter? I don't want to end up like my mother, unable to return home for the rest of my life because I went against the governor's will. The implication of these words was self-evident. Hearing this, Xian, the director who was traveling with them, was frightened and even felt a chill down his back. He was not stupid, how could he not associate with something? Unexpectedly, the Miao Pharmaceutical Group actually has such a relationship with the governor. Explosive. But, it's better not to pry too much into social affairs. Muttering to himself, Xian pushed up his glasses and quickly turned his head away. Even Yang Weiman had the same reaction. After hearing Miao Lan's words, the deep, aged eyes of Su Yilu also revealed a trace of faint sadness. However, he did not say anything else to Miao Lan, but even avoided her gaze, and instructed Yang Weiman beside him. Weiman, since the party involved has no objections, then the matter ends here today. You personally send them back. After saying that, Su Yilu turned and left. Yang Weiman followed the order, and then looked at Miao Lan and Xian. Since you two have no objections, then please go back. Miao Lan heard this, and once again glanced at Su Yilu's back, then turned and left without hesitation, while Qian cautiously asked. That is, Director Yang, about the compensation. Jiang Nan only mentioned compensation, but the specific details of how much and how to compensate were still unclear. Qian was worried that after leaving this place, Jiang Nan might renege on the agreement or just compensate a little, which would be a big loss for him. After all, he was not like Miao Lan, who had the strong backing of the governor. So it would be better to negotiate the details before leaving. Seeing Qian's cautious thoughts, Yang Weiman did not say anything, but led him over to Jiang Nan. When they approached, Yang Weiman said, the compensation you previously promised, how much and how to compensate, you discuss it with them. We, the governor's office, will be fair, so that there won't be any trouble afterwards. Jiang Nan did not beat around the bush, and smiled at Qian. So you are the chairman of the future unmanned aerial vehicle company, We can be considered acquainted now. For the robbery committed by my subordinates against your company, I sincerely apologize. Although Jiang Nan was speaking with a smile and a polite tone at the moment, to Qian, it was like a knife hidden in a smile. Especially since Jiang Nan was the boss of that group, he dared not be arrogant. He hurriedly waved his hand and smiled. Brother Nan, you are too polite. As long as Brother Nan can compensate my brother a little, so that I can give my subordinates an account, everything will be fine, everything will be fine. After the courteous words, Jiang Nan went straight to the main topic. For all the goods robbed from your company, I will return them all, and also compensate you a bit for mental damages, equivalent to half the value of all the products you lost. Hearing this, Qian's mouth opened slightly, looking at Jiang Nan with disbelief. Half the value of all the products, which was about 12.5 million. So much? Did I hear it wrong? Seeing Qian's expression of not having seen the world, Jiang Nan nodded firmly. You didn't hear it wrong. If you need it, I can have people send you 1,000 unmanned aerial vehicles, 50 bags of rice, 50 gin of cooking oil, 50 cases of instant noodles, and 25 cases of cola right now. With Jiang Nan's words, except for Su Tianjie next to him, the other two were stunned. Yang Weiman thought that with such a small amount, how could the other party be willing to settle? He had originally thought that Jiang Nan would use equivalent goods to compensate, and at least guarantee that the quantity would be equal to the number of unmanned aerial vehicles that were robbed, right? After all, Jiang Nan had robbed more than 5,000 unmanned aerial vehicles, which was nearly 25 million at the previous market price. If all were used to buy goods, the quantity would be unimaginable, although Yang Weiman knew that after the disaster, the prices would rise. But it wouldn't be just this little bit, right? Just as he was about to persuade Jiang Nan to add more, so that the matter would not be broken off, Qian suddenly started shouting and yelling like a virago. Is there still justice? Is there still the law? This is simply unreasonable. 5,000 unmanned aerial vehicles were robbed, and not only are they not all returned, but you're only giving back 1,050 boxes. Are you just trying to get rid of a beggar? I see, the governor's office is actually colluding with the robbers. Unbelievable. I can't live like this anymore, I might as well just smash my head against the table and die. Rushing up, Qian headed straight for the table in front of Governor Su Yulu, with the appearance of wanting to kill himself on the spot. Of course, no one present would believe that he really had the guts to do it. All this was nothing more than to attract the governor's attention. As expected, the already turned away Su Yulu was attracted by Qian's cries, and turned around to see Qian in the posture of wanting to smash his head on the public platform. He hurriedly asked in a deep voice, "What's going on with you?" Amid Qian's sob-filled cries, Su Yulu also heard the gist of it. He hadn't expected Jiang Nan's equivalent compensation to be just this little. Jiang Nan, your compensation is indeed a bit. However, this time Jiang Nan did not have the harmless appearance as before, but his eyes were firm as he said, Your Excellency the Governor, this is the price, and it is already very generous. Not only half, but the value of these things can completely buy all the unmanned aerial vehicles of their future unmanned aerial vehicle manufacturing company. If he doesn't agree, then we won't settle. You can punish them however you see fit. After saying this, Jiang Nan spread his hands with an I don't care attitude. Jiang Nan's attitude made the people present, except Su Tianjie, frown. They couldn't understand why the conversation was going so well just now, but Jiang Nan suddenly changed his mind. Only Su Tianjie, who was standing by, had the mindset of enjoying the show. He didn't think Jiang Nan's price was too low, as he guessed that the value of these future resources would only go up. However, he was in no hurry to help Jiang Nan out yet, but planned to think about what conditions he could propose to Jiang Nan in exchange for helping him. Similarly, Qian was also extremely angry when he saw Jiang Nan's unyielding attitude. 50 boxes of trash could replace a warehouse of his unmanned aerial vehicles. Wasn't this just bullying? Your Excellency the Governor, Director Yang, you can see it's not that I don't agree, but him. Anyway, either compensate, or you punish them severely. Otherwise, if robbery is not a crime, then everyone might as well go rob. This stubborn confrontation left Su Yulu and Yang Weiman at a loss on how to handle the situation. The scene was stuck in an impasse. Seeing this, Su Tianjie's mouth curved upward slightly, and he leaned closer to Jiang Nan again, whispering in his ear. Brother Jiang, I have some dirt on this Qian director. I guarantee he won't dare to say another word. Don't worry, it's very cheap, just add 5 more of your people, and you owe me a favor. How about it? This deal is very profitable. As he spoke, Su Tianjie looked as if he had Jiang Nan in the palm of his hand. After all, from the current situation, as long as Qian's mouth was sealed, the governor's office could just let Jiang Nan go. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's expression instantly turned dark. If it was just adding a few more people, he wouldn't mind agreeing. But this Su Tianjie was being greedy, wanting a personal favor on top of it. He actually dared to raise the price on Jiang Nan? Sorry, Jiang Nan never takes the short end of the stick. Thinking about this, Jiang Nan resolutely refused without hesitation. Su Tianjie's mouth twitched. Come on, brother Jiang, won't you reconsider? Jiang Nan. No need. This response almost made Su Tianjie curse Jiang Nan as an idiot. But since the other party refused to do business, he couldn't force it either. Muttering to himself, okay, then I won't get involved in this matter, he retreated to the side. As for the governor's office, seeing that both parties were stubborn, they could only announce a temporary suspension of the mediation, allowing both sides to cool off. Of course, during this period, Jiang Nan was not allowed to leave this place. However, as everyone was leaving, Jiang Nan specifically called Qian aside and advised him. You're Qian director, right? I hope you won't regret it after tomorrow. Qian snorted disdainfully. Regret? I'd only regret if I agreed to you. However, considering Jiang Nan's criminal subordinates, he only dared to curse in his heart. Maintaining the necessary politeness, he said. Brother Jiang Nan is joking. If Jiang Nan brother changes his mind and the compensation is appropriate, we can always negotiate. After leaving the factory, Chen made an excuse to leave in a hurry. Su Yulu then called Su Tianjie to the temporary office, and the father and son discussed something behind closed doors. Only Su Tianjie came out with an unpleasant expression. As for Yang Weiman, with the governor's office relocating to a new place, the police department's work also needed to start from scratch. In addition, he was particularly concerned about Jiang Nan's claim that Yangchang would be in chaos after the earthquake the next day. He immediately gathered the senior officials of the police department and the military for an emergency meeting. Outside the abandoned factory, the people from the Miao Pharmaceutical Group and the future unmanned aerial vehicle manufacturing company were gathered, waiting for their respective chairmen to return and inform them of the governor's office's punishment of Jiang Nan's group. Seeing Qian hurry back, several white-collar employees who seemed to like sucking up to the boss actively went to greet him. Chairman, how did it go? One of them asked. At this time, another person rolled his eyes at his colleague and said impatiently, Wei Jia, look at how you're asking. When has our chairman ever failed? We should be asking the chairman, how many years were those ruffians sentenced to, and did they give us compensation? As soon as he mentioned this, Qian's long-suppressed anger finally erupted. Shut up, all of you. That guy is just a scoundrel, actually wanting to compensate us with a pile of trash, and the things he robbed, he can only return some of them. Forget it, since they're now being held at the governor's office, if they don't return it, then we'll. At this point, a gloomy look flashed across Qian's eyes. The people from the future unmanned aerial vehicle manufacturing company immediately understood, and angrily rolled up their sleeves. It was obvious that they were planning to snatch the goods back. Subsequently, the group, led by Qian, left the abandoned factory. On the other side, after seeing the people from the unmanned aerial vehicle manufacturing company leave, the people from the Miao Pharmaceutical Group also turned to look at Miao Lan. Chairman, they seem to be planning to snatch the goods back themselves. Should we follow them? I think that's a good idea. The drugs they robbed from us are stored in the Yangcheng prison in front. Since that group has been detained at the governor's office can't say anything if we take back our own things. But Miao Lan shook her head and said, Do you really think Jiang Nan's group is just a bunch of simple-minded and brawn-heavy ruffians? Hearing Miao Lan's words, the others looked at her in confusion. Then, after Miao Lan recounted the events that had taken place, the others fell silent. They all knew that if it were just ordinary ruffians, the governor's office would have the ability to forcefully suppress them. After all, the real military is not to be trifled with. But they had all seen that the governor's office did not do so, but instead brought them here to mediate a private settlement. Then our drugs will just end up being lost like that? Secretary Yuer bit her lip, unwilling to accept it. Lost like that? Those drugs are the hard-earned result of the efforts of every one of us in the group, day and night. Even if they have some shady dealings with the governor's office, what belongs to us cannot be simply taken away. Since we can't rely on the governor's office, we'll have to depend on ourselves. As Miao Lan said this, a chill instantly emanated from her enchanting eyes. And those who knew her well understood that this beautiful chairwoman, who usually appeared as a city beauty, was by no means a pushover. After all, how else could she steer the largest pharmaceutical group in Yangcheng? In the dead of night, around 4 a.m., the city of Yangchang was far from peaceful under the dark sky. Somehow, a rumor had been spread that after tonight, the true apocalypse would arrive, and the people of the governor's office had already fled, arranging for planes to escape. Under the influence of this rumor, the entire city of Yangchang was in a state of panic. Of course, there were still some who refused to believe the apocalypse talk, preferring to delude themselves that it was just someone intentionally creating chaos. After all, this was not the first or second time such things had happened. Many unscrupulous businessmen always enjoyed profiting from disasters, so these sensational tactics were quite normal. However, in a vast forest, all kinds of birds can be found. While there were those who did not believe, there were also those who did. Some even had the courage to try looting supermarkets and convenience stores, finding that the police didn't seem to be intervening at all. Even the emergency phone lines were not getting through. This made the bold ones restless. When the forest is deep, the beasts do as they please. If it's true or not, having some goods in hand would still be better. As a result, Yangchang was being looted more and more. The situation became so severe that the governor's office had to step in. In the Yangchang Xinpu district, Yang Weiman personally led a team to handle the reports of looting. It was not until he arrived at the scene that Yang Weiman realized he had underestimated the impact of the disaster on human nature. Along the way, he could see incidents of looting almost everywhere he looked. The kid was right after all. But today's situation is still manageable, the future, however. While sighing, Yang Weiman's eyes were filled with worry. On the way, they had already dealt with quite a few people, and the entire police force of over 100 people had been deployed to different districts. This can't go on. Fortunately, the unmanned aerial vehicles that kid robbed can actually be of help. Saying that, Yang Weiman instructed the police officer beside him. Officer Wang, release all the unmanned aerial vehicles to check the surrounding situation. The police officer nodded and soon, the unmanned aerial vehicles that Jiangnan had robbed were temporarily commandeered for use. As soon as a dozen or so unmanned aerial vehicles took to the sky, a report came in. There's a situation, it seems the looters are fighting each other. The police officer operating the unmanned aerial vehicle was surprised by the images being transmitted. Sure enough, everyone gathered around, and the footage showed. Damn it! Get off me, do you have any reason left? These are what I looted first. In the middle of a street, a man in thick clothing, carrying a large bag, was yelling at another man in equally thick clothing. Fuck your mother, who cares who got it first when we're all looting? Don't bullshit, whoever's fist is harder is the winner. The other man sneered in response and directly attacked. A fight for the spoils then broke out. Seeing this scene, the police officers were dumbfounded. Just as they were about to take action. Report, there's also a situation over here. Another police officer reported. Sure enough, on the other side, there was a similar scene, only this time it was a group fight. Chief, there are only about 20 of us left, we can't control the situation at all, quickly call for backup. Hearing this, Yang Weiman was quite helpless. You just open your mouth to call for backup, where do you think we can get so many people? But aren't the military comrades? Realizing what he was about to say, the police officer promptly shut up. Some of the military personnel were guarding Jiangnan, while the rest were deployed to guard the various entrances to the city center. With the earthquake expected to hit tomorrow, if anyone foolish enough tried to go in, they would essentially be sending themselves to their deaths. The remaining forces were already busy patrolling and preparing for unexpected situations, there were no extra manpower left. No choice, first control the group fighting, and for the rest, just directly warn and disperse them. Subsequently, the unmanned aerial vehicles took on an additional task, flying above the streets to warn and disperse the criminal groups. This state of operation continued until noon the next day. At noon, it was 11:55 a.m., less than 5 minutes before the earthquake was to hit the city center. The major entrances to the Yangcheng city center were crowded with residents who had evacuated the previous night. After all, the wealth they had struggled for a lifetime was in there, so they naturally came here to see if the governor's office's warning about the earthquake today was true. Of course, everyone hoped it was just a false rumor, and after 12 o'clock, they could return to their own homes. Otherwise, they could only follow the governor's office to live in the makeshift shelters set up near the prison. Residents, if you want to observe, you must not cross the warning line, or you will face the consequences. The soldiers guarding the roadblocks kept warning the crowd through the loudspeaker, as they found that some fearless ones were still sneaking in, probably wanting to scavenge inside, forcing them to risk their lives to go in and arrest them. This was not just playing with the lives of the people's own army, right? To ensure this would not happen again, the constant warnings were necessary. Time ticked away minute by minute, until finally, it reached 59. At this moment, everyone was staring intently at the front. The next second, a violent tremor caused the hearts of the crowd to leap into their throats. And not a few people felt the tremor and retreated further back. Although the epicenter was only in the city center, and the governor's office had deemed this area safe, the bone-shaking sensation of losing balance was still unavoidable. Boom! Boom! Crash! With a series of earth-shattering sounds, the tall buildings in the city center could be seen collapsing in an unimaginable manner. It was as if the stacked blocks had just given way. The scene was extremely shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's really an earthquake. So buildings in an earthquake really can just collapse like that. After the surprise, the crowd burst into anguished cries. What are we going to do from now on? The house I've been saving up for a lifetime. God, open your eyes and look at what you've done, don't you let people live anymore. Soon, the news of the earthquake in the city center spread throughout the city. Even in the remote governor's office, the slight tremors could be felt. In the factory, the soldiers guarding Jiangnan looked towards him with both shock and fear after feeling the tremor. What he said was true after all. Jiangnan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes at this time, reassuring them. Don't worry, it's completely safe here. And this is just the beginning, you all need to get used to it. From now on, your safety will depend on you. In the governor's office, the senior officials stared at the images being transmitted from the scene, their hearts filled with dread. Without Jiangnan's information, how many of them would have survived this sudden disaster? It has been 7 days since the earthquake hit the city center, and the entire city can be said to have officially entered a time of chaos, an era that fully exposed the ugliness of human nature. To survive, the phenomenon of looting resources is no longer uncommon, as murder cases have gradually started to appear in these 7 days. The governor's office, from top to bottom, has been working feverishly, with each department operating at full capacity, barely able to maintain the overall situation. Now, if one were to say who is the most carefree person in all of Yangcheng, or even the entire country, it would have to be Jiangnan and his group. After all, no matter how chaotic the outside world is, what does it have to do with Jiangnan? Unless those people have the guts and lion's heart to come to the governor's office and cause trouble. At this time, in the abandoned factory where Jiangnan is being detained, the group is gathered in the center, playing chess under the watch of the soldiers. Initially, Jiangnan and his people were being held in separate places, but after the earthquake, the chaos in Yangcheng required a large number of manpower. To save on manpower, the governor's office has now gathered Jiangnan and his group in this abandoned factory. The two playing chess are Jiangnan and his sister Jiangning, with Su Weibiao and the other criminal subordinates watching the game. The most eye-catching one, however, is Wuya, who is squatting in the middle of the chessboard, holding a fruit plate in each hand. Jiangnan takes an apple from the plate and puts it in his mouth, then moves a chess piece, saying calmly, "Checkmate." Seeing that her lone king has nowhere to go on the board, Jiangning pouts her mouth and says impatiently, "Brother, can't you just let me win sometimes? Isn't it boring to always win?" Jiangnan eats another piece of fruit, somewhat helplessly. "Little girl, I've already given you a car, a cannon, and a horse. If I let you win again, how are we going to play? I can't just use a few pawns to fight you, can I?" Jiangning puffs out her cheeks, not really interested in chess before, as she is a girl after all. But with nothing else to do while detained, she has started learning to play chess with Jiangnan. However, the more she plays, the more she has become addicted to the game, and she is determined to win against Jiangnan at least once. Humph. One more game, I'm sure I can win at least one. She also takes a bite of an apple and sets up the chess pieces, ready to fight it out with Jiangnan again. The other criminal subordinates, while pretending to watch the chess game, are mostly staring at the fruit plates. It's understandable, ever since they were detained, all they've been served is instant noodles from the governor's office. For the first 1 or 2 days, it was still tolerable, although the meals were not as good as in prison. But these past 2 days, the food has been nothing but instant noodles. Everyone knows that eating instant noodles for several days can easily cause nausea, and they all want to eat some fruit. But without Jiangnan's permission, they don't dare to touch it. In fact, not only the criminal subordinates who are secretly drooling, even the soldiers guarding them are also quietly eyeing Jiangnan's fruit. They are no different, as they too have been eating instant noodles. Ever since the earthquake, the rampant looting has made it exceptionally difficult to procure basic living supplies. Now, it seems like unless you loot, even money might not be able to buy anything. Observing the scene in the factory, the guarding soldiers can't help but whisper to each other. "You guys, where does Jiangnan get all this fruit from? He's been eating it for days, and it hasn't even gone bad. Is he performing magic tricks to make it appear? Yeah, I've been a soldier for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen someone in custody living so leisurely, not just eating fruit but also playing chess. Yesterday, I even saw them organizing a squad to play a video game. Don't the governor and his people confiscate these things? You guys are really ignorant. I heard that this Jiangnan was the notorious super thief, and he's said to have some special abilities that can. Before the person could finish, the surrounding soldiers all stared at him curiously, eager to know the details. However, before he could reveal the mystery, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded, causing the soldiers to reflexively tense up. Halt! Don't move! The lead guard shouted a warning while raising his gun. Looking in the direction of the sound, they see a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his face pale and sunken, looking like he hasn't eaten for days. This person looks familiar. The lead guard muttered, planning to ask what was going on. But before he could speak, Governors Su Yulu and Yang Weiman also appeared in front of them. The soldiers then lowered their guard and greeted the two leaders. Yang Weiman nodded and said, "Let him in." Hearing this, the lead guard immediately opened the factory door. As soon as the door opened, the man in the gold-rimmed glasses rushed in like he had been holding in his urine for a long time. Seeing this, the soldiers were all puzzled. Only Su Yulu and Yang Weiman exchanged a meaningful glance as they looked at Jiangnan and his group still playing chess, and then began to inquire about the situation with the soldiers in the past 2 days. When they heard the soldiers' report, especially about Jiangnan's magic trick of producing fruit, Su Yulu and Yang Weiman were taken aback. They exchanged a look, both seeing something unusual in each other's eyes. Su Yulu then took a deep breath and ordered, "You've all worked hard these past few days. Starting today, you can return to your own units. There's no need to keep watch here anymore." No need to watch? Unusual. Hearing this, the soldiers' eyes were filled with surprise, but as soldiers, their duty is to obey orders, so they shouldn't ask too many questions. Thus, the soldiers promptly gathered and prepared to leave. Su Yulu and Yang Weiman then walked into the factory. Inside, the chess game was already set up, and the two siblings were about to engage in another battle. At this moment, the bursting-in Qian director was dumbfounded. What's going on? Isn't Jiangnan supposed to be detained? How come he's playing chess and even eating fruit? The people from the governor's office said they would severely punish Jiangnan. Is this how they're punishing him? If he had known this was the kind of severe punishment, he should have committed a crime himself to be detained here. Chen director's thoughts were closely related to his experiences in the past 2 days and the changes in Yangcheng. Who could have imagined that in just 7 days, the food that everyone used to disdain has become a rare commodity, while money has become worthless? This change is so fast that there was no time to react at all. As for Qian and his group, their company has become a ruin overnight, with nothing left. They had thought they could survive on the looted goods. Little did they know that even though the governor's office had requisitioned their unmanned aerial vehicles and paid a sizable deposit, when they tried to use the money, they found that people are becoming increasingly savvy, and basically no one is willing to sell to them. Of course, another reason is that too many businesses were looted, so there is not enough supply in the market to meet normal consumption. In this moment, Chen director finally truly understood how foolish his behavior was when Jiangnan proposed compensation in kind a few days ago. However, even though he had realized the importance of resources by then, it was too late to regret. Let alone the fact that he had been a rich man his whole life and did not want to lower his head to a criminal. Even if he did, the other party might not be willing to sell to him. Therefore, on the third day, Chen director came to the governor's office again, hoping that the governor's office, seeing how they had requisitioned his unmanned aerial vehicles and then sold 500 of them to the governor's office at below market price, would lend him a hand. Sure enough, the governor's office did not disappoint him. Although the governor's office itself was not very well off, it still provided him with a batch of supplies. The condition was to use these supplies to pay off the remaining balance for the 500 unmanned aerial vehicles. He had thought these supplies would be enough to sustain his company and its employees for a while. Little did he know, on the very night they received the supplies, a batch was stolen. The next day, several groups even robbed away another batch. He and his company's employees had been starving for 2 full days. Utterly out of options, he finally realized that with the governor's office's help, although he couldn't fully recover all the unmanned aerial vehicles that Jiangnan had robbed, at least he had regained some. Together with the 500 he had sold to the governor's office, he still had 500 in his hands. He just hoped this time he could resolve the hostile relationship with Jiangnan and get some food in exchange. If he didn't eat, he was afraid he would starve to death. Seeing Jiangnan eating fruit and playing chess, Qian director instinctively thought Jiangnan and the governor's office must be colluding, and the fruit must be provided by the governor's office. But at this critical juncture, he didn't want to delve into these issues anymore. The priority was to fill his stomach first. After forcibly suppressing all his unpleasant emotions, Chen Director managed a faint smile and greeted Jiang Nan. "Brother Nan, Brother Nan." The inmates heard the voice and all looked over, seeing the chairman of the future unmanned aerial vehicle manufacturing company. Their faces were immediately filled with hostility. If they weren't in the governor's office, without even waiting for Jiang Nan's word, they would have rushed up. Su Weibiao, who was standing nearby, also saw the visitor and quietly asked Jiang Nan, "Nan Zi, does this mean we can go out today since he's here?" Jiang Nan didn't respond, focused on his chess moves. It was the opposite Jiangning, who after a few days of playing chess, now had the bearing of a little adult unshaken even by a mountain collapsing in front of her. "Biao Gu, don't be impatient. Of course we can go out, but we've suffered so much these past few days. If we just leave like this, where would you, the big boss of Yangchun, put your face?" Hearing this, Su Weibiao nodded in agreement, then looked at Jiangning in surprise and teased. "Not bad, little Ning has really learned something from all this chess playing." Taking over the conversation, Jiang Nan said proudly, "Of course, who do you think is teaching her? Biao, you should play chess with me too. It not only cultivates temperament, but especially trains the brain." Su Weibiao rolled his eyes and pretended to be angry. "Screw off, you don't even have a brain." He then continued watching the two play chess. Seeing that the other party clearly knew he was here but showed no reaction, Chen Director felt a sense of helplessness. He knew this trip wouldn't be that easy. But for the sake of his stomach, he could only continue to smile obsequiously towards Jiang Nan. "Brother Nan, it's me, little Qian. I regret it, my guts are all green with regret now. I've come to my senses, I'm willing to accept your compensation, and I won't pursue any responsibility. I just beg Brother Nan to take pity on me and give me the compensation you previously promised." Qian Director was almost in tears as he spoke. He was just short of kneeling in front of Jiang Nan. But Jiang Nan still remained unmoved, continuing to eat fruit and play chess. Seeing this, the arriving Su Yulu and Yang Weimin shook their heads helplessly. If only they had known this would happen, why bother in the first place? If they had just accepted the mediation and agreed to Jiang Nan's compensation back then, would all this have happened? Of course, while silently mocking Chen Director, the two of them were also relieved that they had not taken the path of complete confrontation with Jiang Nan. Many of the things Jiang Nan had said have now come true, and the shock of personal experience has made them feel Jiang Nan's extraordinary nature even more than before. However, in this matter, they still hope Jiang Nan can consider the overall situation. After all, it was Jiang Nan who robbed first. Therefore, Su Yulu spoke. "Young friend Jiang Nan, the anger has dissipated, and he has paid the price for his short-sightedness. I think we can just let this matter go." Hearing the governor speak, Jiang Nan finally stopped his hand movements and stood up, replying, "Since Your Excellency the governor has spoken, then let it be. However, I have one condition, I'm not sure if Qian Director." This time, without waiting for Jiang Nan to finish, Qian Director blurted out without thinking, "As long as you give me supplies, I agree to whatever Brother Nan says." Seeing the other party cooperate so readily, Jiang Nan gave a faint smile. "I told you last time that you would regret it, but you didn't believe me. Now look at you, the pain of hunger doesn't feel good, does it?" Qian Director gave an embarrassed grin, thinking to himself, not just not good, it's pure torture. "Alright, go get the unmanned aerial vehicles and bring your company's people to the prison to find me." Qian Director originally wanted to ask if he could go now, as although he had eaten something at the governor's office, his employees were already so hungry they were practically skin and bones. However, seeing the way Su Yulu and Yang Weimin were looking at Jiang Nan, he knew there must be something they wanted to discuss with Jiang Nan. So he tactfully stepped back. Sure enough, after he stepped back, Yang Weimin said to Su Weibiao and the other criminal subordinates, "Everyone, the guards outside have been withdrawn. Since the parties involved have no objections, you can now return to the prison." Hearing that they could return to the prison, the group naturally became as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Although the outside lacked food, the prison did not. Setting aside the fact that they knew Brother Nan still had a batch of supplies, the prison's own resources were relatively abundant. After all, no one dared to loot it. But whether they could go back and eat something good right away still depended on Brother Nan's intentions, so everyone turned their gaze to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan naturally realized that Yang Weimin was deliberately sending them away, so he cooperatively instructed, "Little girl, Biao, you take the brothers back first, and also bring our Qian Director over to get the things." After everyone left, Suyulu and Yang Weiman suddenly stood straight in front of Jiangnan and then deeply bowed to him. Faced with this sudden 90-degree bow, Jiangnan was a bit surprised, but his surprise was accompanied by a growing sense of vigilance. The two biggest officials in Yangcheng bowing to him, an ordinary citizen, was just not right. Leaders, what does this mean? Jiangnan frowned and asked. After Suyulu and Yang Weiman bowed, Suyulu stood up and looked at Jiangnan sincerely. Young friend Jiangnan, don't be nervous. The information you provided not only saved hundreds of lives in our governor's office, but also saved tens of thousands of lives in the city center. As the parent officials of Yangcheng, we should express our gratitude to you. That's right, you little. Yang Weiman was used to calling Jiangnan little, but at this moment, it was obviously inappropriate. He quickly corrected himself. Anyway, the information you provided has changed the entire future of Yangcheng. A bow is just to express our gratitude. If you can provide more such information in the future, not only a bow, I, Yang Weiman, would be willing to kneel down and thank you. Hearing this, the corners of Jiangnan's mouth curled up slightly, so they were here to express their gratitude. But you two are basically the top figures in Yangcheng. Is this expression of gratitude all there is to it? Can't you give me something more substantial? But then he thought, the governor's office these days doesn't seem to be able to give him any decent reward. Jiangnan then waved his hand. Leaders, you're too polite. As a native of Yangcheng, although I'm an orphan, I've grown up thanks to the care of the social welfare organizations. So helping the governor's office is only natural. Jiangnan's words, though seemingly just polite remarks, were spoken with great sincerity, surprising both Su and Yang. Yang Weiman was especially puzzled. Is this really the same kid who always demands conditions for everything? Looking at Jiangnan again, there was a sense of newfound respect. Hearing Jiangnan's words, Suyulu couldn't help but feel relieved. At least now it seems that Jiangnan is a person who knows how to be grateful. If that's the case, perhaps he would agree to their upcoming plan. Thinking this, Suyulu gave Yang Weiman a look, and Yang Weiman nodded in understanding, then took out a laptop from under his arm. Opening it in front of Jiangnan's puzzled gaze, a video started playing. The video showed the scene of Yangcheng's largest farmers' market, which was now in complete chaos, with countless citizens frantically snatching the supplies grabbed from the merchants. Not only that, some citizens were lying on the ground motionless, and the people rushing back and forth were even trampling on them, seemingly not caring at all whether they would end up killing them. Even with the ground stained with blood, the frantic looting continued, the people's indifference far from normal. The scene then switched, this time to a commercial center in Yangcheng, equally chaotic, with people rushing to grab everything in the stores, the store windows already shattered. Several more videos were played, all showing similar situations, just occurring in different locations. These videos were recently shot by the police department's staff using unmanned aerial vehicles, documenting the riots in various districts of Yangcheng. Undoubtedly, the citizens were driven by the desire to survive the disaster and began to frantically loot supplies to protect themselves. After the videos finished playing, although Suyulu and Yang Weiman had already seen them before, the sight of such inhumane looting still left their faces pale. In contrast, Jiangnan showed no signs of being affected, his expression as calm as ever. This was nothing compared to what he had witnessed in the previous world, where he had seen people who were starving to the point of madness cook and devour other living people. To Jiangnan, this was child's play. When Su and Yang finally regained their composure and looked at Jiangnan again, they found that he had no reaction at all. It was as if he had just watched a very ordinary video. This made Suyulu and Yang Weiman a bit uncertain about Jiangnan. Yang Weiman even asked in an agitated tone. Jiangnan, after seeing this, how can you have such an expression? Don't you have any thoughts about it? Hearing this, Jiangnan habitually scratched his nose. He knew that Yang Weiman felt he was being too cold, as any normal person would not react this way after watching such a video. It was true that at the beginning of the apocalypse in the previous world, seeing the people around him losing their humanity in the struggle for survival, Jiangnan had been just like the current Suyulu and Yang Weiman. But after experiencing so much, he had become desensitized. Moreover, these current situations will become the norm in the future. While it's not wrong to have a merciful heart, people with such an mindset will find it very difficult to survive in the coming apocalypse. However, even if Jiangnan were to explain this to the two now, it would not have any effect. Some things can only be truly understood through personal experience. So Jiangnan simply changed the subject. Leaders, you show me this video, I imagine it's not just for the sake of watching. Why don't you tell me directly what you have in mind? Yang Weiman, seeing Jiangnan directly changing the topic, couldn't help but feel a surge of unnamed anger. It was like he had finally found an outstanding successor, only to suddenly realize he had misjudged. He wanted to say more, but was stopped by Su Yulu's gaze. Su Yulu then spoke directly. The reason we've shown you this is twofold. First, to inform you of the chaotic situation in Yangcheng now. As fellow Yangcheng citizens, none of us can remain indifferent to this. Secondly, the governor's office has recognized your special abilities, and in light of the current exceptional circumstances, we plan to temporarily establish a special department, with military and police cooperation. We hope to invite you to lead this department, so that we can maintain the overall stability of Yangcheng. After saying this, the two looked at Jiangnan with anticipation, waiting for his answer. Now that Jiangnan's special abilities are well known, if they can get his help, the governor's office is confident in stabilizing the situation in Yangcheng. However, Jiangnan fell silent. Helping the governor's office stabilize the current situation in Yangcheng is something he can indeed do, and it would be all benefit and no harm for him. But if he agrees, then his identity will become that of a person working for the governor's office. If that's the case, many things will become inconvenient for him in the future. But if he doesn't agree, then he will definitely become an object of constant monitoring by the governor's office, which will also hinder his future plans to build a base. After much contemplation, Jiangnan first clasped his hands together, then slowly spoke. I thank the leaders for your kindness, but I'm just a lone orphan who's grown accustomed to being free. I don't really want to be under anyone's control now. Jiangnan expressed this politely, but the meaning was clear. Sure enough, after hearing Jiangnan's refusal, the expressions on the faces of Su Yulu and Yang Weiman changed instantly. For the governor's office, a special existence like Jiangnan, if he cannot be utilized, will undoubtedly be their greatest worry. If Jiangnan were to intentionally cause more chaos, then the future of Yangcheng. Thinking this, the two suppressed their unusual emotions and wanted to say more to persuade him. But then they heard Jiangnan's tone shift. However, as I've said, I'm still a native of Yangcheng, and I don't want to see Yangcheng turn into a city devoid of humanity because of this disaster. So even if I don't join the governor's office or take on a leadership role, if the governor's office needs me, I, Jiangnan, will not refuse. As soon as Jiangnan finished speaking, the two men's previously dull eyes instantly lit up. Although they couldn't recruit Jiangnan into the governor's office, as long as Jiangnan is willing to lend a hand when the governor's office needs it, that is already enough for them. Afterwards, Su Yulu excitedly took the initiative to grasp Jiangnan's hand. Good, good. Young friend Jiangnan's awareness is a blessing for our Yangcheng. Don't worry, since you don't want to be constrained, I will immediately order that as long as you act in a way that does not harm the stability of Yangcheng or the fundamental interests of the governor's office, you will be given special treatment within a certain scope. This time, it was Jiangnan's turn to be surprised. Su Yulu's meaning was clear, he was granting Jiangnan special privileges. If that's the case, it will greatly facilitate his actions in the future. And the governor's office's main concerns were simply that Jiangnan might use his special abilities to cause uncontrollable trouble for the people of Yangcheng and the governor's office itself. But these were just their worries and fears, not Jiangnan's intentions at all. In fact, maintaining the overall stability of Yangcheng and upholding the authority of the governor's office will be more beneficial for the future development of the apocalypse. Therefore, Jiangnan immediately expressed. Since the leaders have spoken so directly, I, Jiangnan, can assure you that I will absolutely not do anything that affects the stability of Yangcheng or the interests of the governor's office in the future. After all, the problem of survival has never been an individual issue, but a problem for all of humanity. These words were like a reassuring pill for the two men. The nearby Yang Weiman also changed some of his previous views on Jiangnan at this moment, and he took the initiative to pat Jiangnan's shoulder, speaking in a big brother-like tone. Good kid. I, Yang, was right about you. And so, a scene that was once filled with guarded thoughts and mutual testing became a harmonious one of three people laughing heartily, like old friends. After the laughter subsided, Yang Weiman took the initiative to pull Jiangnan aside and humbly asked, Little Jiang, regarding this riot, do you have any thoughts or good suggestions? If the governor's office doesn't handle this properly, the future of Yangcheng might. Saying this, Yang Weiman's eyes were filled with melancholy, as he had been losing sleep over this matter. After Yang Weiman finished, Su Yulu also looked at Jiangnan with an expectant gaze. Although they had already discussed a preliminary response plan, neither Su, Yang, nor the other senior officials of the governor's office had ever experienced such a disastrous change before. They inevitably lacked confidence and were worried that if they handled it inappropriately, it would backfire. But Jiangnan's abilities were already well known to them. In terms of judging the future situation, Jiang Nan's special abilities could provide more targeted suggestions. Looking at the two men's expectant gazes, Jiang Nan fell silent for a moment before speaking. If I'm not mistaken, the governor's office is planning to deploy the military and police to forcefully suppress the riots, right? The two men nodded in response. Jiang Nan then continued. Using force to suppress is of course doable, but this is not a long-term solution. Moreover, this requires too much manpower. Yangcheng may not be that big, but to deploy the military and police to each district, at least 1,000 people would be needed to manage it. Jiang Nan's incisive analysis once again made the two men's eyes light up. Su Yulu then thoughtfully responded. Little Jiang, since you've already analyzed the key difficulties, I'm sure you must have some ways to deal with it. Don't keep us old guys in suspense. That's right, the sooner we deal with this, the better. Just tell us directly. Yang Weiman also urged. Hearing this, Jiang Nan smiled slightly. These situations were all experienced by him in the previous world, so he was naturally very clear about them. After organizing his thoughts, Jiang Nan spoke again. The main reason for this riot is actually the people's survival instinct after the disaster outbreak. After all, our country has experienced countless large and small disasters, whether earthquakes, tsunamis, or the most recent pandemic. What people are terrified of is not being able to guarantee their most basic survival after a disaster strikes, and this time the disaster is global, making them even more hopeless about the future. So instead of suppression, it's better to find a way to solve people's survival problems. As long as their basic survival is guaranteed, no one is stupid enough to risk committing robberies. After listening to Jiang Nan's analysis, Su Yulu and Yang Weiman silently nodded. After all, the two of them were the helmsmen of this city, and they had actually already thought of the things Jiang Nan mentioned. Little Jiang, what you've said is something that I, Yang, and the other comrades in the governor's office have already discussed. But this disaster outbreak was simply too sudden. If it weren't for your information, the governor's office might already be buried in the ground, so many emergency plans haven't had time to be implemented. Plus, now everyone no longer recognizes the renminbi. Even if the governor's office has money, people are unwilling to sell to us. And without enough stockpiled resources, how can we alleviate everyone's concerns? Su Yulu sighed deeply after speaking. This disaster has affected the entire world, and the variables within it are beyond even what the governor's office had expected. At this moment when the two seemed utterly helpless, Jiang Nan mysteriously smiled. Actually, you leaders, getting enough supplies doesn't seem too difficult. Hearing this, the two men suddenly stood up from their seats, their eyes glaring intently at Jiang Nan. Little Jiang, do you really have a way to solve the supply problem? It's understandable why the two top leaders of Yangcheng were so flustered. Solving the supply issue was no easy task. Because the supply problem was not just a temporary one, but a long-term one. If they only considered solving the immediate needs, the batch of supplies that Jiang Nan had previously stolen and turned in could be used to tide them over. But what about after that? Once used up, Yangcheng would return to its current state of turmoil. Furthermore, the current situation is not just limited to Yangcheng, but the entire country and even the world. This disaster has severely disrupted normal production. Even if production resumes in the future, the output may not be able to recover to previous levels, leading to supply shortages. That's why no one is foolish enough to use money for transactions anymore. Unless Jiang Nan can magically produce a large batch of supplies to meet the needs for the next half year, as long as there is a relatively stable environment for that period, even if production cannot fully recover, at least the basic survival of the majority can be ensured. Then the city, no matter how chaotic, would still be better than the current situation. But the question is, where can he get so many supplies? This is the fundamental problem worrying the governor's office. However, they seem to have forgotten Jiang Nan's identity as a super thief. Jiang Nan nodded firmly. Leaders, if you trust me, you can proceed according to this plan. As for the supply problem, I can't say I can solve the supply for the entire year, but for half a year, with some frugality, it should be barely manageable. During this time, the governor's office can fully mobilize the city's forces to try to restore some production capabilities. This way, Yangcheng won't descend into complete chaos. After Jiang Nan finished speaking, Su Yulu and Yang Weiman stood as still as statues, unable to recover for a long time. The shock of his words was simply too great. Not to mention the current deteriorating situation, even in normal times, getting enough supplies to meet Yangcheng's needs for half a year would not be a simple task. Jiang Nan can really do it? This huge supply gap, is it possible? Yang Weiman muttered with a trembling voice. Little Jiang, this matter is of great importance, are you really able to? Even the normally composed Su Yulu couldn't help but ask Jiangnan again, finding it utterly unbelievable. Seeing the two leaders' disbelieving expressions, Jiangnan really wanted to lay his cards on the table. Do you think I only took a bit from the Wang family before? My spatial storage is filled with over 100 billion worth of supplies. If I bring it all out, it would be no problem to supply Yangqing for a year. However, Jiangnan only muttered this in his heart. If he said it out loud, he was sure he would never have a peaceful day again. So Jiangnan chose to be coy. I can't give you leaders the details, but in the coming half year, I will deliver a batch of supplies to the governor's office every month. However, I hope you can keep this confidential, not claiming the origin of the supplies, and not inquiring or investigating privately. If you leaders can't agree to my request, then please continue to order me detained here. After saying this, Jiangnan proactively stood up and extended his hands towards Yang Weiman, his gaze turning to the white handcuffs on Yang's waist. Seeing Jiangnan's actions, Su and Yang immediately stepped forward, each grabbing one of Jiangnan's hands, looking at him seriously. Little Jiang, what are you doing? Do you think the governor's office is like the old warlords or feudal dynasties of the past, that we devour you without leaving a trace? That's right, just by your ability to proactively provide so many supplies to solve Yangqing's predicament, even if the origin is unclear, we wouldn't possibly investigate it further or look into it privately. So don't worry, we will definitely fulfill your conditions. As they said, the governor's office now cares about whether the problem can be solved, not how it is solved. Even if they are curious, they won't be foolish enough to inquire about Jiangnan. After all, souring the relationship would be counterproductive to solving the real problem. Assured by the two leaders' guarantee, Jiangnan wore a satisfied smile. Then, Jiangnan seemed to have thought of something else and added, "Oh yes, leaders, I actually have another suggestion." Now, Su Yulu and Yang Weiman regarded Jiangnan with nothing but approval, even feeling that Jiangnan was a precious gem that needed to be cherished. Even if Jiangnan made any requests now, as long as they weren't too unreasonable, the two would agree without hesitation. Let alone just making a suggestion. Little Jiang, if you don't mind, you can just call me and Yang your big brothers in the future. We're tired of being called leaders. As for the suggestion, feel free to say it. We're eager to hear your advice. Su Yulu had completely lost the bearing of the governor of Yangcheng, now just like an ordinary old man eager to befriend Jiangnan. As for Yang Weiman, his grinning mouth was harder to suppress than an AK. Looking at Jiangnan, being able to address the two biggest figures in Yangcheng as brothers was something he had never imagined, so he was naturally very happy to oblige. Especially thinking about how he would get to call the violent flower girl, Officer Yang Qingzhi, Uncle Jiang in the future. Thinking about this, Jiangnan felt a surge of excitement. Jiangnan then clasped his hands again. Since you two big brothers have said so, then I, your younger brother, will obediently follow your lead. You two surely remember that I previously told you, the earthquake in the city center was just the beginning, and the situation will become very complicated in the future. Most of Yangqing's urban areas will suffer varying degrees of damage. So I suggest that starting today, you have the majority of the city's residents move to the counties and rural areas under Yangqing's jurisdiction, and encourage them to live in the form of bases. This way, we can not only avoid irreparable damage from the disaster, but also make it easier for the governor's office to manage. The two men merely pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. They now had unwavering faith in Jiangnan. Over the next hour, the three discussed some specific details, until Jiangnan took the initiative to take his leave, and the two reluctantly let him go. Yang Weiman even personally called Yang Qingzhi and Han Ritian to escort Jiangnan back. On the road outside the abandoned factory, Yang Qingzhi and Han Ritian, who had received the call, were already waiting. Soon, Jiangnan, Su Yulu, and Yang Weiman came over to them, chatting and laughing. Seeing this, Yang Qingzhi and Han Ritian were both taken aback. Is my eyesight wrong? Why do I feel the governor and Director Yang's attitude towards Jiangnan is suddenly a bit different? Han Ritian was the first to mutter. Yang Qingzhi next to him also furrowed her brows, then spoke. Perhaps it's because the information he provided about the earthquake in the city center has been verified, forcing the governor and my father to change their attitude towards him. Han Ritian nodded in agreement upon hearing this. As the captain of the SWAT team, he had personally witnessed how the high-rise buildings in the city center turned into ruins in a short time. Thinking back now, if they hadn't gotten the information from Jiangnan and made evacuation preparations in advance, they might have been buried there without anyone knowing. Just thinking about it makes Han Ritian feel a chill. So in this light, he thinks the governor and Director Yang being more polite to Jiangnan is understandable. However, seeing the three men chatting so amiably, young Kingjer felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. How is this playboy able to get my father and the governor to treat him this way? Humph. But Jiangnan, don't think that just because you've done the governor's office a favor, you can run wild outside. As long as I, young Kingjer, am here, I absolutely won't let this happen. As young Kingjer was silently resolving this in her heart, the three men had already approached them. At this moment, Jiangnan glanced at young Kingjer and raised his eyebrows. Officer Yang. Ah, no, I should be addressing you as Cousin Yang's daughter now. It's been a few days, and you've become even more beautiful. Facing Jiangnan's usual flirtatious provocation, young Kingjer didn't indulge him either, her face immediately darkening as she glared at Jiangnan through gritted teeth. Jiangnan. Don't be so. But before Yang Kingjer could finish, Yang Weiman immediately interrupted her with a stern expression. Kingjer. Don't be rude. Little Jiang is right, according to the order of seniority, you should be addressing him as Uncle Jiang. Yang Weiman's words were like a heavy bomb, completely stunning Yang Kingjer and Han Ritian. They stared at Yang Weiman with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you alright?" But Yang Weiman just gave them a stern look, then turned to explain to Jiangnan. You see, little Jiang, this daughter of mine has been spoiled by me since she was little. But don't let her casual demeanor fool you, she's still just a little girl at heart. This made Yang Kingjer and Han Ritian even more puzzled. Yang Kingjer was completely lost. When did this playboy become her elder? Has dad's brain gone soft? Su Yulu, on the other hand, looked back and forth between Jiangnan and young Kingjer, smiling but not saying anything. In his eyes, Yang Weiman's intentions were already very clear. Since the direct recruitment was rejected, why not try a different approach? If it succeeds, Jiangnan would become their governor's office's son-in-law, and this kind of relationship would be more reliable than a direct recruitment. Sure enough, after Yang Weiman finished speaking, he suddenly leaned in close to Jiangnan's ear and said meaningfully in a low voice. Hey, little Jiang, big brother has a secret to tell you. My daughter here has never had a romantic relationship. How about you consider it? Though Yang Weiman's voice was soft, with the distance between them being less than half a meter, as long as one's hearing was not impaired, they could hear something. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Han Ritian's mouth hung open, unable to close. As for Yang Kingjer, she almost popped her eyeballs out. Even Jiangnan was momentarily petrified, then stared at Yang Weiman with a strange gaze. Thinking, since when did officials become so reckless in their affairs? But Jiangnan quickly reacted, letting out a laugh. Big brother, your little brother isn't quite ready for that yet. And in these special times, a woman would only slow down my sword drawing speed. Without giving the others a chance to react, Jiangnan then quickly hopped into the military jeep in front of him, starting the engine, shifting the gears, and stepping on the gas, all in one smooth motion. By the time the others reacted, the car had already sped off, and Jiangnan's voice rang out. You two big brothers, since it's not far, there's no need to bother Yang cousin and old Han to send me. Just send someone to pick up the car later. I have some urgent matters to attend to back home. Watching the car disappear, Yang Weiman sighed helplessly. Ah, what a pity. He then turned his gaze towards his own daughter. Strange, my Kingjer has both a good figure and appearance, how come he reacted this way? It makes no sense. After carefully examining his daughter again, he said seriously. Kingjer, go change into something more ladylike later, maybe that kid will be impressed. Yang Kingjer was completely speechless, her current mood indescribable. She immediately rolled her eyes at Yang Weiman. Dad, what's wrong with you today? That playboy, and you actually want to play matchmaker? You. At this point, young Kingjer suddenly felt like she couldn't quite catch her breath, she was so upset by her own father. After pausing for a while, she sighed weakly. Are you really my own father? Pushing your daughter into the fire pit like this? Hearing his daughter's helpless sarcasm, Yang Weiman had an expression of frustrated disappointment. You really need to change that temperament of yours. Look how you scared him off as soon as I wanted to introduce you to him. And don't look down on people just because of their dirty thoughts. Do you think someone capable of accomplishing so many incredible things has a one-track mind? If he really takes a liking to you. Alright, old Yon, the thoughts of the young are not something us old folks can easily comprehend. Let the young people handle their own affairs. At this point, Su Yulu stepped in to smooth things over. Yang Weiman then gave up on lecturing his daughter, turning his gaze back to the direction Jiangnan had left, looking at it for a while before instructing Yang and Han. Later, you two take the SWAT team to the prison. Just say the governor's office has just relocated, and we're short on accommodations, so we hope to borrow a place from him for a few days. 2 weeks after the earthquake in the city center, the chaotic situation in Yangcheng has been basically brought under control. After all, it was the governor's office that stepped in, so no one would be foolish enough to go against the governor's office. If they did, they would be met with bullets. Moreover, with the free supply of living resources provided by the governor's office, most citizens have indeed settled down significantly. While incidents of looting still exist, they are not as frantic as before. Furthermore, since the day Jiang Nan returned to the prison from the governor's office has issued a decree requiring all citizens in the city to move to the rural areas under Yangcheng's jurisdiction, and allowing citizens to freely form communities in the form of bases. Of course, for those citizens who do not wish to live in the form of a base, they can maintain their original way of life. However, who would be foolish enough to act alone when they can huddle together for warmth? Under the current circumstances, everyone knows that the only way to maximize self-protection is to gather as many people as possible to form a larger group. This idea is not groundless, but rather gained from the experience of the looting battles a few days ago. The benefits of strength in numbers have become deeply ingrained. So in these past few days, large and small base communities have sprung up in Yangcheng like bamboo shoots after the rain, and these communities have been busy responding to the governor's office's call to move to the rural areas, each trying to find the best geographical location for their own base. At this time, the abandoned factory, now the new location of the governor's office, has been comprehensively rebuilt through the concentrated efforts of the entire city over the past few days. The once dilapidated factory has transformed into a brand new governor's office at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, compared to the previous majestic governor's office building, the current one can only be described as economical and practical. But even so, if today's foreign friends were to see it, they would still exclaim, China's infrastructure construction, absolutely amazing. The swift completion of the reconstruction is inseparable from Jiang Nan's assistance. Although the Yi family construction team had to run and flee after Jiang Nan's arrest, they were eventually gathered by the governor's office. This ready-made construction team, combined with the ready-made large batch of construction materials, allowed the governor's office to complete the construction so quickly. In the governor's office, the senior officials of Yangcheng were seated around the conference table, seriously reporting the work progress of various departments to Governor Su Yulu. After the report, Su Yulu summarized the work and arranged the future tasks for each department. After the others left, Su Yulu stopped Yang Weiman and asked, "How is the relocation of the citizens going? How many people are still stranded in the urban area?" Yang Weiman reported truthfully, "Your Excellency, now nearly 80% of the entire city's population have moved to the rural areas under our jurisdiction, and the remaining 20% are also actively relocating. The urban area of Yangcheng will be completely vacated in about 3 days." Hearing this, Su Yulu nodded with relief. But at this moment, Yang Weiman had a pensive look. "Governor, although we followed Little Zhang's advice and basically stabilized the situation in Yangcheng, and also allowed the citizens to avoid risks, 2 major problems have now arisen." Su Yulu did not speak, but furrowed his brows, gesturing for Yang Weiman to continue. Yang Weiman understood, and continued. "Due to the relocation and the permission for citizens to form bases, the largest base communities in Yangcheng have now gathered in the villages around our prison. If this continues, I'm afraid." Yang Weiman trailed off, his eyes filled with worry. With the governor's intelligence, he did not need much explanation to understand what would happen next. Sure enough, after hearing this, Su Yulu slowly stood up from his seat, silently walking to the window of the conference room, gazing out and sighing. Sigh. Every matter has 2 sides. Since our measures have solved the chaos in Yangcheng and the safety of the citizens, we must accept the other side of the impact. The villages around the prison are closest to our governor's office. Any movement in the governor's office will be known to them immediately, and they are already close to Yangcheng, with relatively better infrastructure than other villages. If I were them, I would unhesitatingly choose this area. It seems that to fight for these few plots of land, these base communities will inevitably face another round of turmoil. As he said this, even Su Yulu's face wore a look of helplessness. He had considered this problem earlier, but given the situation in Yangcheng a few days ago, he could only choose to heed Jiang Nan's advice, using the subsequent minor chaos to quell the previous major chaos. "Governor, should we?" Yang Weiman was just about to speak when the governor interrupted him. "The governor's office cannot intervene, nor can we obstruct them. It was our own relocation order. If we now step in to stop it, wouldn't that be self-contradictory? This is a consequence we must bear for choosing this path. But we can't just sit and watch them fight each other for the territory. If the conflict escalates, I'm afraid the current situation may lead to casualties. Yang Weiman clenched his fists tightly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yulu asked. So which base communities have gathered now? The Wang family base led by Wang Defang and his daughter, the Yi family base led by the Yi family, the Qin family base led by Qin, the chairman of the future unmanned aerial vehicle company, and finally. At this point, Yang Weiman suddenly became hesitant. After a long while, he slowly said. Finally, the Miao family base led by Miao Lan, and the Tian Tianjie base led by Tianjie. Tianjie, of course, was Su Tianjie. Hearing this, Su Yulu slammed his hands on the windowsill, immediately roaring. Outrageous! Absolutely outrageous! That scoundrel is now in that village? You go get him for me right now and… The furious Su Yulu had lost all bearing of a governor, but then suddenly fell silent. Never mind, with that kid's temperament, if we try to obstruct him now, it may backfire. After a pause, Su Yulu continued. You personally lead a team to closely monitor their situation. Intervene only when absolutely necessary, but be sure not to show favoritism towards any side. Only when the situation becomes completely uncontrollable should you step in to control it. Also, call little Jiang over. This matter may be more appropriate for him to handle. Hearing the words little Jiang, the worry in Yang Weiman's eyes lessened somewhat, and he nodded before turning to leave. At the same time, in Mengsuan, less than 3 kilometers from the Yangcheng prison, the Wang family father-daughter duo were gathered with the village committee leaders. Defang, is it true that Jiangnan really has tens of billions worth of resources in his hands? At this, an old man sitting in the center of the hall, leaning on a cane, asked incredulously. Yes, Uncle Defang, if he really has that many resources, how could the governor's office just let him be? Another middle-aged, plump man of similar age to Wang Defang echoed. Sitting on the left, Wang Defang was obviously hesitant when he heard their words. He was not actually sure how many resources Jiangnan had. However, to motivate everyone, exaggerating a bit was certainly preferable. Then, he slowly stood up, a hint of gloom in his eyes as he looked at the two men and said, Elders, do you not know my temper, Wang Defang, well enough? Would I bring up uncertain matters and speak of them in such a setting? That kid has stolen all the warehouses of our Wang family's goods. Just those resources alone could solve the survival needs of our Mengsuan village for several years. That's right, Grandpa, all the elders of our clan, I, Wang Yuanyan, can swear to the heavens that the resources Jiangnan has in his hands are far more than just what's on the surface. And our friends in the governor's office have personally said that the resources they are distributing for free also came from the prison. As Wang Yuanyan said this, a ruthless gleam flashed in her eyes. Her hatred for Jiangnan has now reached a bone-deep level. Not only did he steal their Wang family's property, but their own home was also completely emptied by those ruffians. For a pampered young miss like her, this was a tremendous humiliation. And the most crucial point was that during the time they were imprisoned by Jiangnan, their Wang family people were treated like slaves. She wished she could devour Jiangnan's flesh and drink his blood. If not for Jiangnan, their powerful Wang family wouldn't have ended up like stray dogs in the apocalypse. So, the father-daughter duo can be said to be willing to do anything to deal with Jiangnan and reclaim everything. Sure enough, the Mengsuan villagers in the hall heard the Wang family's resolute words, their eyes flashing with greed. The importance of resources naturally needs no further explanation. If they could obtain these resources, wouldn't the villagers of Mengsuan be worry-free about food and clothing in the future? Plus, the Wang family is the most promising people in their village, with even people inside the governor's office. Thinking of this, the plump middle-aged man who had spoken earlier quickly put on a flattering expression. Cousin, Xiaozong, don't worry. Your matter is the matter of us Mengsuan people. We dare to steal our own things, and we must get an explanation for this. Everyone agrees, right? Stirred by his words, the Mengsuan people immediately voiced their support. The village head is right, damn it. To steal things and target our Mengsuan, without even asking around, do you know the reputation of our Mengsuan? That's right, head, secretary, let's gather all the villagers tonight and deal with him. When it comes to Mengsuan, the people of this village are indeed notorious for being reckless, called reckless men in a polite way, and simple-minded brutes in a less flattering way. And Wang Defang came from Mengsuan, and it was precisely because of Mengsuan's nature that he had cultivated himself into a mafia boss. People from the surrounding 10 miles and 8 villages all know that the entire Mengsuan village is a den of gangsters. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, the old man sitting in the seat of honor, the one leaning on a cane, narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Silence! Silence! With just these 2 sentences, the clamorous voices of the crowd abruptly stopped. This man had such authority because he was Wang Ba, the secretary of Mongsuan village, a highly respected figure there. The people of Mongsuan basically all listened to him. The relationship between Wang Ba and Wang Defang was that Wang Ba's own brother was Wang Defang's biological father. As the saying goes, brothers settle accounts clearly. Although Wang Defang was his great-nephew, for the whole Mongsuan village to mobilize and help Wang Defang deal with Jiangnan and get back those resources, he couldn't just act on the basis of this worthless kinship. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Wang Ba spoke. Defang, you are from our Mongsuan village, and although you are my nephew, you can't break the rules of our Mongsuan. So, as Wang Ba said this, Wang Defang inwardly sneered. Damn old thing, still being so cautious. However, although this old man was greedy, he currently had no better choice, so he smiled and nodded, promising. Uncle, don't worry, I understand the rules of our Mongsuan. After the matter is resolved, that kid will get half of what he stole from me. Hearing this, the wrinkled face of Wang Ba looked very smug, then he instructed his son Wang Debao, the village head. Since that's the case, Desbao, immediately notify all the elders in the village to gather at the ancestral hall tonight. As he spoke, Wang Ba's face darkened, and he slammed his cane hard on the ground, coldly saying, We must let outsiders know that our Mongsuan's things are not so easy to take. After leaving the hall, Wang Defang and Wang Yuanyan returned to their residence. In the courtyard, the 20-something little brothers of the Wang family saw the old man return, and one of them asked eagerly, How was it, boss? Did the old man agree? Wang Defang nodded expressionlessly, and with Wang Defang's confirmation, the little brothers of the Wang family, who had barely escaped from prison, immediately beamed with joy, feeling capable again. But at this moment, Wang Yuanyan behind them frowned and whispered, Dad, the elders of the family are being a bit too greedy, demanding half of it, are we really going to? And I'm worried they won't even be able to handle it. Although Wang Yuanyan was very reluctant to admit it, they had witnessed the strength of Jiangnan's group more than once, and they even had guns. Faced with his daughter's concerns, Wang Defang waved his hand, then a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he sneered. Uncle, do you really think what's mine is so easy to take? Greed will only lead to their own downfall. As he said this, Wang Defang looked at his daughter. Little Yuanyan, do you really think I came to Mongsuan to ask them to help us get the resources back? Wang Yuanyan was taken aback. Isn't that why? Wang Defang shook his head, explaining with a hint of malice in his smile. Not even with the help of Mongsuan alone could they snatch the things back from that guy. Not to mention his group of criminal subordinates, and his own incredible abilities. But I do hope that Jiangnan's group will use their guns. If they accidentally kill someone on our side, right under the governor's office, I don't believe the governor's office would dare to shield Jiangnan with all the eyes of the city on them. Moreover, if something unexpected were to happen to your grandfather, how else could we, father and daughter, truly take control of Mongsuan? After Wang Defang finished speaking, the originally puzzled Wang Yuanyan suddenly had a lightbulb moment. She then stared at Wang Defang with wide, excited eyes. Dad, are you saying that we are not actually planning to snatch the resources back from Jiangnan this time, but rather to incite their conflicts, let them fight each other, and no matter who wins or loses in the end, it will be good for us? Wang Defang nodded proudly, practically having the words cunning villain written all over his face. To be able to scheme against his own uncle and clansman like this, he truly was a mafia overlord. It's no wonder he has risen to where he is today. After feeling pleased with himself, Wang Defang instructed Wang Yuanyan. Yuanyan, notify the brothers under us later. When we get there, no one is to make any moves without my order, even if Jiangnan's group attacks them as enemies, they cannot retaliate. Also, get ready, we're going to Shiqiao village now. After saying this, Wang Defang directly went into the house. A few minutes later, he came out fully dressed. After instructing her subordinates to prepare, Wang Yuanyan turned and saw her father all wrapped up, and was again puzzled. Dad, aren't we going to Shiqiao village? What's with this attire? Wang Defang did not explain, just urged. You hurry up and change into something warm too, remember to cover yourself well. I'll be waiting outside. Although still puzzled, Wang Yuanyan obediently went in to change into a similar outfit. The two then quietly left the village, as if intentionally avoiding the villagers' sight. On the other side, in the more distant Shiqiao village, the place was bustling with activity. A large number of outsiders had gathered, and in addition to the original small houses, there were also many temporary simple shelters built. On the second floor of a small house, the Sun couple, who were originally Shirchao village residents, looked at the people from the city huddled around the campfire in the simple shelters not far away. After a moment, the man sighed with a hint of sarcasm. Didn't expect it, our shabby little village that city folks usually look down on, these past 2 days they've been rushing and scrambling to come here. Hearing this, the woman was unconcerned. Husband, why bother with so much? These city folks coming to our place have actually brought us a lot of benefits. Besides, I saw the news yesterday, didn't the governor's office say we should all live in the form of bases? You didn't see how those people in the city were looting. It's better to have more people here, we can help each other. After the woman finished speaking, the man next to her snorted disdainfully. Humph, what does a housewife like you understand? Just because they gave you a few benefits, you think they're good people? I'm telling you, these days, keep a close eye on the children, and make sure the doors and windows are locked tight. Though we are country folk, not as cunning as them city folks, we still have to be vigilant against fire, theft, and ill intentions. In another small rural courtyard, Miao Lan and several senior executives of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group were also sitting around a campfire in the simple shelter they had built. At this time, Secretary Yuer glanced outside to make sure no one was around, then quietly asked the pensive Miao Lan. Chairman, you've told everyone to pool their resources to give to the villagers, but what are we going to do in the future? Hearing this, Miao Lan returned from her contemplation, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. If we don't give them things, why would they shelter us? Chairman, I say we should have listened to me from the start. These village folks are mostly middle-aged and elderly, if we get tough with them, they may not dare to fight us head-on. At this point, the security team leader's eyes gleamed with ruthlessness. Compared to sleeping in these simple shelters, the rooms inside would definitely be warmer. Moreover, with the resources they had when they moved from the city, they were already not abundant, and dividing them up for the villagers would make their holdings even less. After all, in the current situation, without a certain amount of resource reserves, one would always feel uneasy. Hearing this, a trace of ruthlessness also flashed in Miao Lan's eyes, undetectable. She had thought about simply resorting to force. With over 100 of them from the Miao Pharmaceutical Group, they could certainly defeat this village of the elderly, weak, and disabled. However, considering that if they used force, they were unsure of the governor's office's attitude, and were also worried that if they were injured, other base communities might take the opportunity to bully them. That's why she chose this method to settle in Shirchao village. Since the governor's office has promised to guarantee the basic supply of living resources, even if we give some away, we won't starve. Let's wait a couple more days, see how the conflicts in other places develop, and the governor's office's attitude. If the governor's office's punishment is not too severe, we can still take action against the villagers later. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more ruthless her heart. Who would have thought that this glamorous urban beauty would actually be thinking of targeting a village of the elderly, weak, and disabled? But it couldn't be blamed on her, after all, humans are inherently selfish and self-interested creatures. The others also nodded in agreement upon hearing this, and Secretary Yuer even smiled. The chairman really thinks things through thoroughly. Just then, the security team leader suddenly changed expression, grabbing a security baton and standing guard at the door of the simple shelter, alert. Who's out there? Who's outside? Hearing this, the others also quickly grabbed weapons nearby. The next moment, two fully wrapped figures walked in, and before anyone could react, one of them waved their hand, and a deep male voice said, "No need to be tense, we mean no harm." As they spoke, the two removed the scarves covering their faces, revealing their identities. Seeing the newcomers, the Miao Lan group were first startled, then gripped their weapons even tighter, as if facing a formidable enemy. For the notorious reputation of Wang Defang was well known to them as fellow Yancheng residents. Outsiders said the self-made billionaire Wang Defang, who had his roots in the underworld, coming here at this time, of course they couldn't help but be nervous. Wang Defang also noticed the tension in the group, and felt pleased at their reaction to his presence. This was the duo that Wang Defang should command. Then Wang Defang said, "Everyone, I'm here to discuss cooperation, not to cause trouble. If I were really here to make trouble for you, do you think I would have only brought one person?" Miao Lan glanced at Wang Yuanyan behind Wang Defang, then gave a signal to the others. After they put down their weapons, she frowned and asked, "The mighty Yancheng tycoon, here to discuss cooperation with us?" Wang Defang nodded firmly, then got straight to the point. "That's right, it's about cooperation. I know your Miao Pharmaceutical Group was robbed by someone called Jiangnan a few days ago. Not only were all the drug inventories of your group cleaned out, but even your pharmaceutical research personnel were also kidnapped. Although Jiangnan was later arrested by the governor's office and your people were released, I heard your group's drugs have still not been returned. Don't you want to get back what belongs to you? You should know, in the current situation, drugs are now much more precious than before. Wang Defang concluded with a meaningful sweep of his gaze over the group. He was well aware that once the people from Mengsuan made a move, it would be a fight to the death with Jiangnan's group. The reason he had just instructed his people not to make the first move was to leave room for maneuvering with Jiangnan later. After all, in front of everyone's eyes, Jiangnan would have no reason to attack his people for no reason, especially with the governor's office nearby. Of course, Wang Defang knew this alone might not be enough. He needed to have something in his hands that would make Jiangnan wary in order to ensure absolute safety. Clearly, rallying more people to cooperate, the more parties involved, the more Jiangnan would have to consider, and the less likely he would be to tear off the mask. After hearing Wang Defang's words, the Miao Lan group's expressions darkened, with a hint of repressed anger in their eyes. It was obvious they had been deeply resentful of Jiangnan's robbery of their Miao pharmaceutical group. However, although Miao Lan was resentful, she was not a fool. She had witnessed the governor's office's attitude towards Jiangnan, and if even the governor's office had to negotiate peacefully with him, his identity must be extraordinary. Not to mention the combat power of Jiangnan's group. Thinking of this, Miao Lan smiled politely. Mr. Wang, I've actually heard some rumors about your conflict with Jiangnan these past few days. To be honest, at this time, you actively coming to us for cooperation, the purpose behind it is a bit intriguing. To put it bluntly, the possibility of you using us as cannon fodder cannot be ruled out. Hearing Miao Lan's words, the others who had initially wanted to persuade her to agree, now also couldn't help but shudder. They had heard a lot about Wang Defang's reputation. This was very likely indeed. So their eyes again filled with vigilance. Wang Defang glanced at Miao Lan, nodding approvingly. No wonder you're the helmsman of our Yangcheng's largest pharmaceutical group, your analysis is very insightful. However, I didn't say I'm here now to get you all to go find trouble with Jiangnan immediately. After all, his capabilities are known to us all. As for dealing with him, there's plenty of time in the future, we must plan it meticulously. Hearing this, the group was again puzzled, wondering what exactly Wang Defang was up to. But when it came to using their brains, they were self-aware enough to turn their gazes to Miao Lan. Miao Lan was also a bit perplexed, not understanding Wang Defang's intentions. Mr. Wang, if you have anything to say, why don't you just say it all at once? If you're truly sincere about cooperation, then show some sincerity. Miao Lan continued. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Wang Defang gave a look to Wang Yuanyan behind him, then saw Wang Yuanyan bring a black cloth-wrapped object in front of Miao Lan. This is? Miao Lan frowned again, asking. This is my sincerity. Wang Defang said, personally unwrapping the black cloth, revealing a handgun and a cell phone. Seeing these two items, especially the gun, the group was terrified, their faces turning deathly pale. Such things could get one's head chopped off in China. Even Miao Lan's eyes momentarily showed a hint of panic, but it quickly turned into a longing gaze. Yes, in the current situation, if they had a gun for self-defense. On the other side, Wang Defang didn't pay attention to the expressions of the group, continuing on his own. This gun is my sincerity. As for the cell phone, you'll understand after watching the video inside. Miao Lan hesitated for a moment but still took the package. She carefully placed the gun aside, then opened the phone, which had a video of the armed Mengsuan people gathering in the courtyard. There were quite a few of them. Before Miao Lan could ask, Wang Defang explained. The people in this video are all from our Mengsuan. I'm sure you've heard of the reputation of us Mengsuan people, they're now gathered to go find trouble with Jiangnan later. But don't worry, we're not going to directly tear off the mask with Jiangnan. The reason I've come to you is to hope you'll also lend a hand when the time comes. You just need to stand behind me, the rest you don't need to worry about. I can assure you, aside from the Mengsuan people, our people absolutely will not fight Jiangnan's. After watching the video, Miao Lan already had some guesses, and now hearing Wang Defang's explanation, her guess was further confirmed. As long as they don't directly clash with Jiangnan's people, it won't have a substantive impact on them. Moreover, Wang Defang's sincerity has really piqued her interest. After leaving Mengsuan, the father-daughter duo went to the next location, fully wrapped up again. On the way, Wang Yuanyan couldn't resist her curiosity and asked Wang Defang. Dad, all the guns we had were stolen by Jiangnan, these few handguns were Grandpa's personal stash in the clan house, aren't you concerned about just giving them away? Hearing his daughter's question, Wang Defang smiled knowingly. Little Yuanyan, What do you think will happen after the conflict between Mengsuan and Jiangnan's people breaks out? Although Wang Yuanyan really wished that those bastards of Jiangnan's would be beaten to death by the Mengsuan people, she knew that was impossible. Thinking about it, she replied. Most likely a tragic defeat for Mengsuan. Exactly, and the cost of this defeat is that Mengsuan's strength will be greatly diminished. At that time, if we rally Miaolan and the others, we can seize the opportunity to coerce your grandfather, take control of Mengsuan, and then based on Mengsuan, gradually build up our strength. Only when our forces are strong enough will we have the capital to deal with Jiangnan and reclaim everything. So this was his true purpose. Poor Mengsuan people. Hearing this, Wang Yuanyan was suddenly enlightened, couldn't help but give her father a thumbs up. Dad, you really are the sharpest one. Over the next hour, Wang Defang and Wang Yuanyan also found the Yi family people, as well as the people from the future unmanned aerial vehicle manufacturing company. These were the most powerful base communities in Yangcheng recently. With them involved, even if Jiangnan dared to tear off the mask with them, he would have to carefully consider the consequences. Compared to the chaos outside and the undercurrents of various forces, the Yangcheng prison seems to be a picture of joy and harmony. It's as if no one is worried about how dire the future situation may be. Especially after Jiangnan's return, the people in the prison have taken a chill pill. No matter how lively the outside is, they just focus on eating and drinking in the prison, and the meals are still quite good, hardly any different from before the disaster. It's as if the issue of lacking resources has nothing to do with their Yangcheng prison. Furthermore, after Jiangnan returned from the governor's office, he notified the prison inmates that during this period, no one is allowed to leave the prison without his order. For the prison inmates, Jiangnan's order is a royal decree, and they strictly abide by it. As a result, the people in the prison have been living very leisurely these days. After meals, they all tacitly gather to play chess and cards. In the activity center of the prison, the shouts and cheers of the inmates and prison guards now fill the large space. Self-draw, double dragon. 100 contribution points from each. In a group playing mahjong, someone excitedly jumped up after drawing a big hand. Ah, brothers, sorry, my luck is on today, a 5-flower cow, sweeping everyone. I'll gladly take your contribution points. In another group playing bullfighting, someone was also laughing uncontrollably. However, the strange thing is, although their games are diverse, the stakes they use are not the hated and loved renminbi, but the contribution points recorded by Jiangnan based on their performance. Nowadays, as Jiangnan has said, money is hardly useful, not even good enough to wipe one's ass, only actual supplies are valuable. The reason the group uses contribution points as stakes dates back to the day Jiangnan returned. After returning, Jiangnan immediately gathered the prison inmates for a big meeting. At the meeting, Jiangnan proposed many innovative and exciting ideas, and this contribution point system is one of them. The system is simple. Every month, based on the group's performance, Jiangnan will award them a certain amount of contribution points. With a certain amount of contribution points, they can then exchange it with Jiangnan for anything they want. The types of exchanges are many. After all, 100 billion worth of supplies in the spatial storage are not to be taken lightly, covering almost all the necessities of life before. Wuya is recording the contribution points lost by the others in his small notebook, while urging Wang Dali at the card table. Dali, hurry up and shuffle the cards for the next round. With my luck today, I must win a chief position, getting one step closer to my goal of being the manager. Hearing this, Wang Dali had a pained expression on his face as he also wrote something down in his small notebook, then said dissatisfiedly, Wuya, don't get cocky, the day is still young, who wins is yet to be determined. I usually make my move in the second half. I'm going to win back all your contribution points, and become the second manager after manager Wang. As he said this, Wang Dali's eyes were filled with anticipation. You two chief captains should stop the empty talk, let's see who's better at this. Yes, Wang captain, hurry up and shuffle the cards. You two are chief captains now, and the brothers of number 1 prison are all squad leaders, but I still don't have a position, and brother Nan hasn't been giving out any missions these 2 days. I'm waiting to be promoted to a new member. The prison guards who hadn't participated in Jiangnan's previous actions were both anxious and annoyed. The reason the group cares so much about the contribution points is not only that they can exchange them for supplies. They can also exchange them with Jiangnan for prison positions, or to be more precise, positions in the Nanning base. That's right, the Yangcheng prison has now been officially renamed the Nanning base by Jiangnan, named after him and his sister Jiangning. The positions in the Nanning base are divided into 2 levels. The first is the personnel level, from low to high, white member, new member, warrior member, king member. A member's level is linked to the treatment they receive in the base. For example, white members only get vegetarian dishes, while new members get meat. The higher the level, the better the food they can get. In the future, the base will no longer have communal dining like now, but will distribute living supplies to each member regularly, so they can cook for themselves. The higher the member's level, the more and better the ingredients or food they will receive. In this way, if the base members want to live well and comfortably, they must work hard for the base, for Jiangnan, to earn contribution points. If they want to slack off and just barely survive, they can only eat the lowest level food and use the most rudimentary items. Moreover, if any member fails to meet the monthly contribution point requirement, they will be directly expelled from the base. What Jiangnan wants is for the base members to understand that his nanning base does not tolerate freeloaders. In addition to the personnel levels, there are also position levels. The position levels from bottom to top are squad leader, chief captain, manager, and boss. The squad leader manages a 20-person squad, the chief captain manages 20 squads, the manager manages 20 chief captains, and all the chief captains are under the boss. The purpose of this is naturally to foster healthy competition within the base and cultivate more capable people to make the base stronger. Currently, there are only 3 bosses in the Nanning base, Big Boss Jiangnan, Vice Boss Su Weibiao, and Third Boss Jiangning. Besides them, there is 1 manager, Wang Lei, and 3 chief captains, Wuya, Wang Dali, and Li Xiaojie. The rest of the members are all squad leaders from the number 1 prison inmates, without any positions, and they are all still white members. They are divided into squads of 20, led by the inmate squad leaders. After the system was introduced, the group all wish Brother Nan would hurry up and assign some missions, whether to steal things or people. They just want to climb the ranks as soon as possible. After all, they all know that with Brother Nan's capabilities, their Nanning base will definitely be a major overlord in this apocalypse. And to be a leader in this overlord base, the feeling is truly exciting to think about. But after waiting for several days, the group hasn't seen Jiangnan issue any other orders, so they can only make some extra money through gambling. If they're lucky, like Wuya, they might be able to gamble their way to the contribution points needed for a chief captain position in a single day. Just as the group was immersed in their lively games, Jiangnan, accompanied by his sister Jiangning, Su Weibiao, and Wang Lei, appeared in the activity center. Seeing the biggest figures of the base arrive, the group immediately stopped their actions and respectfully greeted them. Hello, Brother Nan. Hello, Vice Boss. Hello, Third Boss. Hello, Manager Wang. Compared to the chaos outside and the undercurrents of various forces, the Yangcheng prison seems to be a picture of joy and harmony. It's as if no one is worried about how dire the future situation may be. Especially after Jiangnan's return, the inmates have taken a reassuring pill. No matter how much of a commotion is going on outside, they can just focus on eating, drinking, and the food they get is still quite good, not much different from before the disaster. It's as if the issue of lacking resources has nothing to do with their Yangcheng prison. Furthermore, after Jiangnan returned from the governor's office, he notified the prison inmates that during this period, no one is allowed to enter or leave the prison without his order. And for the prison inmates, Jiangnan's orders are like imperial edicts, which they strictly abide by. So the people in the prison have been very carefree these days. After finishing their meals, they would spontaneously gather together to play chess and cards. In the prison activity center, the shouts of the inmates and guards fill the vast space. Self-draw, clear double dragon. 100 contribution points per household. In a group playing mahjong, someone excitedly jumped up after drawing a big hand. Ah, brothers, sorry, my luck is on fire today, 5 blossom cow, clean sweep. I'll gladly take your contribution points. In another group playing bullfighting, someone was also laughing uncontrollably. However, the strange thing is, although the gameplay is diverse, their bets are not the hated and loved renminbi, but the contribution points recorded by Jiangnan based on their performance. Nowadays, as Jiangnan has said, money is actually useless, not even good enough to wipe one's ass, only actual supplies are the real hard currency. The reason the inmates are using contribution points as their betting stakes can be traced back to the day Jiangnan returned. Upon his return, Jiangnan immediately gathered the prison inmates for a major meeting. At the meeting, Jiangnan proposed many innovative and exciting ideas, and the contribution point system was one of them. The system is simple. Every month, based on the inmates' performance, Jiangnan will give them a certain amount of contribution points, and with a certain amount of contribution points, they can then exchange them with Jiangnan for anything they want. The types of exchanges are numerous. After all, 100 billion worth of supplies in the spatial storage are no joke, covering almost everything they needed before. Wuya was busy recording the contribution points the inmates lost to him in his little notebook, while also urging Wang Dali at the card table. Dolly, hurry up and shuffle the cards for the next round. With my hand today, I must win a chief position, bringing me one step closer to my goal of becoming the manager. Hearing this, Wang Dolly had a pained expression on his face as he also wrote something down in his little notebook, then replied unhappily. Wuya, don't get cocky, the day is not over yet, who wins is still uncertain. I usually save my strength for the second half, I must win back all the contribution points in your hands, I will be the second manager after Supervisor Wang. Saying this, Wang Dolly's eyes were filled with anticipation. You two chiefs, enough with the verbal sparring, let's see who has the real skills. Yes, Wang Chief, hurry up and shuffle the cards. You two are chiefs, and the brothers in number 1 prison are all squad leaders, while we don't even have a position yet. I'm still waiting to be promoted to a new member. On the side, the guards who had not participated in Jiang Nan's previous actions were both anxious and annoyed. The reason the inmates care so much about the contribution points is not only because they can exchange them for supplies. They can also exchange them for positions in the prison, or more accurately, the positions in the Nanning base. Yes, the Yangcheng prison has now been officially renamed the Nanning base by Jiangnan, named after him and his sister Jiangning. The positions in the Nanning base are divided into 2 levels. The first is the personnel level, from low to high, white member, new member, general, and king. The level of the members is linked to their treatment in the base, for example, white members only get vegetable dishes, while new members also get meat. The higher the level, the better the food they can eat. And in the future, the base will no longer have communal dining like now, but regular distribution of living supplies to each member, so the higher the level, the more and better food ingredients or meals they will receive. In this way, if the base members want to live well and comfortably, they must work hard for the base, work hard for Jiangnan, in order to earn contribution points. If they want to slack off and just live on whatever, they can only eat the lowest level food and use the most rudimentary things. Moreover, if any member fails to meet the monthly contribution point requirement, they will be directly expelled from the base. What Jiangnan wants is to make the base members understand that his Nanning base does not support idle people. In addition to the personnel level, the second is the position level. The position levels from bottom to top are also divided into 4 levels: squad leader, chief, manager, and commander. The squad leader manages a 20-person squad, the chief manages 20 squads, the manager manages 20 chiefs, and finally all the chiefs are managed by the commander. The purpose of this is naturally to foster healthy competition within the base and cultivate more capable people so that the base can grow stronger. Currently, there are only 3 commanders in the Nanning base: Big Commander Jiangnan, Second Commander Su Weibiao, and Third Commander Jiangning. Besides them, there is 1 manager, Wang Lei, and 3 chiefs, Wuya, Wang Dali, and Li Xiaolonglong. The rest of the members are squad leaders based on their performance in this period, with the other inmates being ordinary white members, 20 people per squad, led by the inmate squad leaders. Since this system was launched, the inmates have been eager for Jiangnan to assign more tasks, whether it's robbing things or kidnapping people, they just want to climb up the ranks quickly. After all, they all know that with Jiangnan's abilities, their Nanning base will definitely be a dominant force in the apocalypse. And to be a leader in this overlord base, the feeling is just so exciting to think about. But after waiting for several days, the inmates haven't seen Jiangnan issue any other orders, so they are trying to earn some extra contribution points through gambling. If they're lucky, like Wuya, they can gamble out the contribution points required for a chief position in a single day. While the inmates were engrossed in their games, Jiangnan, accompanied by his sister Jiangning, Su Weibiao, and Wang Lei, appeared in the activity center. Seeing the few most important figures of the base arrive, the inmates all stopped what they were doing and respectfully greeted them. Hello, Brother Nan. Hello, Second Commander. Hello, Third Commander. Hello, Manager Wang. Seeing over 100 people unanimously addressing him as the second commander, Su Weibiao's mouth was curled up so high it almost reached his nose, as he waved proudly at the inmates. Brothers, hello. Standing next to him, Wang Lei appeared exceptionally calm and cold as usual. Jiangning shyly smiled in response to the greetings. Then Jiangnan also nodded in response to the greetings, then swept his gaze over the inmates, smiling. Looks like you brothers have been eating well, drinking well, and playing well these past few days. Since that's the case, tonight I'll assign you all a task. Hearing the word task, the inmates' faces lit up with excitement, without any attempt to hide it. Wuya even let out a big laugh, telling the other inmates. Brothers, we've been bottled up for a few days, finally it's time for us to shine again. The inmates also burst out laughing as they looked at Jiangnan. Whatever task you tell us, Brother Nan, we'll do it perfectly. That's right, are we robbing somewhere? Robbing people or things? We guarantee to do it beautifully. At this time, on the other side, the guards led by Wang Dali and Li Xiaolonglong frowned, as last time they didn't go out with Jiang Nan, resulting in them having much less contribution points than the number 1 prison inmates. It made them have to respectfully address Wu Ya and the others as chief. This time they can't let their exploits be stolen again, so they eagerly spoke up. Brother Nan, last time you took them, this time you must take us too. That's right, it's just robbing people or things, we're not inferior to them. Seeing the inmate's enthusiastic response, Jiang Nan looked very satisfied as he turned to his sister Jiangning and sincerely praised. Little girl, the effect of this contribution point system you came up with is really good. You are truly my sister Jiangnan. Jiangning smiled a little embarrassedly. When Jiangnan first proposed the preliminary idea of the contribution point system, she had quietly researched a large amount of management-related literature and materials, just to help her brother perfect this system. She didn't expect the effect to be this good. But being able to help her brother, Jiangning also felt a great sense of achievement. Hearing that this system was actually Jiangning's idea, many of the inmates couldn't help but look at Jiangning with new respect. They had always thought she was just a little girl. If not for Jiangnan's identity, how could she be the third commander? Though they didn't say it out loud, they were still a bit resentful about it. But now it seems, she is indeed Brother Nan's sister. Jiangnan fully observed the subtle changes in the inmates' expressions, as he had intentionally said these words in front of them, with the purpose of deliberately cultivating his sister's authority in their minds. Then Jiangnan said, Little girl, seeing how eager everyone is, in your opinion, who should we send out for the next task? As soon as Jiangnan said this, all eyes focused on Jiangning. Faced with this spotlight-like gaze, Jiangning was clearly taken aback, looking a bit bewildered at Jiangnan. Brother, you. But Jiangnan just gave her an assuring look and patted her shoulder. Little girl, feel free to say it. Otherwise, everyone will think my sister is just a vase. Jiangning was quite smart, instantly understanding her brother's intention. Thinking about how in the future she is supposed to help her brother share the burden, if she can't even handle this small situation, how can she assist her brother? Combining the information she had learned from her brother just now, Jiangning thought for a moment, then looked directly at the inmates. This time, let the guard brothers carry out this task. As soon as Jiangning said this, the inmates led by Wu Ya immediately became displeased. However, considering Jiangning's identity, no one dared to say anything, except Wu Ya, who had a reckless expression. Come on, third commander, with just them? It's not that I look down on them, but what if they embarrass our Nanning base out there? This immediately gained the full agreement of the inmates. After all, in terms of combat power, the guards were obviously no match for them. Shut up, Wu Ya, we usually don't want to argue with you. Do you really think you can win in a fight against us? And aren't you questioning the decision of the third commander? Wang Dali naturally knew their combat power was not as good as Wu Ya's, but he naturally didn't want to miss this good opportunity, so he directly brought up Jiangning's identity. With Wu Ya and the others, dare they go against Brother Nan's sister? Wu Ya still wanted to argue based on reason, but considering Jiangning's identity was indeed there, to smear her in front of so many people would be equivalent to smearing Jiangnan's face. Damn it! I just thought this third commander was Brother Nan's sister, and had some skills, but now I see I was mistaken. I wonder what benefits Wang Dali gave the third commander. Just as Wu Ya was feeling gloomy inside, Jiangning politely looked at him. Big brother Wu Ya, and all you big brother and uncle brothers, don't be anxious. The reason I asked Wang Dali and the others to do this task is for a reason. This big brother Wu Ya somehow made Wu Ya feel a bit embarrassed. After all, she is the third commander, Brother Nan's sister. Just with this polite attitude, the inmates once again developed a liking for Jiangning. And they were also willing to listen to what she had to say next. Big brother and uncle brothers, our task this time is to go out and recruit manpower for our base. But considering that the governor's office is right next door, with your, Wu Ya big brother's strength and temperament, if you encounter anyone unwilling, you'd probably beat them bloody, so I think it's more appropriate to let Wang Dali and the others go. And now all the major base communities have already formed, except for us, the few with the greatest power are all at odds with us. If they come looking for trouble at that time, it's best to have Wu Ya big brother and the others stay in the base to defend it. Listening to Jiangning's ethereal voice, as well as her sincerity and politeness, the inmates actually felt a bit ashamed. Ashamed that they had misunderstood Jiangning earlier. Wu Ya's face even turned red. Their scramble for tasks was nothing more than for the contribution points. Carrying out tasks outside earns contribution points, and guarding the base also earns contribution points, and besides, they had offended quite a few people before, so those coming to cause trouble would certainly not be few. Seen in this light, the contribution points earned from defending the base would not be much different from going out. Third Commander, just now I spoke too loudly, I apologize to you. Wu Ye sincerely apologized to Jiangning. Seeing this, Jiangning smiled slightly, not at all treating herself as some third commander, but instead pouted her little mouth and pretended to be angry. Big brother Wu Ye, don't say that, brother said, from now on our base is one family, what is there to apologize about between family? As evening fell, a long line of vehicles stretched out at the entrance of Mongsuan village, and next to the cars stood rows of people, each holding a weapon, even grabbing brooms and shovels normally used for cleaning. At the front of the vehicle convoy, Secretary Wang Ba, leaning on his cane, swept his gaze over the long line of vehicles, finally resting his eyes on Wang Defang and his daughter, as well as the few behind them. Before Wang Ba could ask anything, Wang Defang stepped forward and explained with a smile. Uncle, these people are all my friends. After all, that kid Jiangnan is not easy to deal with, so I've called in a few more people, just in case. But don't worry, I'll be covering half the expenses for them, you're in the other Mongsuan elders' share, I won't take a penny more. Hearing this, the wrinkled face of Wang Ba finally showed a satisfied expression. At this moment, he didn't want to be left out of the cut. The village head behind him also smiled and patted Wang Defang's shoulder. Cousin, in the past you were quite a notorious figure in Yangcheng, how come your courage has diminished with age? After joking, the village head then said disdainfully. Just a little thief, even if he has a few prison inmates helping him, in front of us Mongsuan people, he won't be able to stir up any waves. You just rest assured. Hearing this, the expressions on Wang Defang and his daughter's faces were a bit unnatural. The other party was obviously implying that they were cowards. But this was the nature of the Mongsuan people, whether old or young, they always had an arrogant and overbearing attitude, as if they were the number one in the world. This was exactly the bold character they wanted. So the two intentionally put on a slightly ashamed look. Behind them, Miao Lan, the Yi father-son duo, and Xian the chairman, all had different expressions as they glanced at Wang Ba and the village head who had spoken. They had also long heard about the fierce reputation of the entire Mongsuan village. In the past, half of Yangcheng's crime rate was contributed by this village. Now that they see it in person, the reputation is indeed well-deserved. Yi Zuming even secretly gloated inwardly. Jiangnan, your people are supposedly so strong, let's see how you act arrogant after stirring up the Mongsuan people. It's just a few kilometers from Mongsuan to the Yangcheng prison, and in no time the group arrived at their destination. However, after parking their vehicles at the edge of the prison, the group did not hurry to take action. After all, the governor's office was right behind the abandoned factory next to the prison. With such a large group coming here, if they didn't have a proper excuse, the governor's office might not be easy to explain. So after Wang Ba got out of the car, leaning on his cane, he instructed the young driver with a rooster head hairstyle. Wang San, go to the governor's office and ask them, this kid called Jiangnan has stolen so much from our Mongsuan, but the stolen goods still haven't been returned. See if they can do anything about it, otherwise don't blame us Mongsuan for not respecting the governor's office's authority and creating trouble. Okay Grandpa Wang, I'll go right away. The young driver with the rooster head haircut responded in a provocative manner, then drove towards the abandoned factory behind the prison. After the person left, Wang Ba then instructed the village head's son next to him. Xiaolu, have our people come over. Hearing this, the Wang Defang father-daughter duo behind them couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. As for the Miao Lan and the others who followed, they looked a bit bewildered at Wang Ba. Xian hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked. Master Wang, you've already sent someone to notify the governor's office, why don't we wait and see what the governor's office's attitude is before taking action? After all, that kid seems to have some ambiguous relationship with the governor's office. If the governor's office intervenes forcefully, Before Qian could finish, Wang Ba's eyes narrowed as he stared at Qian. I heard Defang say your company was also robbed by this kid called Jiangnan, your own things were stolen, and you can still endure it until now. You're really pathetic, looking at your age. How come you don't have the same fighting spirit as this old man? As for what you said about the governor's office, if they don't intervene, that's fine, but if they do, then let all the citizens in the city see how they shield a person who steals from our common people. Wang Ba then slammed his cane hard on the concrete ground. To be honest, although this old man is already somewhat aged, his bearing and manner have the air of a mafia patriarch. Xian was also stunned into silence by Wang Ba's momentum, and could only laugh awkwardly. But it has to be said that Wang Ba's words do have some truth to them. Jiangnan was the one who robbed first, and the governor's office has indeed not completely resolved this case until now. Although it is understandable given the current disaster, the Wang family is the victim, and regardless of the governor's office's reasons for not resolving this matter, they have the right to resolve it themselves. As the saying goes, with a justifiable cause. As for Miaolan, she secretly glanced at the barely concealed smugness of the Wang Defong father-daughter duo, also revealing a meaningful expression. The Yi father-son duo also had a lightbulb moment, not expecting the notorious unreasonable Mongsuan people to actually have a reasonable side. And since the target this time is Jiangnan, the father and son are more than happy about it. Master Wang is truly formidable. That's right, with Master Wang and the brave men of Mongsuan taking action, I'm afraid Jiangnan will be in big trouble today. The father and son pair exchanged compliments. However, Wang Ba just gave the father and son a faint glance. In his eyes, the people Wang Defong called were all cowards. After all, they claimed to come to help, but except for the few leaders, the rest were all at the very back of the convoy. It's obvious they just want the Mongsuan people to take the lead. But although Wang Ba saw through their intentions, he didn't mind. Since they wanted the Mongsuan people to take the lead, then they won't be able to share the spoils equally. How could they get things without putting in any effort? In less than 2 minutes, the Mongsuan people had almost all gathered together. Then, Wang Ba looked at the crowd of Mongsuan people holding various weapons. Elders, it's time to let people know that our Mongsuan things are not so easy to take. With that, the group of young and vigorous Mongsuan youths let out a cry. Fuck! Don't worry Grandpa Wang, every single one of those prison inmates, we must let them know the ferocity of us Mongsuan people. As the words fell, this group of young people unhesitatingly rushed towards the prison gate, with the rest closely following behind. Even Wang Ba himself disdainfully glanced at the cowering Wang Defong and the others behind him, then strode towards the prison gate, leaning on his cane. The determined Mongsuan crowd originally wanted to charge directly into the prison, but when they reached the prison gate, they were left dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the prison gate in front of them, each filled with the same thought. Damn, did we come to the wrong place? The few reckless Mongsuan leaders were also stunned for a moment, then took out their phones, carefully double-checking on a certain map app, before exchanging bewildered glances. Then they couldn't help but mutter. Damn, this is definitely the right place though. This is Yangcheng Prison. Yeah, I just got out of there last year, didn't expect in less than a year, the gate has changed? And it's so luxurious? But this gate looks kinda familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before? As the crowd was puzzled, Wang Ba and the village head, seeing the people had stopped at the gate, thought something had gone wrong, and quickly pushed through the crowd to the front. However, when the two saw that nothing unusual had happened, Wang Ba asked sternly, What's going on? Why are you all just standing here? Do I have to teach you how to do this? The few reckless leaders quickly explained to Wang Ba. It's not that, Grandpa Wang, you see? As he spoke, the man pointed to the prison gate. Wang Ba and the village head followed the direction of his finger, their expressions turning to one of surprise. For the dilapidated and worn-out prison gate they remembered was now nowhere to be seen, replaced by this grand-looking iron gate. It didn't even look like a prison gate anymore, more like the entrance to a wealthy man's villa. Not only that, the wall connected to the gate had grown to a towering 4 meters high, when they remembered it was only around 3 meters before. It was obvious this extra height was newly constructed. Stroking his chin, the village head was deeply perplexed. Since when did the prison start using this kind of iron gate? And it looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere. Wang Ba's face was also gloomy, but he was less concerned about the change in the prison gate, and more frustrated. This is not good for a direct assault. At a distance behind the Mongsuan crowd, Wang Defong, Miaolan and the others saw that nothing was happening up front, also feeling puzzled. Wang Defong then gave a look to one of his subordinates. The subordinate secretly squeezed through the crowd to the front, took a look, then returned to Wang Defong's group with a grim expression. Seeing the subordinate's reaction, the Wang Defong father-daughter duo seemed to have realized something, and the smugness they had earlier immediately vanished. Indeed, that 4-meter-high wall and the luxurious-looking gate were all forced upon them by Jiangnan. During the time they were Jiangnan's captives, aside from sleeping and eating, they had spent nearly 24 hours a day laying bricks. If it weren't for their efforts, how could this original 3-meter wall suddenly grow to 4 meters? And the iron gate was also robbed by Jiangnan from the Wang family's home. This made the subordinate and the Wang Defong duo feel a stinging sensation on their faces, as if they had been slapped in public. Xian and the others naturally didn't know about these things. Seeing the Wang Defong subordinate not speaking, they were a bit puzzled and curious, and asked, Hey, buddy, Why aren't you saying anything? What's the situation up front? The subordinate was already gloomy-faced, and hearing Qian's question, he glared fiercely at Qian. If it weren't for the fact that Qian was now a business partner of their boss, he would have already swung a mallet at his face. What kind of polite manner was that? Qian was startled by this sudden change, puzzled in his heart. What's wrong with this guy? Just asking about the situation, and he gets so fierce, really a bunch of uncultured ruffians. However, he could only vent in his heart. As the saying goes, a scholar facing soldiers, he has no way to argue rationally. To argue with these underworld thugs, he was afraid his brain might have some serious disease. Therefore, he awkwardly laughed it off and retreated to the side. At this time, inside the prison, Wuya was leading a group of inmate brothers exercising in the courtyard in front of the prison building. Knowing that there might be people coming to cause trouble these days, they naturally had to be fully prepared. This was a huge amount of contribution points at stake. So before the fight, they needed to warm up their muscles and bones, so they could go all out when the time came. On the first floor of the main building, Yang Qingzhi and Hanri Tian, along with the other SWAT members, watched as the previously calm prison suddenly became busy again, and couldn't help but discuss curiously. What are they doing? A large group just went out, and now they're here waving knives and guns. Are they going to rob again? I guess so, just don't know whose unlucky ass is going to get hit this time. Sister Qing, should we report this to Director Yang and the others? After all, no matter what, the authority of our governor's office can't be lost, even if it's just for show. Yang Qingzhi didn't speak, her gaze locked firmly on Wuya and the other inmates. If she could take action, with her temperament, she would have already led the guards out to chase after them when they left. During the time they were staying with Jiangnan, her father Director Yang and Governor Su Yilu had repeatedly warned her, saying that this time they were sent to Jiangnan's place not for the purpose of monitoring Jiangnan like before, but to have her properly connect with Jiangnan, and hopefully make Jiangnan their future son-in-law for the Yang family. Yang Qingzhi was naturally very unwilling. But she had no choice but to obey the orders of her father, the bureau chief, and the governor. Putting aside the fact that she is Director Yang's daughter, she is also the captain of the Yangcheng police SWAT team. As the superior, their orders override everything. How could she not listen? So in the past few days after coming to the base, she hasn't done anything. Although the orders cannot be disobeyed, even if Yang Weiman is her own biological father, he can't force her to do something she doesn't like. Especially making her flatter Jiangnan, that playboy, that was absolutely impossible. After pondering, Yang Qingzhi said to the SWAT team members, "No matter what happens later, without my order, no one is allowed to go up and help. We'll just watch the show." As she said this, Yang Qingzhi smirked. In fact, she had already received news from the governor's office, knowing that someone was coming to cause trouble today. She heard it was the village with the highest crime rate, Mengsuan. Not only that, but there were several other forces involved as well. She was really curious to see how Jiangnan would handle this. "You idiots in there, perk up your ears and listen. The grandfathers of Mengsuan have come to collect a debt, so open the gate for your grandfathers quickly if you know what's good for you." Outside, the Mengsuan crowd, unable to forcibly enter due to the 4-meter-high prison wall, could only use this most primitive bandit yelling at the mountain method to provoke the people inside, forcing them to come out and then make their move. The distance between the prison gate and the courtyard where Wuya and the others were exercising was not very far, and with the vigor of the Mengsuan crowd's shouts, the sound immediately caught the attention of the inmates. Hearing the commotion, the inmates all perked up, and Wuya even laughed gleefully. "Ha, didn't expect the third commander's words to be so accurate. There are really people coming to cause trouble." Judging by the sound, there seemed to be quite a few of them. After laughing, Wuya waved his large hand decisively, looking at the group. "Brothers, the great wealth is right in front of us, grab your weapons. Kill the bastards." As he spoke, Wuya drew the meat cleaver he had gotten from Jiangnan, and rushed towards the gate. Dozens of inmate brothers behind him also didn't hold back, picking up baseball bats, batons and other weapons lying around, boldly following him. At this time, Yang Qingzhi and the others on the first floor also all stood up and quietly followed. In the governor's office on the first floor, which has now been renovated into Jiangnan's private room, the spacious 120 square meter area is enough for a 3-bedroom 2-living room house layout. Using it as a private room is indeed a bit of a waste. But who cares, Jiangnan likes spacious. In the apocalypse of his previous life, he's had enough of that miserable life of crowding together. Now that he's reborn, he can't shortchange himself. Of course, aside from Jiangnan's preference for spaciousness, there's another important reason. It's a habit he brought from his previous life. After all, in the apocalypse, dangers lurk everywhere, even with a well-defended large base, one cannot let their guard down. There were too many coveting territory and resources. A moment of carelessness, and today's base could easily change hands tomorrow, which was a completely normal occurrence in the previous apocalypse. So Jiangnan expanded the originally less than 60 square meter governor's office, using half the space for his own residence, and the other half for setting up an LED screen. This screen is connected to all the surveillance equipment around the prison, so that he can keep track of the movements around the prison at any time. Therefore, Jiangnan had already known about the arrival of the Mengsuan group and Wang Dufang's party after they entered the monitoring range. Sitting on the stolen leather sofa in front of the LED screen, Jiangnan held a fruit plate, calmly watching the screen while leisurely eating the fruits. Just like casually watching a TV series at home. Next to him, his sister Jiangning, Su Weibiao, and the silent Wang Lei standing behind them, were all fixated on the big screen. Although there were still plenty of fruit and other food on the stolen marble table in front of the sofa, they didn't have the leisure to eat. After all, the others have already come knocking on the door. Through the surveillance video, Su Weibiao made a preliminary estimate, and the number of people coming this time was really quite a lot. The Mengsuan people alone were a dark mass, at least over 100. Combined with Wang Defang, Miao Lan and the others, it was probably around 200 to 300. So the three of them watching the surveillance screen couldn't help but feel a bit worried. After all, while they had seen the combat prowess of Wu Ye and the others, the numerical gap was really too great. After watching for a while, Su Weibiao couldn't sit still anymore, abruptly standing up from the sofa and pointing at the screen, cursing. Damn it, even if it's Wang Defang and his group coming, fine, they have a grudge with us. But why are the Mengsuan people tagging along, really thinking the people of Yangcheng are afraid of them? No, Nanner, the Mengsuan people are just too arrogant, even more so than me. I can't stand it. As he spoke, Su Weibiao turned around, intending to go out and call his subordinates to properly discipline these arrogant Mengsuan people. Indeed, with one being arrogant and the other being hot-headed, the fight would definitely be an interesting sight to see. However, Su Weibiao had only taken a few steps when Jiangnan spoke. Come back and sit still. A mere 250 of them, being used as cannon fodder without even realizing it, why are you picking a fight with them? Don't worry, Wu Ye and the others can handle it. Jiangnan then disdainfully glanced at the screen, where the Mengsuan crowd was still yelling. Others might not see through it, but he could see it clearly at a glance. Mengsuan had no grievances or interests with him, it was the Wang Defang father-daughter duo that Jiangnan knew were from Mengsuan. And at this moment, the Mengsuan people were barking like sworn enemies outside. There could only be one reason. The Mengsuan people came to challenge, they must have been instigated by the Wang Defang duo. He was too familiar with the schemes of these enemies. Hearing this, Su Weibiao was also momentarily stunned. Being used as cannon fodder? What did that mean? The always thoughtless Su Weibiao, even after Jiangnan's explanation, still failed to see the underlying scheme. He still felt that what the hell, they were just too arrogant. He just couldn't stand seeing something more arrogant than him. No, Nanner, they've already come to our doorstep, and we're just sitting and watching? Cannon fodder or not, if I don't knock them down, I won't feel satisfied. Jiangnan was speechless. Knowing this stubborn bull-headed nature was up, nothing he says would be heard, so he turned his gaze to the other side, where Yi Qingcheng had remained silent. Qingcheng, can you make this stubborn bull be quiet for a while? Sure enough, as soon as Jiangnan spoke, the rarely quiet Su Weibiao shut up. Yi Qingcheng was indeed the only one who could make him behave with just a word. Just now, Yi Qingcheng had seen her family of 3 on the screen and had been silent with her head bowed. Hearing Jiangnan's words, she finally looked up. However, she did not heed Jiangnan's intention, but rather said seriously. Jiangnan, I see they have quite a large group this time. Relying just on Wu Ye and those few dozen brothers, I'm afraid. Maybe you and Fio should take the remaining brothers to go help out. Clearly, Yi Qingcheng also didn't believe that Wu Ye and the others alone could fend off the 200 to 300 people on the other side. Unless they were all Jiangnans, it would be absolutely impossible. Brother, sister-in-law Qingcheng and brother Fio are right. I also feel that relying just on big brother Wu Ye may not be enough to match them. Let's go help out too. Even Jiangning spoke up to persuade him. So you all don't believe in me at all, huh? Jiangnan face-bombed, looking at the group with some sadness. Hearing this, they all nodded in tacit agreement. It's not that they don't believe in Jiangnan's strength, but they don't believe that with just Wu Ye and his group, they can contend with the hundreds of people outside. That's just being delusional. Seeing the group's lack of faith in him, Jiangnan did feel a bit defeated. So all his previous pretensions were for nothing? Moreover, he didn't seem that stupid, right? Knowing they are no match, yet still sending Wuya and the others to their deaths, that would just be idiotic. Based on his understanding of the Wang Defang duo, this father-daughter pair has instigated so many people to deal with him, but their own people have been hiding in the back the whole time. They are obviously using the Mengsuan people as cannon fodder. And the purpose of this is nothing more than two things. First, the Wang Defang duo wants to use others' knives to weaken the strength of their Nanning base, and second, to draw enmity towards their Nanning base. Just imagine, once the two sides clash, there will certainly be injuries, and in the heat of the moment, even deaths are possible. This way, the enmity between the Nanning base and Mengsuan will be deeply rooted. And with the reckless nature of the Mengsuan crowd, in the future the Mengsuan people and their Nanning base will be in a never-ending conflict. In the end, no matter which side suffers losses, it will be a net gain for Wang Defang. Jiang Nan even suspects that Wang Defang's fundamental goal is not really to fight to the death with him, but to also use his hand to weaken Mengsuan's strength, so he can smoothly absorb Mengsuan. After all, in the previous life, the Wang family duo had gradually taken control of Mengsuan and the various forces cooperating with them through such methods, becoming one of the overlord forces in Yangchang. As the saying goes, the terrain may change, but the nature remains. Although they have restarted this life, with the temperament of the Wang Defang duo, Jiang Nan knows that no matter how many times they reincarnate, they will still act the same way. It's just a pity, if you two hadn't provoked me in the first place, perhaps you could have become the overlord force of Yangchang, or even the entire southern bases. But you just had to lay your hands on my brother and sister. Thinking of this, the gaze Jiang Nan fixed on the surveillance screen of the Wang Defang duo suddenly erupted with a terrifying chill. This caused Jiangning, Su Weibiao, and the others present to be taken aback, involuntarily shuddering. Even the assassin Wang Lei had a sudden shiver in his heart. Although he knew this almost tangible murderous intent from Jiang Nan was not directed at him, he still found it terrifying, inwardly sighing. The Wang Defang duo probably won't see many more sunrises. On Jiang Nan's side, realizing he had inadvertently revealed his murderous intent and frightened the group into pale faces, he immediately resumed his normal demeanor. Clearing his throat, he said, "Well, just sit tight here and watch the show. I've already instructed Wuya's side, if they really can't hold out, they can just retreat back." After that, Jiang Nan gave the group a reassuring look. At this point, the group had been so frightened by Jiang Nan's terrifying murderous intent that they dared not go against Jiang Nan's wishes, obediently sitting back down. Outside, the Mengsuan crowd had almost yelled their throats hoarse. Finally, the figures of Wuya and the others appeared behind the iron gate. Seeing Wuya leading a group rushing towards them, Wang Ba stepped forward, leaning on his cane and calmly looking at Wuya's group. When they reached the gate, Wang Ba narrowed his eyes and looked at Wuya's group. "Kid, are you Jiang Nan?" This question made the just-arrived Wuya and the others pause. First, the group of inmate brothers looked at the Mengsuan crowd with a stupid gaze, thinking, "Great, another bunch of idiots who don't know Brother Nan's strength." Really puzzled, why do these outsiders seem even more brainless than us prisoners, not even bothering to ask around before coming to cause trouble? It's not that the Mengsuan people didn't ask around, but they were intentionally misled about some rumors regarding Jiang Nan by someone with an agenda. This made them think Jiang Nan was just a petty thief with some stealing skills. And they, the Mengsuan people, were already notorious in this area of Yangchang. Even facing a group of criminals, they were not the least bit afraid. Because at the end of the day, the Mengsuan people and the prison inmates are essentially the same kind of people, the only difference being the Mengsuan people were a bit luckier, either having already served their time and been released, or having slipped through the legal loopholes and not been arrested. As for Wuya, hearing the other side mistaking him for Brother Nan, to be honest, he felt a little secretly pleased. After all, the name Jiang Nan is now like a godlike existence in their hearts. But this kind of reaction from Wuya's group made Wang Ba a bit uncomfortable. In this territory of Yangchang, whenever the Mengsuan people showed up, everyone would avoid them. But these people actually had the nerve to smile. He immediately felt a sense of being belittled, so he continued sternly. "I originally thought you were just a petty thief, didn't expect you to dare come out with just this few people. I might have underestimated you a bit. Jiang Nan kid, I don't want anything bad to happen to the brothers behind you, I advise you." However, before Wang Ba could finish, Wuya's group heard this old man actually daring to call Brother Nan kid. Wasn't this slapping their faces? "Damn it, you old bastard, still so arrogant with that cane in your hand? Chang, open the gate. I'm going to give him an upgrade today, make him sit in a wheelchair." Wuya knew that at this moment, Brother Nan was watching the surveillance in the office, so he couldn't miss the opportunity to curse Brother Nan in front of him. The moment the gate was opened, Wuya charged out wielding a baseball bat. Wang Ba also didn't expect the other side to be even more reckless than the Mongsuan people, and even more surprised that they dared to come out. But since they've opened the gate to come welcome death, that's right up his alley. Without any hesitation he shouted at the slightly bewildered Mongsuan crowd beside him. "What are you all standing around for? Attack!" Saying that, Wang Ba quickly retreated a few steps with the support of his son. Although Wang Ba was also a fierce character in his youth, he was now old, and with the old injuries from past fights on his leg, he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to join the fight himself. Hearing their old secretary's order, the Mongsuan crowd also charged forward without any hesitation. The battle was about to erupt. Seeing this, the Wang Defang father-daughter duo exchanged a sinister smile, their plot succeeding. Keep fighting, the fiercer the better. Ding ding, bang bang, clang clang, the sounds of weapons clashing echoed like a symphony, interspersed with the curses and cries of the two sides. "Ah, fuck, how can you hit below the belt? No honor, I'll kill you. Ha ha. Are all you Mongsuan people this cute? Who said you can't hit below the belt? I'm hitting your bird." The scene of the brawl was both intense and somewhat farcical. Despite the Mongsuan people being fierce and reckless, like suicidal squads not afraid of death, and having a numerical advantage, as a bunch of reckless country bumpkins, they should have been able to easily overwhelm Wu Ye's group. Yet, the reality was not so. This was because the Nanning base members, after Jiang Nan's training, had abandoned their previous conventional fighting methods. If they didn't strike, it was fine, but once they did, they would ruthlessly target their opponent's groins. After all, attacking other areas, if the opponent has strong defense and physique, one strike might not necessarily take them down. But attacking the groin is different. No matter male or female, those who can still stand up after a hit there are almost non-existent. Although the Mongsuan people were also veteran street fighters, their fighting mindset was still inclined towards conventional brawling, preferring to swing the weapons in their hands towards the opponent's abdomen and head. And with the current cold weather, everyone was bundled up tightly when they went out. Strikes to those areas, even on someone with decent resilience, wouldn't leave them able to get back up. So the Mongsuan people were at a huge disadvantage in this regard. After a round of bloody fighting, many were on the ground clutching their groins, howling in agony, unable to get back up to fight besides cursing. Behind the brawling crowd, Wang Ba and his village head son were so furious at Wu Ye's group's fighting methods that they almost died from it. After decades of street brawling, they had never seen such underhanded tactics. Even on Wang Defang's side, Niao Lan, Xian, and some of the Yi family members were stunned after seeing this scene, their impression of the Nanning base members becoming even worse. So despicable. Compared to them, the Wang family's subordinates were just silently glaring, all instinctively covering their groins. The feeling of having their manhood attacked was still fresh in their memory. As for the group in the office, when they saw Wu Ye's side actually gaining the upper hand, their faces were filled with surprise and excitement. But the next moment, they all simultaneously turned their gaze to Jiang Nan. "Brother, is this the method you specially instructed Wu Ye and the others? Isn't it a bit too?" Jiang Ning couldn't bring herself to say the word despicable. After all, it was her own brother. "Ha, Nanner, only you would have such a bag of tricks. Wu Ye's techniques are definitely taught by you. Great job. Great job. Next time I want to use this move too." Su Weibiao laughed heartily. He didn't care whether the techniques were despicable or not, as long as they could win. After all, the other side came looking for trouble themselves, can't blame anyone else. Wang Lei and Yi Qingqing didn't speak, just slightly furrowing their brows. As for Jiang Nan, seeing Wu Ye's group ruthlessly targeting their opponent's groins, he couldn't help but rub his nose, feeling somewhat amused and distressed. He swore he really didn't specifically instruct Wu Ye's group to go for that area. Probably just gave them a bit of advice during the last fight, and now they've gotten smart. Jiang Nan didn't bother explaining this to the group. In the apocalypse, fighting should be like this. If you're not ruthless enough, the only one injured will be yourself. Then Jiang Nan said indifferently, "Don't be happy too early. This tactic may have allowed us to strike first, but we're still outnumbered. Moreover, the other side isn't idiots, they'll definitely be on guard afterwards. Just watch calmly." Jiang Nan then revealed a meaningful smile. He let Wu Ye's group go out, but didn't expect them to be able to defeat the other side with just this kind of method. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, the surveillance footage showed Wu Ye's group gradually falling behind. Just as Jiang Nan had said, the Mongsuan people were not complete idiots. They couldn't just stand still and let themselves be ambushed. Knowing the opponent's preference, they naturally became more vigilant. With their numerical advantage, Wu Ye's inmate group was starting to struggle to hold on. "Captain, we've earned enough contribution points, we should rest now. If we keep fighting like this, we'll be the ones suffering. A subordinate inmate behind Wuya said after enduring a brick to the back. Wuya himself wasn't doing too well either. His shoulders and back had been solidly hit by batons. If not for his good physique, he would have already been rolling on the ground like those others. After pondering for a moment, Wuya made a decisive decision. Brothers, follow the plan Brother Nan told us, open a path for me. As soon as Wuya gave the order, the previously scattered inmate subordinates suddenly rushed towards one direction en masse, the direction where Wang Ba and the village head were. The inmates stubbornly, even if they took a few more hits, tore open a gap in the Mongsuan crowd's encirclement, as if not caring about their lives. Then Wuya used all his strength to charge out through that gap. As for Wuya's group suddenly changing their tactics, the Mongsuan crowd was caught off guard. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Wuya, having broken out of the encirclement, immediately pulled out a handgun from his pocket, the muzzle pointing at the bewildered Wang Ba. Old man, guess if there are any bullets in this gun. Wuya sneered as he looked at the suddenly dumbfounded Wang Ba and village head. Gun? They actually have guns? How is this possible? This was the most genuine reaction of Wang Ba and his village head son at the moment. Not only Wuya, but the beaten and bruised inmate subordinates also suddenly pulled out handguns, pointing them at the Mongsuan crowd, making them dare not move a muscle. Just now they were on the verge of avenging their injured groins, but now they could only feel frustrated inwardly. Damn bastards, so despicable. They had guns all along but didn't bring them out earlier. Fuck, why didn't they bring out these things earlier? We wouldn't have gotten hit in the groin so badly. What a bunch of idiots. On the other side, Wang Ba and the village head, after their brief stupor, simultaneously turned their resentful gaze towards the Wang Defong father-daughter duo in the back. When Wang Defong had explained about Jiang Nan's group earlier, he never mentioned they had guns. It's clearly dawned on Wang Ba and the village head that they have been duped by the Wang Defong duo. But why would the Wang Defong duo want to trick them? Doesn't they want to get back what belongs to them? This doesn't fit their nature at all. Behind them, the Wang Defang group also looked shocked at the scene. The fact that the Nanning base has weapons is only known by the Wang family and the governor's office, not anyone else. While the Wang Defang duo knew Jiangnan had them, since they were the ones who had the guns stolen from them, they never expected Jiangnan to have so many. Dad, what's wrong with the governor's office? How come they didn't confiscate all these stolen weapons? Aren't they afraid Jiangnan will rebel? Wang Yuanyan gritted her teeth in hatred, not even minding the outsiders around her. Hearing Wang Yuanyan's words, the surrounding Miao Lan and the others all looked towards the Wang duo with deep meaning, but they didn't ask anything further. After all, they weren't the ones being tricked, so there was no need to pry at this moment. Wang Defong's gloomy face was not as flustered as Wang Yuanyan's. Based on his understanding of the governor's office, even if Jiangnan wanted to keep those guns, the governor's office couldn't just let it be. That's dozens of guns. How could the governor's office turn a blind eye to the common people having weapons to challenge them? So in Wang Defong's view, even if Jiangnan risked it to keep them, he could only keep a few. But now, Wang Defong didn't know what to do. Luckily, Wang Ba and the Mongsuan crowd were still some distance from the Wang Defong group, so besides seeing the Wang Defong side looking upset, they didn't hear anything else. Hey, old man, what are you looking at? Did I tell you to look around randomly? Can't you respect me a little? I have a gun in my hand, the kind that goes bang bang on little friends. Seeing Wang Ba turning his head to look elsewhere, Wuya holding the gun was quite displeased. Hearing the voice, Wang Ba, although his heart was full of doubts, quickly turned his head back, looking at Wuya with a gloomy expression. After all, he was clear that now was not the time to care about other matters. With Wuya just needing to pull the trigger lightly, he would be dead. Seeing Wang Ba turn to look at him, the fear in his furrowed brows, Wuya was satisfied, then sneered. Old man, are you curious why we have guns? Curious why we didn't bring them out earlier? Facing Wuya's smug and contemptuous look, Wang Ba really wanted to rush up and stab him a few times. After all, he had been prowling Yangqing for so many years. What was Wuya? But wanting and daring were two different things. Moreover, Wang Ba did want to find out where their guns came from, so he instinctively nodded. Seeing this, Wuya sneered again. Hee, old man, since you're so curious, then. I won't tell you. You. Wang Ba was so enraged by Wuya's words that he almost cursed out loud, you dare mock me. But he swallowed the words back down. He didn't dare to curse out loud, in case this Wuya was a ruthless person and just shot him. He could only angrily slam his cane on the ground to express his discontent. After briefly toying with this stupid old man, Wuya subconsciously glanced at the camera next to the gate, thinking, I wonder if Brother Nan sees me treating this old man like a monkey, will he be happy and reward me with extra contribution points later? Everything Wuya did, including not bringing out the guns to deal with the Mongsuan crowd at first, only doing so when they were almost at their limit, was intentional. The purpose was to earn more contribution points. Originally, Jiang Nan's order to him was to directly threaten the Mongsuan crowd with the guns, then tell them the guns were robbed from the Wang family, in order to sow discord between them. After all, this way, the Mongsuan people would know that the Wang Defang duo had known they had guns but still incited them to come cause trouble. The intention was obvious. However, when Wuya received Jiang Nan's order, he was thinking, since Jiang Nan wanted to muddy the waters, just doing that wasn't enough. If he could make the situation even more chaotic and execute the task perfectly, maybe he could get even more contribution points. Moreover, when Jiang Nan announced the contribution point system, Wuya had asked Jiang Ning, and learned that the amount of contribution points rewarded was linked to the difficulty of the task. In other words, the harder the task completed, the more generous the reward. If they had brought out the guns from the start, the Mongsuan people wouldn't have dared to challenge them, easily completing the task. The contribution point reward they could get was unimaginable. So Wuya discussed with the others to not use the guns against the Mongsuan people at first. One was to let Brother Nan see their bravery, and two, to complete the task after suffering some injuries, which fits the criteria of the task being somewhat difficult. At this time, even the group in the office, watching Wuya's actions, had different expressions. Yi Qingcheng, Su Weibiao, and Wang Lei, like the Mongsuan crowd, had a puzzled look. Not bringing out the guns early, only feeling comfortable after getting beaten up? What kind of twisted psychology is this? Of course, they're prisoners, being locked up for too long, their psychology is bound to be a bit warped. But the three of them felt reassured at the same time. As for Jiang Nan, he was very calm. From the moment Wuya's group chose not to use the guns against the Mongsuan crowd, he had guessed Wuya's little scheme. Theoretically, Wuya's behavior was somewhat defying his order, he should be angry. But thinking about how Wuya and the others were acting out of a desire for contribution points, and the contribution point system was something he had introduced to motivate the base members, it suited his purpose, so there was no need to nitpick on these details. Finally, Jiang Ning, seeing the surveillance footage of Wuya's group all bruised and battered, to be honest, she felt a bit guilty. She clearly remembered Wuya had asked her about the contribution point rewards, but the contribution point rewards actually had no standard at all, the amount was just based on a word from her brother. But Jiang Ning felt that if she had told Wuya's group this, they might think her brother's attitude was a bit reckless, which could affect Jiang Nan's image in their minds. So she had just said the contribution point rewards were linked to the task difficulty. But Jiang Ning never expected her single sentence to have such a big impact on the people below, that they would risk their own safety to earn contribution points. No, it seems I'll have to be more cautious with my words in the base in the future. While Jiang Ning was quietly admonishing herself, on Wuya's side, he was already anticipating the generous contribution point rewards Brother Nan would give them when they returned. Thinking about it, the gun-wielding Wuya couldn't help but chuckle gleefully, the hand holding the gun even trembling slightly from excitement. This unusual behavior made the wary Wangba break out in a cold sweat, afraid that Wuya would get too excited and accidentally pull the trigger, then where would he plead his case? Luckily, after laughing for a while, Wuya quickly realized Brother Nan was still watching the surveillance, he had to hurry and complete the task to get the reward. With that in mind, Wuya immediately regained his composure, and looked at the complex-faced Wangba. Old man, perk up your ears and listen well. My brother Nan told me to tell you, at your age, stop just getting older without getting smarter. Embarrassed to be used as cannon fodder at your age, aren't you? Hearing this, Wang Ba paused, staring intently at Wuya. Even his village head son and the other Mongsuan people all turned to look at him, their anger still evident in their eyes, even with guns pointed at them. As the saying goes, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Although Wuya only cursed Wang Ba by cursing their old secretary, didn't that mean cursing the whole village for being brainless? Fuck, you're calling who brainless? If you dare, throw down the gun, we'll see who's the real man. I'll kill you. That's right, threatening us with guns, what kind of hero is that? If you're a real man, fight us fairly. If we Mongsuan lose, we'll take your cursing. The Mongsuan crowd still showed some dissatisfaction, feeling that Wuya was only so arrogant because he had the gun. If he didn't have it, how could he be so arrogant? However, Wuya didn't even glance at these people, thinking, no wonder they were being used as cannon fodder. With this level of brainpower, even more idiotic than the prisoners who had been locked up for years and lost touch with the world. It would really be a pity not to use them as cannon fodder. Then Wuya continued on his own. You all wanted to know where the guns came from. I'll tell you now, these guns are from a guy in your Mongsuan village named Wang Defang. What? How is that possible? The Mongsuan crowd had an incredulous look, because if what Wu Ye said was true, then they really had been used as cannon fodder. Moreover, Wang Defang was after all one of their own from Mongsuan, and had been quite considerate of their village during his years as a tycoon. There was no reason for him to scheme against them. Wang Ba and the village head's son also had their expressions darkening at this moment. They knew Wang Defang's ruthless nature towards outsiders and his cunning schemes, but they had never thought of him in this way. One reason was that Wang Defang was, after all, the beloved son of their own brother, a member of the Wang family clan. How could one family scheme against another? The other reason was that Mongsuan had a rule since its founding: any Mongsuan person must unite and be united against outsiders, never do anything to harm their own villagers. If they did, they would be the enemy of the entire village, and expelled from the Wang family ancestral hall. It was because of this century-old rule that Mongsuan had been so united and able to become a force to be reckoned with in Yangcheng. They could never have imagined Wang Defang would do such an unfilial thing. You think I, Wang Ba, am that senile? Wang Ba snorted coldly, then continued. Just because you say the guns are stolen from Defang doesn't mean it's true. Everything requires evidence. Hearing this, Wu Ye was taken aback, looking quite puzzled at the old man Wang Ba, thinking, Wang Ba? Turtle Wang Ba? Is there really someone named that? But he only mocked the name briefly, Wang Ba not immediately believing his words was normal. It showed this Wang Ba wasn't completely hopeless. If it was other people slandering the brothers in his prison, his first reaction would definitely also be disbelief. Fortunately, Wu Ye had already thought of this. Evidence was no problem. Originally, that bastard Wang Defang offended my brother Nan. With my temperament, I would have skinned him alive even if he didn't die. Wu Ye gritted his teeth as he spoke, as if Wang Defang was his own irreconcilable enemy. But my brother Nan is so kind-hearted. Not only did he not bear a grudge, but he even invited them to our prison, treating them to good food and drink. But who would have thought this Wang Ba bastard not only didn't feel grateful, but also kept spreading rumors that my brother Nan stole several billion worth of their supplies. This is just bullshit. My brother Nan only took a little something from them before, but that was a personal grudge between them, and brother Nan has already been punished and imprisoned for it. The governor's office has it on record. Moreover, to steal several billion worth of supplies, does it seem like my brother Nan has such unbelievable abilities? So you all think carefully. What is this Wang Defang's motive in spreading these rumors that he has several billion worth of supplies from my brother Nan? And the robberies of the Miao Pharmaceutical Group and future unmanned aerial vehicle company, that was also Wang Defang's idea. Afterwards, he took half the spoils, which is why when the governor's office came to hold brother Nan accountable, he couldn't produce them, because it was all Wang Defang's doing. Wu Ye spoke passionately, like he was giving a speech, leaving all present stunned. Then he pointed to the Wang Defang group watching the show in the back. Look at them. If Wang Defang really sincerely wants to cooperate with you to get back the supplies that don't even exist, why is he standing in the back? We've been fighting for so long, has he come up to help even once? And the Miao Pharmaceutical Group and future unmanned aerial vehicle company are also here, as well as the Yi family who were also our prison guests for a while. You can ask them if it's true or not. At this point, Wu Ye directly retracted the gun pointing at Wang Ba. The effect had been achieved, no need to keep the gun on him. After all, the governor's office was nearby. Seeing Wu Ye put away the gun, the prison group also put their guns away. Sigh, you can only blame my brother Nan for being too kind-hearted, always being taken advantage of by some scumbags. After putting away the gun, Wu Ye sighed deeply. Indeed, under Wu Ye's passionate performance, the Mongsuan crowd fell silent. Especially Wang Ba and the village head. Now that they thought about it carefully, there were indeed many questionable points when Wu Ye was inciting them to come cause trouble. After a period of silence, Wang Ba gave Wu Ye a long look, then turned his gloomy gaze to the Wang Defang group, and said to the Mongsuan crowd beside him, Elders, come with me to get to the bottom of this. What's going on? Are we not fighting anymore? Why are they all coming towards us? Xian was the first to express confusion, seeing the Mongsuan crowd suddenly turning and heading towards them. Miaolon and the Yi father-son duo next to him also had furrowed brows, looking puzzled. For safety reasons, to avoid the battle spilling over, they were keeping about 30 meters away from the prison gate, so naturally they didn't know what Wu Ye's group and the Mongsuan crowd had said to each other. Even the Wang Defang father-daughter duo felt an inexplicable sense of crisis seeing the Mongsuan crowd turn around. Dad, what are Uncle and the others doing? Wang Defang didn't speak, just giving his daughter Wang Yuanyan a look. Then, Wang Yuanyan silently nodded and went towards the back of the group. Soon, the gloomy-faced Mongsuan crowd, looking like someone owed them millions, had come before them. Leading the group, Wang Ba and the village head were glaring at Wang Defang with eyes as fierce as copper bells. Wang Defang felt extremely uncomfortable under their gaze. Even Qian, Niaolan, and the Yi father-son who had come with him, took a few steps back. Even a fool could see the current atmosphere was not right. Wang Defang rolled his eyes, stepping forward with an ingratiating smile, asking, "Uncle, don't you want to get back what's ours?" Hearing Wang Defang's question, Wang Ba didn't speak, still glaring at him with eyes darkened by a hint of anger. But it was the village head's son supporting him who directly pointed at Wang Defang's nose and cursed. "Wang Defang, you better explain clearly what the hell you're up to. You knew they had guns, why didn't you tell us in advance? And that Jiangnan, does he really have as much as you said? If you dare try to fool us like idiots again, be careful I'll turn against you." Hearing this, Wang Defang was slightly taken aback. He did conceal the fact about the guns. After all, if he had revealed it from the beginning, who would still dare to cause trouble for Jiangnan? But the supplies that Jiangnan had stolen from him were no lie. "Uncle, cousin, let me explain, that Jiangnan kid is extremely cunning, he must be deliberately trying to sow discord between us. We can't fall for it. And how can you trust an outsider's words more than mine? We have the same Wang clan blood flowing through our veins, I have no reason to deceive you," Wang Defang explained anxiously and angrily. He understood the Mongsuan people, and especially his uncle and cousin. Their clan concept was deeply ingrained, they could be said to blindly trust their fellow villagers. As long as he brought up their shared identity as Mongsuan people, no matter what damaging things Wu Ye had just said about him, the Mongsuan crowd would choose to believe him for that reason. However, to Wang Defang's surprise, after he finished speaking, Wang Ba directly ignored him, turning his fierce gaze towards the Yi father-son duo behind him. Just now, Wu Ye had said the Yi family was also captured by them, the truth would be known with a simple question. Then, Wang Ba waved his hand decisively, telling the few Mongsuan men behind him, "Bring those two over here." The Mongsuan youths, upon receiving the order, gripped their sticks and approached the Yi father-son with fierce expressions. The Yi father-son were immediately dumbfounded. How did watching the show turn into them getting burned? This matter had nothing to do with them at all, why were they being dragged in? Seeing the Mongsuan crowd coming towards them, Yi Zuming didn't hesitate to hide behind his father. After all, his consistent principle was, even if the heavens fell, as long as his father was there to shield him, he would rather die behind his father's back. How could he bear to watch his father go before him? At this moment, the elder Yi, seeing the approaching Mongsuan men, was also panicking inwardly. He had long heard of the Mongsuan people's notorious reputation for being unreasonable. Although he had brought some of his construction team members, he knew they were good at building houses, but in a fight against the Mongsuan, they were absolutely no match. After a moment of hesitation, he could only look at Wang Defang with a pleading gaze. But before Wang Defang could speak, he was sternly warned by his village head cousin. "You better not say a word now. A clear conscience fears no accusation. If it's not as they said, even if they have guns, we Mongsuan people absolutely won't allow outsiders to bully us." Seeing the other side say this, Wang Defang naturally shut his mouth obediently. He knew the Mongsuan people's character too well. If he opened his mouth now, he'd be beyond redemption. The Yi father-son were brought before Wang Ba by a few Mongsuan youths. The first thing Wang Ba said was, "I have a few questions for you. If you don't answer honestly, you should know the consequences of offending us Mongsuan people." Seeing that they only wanted to ask questions, the Yi father-son were relieved. The two nodded without any hesitation towards Wang Ba. Seeing the other party was still sensible, Wang Ba directly asked, "I heard you were captured by that Jiangnan kid together with Defang recently, is that true?" Although the Yi father-son were puzzled why Wang Ba suddenly asked this, but thinking about the torment they suffered in the prison, the two immediately flushed red, gritting their teeth as they said, "Master Wang, you don't know how despicable that Jiangnan kid is. Relying on a few ruthless men under him, he's completely lawless. Broad daylight he dares to forcibly enter private homes. That kid is no good." "That's right, like you, Master Wang." Yi Zuming just wanted to start sucking up to Wang Ba, but he hadn't even said a few words when he saw Wang Ba impatiently tapping his cane. "You just need to answer me, is this true or not?" "Yes, yes, yes." The elder Yi hurriedly answered, afraid of angering this Mongsuan chief if he was too slow. Sure enough, after hearing this, the expressions on Wang Ba and the Mongsuan people's faces darkened even further. "Did they treat you well with good food and drink in the prison?" When he asked this, Wang Ba and the Mongsuan crowd's gazes were fixed on them. The elder Yi swallowed, being stared at by this group of reckless Mongsuan people. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. So without considering anything else, he simply nodded. But just with this nod, the Mongsuan people immediately exploded, glaring furiously at Wang Defang and cursing. Damn it, good job Wang Defang, you even dare to scheme against your own fellow villagers. Fuck your Wang Defang, have you forgotten how you became the top tycoon in Yangcheng? Enough talk, according to our village rule, kill this ungrateful, unfilial bastard. With that, the Mongsuan people, without any hesitation, sprang into action. As the raging Mongsuan crowd surged towards Wang Defang, the group led by Miao Lan, the Yi father-son, and Xian were all dumbfounded. How did them coming to cause trouble for Jiangnan turn into their own people fighting each other? However, despite being bewildered, the three parties all consciously kept a safe distance, watching the show unfold. After all, this was a family matter for the Mongsuan people. They as outsiders had no right to intervene, nor did they want to, who would willingly go get hit. The most bewildered one was Wang Defang himself. Seeing the Mongsuan crowd about to charge at him, Wang Defang was both angry and annoyed. Angry that these people who used to be obsequious towards him, calling him master, now wanted to attack him based on the words of an outsider. What infuriated him even more was that these so-called relatives and friends he had been generous to were all so brainless. They just condemned him like this? But as a fellow Mongsuan, Wang Defang also knew that once these people's tempers flared up, no amount of explanation would be useful. The only way to clear the misunderstanding was to let them calm down. Thinking about it, Wang Defang's expression darkened, looking sinisterly at the charging crowd. Since you elders feel I, Wang Defang, have schemed and deceived you, then we can only settle this with our hands. But before we fight, I advise you elders to calm down. The price of laying a hand on me, you won't be able to bear it. However, the Mongsuan crowd at this moment were like arrows let loose from the bow. How could they hear the threat in Wang Defang's words? To them, whatever Wang Defang said was just dog barking. Behind Wang Defang, his subordinates also gathered around, standing in front of him. But just like Wang Defang, facing the rampaging Mongsuan crowd, they didn't show the slightest panic, rather feeling the opposite side couldn't do anything to them. On the other side, Wu Ya's group of Jiangnan's subordinates had already taken out their phones to start recording the Mongsuans infighting as soon as they turned back. Since the surveillance camera's range wasn't that far, and the image quality wasn't high, the group wanted to use their phones to capture the dog-eat-dog scene clearly. This way, when they returned, they could report better to Brother Nan. Fight on, if a few of them could die, that would be great. Wu Ya looked at the screen, grinning. Wait, Wu Chief, Wang Defang and his men don't seem panicked at all. With just that many people, where does their confidence come from? At this, one of Wu Ya's men next to him noticed the strange reaction from Wang Defang's side. Sure enough. As soon as he spoke, the enlarged image on Wu Ya's group's phone screen showed this scene. Just as the Mongsuan crowd was about to swing their batons down, the previously briefly departed Wang Yuanyan reappeared. Everyone, stop. If you dare touch my dad, don't blame me Wang Yuanyan for not considering our clan ties. Wang Yuanyan's angry shout immediately drew the Mongsuan crowd's attention, making them unconsciously look towards her. This look made the Mongsuan crowd's actions immediately freeze in place. Half a second later, when the Mongsuan crowd reacted, they gritted their teeth, their faces twisted with rage as they glared at the direction of Wang Yuanyan. You all. Wang Ba pointed his cane at Wang Defang, then at Wang Yuanyan, hesitating to speak. Finally, before he could finish his words, he staggered backwards. Dad, be careful. The village head quickly supported him, preventing a tragedy. Apparently, Wang Ba almost fainted from anger. The reason for the Mongsuan crowd's such intense reaction was simply that behind Wang Yuanyan were their mothers and children, the vulnerable groups in the village. Wang Yuanyan had taken their family members hostage. Seeing the Mongsuan crowd obediently quiet down, Wang Defang looked proudly at his daughter. Good job, Yuanyan. Before the fighting broke out, Wang Defang had already considered all possible situations, so he had prepared a backup plan. After the Mongsuan men left, he had his people go back and kidnap the village's elderly, women, and children. As long as he had them as hostages, no matter how reckless the Mongsuan people were, they had to obediently listen to him. Fuck! What's going on now? Why aren't they fighting anymore? Seeing the Mongsuan crowd frozen in place on the screen, one of Wu Ya's men asked, puzzled. You idiot, can't you see that Wang Yuanyan has a group of people behind her? It's obvious she's taken their family members hostage. This Wang Defang is really despicable. I heard they're from the same village, and he can still do this. Damn, harming family members, that's an underworld rule, and he was once the boss of Yangcheng. Wu Ya said disdainfully. Then, Wuya immediately reported the situation to Jiangnan. In the office, the group who were just waiting to reap the benefits from the two sides' conflict, were all surprised to hear this. They were equally shocked that Wang Defang would even take his own fellow villagers. Damn it, that shameless scum Wang Defang, Nanner, I say we go ourselves, Wang Defang as hostages, he'll definitely threaten to attack us. Su Weibiao, who hated people who threatened family members the most, was the first to stand up. No, with their family members being held hostage now, they'll definitely fight us to the death. Brother, you'd better call Wuya's group back, I'm worried they might. Jiangning objected worriedly. The Mongsuan people were no longer the same as just now. Jiangnan also couldn't help but sigh. A leopard can't change its spots, what a despicable person, using any means to achieve his goals. But originally I was hesitant to act openly because the governor's office was nearby, without a proper excuse we couldn't be too ruthless. Now, the opportunity has come. Let's go, Fio, I know you can't hold back anymore. As he spoke, Jiangnan stood up and walked towards the door on his own. Seeing this, Jiangning hurriedly followed and grabbed her brother's arm. Brother, going out now is very dangerous for us. Jiangning anxiously stomped her feet. But Jiangnan smiled slightly, meaningfully. Don't worry, little girl, when I say we're going out, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to fight them. Moreover, now it's not Wang Defang looking to cause us trouble, but others looking to cause him trouble. Let's go watch the show, and lend a helping hand here and there. Hearing this, Jiangning was also stunned. Then suddenly had an epiphany. That's right. The governor's office is nearby, and Sister Qingzhi and the others. At the gate of the Nanning base, just as Jiangnan had expected, Yang Qingzhi, Han Ritian, and the other SWAT members were staring grimly at their phone screens. They too were closely monitoring the developments between the two sides through their phones. Originally, Yang Qingzhi and the SWAT members were just watching the show. After all, the current situation was exceptional, and their orders were to turn a blind eye as long as no one died. Plus, Yang Qingzhi herself had deep prejudices against some of Jiangnan's actions. She even wished to see Jiangnan suffer a setback. So even when the Mongsuan crowd was shouting outside the gate, and later got into a fight with Wuya's group, she did not take any action. Thinking that she would step in when Jiangnan's subordinates could no longer hold out, that way she could demonstrate the governor's office's authority in front of Jiangnan. But to their surprise, just when Wuya's group was about to reach their limit, they were persuaded away with a few words, and even made the Mongsuan crowd turn against Wang Defang. Now they were actually fighting amongst themselves. Sister Qing, this Wang Defang has taken hostages, we can't ignore this. Cold Feng next to her clenched his fists. The others also looked at young Qingzhi at this time, their eyes filled with anger. After all, they were the suppressors of all criminal acts, naturally they couldn't tolerate someone committing crimes right under their noses. Hearing this, young Qingzhi frowned deeply as she glanced in the direction of Jiangnan's office, then muttered. No wonder he agreed so readily when we said we wanted to stay with him, turns out he's been using us as his bodyguards. At this, young Qingzhi's already unpleasant expression became even worse. This wasn't the first time she had been humiliated by Jiangnan. But despite her anger, she couldn't ignore Wang Defang's kidnapping of the village women and children. In the past, this would have been a major case of kidnapping and extortion that they would rarely encounter in a year. Now, with the disaster, all the cases they had dreamed of handling before were just showing up one after another. Although young Qingzhi was somewhat willful and capricious, the fact that she chose this profession, and was able to become a young police captain, was not just because of her family background, but also the heart that wanted to seek justice. Forget it, we'll settle this account later. Han, notify Director Yang, have the whole team deployed, remember, ensure the safety of the hostages. The moment young Qingzhi's group set out, Jiangnan, followed by Jiangning and the others, came up behind them. Seeing their backs, Jiangnan smiled smugly. See, I said someone would take care of this. Seeing that young Qingzhi's group had really deployed, Jiangning couldn't help but look at her brother and smile. Brother, that day when Sister Qingzhi's group came to stay, you agreed without any hesitation, you must have had this in mind, right? Jiangnan looked at his sister and smiled without a word, then walked towards the Mongsuan crowd on his own. Let's go watch the show. Over there, after taking control of the Mongsuan crowd, Wang Defang approached Wang Ba and the village head, openly threatening them. Uncle, cousin, originally if you had just listened to me and attacked Jiangnan's group directly, we'd have no problem. But since you're so brainless, just taking their words as truth, you'll have to pay for your own stupidity. Now, I'll give you two choices, either watch helplessly as your wives or children have their arms or legs dismembered by my men, or if you don't want that, then right now, immediately, go kill that Jiangnan kid for me. After speaking, Wang Defang's eyes turned ruthless. Then, from the distant Mangsuan women and children, cries were heard. No, no. Husband, please save us. Dad, I'm scared, wah. Faced with the cries of their wives and children, the Mangsuan men's hearts were simply shattered. The three most important people in a man's life are his wife, children, and mother. Wang Defang, don't touch them, we'll go now. That's right, Wang Defang, if you dare touch them, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. After hearing this, the Mangsuan men didn't hesitate at all to agree, and after warning Wang Defang, they turned around again, planning to fight Jiang Nan's group to the death. Wang Ba and the village head were also extremely tense at this moment, no longer showing the arrogance from earlier, because their own family members were among them. Dad, I'll go too. Your legs are not good, swords and knives are indiscriminate, in the future, your daughter-in-law and granddaughter will depend on you to watch over them. With that, the village head also rushed out with the crowd. However, at this moment, Wang Defang pointed a shaky Wang Ba. Uncle, you are the backbone of our Mangsuan, how can you retreat at this time? Even if your legs are not good, you still have your hands. One more person means one more force, you saw how those Jiangnan people are not easy to deal with. Hearing this, Wang Ba looked at Wang Defang in disbelief, he actually wanted him, an elderly man with a disabled leg, to go fight. Wang Defang, you. Wang Ba trembled with rage, unable to speak for a long time, perhaps even delirious with anger, he simply grabbed his cane and was about to attack Wang Defang. But he was grabbed by Wang Defang, and Wang Defang suddenly changed from his previous respectful demeanor, glaring at him fiercely. Old thing, let me tell you the truth, today's arrangement was specially prepared by me for you. Did you really think you could deal with Jiangnan with just your group? Wang Ba was dumbfounded, what was Wang Defang really trying to do? Then Wang Defang continued. Dealing with Jiangnan is just a pretext, what I want is for you old man to quickly go see the king of hell. After all, you have such great prestige in Mangsuan, with you around, I can't rally the elders of Mangsuan. But don't worry, I won't kill you, you'll just die at the hands of Jiangnan's group. That way, the elders of Mangsuan's hatred towards Jiangnan will be deeply rooted, and I will avenge you in the future. After saying this, Wang Defang gently placed Wang Ba's cane down, and with a sob in his voice, helped the bewildered Wang Ba enact this scene. Uncle, you'd better not go, I've taken the village aunties and children hostage out of necessity. This is the only way I can make you all clear up the misunderstanding and help me deal with the hateful Jiangnan. Don't worry, as long as our Mangsuan brothers help me get back the things, I won't shortchange any of our fellow villagers. At first, Wang Ba was also bewildered by Wang Defang's inexplicable actions. However, when he glanced towards the group of village women and children, he immediately understood Wang Defang's intention. Wang Defang's actions were just for show in front of these Mangsuan people, in order to eliminate their future resentment towards him. After all, it was Wang Defang who forced the hostage-taking, but the ones who would truly harm the Mangsuan people would be Jiangnan and the others they end up fighting. By holding his own daughter-in-law and granddaughter hostage, the terror was that if he wasn't killed by Jiangnan's people today, it would be his own daughter-in-law and granddaughter who would die. In this moment, Wang Ba fully understood the true purpose behind Wang Defang's inexplicable words and actions. Thinking about this, Wang Ba finally glared hatefully at Wang Defang, then resolutely walked out with his cane. Niao Lan, Xian and the others who had witnessed the entire process couldn't help but shudder. If Wang Defang could treat his own family and friends this way to achieve his goal, they, who he had called to just fill up the space, didn't know what other schemes he had in store for them. No, this kind of person is even more despicable than that Jiangnan. This is the only time, after this I absolutely can't get too deeply involved with him. Xian silently made up his mind. On the other side, after reporting to Jiangnan, Wuya's group continued watching the show on their phones, just as the Mangsuan crowd suddenly surged towards them again. The group was immediately bewildered. But amidst the frustration, they also felt a bit excited. Earlier when reporting, Jiangnan had said on the phone that he would be coming out soon. Performing well in front of Brother Nan, this was another opportunity to earn merit. Fuck! These people are endless. Brothers, Brother Nan is about to come out, why don't we take the chance to clean up some of them before he arrives, so it'll be easier for him when he acts. As they spoke, the group again picked up the baseball bats and other weapons lying on the ground, eager to try. Wuya also couldn't figure out why the Mangsuan group had suddenly turned back, thinking, wasn't the framing enough? The Miao Pharmaceutical and future unmanned aerial vehicle people haven't made a move either. After all, his passionate performance just now had almost convinced even himself, not to mention some of the things he fabricated to frame Wang Defang were actually true. But the good food and drink they served Wang Defang's group was also real, otherwise the wall height wouldn't be this high now. Unable to come up with a reason, the Mongsuan people had already approached them, so Wuya simply gave up thinking. Damn, they really won't let our brother Nan alone, huh? Brothers, grab your weapons, let's beat them up again. Wuya said, grabbing a baseball bat and swinging it towards the crotch of the closest man. Luckily, the Mongsuan crowd now knew Wuya's methods, and managed to dodge the attack. After dodging, the man rushed at Wuya's group like a madman. The brawl resumed. But unlike last time, the Mongsuan crowd was exceptionally fierce this time, their eyes even bloodshot, and they didn't make a sound even when the batons hit them. With their wives and children held hostage, they had to fight to the death. One had to say Wang Dafang's tactic was truly ruthless. As the fight went on, the increasingly uneasy Wuya's group couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. They had guns, but they knew, if they fired, the trouble would be huge. They could only fend off while cursing. Fuck, are you all crazy? Wang Dafang is the one who took your wives and children hostage. Why are you fighting us? Shut up, today either you kill us or we kill you. If you don't want to die, get out of our way. The only way our wives and children will be safe is if your boss Jiangnan dies. The Mongsuan crowd roared in response. Attack! At this moment, the late arriving Wang Ba, leaning on his cane, let out an angry roar and charged towards Wuya. Seeing the stick about to hit him, Wuya instinctively grabbed it, not caring about the pain, and yanked it back with all his strength, twisting his body. The force caused Wang Ba, with his disabled leg, to stumble forward uncontrollably, and he ended up faceplanting heavily onto the ground. Wuya felt a little smug seeing this. What's a lame old man like you butting in for? As soon as Wuya spoke, the nearby Mongsuan men first looked puzzled at the fallen Secretary Wang, then quickly rushed over with concern to help him up. Secretary Wang, why did you come? But as soon as they turned Wang Ba over, they saw a sharp stone embedded in his forehead. The fresh blood immediately covered Wang Ba's aged face. This. The previously slightly smug Wuya was dumbfounded. He didn't mean to kill anyone. His movement just now was just a reflex to deal with the crisis. How did it end up killing him? Ah! You killed the secretary. I'll kill you all. The Mongsuan people, who had already come to fight to the death, now that their secretary had been killed by the other side, their rage instantly engulfed every fiber of their being, even the last shred of rationality was burned away. Wuya's group couldn't help but shudder. Contribution points weren't easy to earn. Run, let's retreat quickly. Wuya reacted first, hurriedly calling the others to withdraw. They were ruthless, but still not as crazed as these madmen. If they kept fighting, it wouldn't be just a few injuries. Fortunately, at this moment, Yang Qingzhi's group arrived at the scene. Seeing the fully armed SWAT team, Wuya's group finally felt a sense of security. Yang, Officer Yang, quickly notify the governor's office, these people have all gone mad. Seeing Wuya's group terrified, Yang Qingzhi's team still had a hint of disdain. But before they could respond, they saw the Mongsuan crowd pouncing at them like rabid dogs. Even when their teammates had already issued clear warnings, the Mongsuan crowd didn't hesitate at all. In the critical moment, Yang Qingzhi could only order her team to aim for the legs. But even with some shot down and on the ground, the uninjured ones still charged fearlessly. Even those who were shot were still crawling towards them. This left Yang Qingzhi's SWAT team dumbfounded. What grudge is this? Wasn't it Wang Dafang who kidnapped their wives and children? Everyone retreat immediately. The current situation can only be controlled once the main force arrives. As Yang Qingzhi spoke, Han Ritian and the other SWAT members quickly put away their weapons and retreated. At this time, Wuya's group of Jiangnan's subordinates had already fled far away. Behind them, the crazy Mongsuan crowd still chased relentlessly, their bloodshot eyes showing that today, either Jiangnan's group would all die, or it would be their Mongsuan people. At the gate, Jiangnan, who had just led Jiangning, Su Weibiao and the others out, was stunned to see the disheveled Wuya and Yang Qingzhi's group fleeing. They didn't yet know that Wang Ba had been killed. But when Jiangnan saw the Mongsuan crowd, like a pack of wolves, rushing towards them, he immediately had a bad premonition. Without even asking, Wuya, upon seeing Jiangnan, was as excited as seeing his own father. Brother Nan, you're finally out. If you hadn't come out, I might not have been able to serve you in the future. The other inmate subordinates, seeing Jiangnan, were like seeing a savior, their panic visibly reduced. Although they were fierce in fights normally, but facing this enraged Mongsuan crowd, they were still a bit scared. After all, fighting and fighting to the death were two different things. Jiangnan didn't speak, but frowned as he glanced at the two Mongsuan men in the distance who were embracing a person and wailing in anguish. One of them was the village head's son. Seeing this, Jiangnan didn't need to ask to know what had happened. Seeing Jiang Nan silent, Wu Ya's heart sank, quickly explaining. Brother Nan, this wasn't my fault, it was that old man who wanted to fight, I just happened to pull him, and he. Before coming out, Jiang Nan had already instructed them not to cause any deaths. After all, this was the bottom line of the governor's office. But to Wu Ya's surprise, Jiang Nan just gave him a faint glance and said, Enough, I'm not an idiot, even without your accident, that Wang Ba probably wouldn't have left alive today. TSK, inciting others, then clearing obstacles for himself, and finally dumping the shit on my head, quite a skill. But in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are futile. Jiang Nan said confidently, then gave Wang Lei a look before walking towards the raging Mongsuan crowd. Wang Lei silently followed close behind. What, Nanner, what do you mean, looking down on your brother? How can this scene be complete without me, Su Weibiao? Su Weibiao shouted, then rolled up his sleeves and followed Jiang Nan and Wang Lei to meet the crowd head-on. This scene made Wu Ya's group of inmate subordinates feel a bit ashamed. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Ya had a reckless look. Fuck it, with Brother Nan here, what's there to be afraid of? Brothers! Attack! As Wu Ya's group retreated, Yang Qingzhi, Han Ritian and the others saw Jiang Nan actually walking back, their eyes widening. Jiang Nan, you're suicidal, they are now. Although they had all seen Jiang Nan's skills and abilities, with this many people wanting to fight him to the death, they feared the worst. Jiang Nan was now the existence the governor's office relied on, no one wanted anything to happen to him. However, Jiang Nan didn't even respond, just taking a few steps before suddenly increasing his speed, like an arrow released from the bow, he shot into the crowd. The speed was so fast that the people behind could only watch his back disappear. Seeing Jiang Nan boldly offering himself, the son embracing Wang Ba and wailing in anguish shouted to the Mongsuan crowd. Kill him, kill him. The Mongsuan people were also surprised that this Jiang Nan dared to come out, but it was perfect, an eye for an eye. Although Jiang Nan wasn't the main culprit, Wu Ya was his subordinate. So their hatred for Wu Ya naturally transferred to Jiang Nan. In the back, Miao Lan, Chen, the Yi father-son group watched excitedly, especially the Yi father-son, their eyes wide open, not wanting to miss a single detail of Jiang Nan being beaten to death. However, just a few seconds later, the gazes of everyone present changed, from gloating schadenfreude to stunned amazement. They saw Jiang Nan, who had charged into the crowd, quickly take down 7 or 8 of the leading Mongsuan men. They hadn't even seen how Jiang Nan acted. Am I hallucinating? Chen looked at the Jiang Nan who had entered the crowd of sheep like a tiger, amazed. Dad, didn't you say the Mongsuan people were quite something? How did they get taken down so quickly? Yi Zuming also couldn't figure it out, how in the blink of an eye so many had fallen. No matter how strong they are, I don't believe a few of them can take down this group of Mongsuan people. Before the sentence was finished, the elder Yi's voice also abruptly stopped. Because at this moment, behind Jiang Nan, Wang Lei and Su Weibiao had also joined the battlefield. They were not too shabby either. In just one glimpse, many of the raging Mongsuan people were also lying on the ground. One Jiang Nan was already impressive, but there were 3 such powerful fighters? Then, the hard-headed Wu Ya and his subordinates, seeing their brother Nan still as heroic and mighty as ever, suddenly weren't as afraid anymore. They also joined the fight. Of course, the Mongsuan people weren't complete trash, it was just that they encountered Jiang Nan, encountered people whose strength was far beyond theirs. After all, Jiang Nan had crawled out of piles of the dead, exchanging his life countless times to gain his current terrifying skills. And Wang Lei was also a professional killer, while not as good as Jiang Nan, compared to the Mongsuan crowd. One relied on killing to live, the other relied on brawling. The gap was obvious. As for Su Weibiao, he had been mixing on the streets since he was young, and as a child, not being tall, he had suffered bullying, so the muscle he had built up was no joke. However, even so, Jiang Nan knew their advantageous position wouldn't last long. Except for himself and Wang Lei, the others would probably be exhausted after taking down a few. No matter how skilled, they couldn't withstand the war of attrition, let alone against a group of already deranged madmen. After showing his hand, Jiang Nan didn't hesitate to order. Old Wang, Fio, cooperate with me, clear a path for me. To resolve the Mongsuan crowd, it wasn't necessary to take them all down. The reason the Mongsuan people were so crazy was because their family members were being held hostage, combined with the death of their old secretary. So as long as one of these problems was solved, there would be a chance to calm the Mongsuan crowd down. With Wu Ya's group holding back some of the Mongsuan people, and Wang Lei and Su Weibiao clearing the way, Jiang Nan smoothly passed through the crowd towards where Wang Defang and the others were. Although Wang Defang and Wang Yuanyan had witnessed Jiang Nan's abilities before, seeing Jiangnan coming towards them so casually still filled their hearts with panic. The other small subordinates of Wang Defang were also facing an imminent crisis. Quick, block him. Wang Defang retreated while ordering the nearby subordinates, although he knew they could not stop Jiangnan. Sure enough, the dozen or so subordinates who received Wang Defang's order bravely charged towards Jiangnan, only to be quickly taken care of by Jiangnan. Jiangnan, don't do anything reckless, the governor's office is nearby, they must have already known about the situation here, they'll be coming soon. Seeing her subordinates on the ground wailing in pain, Wang Yuanyan tried to act calm. Jiangnan, I know you're capable, but now people have already died, if you dare to commit more violence, I don't believe the governor's office will still dare to harbor you. Wang Defang echoed her words. But Jiangnan just gave them a faint glance and then confidently smiled. Even if I kill you two right now, the governor's office won't do anything to me. But killing you would be as simple as stepping on ants, too easy. We'll settle our grudges slowly, no need to rush. After saying this, Jiangnan pretended to attack, frightening the father-daughter duo until they almost stumbled. But when they reacted, Jiangnan had already charged towards the Wang family's subordinates who were holding the Mengsuan women and children hostage. With lightning speed, he took down the few in the front, then looked at the Wang family subordinates with a disdainful gaze. I'll give you two choices, either scram to the side obediently, or end up like them, forever lying on the ground as cripples. Jiangnan moved so fast that the Wang family subordinates couldn't even react. At this point, the change in Wang Defang's expression was obvious. Jiangnan clearly wanted to rescue these hostages from his hands. If that happened, the Mengsuan people's rage would be greatly reduced, which was not beneficial to his situation at all. Wang Defang hurriedly ordered his subordinates. What are you all standing there for? He may be powerful but he's still just one person, attack him. Wang Defang knew that his remaining 2 or 3 dozen subordinates were still no match for Jiangnan, but as long as he could stall for time, wait for the majority of the governor's office to arrive, he didn't believe Jiangnan would dare to kill in front of the governor's office. Moreover, with Wang Ba dead, if the governor's office didn't take a stance, how would they explain it to the citizens of Yangcheng? But the Wang family subordinates did not immediately act on the order. They had already experienced Jiangnan's formidability, and one of the subordinates tremblingly held a dagger to the neck of a Mengsuan woman, threatening. You, don't come over, if you dare to move, I'll kill her. In his view, Jiangnan had come to rescue the hostages, he shouldn't disregard their safety. If these hostages died, the Mengsuan people's rage would not be appeased either. But hearing this, Jiangnan looked at the man like he was an idiot. Buddy, your brain really matches your shitty boss. Hearing this, the Wang family subordinates were stunned, even the spectating Miaolan and the others were taken aback. Then Jiangnan said unhurriedly. Go ahead and kill if you dare, hurry up. But let me remind you, after killing someone, not only will the governor's office's people not let you off, the Mengsuan people later probably won't either. And of course, I won't let you off either. So you can choose to die by my hand, die by the Mengsuan people's hand, or die by the governor's office's hand. Jiangnan's words left the Wang family subordinates completely dumbfounded. Perhaps because they had been subordinates for too long, they had always just followed the boss's orders without considering their own situation. Jiangnan's words made the Wang family subordinates start to think. If they really killed the hostages, they were done for. Seeing the Wang family subordinates all stunned, Jiangnan smiled knowingly. He knew these people were just used to being subordinates, their minds didn't even consider their own future situation. As long as he made the pros and cons clear, these subordinates, being human, would naturally start considering for themselves. If you don't dare to kill, then scram to the side quickly. I guarantee, as long as you stay obediently from now on, no longer following Wang Defang to cause me trouble, I, Jiangnan, will honor my word and wipe the slate clean with the prison. Don't believe him. Wang Defang saw the situation turning unfavorable, shouting at the crowd again. But before he could finish, he felt a gust of wind in front of him, and by the time he reacted, Jiangnan had somehow appeared before him. Immediately, Wang Defang felt a pain in his abdomen, his whole body flew backwards and crashed heavily to the ground. Jiangnan retracted his leg, his gaze like a sword, looking down at Wang Defang. I didn't move you just now because I wanted to settle accounts with you later, how ungrateful of you. Seeing this, the Wang family subordinates no longer hesitated, quickly putting down their weapons and standing obediently to the side. Seeing his own subordinates surrender, Wang Defang's anger erupted. You all. But after just a few words, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Without even looking at him, Jiangnan walked towards the Mengsuan women and children. Everyone, you've all seen what kind of person Wang Defang is. Of course, I know your men or fathers have also been misled by him. I, Jiangnan, have no grudges against your Mongsuan, and I deeply apologize for the death of your secretary. But the dead cannot be revived. Our Nanning base will give you an explanation. However, before that, I hope you can persuade your men or fathers well. If this continues to escalate, it will not be good for you, nor for me. After saying this, Jiangnan looked deeply at the crowd. If the chaos continued, the only one who would benefit would be Wang Defang. Fortunately, these Mongsuan women were still people with reason. At this time, one middle-aged woman looked at the people around her. He's right. If we keep going, it won't just be the secretary who dies. With that, she hurriedly ran towards the direction of the men. Soon, many others followed. Under the persuasion of the women and the older children, the Mongsuan men's frenzied state was indeed alleviated, and they stopped their suicidal actions. Before long, Yang Weiman himself, accompanied by governor's office soldiers, also arrived at the scene, surrounding everyone. After understanding the situation, Yang Weiman approached Wang Defang, scolding. Wang Defang, you're so daring, really thinking that in this special time, no one has the time to keep an eye on you, so you can do as you please? Wang Defang couldn't help but smile bitterly at these words. Just as he had guessed, the governor's office would stand on Jiangnan's side. But even with the governor's office backing him, so what? Today's incident had already resulted in a death. He had meticulously schemed and arranged this whole plot. He didn't believe he couldn't bite off a piece of flesh from Jiangnan. So, supported by Wang Yuanyan, Wang Defang slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he calmly faced Yang Weiman's questioning. Director Yang, may I ask what crime I have committed? I reported to the law about Jiangnan's theft of my warehouse goods, but until now, have you not managed to recover the things that belong to me? Yang Weiman was rendered speechless by these words, as the stolen goods had indeed not yet been returned to him. Seeing Yang Weiman silent, Wang Defang continued. Since you haven't upheld justice and recovered what belongs to me, am I not allowed to get it back myself? Even if I'm guilty, it's at most just causing trouble. But it's his Jiangnan's people who have caused a death. Shouldn't you be questioning him instead of interrogating me? Is that appropriate? Wang Defang logically shifted the focus to Jiangnan. He had already calculated all of this in advance. Even if the governor's office wanted to harbor Jiangnan, they couldn't do it so openly in front of so many eyes, otherwise the governor's office would be known for breaking the law. How could they then manage the vast Yangcheng? Sure enough, after Wang Defang's words, a trace of difficulty appeared on Yang Weiman's face. From a personal emotional standpoint, he did want to protect Jiangnan. After all, Jiangnan was now too important to their governor's office. But as a law enforcer, a matter of life and death could not be simply covered up, or he would be unable to explain it to the people of Yangcheng. At this moment, Wu Ya's gaze shifted, and he stepped forward. Director Yang, it was I who killed the person, though unintentionally, but I'm willing to take full responsibility. This has nothing to do with Brother Nan. Then Wu Ya glared fiercely at Wang Defang. As for you, Wang Defang, inciting the Mongsuan crowd to cause trouble, and even taking the village women and children hostage, do you still have any respect for the governor's office or the law? Daring to play the victim first. I, a convict, look down on you. As he spoke, Wu Ya even spat a white liquid at Wang Defang right in front of everyone. Wang Defang, who had dominated Yangcheng for so many years, how could he tolerate such an insult? He was about to explode, but quickly suppressed his emotions. A small annoyance shouldn't disrupt a grand plan. And the person was not killed by Jiangnan. At most Jiangnan had secondary responsibility. He didn't expect this single charge to make the governor's office prosecute Jiangnan. The reason he brought it up was to set the stage. He wanted the entire Yangcheng to know that he was causing trouble for Jiangnan because he had a lot of supplies in his hands. As the saying goes, the guiltless man is condemned for his wealth. In the current situation, he didn't believe no one was coveting the things in Jiangnan's hands. Thinking about this, Wang Defang directly ignored Wu Ya, then looked at Yang Weiman. Director Yang, according to our nation's laws, illegal possession of firearms and inflicting injury, this is a serious crime. Just now, I saw with my own eyes that they had guns during the conflict with Mongsuan. If you don't believe me, I still have the video. Wang Defang smugly took out the pre-recorded video and played it for Yang Weiman. Yang Weiman just gave it a perfunctory glance, but his expression became even more grave. The governor's office's weapons depot had been stolen. He had already guessed it was Jiangnan. In the vast Yangcheng, who else had such mysterious and unbelievable means? However, he and the governor had chosen to turn a blind eye, even not prosecuting Jiangnan. After all, Jiangnan had demonstrated his great usefulness to them. This was mutually beneficial for both sides, but they had to keep it all under wraps. On the one hand, it was about the governor's office's dignity, the mighty governor's office's weapon depot being robbed. It would be embarrassing to make it public. On the other hand, as an ordinary citizen, Jiangnan had guns, and the governor's office turned a blind eye. How would the others think? Wouldn't they also want to possess guns? If everyone had guns, no one would fear the governor's office's authority anymore. Then Yangcheng would descend into complete chaos, and human lives would just be a gunshot away. Thinking about this, Yang Weiman couldn't help but glare at Jiangnan with a touch of reproach. Such a smart person, how could he not see these consequences, actually allowing his subordinates to use weapons openly? If he had to, at least do it secretly, not so blatantly. Jiangnan, however, was unconcerned, because it wouldn't be long before the balance the governor's office had painstakingly maintained would be shattered. People are not fools. In a dangerous environment, they will try every means to ensure their own safety. Although they can't get real guns, they can still make homemade weapons. Chaos is an inevitable thing. Letting Wu Ya's group brandish guns to intimidate was also to take the opportunity to warn others. If they dare to scheme against them, they better think it through carefully. Just as everyone's gaze was fixed on Yang Weiman, waiting to see how the governor's office would deal with Jiangnan, Wu Ya's eyes shifted again, and he unhesitatingly spoke up. Director Yang, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Brother Nan didn't know we had guns at all. These guns were all robbed by us from Wang Defang. I swear, Brother Nan has nothing to do with this matter. Punish us as you see fit, but don't wrong our good Brother Nan. After saying this, Wu Ya didn't forget to give Jiangnan a meaningful look, as if saying, Boss, how's your little subordinate doing? Not letting you down, right? I'm really willing to take the fall for you. With Wu Ya's words, Jiangnan's group of inmate subordinates immediately realized. Fuck, this is covering for the boss. With boss's connections to the governor's office, even if punished, it'll just be for show. How come we didn't think of this great opportunity just now? But it's not too late now. They all followed Wu Ya's tone, taking all the responsibility upon themselves. This scene left the bystanders dumbfounded. This is also possible? What kind of charm does this Jiangnan have, that a group of people are competing to take the fall for him? Not to mention the others, even Jiangnan himself was a bit surprised, approvingly scanning the group of subordinates. Yang Weiman was also very puzzled, that these hardened criminals in such a short time could become so devoted to Jiangnan, further proving Jiangnan's extraordinary nature. No, I better hurry and do some ideological work for Kingzhi, can't let this kind of son-in-law slip away. Thinking this, Yang Weiman immediately waved his hand grandly, pretending to be furious as he shouted at Wu Ya's group of subordinates. You're all so daring. Take them away. Await their punishment. As Yang Weiman gave the order, the governor's office soldiers wasted no time rushing towards Wu Ya's group. And Wu Ya's group were very cooperative. They didn't even need the soldiers to remind them. One by one they dropped their weapons and gleefully offered their hands up. Come on, buddies, tighten the handcuffs a bit, so certain people can't use this to argue again, barking like a dog. While urging the soldier in front of him, Wu Ya couldn't help but glance at Wang Defang, the look in his eyes as if saying, What caliber are you, daring to take on my brother Nan? Faced with such cooperative behavior from the arrested group, the soldiers who came to apprehend them were all dumbfounded, never having seen criminals so happy to be arrested. They naturally didn't know that for Wu Ya's group, taking the fall for the boss was an honor, and most importantly, the subsequent rewards and contribution points were not to be missed. Similarly, this scene not only left the governor's office soldiers perplexed, but also the rest of the bystanders besides Jiangnan's side. They all couldn't help but frown. Of course, anyone with eyes could see that Yang Weiman was so eager to arrest them, it was obvious he was favoring Jiangnan. But what abilities did this Jiangnan have, that the governor's office would protect him so? As for Wang Defang and his daughter, seeing Jiangnan's subordinates wholeheartedly take all the blame, while Jiangnan himself stood by as if nothing had happened, they had gone to so much trouble, made such a big circle, just wanting Jiangnan to suffer a little, even if just a bit. But in the end, they hadn't even managed that tiny bit. The taste in their hearts was unbearably unpleasant. You all. Wang Defang was very emotional, his rapid breathing making it difficult for him to speak. After struggling for half a time, he continued. Didn't expect the mighty governor's office, when handling a case, would just convict based on one-sided words. Jiangnan is the boss. Without his permission, how would the subordinates dare to do these things? This is just blatant favoritism. I'm not satisfied. I believe the citizens of Yangcheng are also not satisfied. Wang Yuanyan also couldn't hold back. How could a little pretty boy who could only obediently serve under him now have such abilities? She cried hysterically at Yang Weiman. The governor's office is so unfair. Aren't you afraid no one will believe you in the future? However, faced with the two's ranting, Yang Weiman's brow had already darkened a bit. He narrowed his eyes at Wang Defang and his daughter. Fair? You two stirred up the conflict between the two sides for your own selfish interests, causing someone to die, and you want fairness? Ask the person lying on the ground if they think it's fair. Moreover, about the things your Wang family did in the past, do you still want fairness? But your words have reminded me, take Wang Defang and his daughter into custody as well. Handle them according to the law, await their punishment. With that, a squad of soldiers immediately apprehended Wang Defang and his daughter. Then, Yang Weiman went towards Miaolan, the Yi father-son, and Qian's group. After all, this commotion was too big, it probably wouldn't be long before it spread throughout the city. He knew the governor's office's stance leaned towards Jiangnan, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with that. However, considering the Chinese public's favorite pastime was to distort a matter, spreading it into countless versions, to avoid public opinion pressure, he could only lower his status and patiently explain to the crowd. Everyone, perhaps the handling of today's incident may have caused some misunderstanding in your hearts. But I assure you, the stance of our governor's office has always been based on the interests of the majority. I'm not the type who likes to beat around the bush. To speak plainly, now with the global disaster unfolding, the situation is not optimistic, and all of you here have moved from the city center. I believe you all know the current state of the city center. If it weren't for Jiangnan's prior notification, you wouldn't need me to say where you are now. Moreover, if you want to continue to come to the governor's office to collect your free supplies in the future, I believe you all know how to spread today's events. After saying this, Yang Weiman turned around on his own, his stern demeanor from earlier softening as he scolded Jiangnan. You little punk, why didn't you report this incident to the governor's office immediately when it happened? We had to come rushing over after hearing the commotion. Young people still lack consideration. In the future, you must trust the governor's office in all matters. These words sounded like reproach, but anyone with eyes could see it was more like an elder reprimanding a junior. Was this really a reprimand? Hearing this, Jiangnan didn't say anything, just smiling apologetically. Yes, Director Yang is right, I will definitely report to the governor's office first thing in the future. After all, the other party was the director, face still had to be given. Alright, today's events end here. Regarding the specific punishment of those involved, we will give the whole city an explanation after the investigation is complete. Also, I hope all of you here will handle the relocation matter peacefully. If there are any forcible seizures or expulsions of the original residents, the governor's office will not show any mercy. With that, Yang Weiman waved his hand grandly, leading the main force to withdraw. With the departure of the governor's office, Wang Defang and his daughter's plots and schemes had completely crumbled. Not only did they fail to cause trouble for Jiangnan, but now everyone was wary of the Nanning base. Even a few days later, rumors spread that Jiangnan was the governor's illegitimate son, otherwise how could the governor's office favor him so much? And the earthquake warning Jiangnan had provided earlier, who would believe it? It was just an excuse made by the governor's office to exculpate Jiangnan. 1 week after the Wang Defang incident, the disastrous situation in Yangchang was only getting worse. Entire neighborhoods in Yangchang were turning into ruins without any warning. Fortunately, the governor's office had ordered the relocation to the countryside in advance, otherwise the population of Yangchang might have been halved in just a few days. At this time, inside the Nanning base, while the people outside could only barely get by on the governor's relief rations, they were living quite comfortably. Of course, the comfortable ones were only the official members of the Nanning base, the new members and above. As for those who had just recently joined the Nanning base, let's just say they were a little better off than the outside, but not by much. However, the base providing them food and drink was not free, they also needed to do work for the base to earn contribution points, then use the contribution points to exchange for food. On the southern wall of the Nanning base, the people were diligently laying bricks, further increasing the original wall height. Outside the wall, a large crowd had gathered, with only one purpose, to join the Nanning base. Among the crowd, Miaolan looked at the towering wall, deep in thought. In the base office, Jiangnan, Jiangning, and Su Weibiao were lounging comfortably on the sofa, enjoying the air conditioning and snacking on fruit. Su Weibiao hummed a little tune while smugly looking at the Jiangnan siblings. Ah! This is what you call living. Not having to go to work, not having to worry about making money, this apocalypse came at just the right time. How did that song go again? I'm not going to work tomorrow, so awesome. Seeing Su Weibiao's carefree antics, Jiangning couldn't help but chuckle. Then, Jiangning hugged Galugulu and fed it a piece of apple, couldn't resist teasing it. I reckon the happiest thing for someone is not having to go to work tomorrow. probably wanting to be in a little black room with Sister Chingchung, right Galugulu? Of course, the little panda cub Galugulu didn't understand these things, it was just a silly child. Seeing Jiangning feed it the apple, Galugulu's signature cute little black eyes were filled with delight, unhesitatingly taking a big bite. Oh, Galugulu, eat slowly, don't choke. Jiangning fondly patted Galugulu's little head, smiling. After finishing the apple, Galugulu immediately started waving its paws, making little whimpering sounds, probably wanting another piece. But Su Weibiao, seeing Galugulu's enthusiastic and entertaining antics, became a bit displeased. He already had some grievances against this panda cub that monopolized all the affection. Now the grievance was even greater. Eating the apple is one thing, but waving its paws and making sounds, what's that supposed to mean? Daring to mock your brother Fio? Thinking about this, Su Weibiao's expression darkened. You little thing, what are you laughing at? In the past I'd still give you some respect, but now in this apocalypse, you're no longer a national treasure. Keep laughing, see if I don't use you as a mount when you grow up. Su Weibiao pointed at Galugulu in Jiangning's arms and threatened it fiercely, venting his inner frustration. Of course, Galugulu didn't understand what these two-legged beasts were getting so excited about. How was my eating the apple bothering you? Utterly nonsensical. It continued making cute whimpering sounds at Jiangning, begging for more food. But Jiangning, hearing this, immediately became unhappy, glaring at Su Weibiao. Brother Fio, if you dare use Galugulu as a mount, I'll have Sister Qingqing punish you by not letting you change the TV channel. Su Weibiao was instantly at a loss for words. The smugness on his face just now disappeared, replaced by a hint of helplessness. The reason was, Galugulu's cuteness that melted hearts was greatly loved by the ladies. Not only did Jiangning treat it like a treasure, but even his hard-won girlfriend Yi Qingcheng also frequently came to Jiangning's place to cuddle Galugulu. This often left Su Weibiao lonely and kept out. So towards Galugulu, Su Weibiao was a bit. To avoid kneeling in front of the TV remote, although Su Weibiao was still dissatisfied in his heart, he didn't dare say more, only turning his attention to Jiang Nan who was watching the surveillance footage. Nanner, I understand you stealing those supplies, but why did you also have to bring this thing here? Aside from being cute, it's useless, eating more than me every day. Su Weibiao complained to Jiang Nan. He really didn't understand why Jiang Nan had to bring this panda cub from the zoo in the first place. Stealing the supplies was for survival, but bringing a panda cub, that was a bit excessive. Even though they had ample supplies, once this thing grew up, that appetite. Hearing the voice, Jiang Nan finally shifted his gaze from the surveillance screen, turning to look at Su Weibiao. Fio, believe it or not, in the future it'll be more useful than you. Jiang Nan's tone was slightly mocking. When the time of mass mutation arrives, the mutated Galugulu would be the king among mutant animals. With it around, the base wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by other mutant beasts. Su Weibiao was already dissatisfied, hearing Jiang Nan say Galugulu would be more useful than him. He immediately stared at Jiang Nan with an incredulous gaze. What? Nanner, are you talking nonsense again? Don't joke around, if it's more useful than me, I'll wash your hair for you, looking down on who? Su Weibiao's tone carried a hint of defiance, even some anger. To compare him to a beast, and say the beast was more useful, even if it was Jiang Nan saying it, Su Weibiao would have already exploded if it was anyone else. Jiang Nan just smiled without explaining. After all, the time of mass mutation was not far off. When that time comes, he would naturally know. Speaking of mass mutation, although he had now initially established the base and solved the necessary supplies and basic defense needed for the base, Jiang Nan knew these were still far from enough. He had to quicken the pace. Thinking about this, Jiang Nan set aside the teasing expression, speaking seriously. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. After the Wang-defying incident, our base's reputation is now known, we shouldn't have any more trouble in the short term. Hearing this, Su Weibiao couldn't help but raise his head, with a look of supreme confidence. Of course, just look at the kind of figures in our base, daring to go against me, Su Weibiao? I'll beat them until they can't even recognize themselves. Jiangning. Brother Fio, isn't the current situation all thanks to my brother's efforts? Su Weibiao was also taken aback by this, scratching his head awkwardly, then shamelessly said. Who's ahead of who with Nanner? Don't get caught up in the details. Moreover, the fact that our base's wall can be built this high is thanks to my contribution, right? Jiang Nan just snorted dismissively, then turned to Galugulu again. Galugulu, you can't learn from Brother Fio, just knowing how to boast. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangning immediately took Galugulu's side, not giving Su Weibiao any face. Su Weibiao was fuming, wanting to say more, but was directly interrupted by Jiangnan. Alright, can you two stop fighting every time you see each other? After rolling his eyes, Jiangnan continued. The times ahead will give you plenty to mess around with, don't waste your energy on these trivial matters. Fio, aside from the wall construction, I have another task for you these 2 days. Hearing there was a task, Su Weibiao immediately became serious, asking curiously. Nanner, who are we targeting this time? If you ask me, our base is not lacking in basic supplies, why don't I lead a team to loot all the forest shops in the city? It's not like they'll be used anymore anyway, can't let them go to waste. Jiangnan rolled his eyes again, his brother. We're not lacking in those things either, and we don't need them at the moment, no need to waste the effort. Your main task these 2 days is to expand the construction team. Besides the wall, we also need to further expand our base, our current scale and manpower are still not enough to rest easy. Su Weibiao didn't seem to care much after hearing this. In his view, they were now powerful and well-stocked. The most critical thing was that they had a powerful backer, who would dare cause trouble for them. So he felt there was no need to continue recruiting. Moreover, more people would also mean more consumption of their base's resources. However, since this was Jiangnan's order, Su Weibiao couldn't really voice any objections, nodding in response. Seeing Su Weibiao's performance, Jiangnan took note of it. A few days ago, he had instructed his subordinates to go out and recruit their own squad members, that is, have the base's new member-level teammates recruit the white member-level teammates, in order to expand the team. And the effect of this measure was also very good. In just 2 days, the base's personnel had tripled from the initial just over 100. If it weren't for the limited prison housing, they could have easily reached 4 digits. So now the Nanning base could be said to be overcrowded. Continue recruiting, would they have to let people sleep in the toilets? However, Jiangnan had long known that this was an inevitable consequence of the expansion. Therefore, for these newly joined white member-level members, Jiangnan immediately announced their first task to build their own living quarters. If they didn't want to, they could either leave, or really go sleep in the toilets. Originally, these new team members, after hearing this order, were a bit arrogant, saying that since the Nanning base had recruited them, not providing food and housing, who would still want to stay. They were all preparing to leave. But when they saw the treatment of the Nanning base's new member-level teammates, they immediately changed their minds. At this juncture, everyone was basically just barely getting by on the governor's relief rations, yet the people in Jiangnan's base were eating and dressing no different from before the disaster. They even heard that the few big squad leaders were even eating meat every meal, and had fruit and drinks after. These things had become luxuries in just a few days after the disaster, only grasped by a few ruthless people. While for the majority of ordinary people, being able to ensure the few relief rations in their hands were not robbed was already a godsend. So the white member-level teammates, without the slightest hesitation, chose to work day and night to build simple living quarters, and after a few days of effort, they had built enough to house about 110 people. This was why Jiangnan now wanted Su Weibiao to continue recruiting. Apart from that, the base system had just begun to take shape, and most people actually didn't take this issue too seriously yet. Plus the scarcity of resources, many bases were unwilling to recruit too many people. After all, one more mouth means one more resource consumption. But for Jiangnan, this was the best time to expand the team. In the future, if bases wanted to recruit people, if they were just ordinary members it would be fine, but as long as they had some supernatural talents or outstanding abilities, you'd have to pamper them like ancestors. All the resources the base obtained would have to be tilted towards them, one by one, relying on their supernatural talents and abilities. They would make outrageous demands. But now recruiting, just a little bit of resources would be enough, the cost is low. And it's a staged recruitment now, with limited spots. For the current people, the Nanning base's reputation and good treatment, it's like competing for a job. People will inevitably fight tooth and nail for a spot. The quality of the people recruited this way would be higher. After Jiangnan shared these thoughts with Su Weibiao immediately took it seriously. Looking at Jiangnan with admiration, after a moment of pause, he said seriously, Nanner, if you weren't my brother, I'd definitely be the first to kill you in this apocalypse. Your kind of brains must be the biggest obstacle to my domination of the apocalypse. But thankfully, we're brothers, he. Hearing Su Weibiao's evaluation of himself, Jiangnan couldn't help but smile wryly. However, Jiangnan didn't think he was that smart. Being able to consider these was only because he was a reincarnator. The development of the apocalypse was now like the back of his hand. If he couldn't even consider these things in a second life, he might as well just find a block of tofu to bash his head in. Jiangning, on the side, also listened with great pride, looking at her brother with reverence, thinking, I knew my brother has always been extraordinary. So, as his sister, I can't be a drag either. Thinking this, Jungning, while hugging Galugulu, suddenly stood up. Brother, you two continue chatting, Galugulu has eaten its fill, it's time for a nap. With that, without waiting for Jangnan's response, she walked out on her own. Su Weibiao also said at this time. Alright Nanner, leave this to me, you can rest assured. I'll definitely recruit all the talents in Yangchang. By then, not only will our base have the final say in Yangchang, even the entire southwest region, or even the entire country, will be under our control. After saying this, Su Weibiao also walked towards the door with his head held high, ready to get to work. Jiang Nan sighed helplessly, he hadn't finished instructing him yet. Moreover, the selection of people, it's not that he doesn't trust Su Weibiao, but he knows Su Weibiao's character too well. With his personality, he's afraid he'll recruit a group of Fiaos for his base. After all, in his eyes, the primary requirement for talent is fierce enough, strong enough to fight. Therefore, Jiang Nan was still a bit worried. After hesitating, he decided to follow along and take a look. Of course, more importantly, he also needed to make a trip to the governor's office. The matter of Wang Defang and his daughter should have a result by now. Leaving them here until now, it's time for them to play their due role. After coming out, Su Weibiao immediately called a squad of about 10 subordinates, heading straight for the base gate. He had also just seen the bustling scene at the base gate on the surveillance footage. These people were naturally all wanting to join them, so he planned to start by picking from these people. As for Jiangning, after leaving Jangnan's room, she didn't go back to her own room. Galugulu in her arms was whimpering. It didn't look like it was sleepy at all. So just now, she had just used that as an excuse to come out. Her real purpose was not to take Galugulu back to sleep. After coming out, Jiangning headed straight for Yi Qingqing's room. At this moment, Yi Qingqing was in her room watching a drama. Since coming to the Nanning base, she felt exceptionally relaxed. Originally the news of the apocalypse had made her somewhat worried, but now it seems there's really nothing to worry about. At least in the Nanning base she doesn't have to worry about resources, and because of Su Weibiao, she doesn't have to worry about anything. Just eat and sleep with Su Weibiao every day, sleep with Su Weibiao and then eat again, without any family or work pressures. Gradually, she even felt that the apocalypse came at just the right time. Hearing the knocking sound, Yi Qingqing thought it was Su Weibiao coming back. Thinking this, Yi Qingqing immediately opened the door, with a seductive look. You rascal, back so soon. Ah, Xiaoning, it's you. Seeing that the visitor was Jiangning, Yi Qingqing immediately blushed, embarrassed and wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. My goodness, what racy words she had just spoken in front of this young girl. Jiangning's face was also flushed. Despite her young age, as a child raised in this information age, she knew no less than the adults. She naturally understood the implication of Yi Qingqing's words just now. For a moment, Jiangning didn't know how to proceed. The atmosphere had fallen into a brief silence, only interrupted by Galugulu's whimpering in Jiangning's arms. However, Yi Qingqing, being a former business elite, quickly regained her composure, pretending nothing had happened as she smiled and asked Jiangning. Xiaoning, did you come to see me about something? Hearing Yi Qingqing speak up, Jiangning also quickly resumed normalcy, acting as if she had heard nothing, smiling as she replied. Yes, Sister Qingqing, I do have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Without any hesitation, Yi Qingqing agreed. Xiaoning, don't put it that way, just tell me whatever it is you need help with. Yi Qingqing understood clearly. Her current treatment was all thanks to Jiangnan, her brother. So if Jiangning needed help with something, she would gladly step up. Moreover, setting that aside, Yi Qingqing quite liked this kind and sensible little girl. Compared to her own brother, she was simply. Seeing Yi Qingqing agree so readily, Jiangning was delighted, then said mysteriously. Sister Qingqing, let's go inside and discuss it slowly. This matter is a bit tricky, it needs a complete plan. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing became even more interested. Subsequently, Yi Qingqing led Jiangning into the room. On the other side, Su Weibiao had brought a group of subordinates to the base gate. And the crowd gathered at the base gate, seeing people from the Nanning base come out, surged towards Su Weibiao's group in a flock. Instantly, Su Weibiao's group was surrounded, unable to move. The scene was just like a popular celebrity being swarmed by a crowd for autographs and photos after getting off a plane. As for Su Weibiao's group, being suddenly surrounded by the rushing crowd, even though they knew this would be the result, their hearts were still a bit shaken. They hadn't expected that one day they would also experience the feeling of being a celebrity. At this time, the surrounding crowd began to enthusiastically greet Su Weibiao's group. Hey, brother, where are you guys going? Need any help? Don't worry, as long as the task is accomplished, just have the brothers put in a good word for us. That's right, brother, just let us know what needs to be done, your brother here will be a huge help. Of course, they were all here hoping to join the Nanning base. Hearing the greetings and this enthusiastic response, Su Weibiao's group immediately beamed with pride. One of Su Weibiao's subordinates even cleared his throat and introduced to the onlooking crowd. Everyone. Today you've come to the right place, this is Su Weibiao, the second in command of our base, and also the brother of our base leader. He's out here on orders from the old master to recruit new members for our base. The subordinate pointed at Su Weibiao in a flattering manner. Hearing that he was the second in command of the base, and the base leader's brother, the crowd looked at Su Weibiao with fervent admiration. Seeing this, Su Weibiao originally felt the atmosphere had been hyped up enough, and he was about to say a few words to show off a bit. But before Su Weibiao could speak, a young man suddenly rushed out from the crowd, falling to his knees in front of Su Weibiao with an excited and emotional expression, grabbing Su Weibiao's pant leg. Second uncle, your nephew has finally found you, I've been searching so hard. Su Weibiao was completely dumbfounded by this sudden action. But after carefully examining this young man, he realized he didn't recognize him at all. And what's this second uncle nonsense? As an orphan, where did he have any relatives? However, thinking about his current status, with these people desperate to join them, inventing an uncle wasn't impossible. Thinking about this, Su Weibiao smiled wryly at the young man. Brother, how can I, an orphan, have any relatives? Moreover, with my age, you can call me big brother at most, any older and you'll be making me feel old. The young man, instead of feeling embarrassed at being exposed, was completely unfazed, saying casually. Second uncle, it's fine. As long as you're willing, from now on you'll be my second uncle, I'll do whatever you say, if I even furrow my brow, I'll be your grandson. Looks like this second uncle title was firmly stuck on Su Weibiao today. He's really going all out with the shamelessness. Su Weibiao was quite speechless, but seeing the other party not listening, his short temper, which he never liked to use twice, made him reach out to try to pull the man up. However, to his surprise, the young man's strength was exceptionally great. Su Weibiao used all his strength, but couldn't even budge the young man, let alone pull him up. Seeing Su Weibiao's astonished expression, the young man chuckled. Second uncle, don't bother pulling, my other qualities may not be great, but this physique and strength are pretty good. If you don't agree, I simply won't get up. The young man said this with a stubborn look in his eyes, even a touch of smugness. The crowd, seeing this, aside from being greatly shocked, also had a hint of schadenfreude. Thinking, this kid is really shameless, going this far, does he think he can pull this on the second in command? Starting off by disrespecting the man, typical reckless young people. Sure enough, the few subordinates beside Su Weibiao, seeing this young man stubbornly staying on the ground even after Fio had spoken, were livid, not giving Fio any face at all. Several subordinates angrily stepped forward, grabbing this young man called Manzi. But with their combined efforts, they could only barely move him. You fucking brat, looking for trouble is. One of the subordinates, seeing they couldn't pull him up, started cursing, but was stopped by Su Weibiao. And Su Weibiao, looking at this young man, had a gleam in his eyes. Someone with this kind of strength must hit really hard. Isn't this exactly the kind of talent he needs? Therefore, Su Weibiao nodded approvingly. You're not bad, this physique and strength are quite impressive. Get up, I agree to your request. As soon as Su Weibiao said this, everyone present was stunned. This can also be done? The bewildered and inwardly mocking crowd also quickly realized if this young man could do it, why couldn't they? All they had to do was call a few flattering names, right? It's not like they'd lose a piece of meat. Moreover, as long as they can latch onto this big shot of the Nanning base, they won't be bullied anymore in the future. After all, they were all people driven to the end of their ropes. Ever since the governor's office called for the relocation of city residents to the rural townships, the conflicts between the city and rural people had gradually emerged. Originally, the governor's office's intention was to avoid the disaster and facilitate management, but after the city people moved to the rural areas, they started hatching all kinds of schemes. The city people, after losing their homes and relocating to the rural areas, could only build simple dwellings for themselves. And now with the cold weather, these air-conditioned city folks simply couldn't bear the conditions. So the large influx of city people into the rural townships harbored malicious intentions, banding together to seize the housing of the original rural residents. And since the rural people were fewer in number, they naturally couldn't compete with the city folks, being forced out of their own homes. Not only that, some bold bases even liked to seize the relief rations distributed by the governor's office. Of course, this seizure was not only targeted at the rural people, even weaker bases from the city would be robbed at gunpoint. In short, the weak were the targets of robbery. So, these people thought, taking a bit of a loss was better than being bullied. And the recent incident of Director Yang from the governor's office personally leading a team to the Nanning base had already become well known to the people within a 10-mile radius. Thinking about this, many people started imitating the young man called Manzi, fabricating relatives, just to be able to join the Nanning base and receive protection. Third uncle, I've searched so hard for you. May the heavenly emperor bless me, allow your grandson to pay respect. All kinds of addresses for Su Weibiao were echoing one after another, the scene descending into chaos. The key was, this young man calling him second uncle was one thing, but even some who were the same age as Su Weibiao or even older were able to call him out. It was easy to imagine they were probably truly driven to desperation. In this apocalypse, with the disaster at hand, dignity and face couldn't protect one's survival. This also left Su Weibiao's group completely unprepared, staring dumbfounded at the entire scene. Fio Ge, how should we handle this situation? Subordinate Shishin asked tentatively. Su Weibiao's mouth twitched, he obviously didn't know how to handle this either. But though Su Weibiao could be hot-headed, he wasn't stupid. That their base was famous and people wanted to join was normal, but not to this extent. Thinking about it, Su Weibiao looked at the young man he had just recruited next to him and asked. What's wrong with you all? Even if you want to join us, does it have to be like this? Manzi also sighed helplessly, then bitterly smiled. Ah. Second uncle, you don't know, the current situation. After Manzi described the conflict between the city and rural people, as well as the powerful bases with official backing seizing the relief rations, Su Weibiao immediately cursed furiously. Fucking hell, these. But halfway through, Su Weibiao stopped himself. Thinking about it, they had just robbed someone not long ago too. Cursing those people was the same as cursing himself, and really, everyone was just fighting for their own survival, there was no real right or wrong. The weak get bullied, this was an iron rule. Considering this, Su Weibiao became even more determined to recruit some tough and willing fighters for the base. So Su Weibiao suppressed the compassion in his heart, coldly sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Stop with the yelling, this recruitment has limited spots, with so many of you, our base couldn't house you all even if we recruited everyone. The reason I agreed to this young brother is because I'm impressed by his physique and strength. If any of you feel unsatisfied, then use your strength to talk, fight him, and whoever wins can take his spot. As soon as he said this, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone could see that this young man called Manzi had a burly build, clearly not someone to be trifled with. However, although Su Weibiao said the spots were limited, at least it proved the Nanning base was indeed recruiting. Thinking about this, someone directly asked. Elder Su, since the spots are limited, why don't you just tell us directly what it takes to join your esteemed base? Su Weibiao didn't beat around the bush, directly announcing. The current situation, everyone has seen it, whoever's fist is harder, that's the one. Su Weibiao said, raising his thumb. Obviously, his first criterion was good physique and fighting ability. Then Su Weibiao continued. Everyone here is free to choose an opponent, as long as you can win 3 rounds, you can join us. As soon as he said this, the eyes of everyone present immediately filled with hostility. The air thick with gunpowder between them. Damn it, I'm going all out, who's first? A middle-aged man directly stood up from the ground, his gaze fierce as he looked around. With his start, the rest also started issuing challenges to the people around them. A huge brawl thus began. Su Weibiao and the group of subordinates, seeing this, consciously retreated to a safe distance, leisurely watching the fight on the field. At this time, Jiang Nan arrived and also witnessed all this, but he wasn't particularly fazed by it. In this apocalypse, whatever happened, he felt it was all too normal. However, regarding Su Weibiao's method of selection, Jiang Nan couldn't agree. Fighting ability was certainly one of the most important qualities in the apocalypse, but it wasn't everything. Jiang Nan roughly observed the fiercely fighting crowd, noticing that most of the people who came to their base today were dressed quite plainly. It was obvious these were the rural population. And these people, through years of labor, had rough skin, still easily identifiable. For this group, Jiang Nan's original plan was actually to recruit more of them after the base had expanded enough to accommodate them. The reason was simple, they were honest and hardworking. And most importantly, they had rich farming experience, that is, the ability to grow crops. Although this social identity was something everyone wanted to escape from before the apocalypse, but in the apocalypse, these people were now being valued again. In the middle to late stage, as resources became increasingly scarce and the situation more chaotic, with the social order completely collapsing, the only way to have enough to eat, aside from robbing, was self-sufficiency. The importance of farming had thus become evident. And since so many rural folks had come today, there was no way Jiangnan could let them leave empty-handed. So in Jiangnan's eyes at this moment, these people were all precious treasures. Thinking this, Jiangnan quickly walked up to the spectating Su Weibiao's group, speaking with a slightly exasperated tone. Alright, stop watching, hurry and have them stop fighting. With the way you're selecting, even if you find a few tough ones, they'll probably be bedridden for a couple months, and will even have to pay for their medical supplies. Su Weibiao's group were watching intently, but hearing someone criticize their Nanning base affairs, their faces immediately became impatient. You fucking... One of the subordinates turned around, about to curse loudly. But when he saw who the voice belonged to, the words he was about to blurt out were swallowed back down, and he immediately stood up straight, putting on a smile as if seeing his own father. Brother Nan. After saying this, he timidly lowered his head. The others also almost simultaneously greeted Jiangnan in the same nervous manner. Only Su Weibiao still had some dissatisfaction. No, Nanner, why stop it? Sure, we'll have to spend some medical supplies, but it's worth it. Just think, the people recruited this way will all be able to take on 2 opponents. When we give the order, not just Yangcheng, even the entire southwest region will be at our mercy, an undefeatable force. Su Weibiao became more and more excited, even visualizing the future scenes of leading his group of subordinates to conquer everywhere. But Jiangnan just gave him a cold look. If it was anyone else, Jiangnan probably wouldn't bother explaining. However, this person was Su Weibiao. Jiangnan felt it was still necessary to make it clear, and change Su Weibiao's line of thinking. He was worried that with Su Weibiao's current single-minded focus on fighting, he might end up being exploited. Thinking about this, Jiangnan spoke earnestly. Fio, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but aside from fighting, can you fit anything else in that head of yours? This way is dangerous. As the saying goes, the terrain may change, but the nature remains. Su Weibiao didn't feel there was anything wrong with his mindset at all, still looking dissatisfied. Dangerous how, Nanner, one man's power can overcome 1,000 laws, you should listen to your brother on this. Seeing Su Weibiao still stubbornly maintaining this pig-headed attitude, Jiangnan was truly exasperated. At this moment, he suddenly recalled a very classic line, asking Su Weibiao seriously. Have you never heard a saying? Su Weibiao paused, shaking his head in puzzlement, then heard Jiangnan lower his voice. Are you good at fighting? What use is being good at fighting? In this world, you need influence, you need connections. It means don't just know how to fight, physical strength is important, but it's only the foundation, not the whole. Su Weibiao listened, confused. The few subordinates beside him also had the same expression. In fact, their thoughts were the same as Su Weibiao's. Since the base wanted to recruit people, of course they should recruit the tough fighters. What's the point of recruiting those who can't fight? When conflicts arise in the future, are they just supposed to cheer from the sidelines? But thoughts aside, this was ultimately the leaders' discussion. They could only listen, daring not to voice their own opinions. No, Nanner, what does this have to do with our recruitment? Just listen to me. In the future, we'll recruit only the toughest fighters. That way we can build a team that strikes fear in everyone. Su Weibiao said expectantly, still insisting on fighting ability as the primary recruitment criterion, hoping to convince Jiangnan. But Jiangnan, seeing that he had explained half-heartedly without Su Weibiao grasping his meaning, gave up on continuing the lecture. This kind of stubborn mule won't change until he runs into a wall. When he suffers losses in the future, naturally he'll learn his lesson. So Jiangnan directly gave an order to the nearby subordinate in a commanding tone. You go and have them stop. For the boss's boss, the subordinates naturally didn't dare disobey, respectfully responding. Yes, brother Nan. After saying this, the group immediately dispersed, rushing towards the chaotic scene to stop the fighting. Seeing Jiangnan had already given the order, Su Weibiao also knew he couldn't convince Jiangnan, and that he was the second in command. Nanner was the boss. How to recruit people, it was ultimately up to Jiangnan's decision, so he could only sigh regretfully. Nanner, I bet, once I've trained up the batch of people I have, you'll definitely regret this decision later. Seeing Su Weibiao puffing out his chest with such confidence, Jiangnan just smiled faintly. Regret? How could he regret it? When the time comes that he recruits these skilled agricultural hands to cultivate the base's fertile lands, and harvest the crops. On the other side, the crowd who had been fighting fiercely to scramble for a spot in the Nanning base, seeing the Nanning base people suddenly rush onto the battlefield and order them to stop, all had expressions of bewilderment. They even had some emotional reactions. What's the deal? Let us fight, it was you who started it, and now you suddenly don't want us to fight anymore. What's the meaning of this? The injuries from the previous 2 rounds, wasn't that all for nothing? Hey, brother, I had already won 2 rounds, the third one was about to be won too, why suddenly call it off? Yeah, you started talking big, then suddenly cut us off, isn't this a bit inappropriate? At least count the winning rounds we've already completed. The crowd, one after another, complained to the Nanning base people who had come to stop them. Honestly, regarding Jiang Nan's sudden order to stop, even the Nanning base people coming to intervene didn't know what their brother Nan was up to. But they were just subordinates, only needed to act according to the instructions, so they gave a unified response to the crowd. Shut the fuck up, you lot hit the jackpot today, being able to witness the grandeur of our brother Nan, even if you can't end up joining our base in the end, it won't be a wasted trip. So whatever ideas you have, it's best not to express them in front of our brother Nan later, that short-sighted fool who dares to defy brother Nan, I'll make sure he comes back vertically, not horizontally. Did everyone understand? If you understood, hurry up and line up. The subordinate finished speaking, then impatiently urged the crowd to line up, in preparation for brother Nan's next instruction. The crowd had been a bit resentful, but when they saw the attitudes of these people, they immediately understood that the brother Nan they mentioned was undoubtedly the big shot of the base. To have ideas about the base leader even before joining, that would be idiotic. Therefore, the crowd silently put aside their resentment, obediently lining up. Soon, Jiang Nan came over to them with an apologetic expression. Thinking this, Jiang Nan quickly walked up to the spectating Su Weibiao's group, speaking with a slightly exasperated tone. Alright, stop watching, hurry and have them stop fighting. With the way you're selecting, even if you find a few tough ones, they'll probably be bedridden for a couple months, and will even have to pay for their medical supplies. Su Weibiao's group were watching intently, but hearing someone criticize their Nanning base affairs, their faces immediately became impatient. You fucking. One of the subordinates turned around, about to curse loudly. But when he saw who the voice belonged to, the words he was about to blurt out were swallowed back down, and he immediately stood up straight, putting on a smile as if seeing his own father. Brother Nan. After saying this, he timidly lowered his head. The others also almost simultaneously greeted Jiang Nan in the same nervous manner. Only Su Weibiao still had some dissatisfaction. No, Nanner, why stop it? Sure, we'll have to spend some medical supplies, but it's worth it. Just think, the people recruited this way will all be able to take on 2 opponents. When we give the order, not just Yangcheng, even the entire southwest region will be at our mercy, an undefeatable force. Su Weibiao became more and more excited, even visualizing the future scenes of leading his group of subordinates to conquer everywhere. But Jiang Nan just gave him a cold look. If it was anyone else, Jiang Nan probably wouldn't bother explaining. However, this person was Su Weibiao. Jiang Nan felt it was still necessary to make it clear, and change Su Weibiao's line of thinking. He was worried that with Su Weibiao's current single-minded focus on fighting, he might end up being exploited. Thinking about this, Jiang Nan spoke earnestly. Fio, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but aside from fighting, can you fit anything else in that head of yours? This way is dangerous. As the saying goes, the terrain may change, but the nature remains. Su Weibiao didn't feel there was anything wrong with his mindset at all, still looking dissatisfied. Dangerous how, Nanner, one man's power can overcome 1,000 laws, you should listen to your brother on this. Seeing Su Weibiao still stubbornly maintaining this pig-headed attitude, Jiang Nan was truly exasperated. At this moment, he suddenly recalled a very classic line, asking Su Weibiao seriously. Have you never heard a saying? Su Weibiao paused, shaking his head in puzzlement, then heard Jiang Nan lower his voice. Are you good at fighting? What use is being good at fighting? In this world, you need influence, you need connections. It means don't just know how to fight, physical strength is important, but it's only the foundation, not the whole. Su Weibiao listened, confused. The few subordinates beside him also had the same expression. In fact, their thoughts were the same as Su Weibiao's. Since the base wanted to recruit people, of course they should recruit the tough fighters. What's the point of recruiting those who can't fight? When conflicts arise in the future, are they just supposed to cheer from the sidelines? But thoughts aside, this was ultimately the leaders' discussion. They could only listen, daring not to voice their own opinions. No, Nanner, what does this have to do with our recruitment? Just listen to me, in the future, we'll recruit only the toughest fighters, that way we can build a team that strikes fear in everyone. Su Weibiao said expectantly, still insisting on fighting ability as the primary recruitment criterion, hoping to convince Jiang Nan. But Jiang Nan, seeing that he had explained half-heartedly without Su Weibiao grasping his meaning, gave up on continuing the lecture. This kind of stubborn mule won't change until he runs into a wall. When he suffers losses in the future, naturally he'll learn his lesson. So Jiangnan directly gave an order to the nearby subordinate in a commanding tone. You go and have them stop. For the boss's boss, the subordinates naturally didn't dare disobey, respectfully responding. Yes, Brother Nan. After saying this, the group immediately dispersed, rushing towards the chaotic scene to stop the fighting. Seeing Jiangnan had already given the order, Su Weibiao also knew he couldn't convince Jiangnan, and that he was the second in command, Nanner was the boss. How to recruit people, it was ultimately up to Jiangnan's decision, so he could only sigh regretfully. Nanner, I bet, once I've trained up the batch of people I have, you'll definitely regret this decision later. Seeing Su Weibiao puffing out his chest with such confidence, Jiangnan just smiled faintly. Regret? How could he regret it? When the time comes that he recruits these skilled agricultural hands to cultivate the base's fertile lands, and harvest the crops. On the other side, the crowd who had been fighting fiercely to scramble for a spot in the Nanning base, seeing the Nanning base people suddenly rush onto the battlefield and order them to stop, all had expressions of bewilderment. They even had some emotional reactions. What's the deal? Let us fight, it was you who started it, and now you suddenly don't want us to fight anymore, what's the meaning of this? The injuries from the previous 2 rounds, wasn't that all for nothing? Hey, brother, I had already won 2 rounds, the third one was about to be won too. Why suddenly call it off? Yeah, you started talking big, then suddenly cut us off, isn't this a bit inappropriate? At least count the winning rounds we've already completed. The crowd, one after another, complained to the Nanning base people who had come to stop them. Honestly, regarding Jiangnan's sudden order to stop, even the Nanning base people coming to intervene didn't know what their brother Nan was up to. But they were just subordinates, only needed to act according to the instructions, so they gave a unified response to the crowd. Shut the fuck up, you lot hit the jackpot today, being able to witness the grandeur of our brother Nan, even if you can't end up joining our base in the end, it won't be a wasted trip. So whatever ideas you have, it's best not to express them in front of our brother Nan later, that short-sighted fool who dares to defy brother Nan, I'll make sure he comes back vertically, not horizontally. Did everyone understand? If you understood, hurry up and line up. The subordinate finished speaking, then impatiently urged the crowd to line up, in preparation for Brother Nan's next instruction. The crowd had been a bit resentful, but when they saw the attitudes of these people, they immediately understood that the Brother Nan they mentioned was undoubtedly the big shot of the base. To have ideas about the base leader even before joining, that would be idiotic. Therefore, the crowd silently put aside their resentment, obediently lining up. Soon, Jiangnan came over to them with an apologetic expression. Standing before the crowd, Jiangnan first politely introduced himself to them. Greetings everyone, I am from the Nanning base. Jiangnan had originally wanted to say he was the leader of the Nanning base, but thinking about it, he felt the term leader was a bit inappropriate. This wasn't some criminal organization. So Jiangnan corrected himself. I am the head of the Nanning base, Jiangnan. First of all, I'm very grateful that all of you think highly of our Nanning base, and are so eager to join us. I welcome your arrival, as for our people just now making you all. This may have been a misunderstanding, so I'd also like to apologize to everyone. As he spoke, Jiangnan even respectfully bowed with cupped fists towards the crowd. This action from Jiangnan left the people present all stunned, their eyes filled with surprise. Many of them actually didn't originally come with the intention of joining the Nanning base, or one could say the Nanning base wasn't their top choice. The reason they came today was because some of them had already been rejected by other bases a few times, leaving them with no choice but to try their luck at the Nanning base. After all, in the eyes of many bases, these people's resources had already been robbed clean, useless at even defending their own supplies, recruiting them into the base would mostly just be an encumbrance. So many base members didn't even bother giving them a proper look. But unexpectedly, the head of this Nanning base was so polite to them. This couldn't help but make the crowd feel a bit ashamed. Because, although they knew the Nanning base had a great reputation, the reputation itself wasn't that good. Not to mention the recent robbery of the Miao Pharma Group and Xian's Drone Company, just the fact that the Nanning base was composed of prison inmates was enough. Even the base's location was within a prison. Unless utterly desperate, who would want to come to such a base? Coming here and consorting with a bunch of criminals, wouldn't that be ridiculed to death? But now, it seems that was not the case. Thinking about this, the crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable gratitude. The resentment they had about being suddenly stopped was also completely swept away. Didn't expect us to be treated equally, Head Jiangnan, you are truly too kind. Someone in the crowd laughed heartily, excitedly responding to Jiangnan. That's right, just for Head Jiangnan's attitude of treating people equally, even if I get beat up a few times, Lee Si here wouldn't have any complaints. Another person shouted towards Jiangnan. Now I finally understand why the Nanning base could become so famous in such a short time, and even gain the recognition of the governor's office. Head Jiangnan, just for your caliber, even if I can't join your esteemed base today, in the future I'll work hard to try to catch your eye. One after another, the people in the crowd expressed their views, all because they felt valued by Jiangnan. Just for this, they wholeheartedly believed joining the Nanning base was the best choice. As for the sudden enthusiasm from the crowd, the originally unwilling Su Weibiao suddenly became at ease. It seemed he understood Jiangnan's purpose in doing this. As for Jiangnan, he was a bit surprised as he swept his gaze over the crowd before him. He hadn't expected that just by upholding the normal attitude a person should have, he would get such a big reaction. But thinking it through, Jiangnan could understand the current mood of the crowd. These people, how are they any different from his former self in the apocalypse? Barely scraping together some resources, only to have them robbed shortly after, wanting to find a base for protection, yet the bases would deem them useless. Without strength, recruiting them would just be a burden. Back then, he had never been treated as a real person by others. During unlucky times, he would even be forcibly taken to do hard labor. No food, no shelter, until he worked himself to death. If there had been a base leader back then who could have treated him as politely as he was now, he imagined he would have been just as moved. Then, Jiangnan further explained to the crowd. Everyone, our Nanning base can only recruit a little over 100 people for now. Hearing this, the expressions of the crowd once again became solemn. Compared to when they first arrived, their desire to join the Nanning base had now grown even stronger. But with so many people, what made them qualified to be among those 100? And just as the crowd was worrying for themselves, Jiangnan's next words almost made them ecstatic. Jiangnan continued. However, since all of you think so highly of our Nanning base, I wouldn't feel right turning anyone away. How about this? For everyone present today, I guarantee, as long as you are willing, from today on you will all become our Nanning base's white member-level teammates. The moment Jiangnan finished speaking, cheers immediately erupted from the crowd. My God, is this for real? Brother, give me a pinch, I need to confirm I'm not dreaming. Papa. Fuck, it hurts, not a dream. Long live head Jiangnan. Su Weibiao on the side was frowning, looking at Jiangnan with disbelief. No, Nanner, are you sure you're taking them all? Are you sick? How can we accommodate so many now? Jiangnan didn't hurry to answer, instead continuing to address the crowd. Everyone, don't get too excited too early, you're only white member-level teammates, still lacking to become formal new member-level teammates. Moreover, our base's housing is indeed very tight right now, so you may have to bear with staying outside for a while. Hearing Jiangnan say they couldn't enter the base for now, the crowd was inevitably a bit disappointed. Not being able to enter the base also meant they would have to return to their original places at night, and continue to be bullied by people from other bases for a few more days. Anyone would be unhappy with that. But thinking that they were now part of the Nanning base, the base surely wouldn't just ignore them being bullied, right? Wait, what does white member-level teammate mean? Finally, a thoughtful person noticed the key point in Jiangnan's words, and asked this puzzled question. The subordinates beside them were very considerate, immediately stepping forward to introduce the base's contribution system to the crowd. Hearing this, the crowd, just like the base's original members, had fervent gazes in their eyes. Being able to climb the management ranks through contributions, they wouldn't fear being bullied in the future. So the crowd then asked Jiangnan if there were any tasks assigned to them while staying outside. Sure enough, seeing the new recruits ask this, Jiangnan smiled knowingly. That's right, there is indeed a task assigned to you all during this period outside. If you complete it well, the entire group will directly be promoted to new member-level teammates, and each person will also receive an additional contribution. What? Directly promoted to new member-level teammates? And an additional contribution reward as well? Goodness gracious, doesn't this mean that as long as we complete the task beautifully, we'll be flying high, from a chicken to a phoenix? The crowd exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. Even the few veteran base members who came with Su Weibiao had eyes shining with golden light. Although they were already new member-level teammates, no one was satisfied with the status quo. Everyone wanted to climb higher. After all, the higher the level, the better the treatment. And for them to become new member-level teammates, it was after completing several tasks one after another. Now these white member-level newcomers who had been here less than half an hour actually had the opportunity for rapid advancement. How could a few of them not be envious? Moreover, a single task had such a generous reward. If they also participated, wouldn't they be one step closer to promotion to the combat commander level? After all, once they reached the combat commander level, they could take on the role of base squad leader, start managing people, and finally shed the identity of subordinate. They'd be counted as small-time officials. Thinking about this, the few of them almost simultaneously put on flattering smiles, carefully asking Jiangnan. Brother Nan, what's the task? Can we participate as well? Yes, Brother Nan, if they can complete it, I'm confident I can do even better. Please grant me the opportunity. Seeing the few veteran base members getting excited, Jiangnan nodded approvingly. Not bad, you all are quite enthusiastic, keep maintaining this attitude. Hearing Jiangnan say this, the few thought Jiangnan had agreed. Getting so excited they started jumping up and down on the spot, probably able to dunk a basketball even from a standstill. Then, in unison, they thumped their chests, promising Jiangnan. Don't worry, Brother Nan, we'll stay enthusiastic, maintain it till death. Jiangnan. Seems you've misunderstood my meaning, I was just praising your enthusiastic attitude of seeking tasks. As for the task assigned to them, it's not suitable for you all. Upon hearing this, the few happily bouncing veterans suddenly lost their footing, ending up flat on their butts on the ground. Although their butts were in pain, in their hearts, it couldn't match the pain of having the just pursued goddess run off with someone else. Come on, Brother Nan. One of them tried to plead again with a bitter expression, but was interrupted by Jiangnan reaching out to pat his shoulder. Alright, everyone has their own strengths, you can't participate in this task, but there'll be no shortage of tasks for you in the future, keep training hard, you'll have your chance to shine. This task was originally arranged for these people to help the base clear wasteland and build farms, but they were all of Fio's temperament. Fighting and brawling were their forte, but farming required both physical strength and skill. Arranging them to do farming would be like putting a horse's mouth on a cow. After saying this, Jiangnan turned to instruct the new recruits. Everyone, if there are no objections, you can all go back and prepare now. As for the specific arrangements, we'll discuss them in detail here again tomorrow morning. For the new member-level teammates, being able to join the Nanning base today was already an immense stroke of luck, and now they could immediately become the base's new member-level teammates, enjoying the treatment of meat every day. With such a great opportunity, the crowd had no objections at all, smiling as they responded to Jiangnan. Yes, leader. As you command, Brother Nan. Watching the crowd depart, Su Weibiao looked at the somewhat at a loss Manzi beside him, comforting himself. Whatever, being able to recruit such a tremendously strong guy is already satisfying. With this guy around, in the future when it comes to tasks involving combat power, I doubt anyone can outdo my squad. Thinking this, Su Weibiao felt quite pleased. The reason he was so eager to recruit a batch of tough fighters was not only for the base's future considerations. There was also a bit of self-interest. That is, aside from him, there were also Wang Lei and Wu Ye, the two biggest competitors for the third-in-command position. Their two teams also had formidable combat power. Strictly speaking, their overall strength was even higher than his team. If not for his relationship with Jiangnan, the third-in-command position might not have been his. This Su Weibiao was well aware of, so he wanted to take the recruitment opportunity to bring in more fighters, to avoid being surpassed in the future. Then, Su Weibiao patted Manzi's shoulder, quite delighted. Manzi, right? From today on, you're also a member of our Nanning base, in the future you'll be part of my team, follow me. Manzi was of course also very happy, after all, this person had the status to come recruit people, quickly smiling as he responded. Yes, Brother Fio. Seeing Su Weibiao so attentive towards this young man called Manzi, Jiangnan couldn't help but curiously glance over. Noticing the man's burly build and muscular physique, he understood Su Weibiao's little scheme. Although Su Weibiao was his brother, since he had set up the contribution system and member-level system, he had to follow the rules, otherwise he wouldn't be able to gain the trust of the people. Having Su Weibiao under pressure was a good thing. However, at the end of the day, Su Weibiao was still his brother. Jiangnan still hoped Su Weibiao could firmly secure the third-in-command position. So in terms of task assignments, he naturally had to lean a bit towards Su Weibiao's side. Thus, Jiangnan turned to look at Su Weibiao. Fio, the recruitment is over, I have a new task for you these 2 days. Hearing there was a new task, Su Weibiao immediately perked up. Even the few deflated subordinates beside him were like they had drunk some Vita drink, instantly regaining their vigor, looking expectantly at Jiangnan. Jiangnan said. Later, you personally select a few sharp-witted brothers to help me keep an eye on Miaolan's group, especially that Miaolan. In Jiangnan's eyes, he always felt Miaolan was no ordinary person, whether it was her composure when facing him before, or these two encounters, Jiangnan felt this woman had some abilities. If she could be utilized for his own purposes, that would naturally be the best. If not, he had to take precautions. His instinct told him, the prettier the woman, the more dangerous. However, Su Weibiao looked at Jiang Nan with a playful gaze, making Jiang Nan feel a bit uncomfortable. What's with that look? Don't you understand? Su Weibiao grinned smugly. Nanner, not bad. I have to say, your eye for women is impeccable. That Miao Lan, both in looks and figure, is an absolute gem. What? Directly promoted to new member-level teammates. And an additional contribution reward as well. Wow, that means as long as we complete the task nicely, we'll be flying high, turning from a chicken to a phoenix. The crowd exclaimed excitedly upon hearing this. Even the base's veteran members who came with Su Weibiao had eyes shining with golden light. They were already new member-level teammates, but no one was satisfied with the status quo. Everyone wanted to climb higher. After all, the higher the level, the better the treatment. And for them to become new member-level teammates, it took completing several tasks one after another. Now these white member-level newcomers who had been here for less than half an hour had the opportunity to make a meteoric rise. How could the veterans not be envious? Moreover, with such a generous reward for just one task, if they also participated, wouldn't they be one step closer to being promoted to combat-ready level? They knew that once they reached the combat-ready level, they could take on the role of base squad leader, starting to manage people, and finally shedding the subordinate identity. Thinking about this, the few veterans almost simultaneously put on flattering smiles, carefully asking Jiang Nan. That, Brother Nan, what's the task? Could we perhaps participate as well? Yes, Brother Nan, if they can complete it, I'm confident I can do even better. Please grant us this opportunity. Seeing the base's veteran teammates so eager, Jiang Nan nodded approvingly. Not bad, you all have such enthusiasm, keep maintaining this attitude. Hearing Jiang Nan say this, the few thought he had agreed. Their excitement making them jump up and down. If given a basketball they could probably dunk right on the spot. They then chorused towards Jiang Nan, pounding their chests. Don't worry, Brother Nan, we'll definitely maintain this enthusiasm, even to the death. Jiang Nan. It seems you've misunderstood my meaning. I was just praising your eager attitude in asking for the task. As for the task I've assigned them, it's not suitable for you. At these words, the few lively veterans suddenly fell to the ground, their bottoms hitting hard. Although their butts were in pain, in their hearts, it just couldn't compare to the pain of having their goddess just run off with someone else. Come on, Brother Nan. One of them tried to plead with a bitter face, but was interrupted by Jiang Nan, who came over and patted his shoulder. Alright, everyone has their own strengths. You can't participate in this task, but there will be no shortage of tasks for you in the future. Just keep training hard, you'll have your chance to shine. This task was originally arranged for these people to help the base clear wasteland and build farms, but they were all of the same temperament as Fio. Fighting and brawling was their forte, but farming requires both physical strength and technique. Arranging them to do farming would be like putting a horse's mouth on a cow. After that, Jiang Nan turned to address the new members. Everyone, if there are no objections, you can all go prepare now. As for the specific arrangements, we'll discuss them in detail here again tomorrow morning. For the new member-level teammates, being able to join the Nanning base today was already an enormous stroke of luck, and now they could even become the base's new member-level teammates, enjoying the daily meat rations. With such a good opportunity, the crowd had no objections whatsoever. Some didn't even bother to think about what exactly they would be doing, just smiling and responding to Jiang Nan. Yes, leader. As you command, Brother Nan. Seeing the crowd leaving, Su Weibiao looked at the somewhat at a loss Manzi beside him, comforting himself. Well, being able to recruit such a tremendously strong guy is already good enough. With him around, in the future when there are tasks related to combat, I don't think anyone can beat my squad. Thinking this, Su Weibiao felt quite content. The reason he was so eager to recruit a batch of tough fighters was not only for the base's future consideration. There was also a bit of self-interest. That is, aside from him, there were also Wangle and Wuya, two major competitors for the third-in-command position in the base. Their two teams were also quite formidable in combat power. Strictly speaking, their overall strength was even higher than his team. If it weren't for his relationship with Jiang Nan, the third-in-command position might not have been his. Su Weibiao was well aware of this, so he wanted to use the recruitment opportunity to bring in more fighters, to avoid being surpassed by them in the future. Then, Su Weibiao patted Manzi's shoulder, saying happily, Manzi, right? From today on, you're also a member of our Nanning base, you'll be assigned to my team, follow me. Manzi was naturally also very willing. After all, the one recruiting him meant he had a high status in the base, quickly smiling in response. Yes, Big bro Fio. Seeing Su Weibiao so attentive towards this manzy guy, Jiang Nan couldn't help but curiously take a glance. Discovering the man had a burly build, all muscle, he understood Su Weibiao's little scheme. Although Su Weibiao was his brother, since he had set up the contribution system and member level system, he had to follow the rules, otherwise he wouldn't be able to gain the people's trust. Su Weibiao feeling the pressure was a good thing. But after all, he was still his brother. Deep down Jiang Nan still hoped Su Weibiao could firmly hold the third-in-command position. So in terms of task assignment, he naturally had to lean a bit more towards Su Weibiao's side. Thus, Jiang Nan turned to Su Weibiao and said, Fio, the recruitment is over, I have a new task for you these 2 days. Hearing there was a new task, Su Weibiao immediately perked up. Even the few dispirited subordinates beside him were like deflated balloons suddenly revived, looking at Jiang Nan expectantly. Jiang Nan said, In a bit, you personally select some smart brothers to monitor the Miao Pharma group, especially that Miao Lan. In Jiang Nan's eyes, he always felt Miao Lan was not simple, whether it was her composed manner when facing him before, or these two encounters, Jiang Nan felt this woman had something about her. If she could be used by him, that would naturally be the best, but if not, he had to take precautions. His intuition told him, the prettier the woman, the more dangerous. However, Su Weibiao looked at Jiang Nan with a smug gaze, making Jiang Nan feel a bit uncomfortable. What's with that look of yours? Didn't you understand? Su Weibiao grinned mischievously. Nanner, I must say, your eye for women is impeccable. That Miao Lan is an absolute top-tier beauty in both looks and figure. Jiang Nan just rolled his eyes at this, exasperated. In your heart, am I really that kind of person? Su Weibiao just grinned, the smile still carrying a deep meaning. Come on, Nanner, no need to play the righteous gentleman with me. When you were 8 years old, you even had me climbing the wall to peep at the widow next door bathing. As soon as Su Weibiao said this, Jiang Nan's face darkened. Was this kind of dirty laundry something to be discussed? Especially in front of so many subordinates. Sure enough, the subordinates, hearing that Jiang Nan had dared to climb the wall to peep at a widow's bathing when he was 8 years old, all looked at him with admiring gazes. As expected of Brother Nan, thinking of ourselves at 8 years old still talking about how boys shouldn't get close to girls because it's unhygienic, but Brother Nan had already left that childishness behind, starting to explore the female body's structure in practice. This pioneering spirit is worth learning. The already embarrassed Jiang Nan, seeing the subordinates staring at him so fixatedly, just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. This was simply too humiliating. But Su Weibiao didn't seem to notice Jiang Nan's murderous gaze, still gloating as he continued. Don't worry, that Miao Lan, since you've set your sights on her, as your brother, I'll make sure to help you get her. Even if I have to kidnap her, I'll bring her to you. Jiang Nan really couldn't hold back, suddenly kicking Su Weibiao right in the butt. However, having been brothers for many years, Su Weibiao knew Jiang Nan too well. Any of his expressions were impossible to escape Su Weibiao's eyes. Seeing Jiang Nan's furrowed brow, he knew this guy was probably going to make a move, so he quickly twisted his butt and dodged to the side. Ah! I dodged it. Then he looked at Jiang Nan smugly. He didn't hit me. What, are you shy? Don't be embarrassed, your brother here is? Just as Su Weibiao was confidently thinking he had dodged Jiang Nan's sneak attack, the next second, Jiang Nan's leg firmly kicked him in the butt. This kick, Jiang Nan put some real force into it. Phew! Su Weibiao sucked in a sharp breath from the pain, clutching his butt and starting to curse. Fuck! You really mean it, don't you? It hurts like hell. Seeing Su Weibiao's pained expression, Jiang Nan calmly retracted his leg, his expression finally relaxing a bit. That's what you get for having such a loose mouth, saying whatever comes to mind. If in the future our base has any secrets, won't you just blurt them all out? This is for your own good, to teach you a lesson. Su Weibiao was still quite dissatisfied, thinking he was fighting for his brother. How could he? But hearing Jiang Nan say this, he also realized there were subordinates around. Him revealing Jiang Nan's childhood misdeed in front of them was indeed not quite appropriate. Well, I think I misremembered. That year it was actually me who took you. Su Weibiao coughed awkwardly, trying to salvage some of Jiang Nan's face. But this explanation just made him sound like he was beating around the bush. Jiang Nan. Thank you so much. Alright, I just want you to monitor the Miao Pharma group, especially Miao Lan, just need to know their daily movements. I have other matters to attend to, I'll be going first. Jiang Nan waved his hand impatiently, then turned and left towards the governor's office without looking back. A few minutes later, outside the governor's office, Jiang Nan and Wangle were strolling towards the inside. Seeing people approach, the guarding soldiers were a bit tense at first, but upon recognizing Jiang Nan, they immediately relaxed. And they all smiled and nodded politely towards Jiangnan. Jiangnan also responded with a courteous smile, then stopped at the governor's office entrance, although he reckoned he probably didn't even need to announce his arrival to see the governor now, but proper etiquette should still be observed. "Excuse me, could you please announce that young Master Jiangnan is here to see the governor?" Jiangnan cupped his fists towards the guarding soldier. As expected, just as Jiangnan had guessed, now to see the governor, he no longer needed such formalities. The soldier smiled in response. "Mr. Jiang, the governor has already instructed that if it's you coming, you can go in at any time, no need to announce. Please, Mr. Jiang." The soldier gestured for him to enter. This made the accompanying Wangle quite surprised. The governor's office was the power center of the city, and the governor was the lord of the city. It wasn't someone anyone could just casually visit. In such a short time, he can even come and go from the governor's office as he pleases. Wangle couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Then he followed closely behind Jiangnan. Arriving at the office door, Jiangnan was about to knock, when suddenly an argument broke out inside. "Everyone in the city has evacuated. What are you still doing here, waiting for me to go to the ruins to dig you out?" This authoritative voice was clearly the governor's, and the tone carried a hint of anger. After the governor's voice, a young man's voice quickly followed. "All right, Dad, I have my own plans. My fortress is something I spent a lot of money to build, with complete facilities and abundant supplies. The safety coefficient is extremely high. Moreover, Brother Jiangnan said the disaster wouldn't affect every corner of the city, and even if it does, I'm very confident in my fortress's anti-earthquake level. I can hold out even if I move to Mount Fuji in Japan." This young voice addressed the governor as Dad, obviously the governor's son, Su Tianjie, the apocalypse fanatic. And when Jiangnan heard the word fortress in the other party's words, his eyes immediately lit up. Then, the governor slammed the table, continuing angrily. "Su Tianjie, I warn you, put away your complacency. Do you know what this disaster means? Even the higher-ups." The governor's voice suddenly trailed off there. The higher-ups' movements, as the governor, he couldn't just casually reveal them. And Jiangnan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Regarding the higher-ups' movements, even in his previous life, he knew very little. It was as if after the apocalypse, China's true big shots had all mysteriously disappeared. Could there be some secret he didn't know about? At this point, Su Tianjie's voice came from the room again, his tone also carrying some impatience. "All right, Dad, don't bother. You never used to manage me much anyway, so just leave me be now. I've already delivered the supplies to you. I have other matters to attend to. I'm leaving first." Following the sound of footsteps, Jiangnan quickly withdrew his ear from the door and knocked on the door. It wasn't long before the door opened, and Su Tianjie looked at the Jiangnan standing at the door with surprise. "Ah, Brother Jiang, when did you get here? Please, come in quickly." Su Tianjie, who had been about to leave, seemed to immediately change his mind upon seeing Jiangnan, welcoming him in like the host. Jiangnan smiled in response. "I just arrived. I didn't expect Brother Tianjie would be here as well." He then entered the office. Just as Jiangnan was about to greet Governor Su Yilua, he saw Su Tianjie enthusiastically pull Jiangnan over to introduce him to Su Yilua. "Come, old man, let me formally introduce you. This is Jiangnan, my brother Jiang. He's quite capable, you know. I suggest, old man, you should just give my brother Jiang an official position." As the governor's son, he could mention official appointments so casually, as if anyone he knew, he could just arrange an official position for. Su Yilua glared fiercely at his son, then said impatiently, "Do you need to introduce him to me? And you, calling someone like the young talent Jiangnan your brother, what right do you have? Weren't you leaving? Hurry up and get out, and better not come back. If anything happens, don't expect me to send someone to rescue you." It was obvious the governor was still angry. As for his son, he was both exasperated and helpless. From a young age, due to being busy with work, he had neglected to discipline Su Tianjie, allowing his willful nature to run wild, not really listening to him. In the past, as long as Su Tianjie didn't do anything illegal or harmful to society, he could just let him be, not bothering to intervene. But the current situation was fraught with danger everywhere. Even he, the governor, lived in constant fear and worry every day. With this kind of situation, this guy still wouldn't listen, insisting on staying in some dilapidated fortress. That's just courting death. If anything happened, now that the governor's office had relocated, even if he wanted to help, whether he could arrive in time when it got dangerous was questionable. And this son with such a rebellious spirit, any father would be driven to anger. But since he didn't listen no matter what was said, what else could he do? Was he going to order his subordinates to drag this bastard son back? Obviously, Su Yulua wouldn't do that, not to mention the governor's office didn't serve any one individual, even if as the governor he had that power, he wouldn't do it. It would be too humiliating. So after speaking, Su Yulua no longer paid attention to Su Tianjie, shifting his gaze to Jiangnan with a warm and amiable expression. "Little Nan, you're here. Quick, have a seat. Never mind that scoundrel son of mine, what brings you here this time?" Hearing his father's words, Su Tianjie was also taken aback. Especially seeing the completely opposite attitudes his father had towards him in Jiangnan. He even doubted. Who's the real son here? Moreover, judging by father's manner, he must already know about Jiangnan's affairs, and seems to have quite a high opinion of brother Jiang. Thinking about this, Su Tianjie felt a little disappointed. He had originally wanted to show off his superpowers as the governor's son in front of Jiangnan. Now it seemed there was no need for that. But then again, Su Tianjie felt relieved. After all, a talent like Jiangnan, the governor's office must have been paying attention to him long ago. Probably already wanting to recruit Jiangnan into their fold. If that's the case, then it's perfect. In the future, if Jiangnan has any business with the governor's office, his identity as the governor's son should give him some leverage over Jiangnan, making it easier to later scheme and gain advantages from Jiangnan. Thinking this, Su Tianjie felt quite pleased, then found a seat and sat down, staring intently at the conversation between Jiangnan and his father. Hearing Su Yulua's question, Jiangnan smiled and replied, "Your Excellency the Governor, I do have a small matter this time. I wonder if Your Excellency could do me a favor." Su Yulua didn't rush to respond, just looking at Jiangnan with a smile, but not saying anything. After all, as the city's governor, he had already guessed Jiangnan's purpose in coming to the office when he first appeared. It was probably about the previous incident where Wang Defang incited Mongsuan to cause trouble, and now Jiangnan had come, most likely for his subordinates who had been brought back to the governor's office. If this had happened before the apocalypse, involving a life and death matter, not to mention the rumors that Jiangnan was his own illegitimate son weren't true. Even if Jiangnan really was his illegitimate son, he wouldn't dare let Yang Weiman show such blatant favoritism towards him. Fortunately, times were different now. In this special period, special treatment was necessary. Jiangnan was simply too important to the governor's office and the future of Yangcheng as a whole. There was no need to rigidly adhere to the old rules. Moreover, after the governor's office's investigation, the mastermind behind this incident was Wang Defang. Even if responsibilities were to be pursued, Wang Defang would bear the main culpability. As for the unintentional killer Wang Mang, at most he would just be sentenced to a fixed-term imprisonment. But now, imprisonment would not only increase the governor's office's resource burden, but also require manpower to manage. He was eager for Jiangnan to just take his people away. However, he couldn't just release the people on Jiangnan's word alone. He could completely take this opportunity to demand some benefits for the governor's office and the people of Yangcheng from Jiangnan. Jiangnan, being a shrewd person, immediately understood the governor's intention upon seeing his smile but silence. As expected, these officials are all. Jiangnan inwardly mocked, then continued. "Your Excellency the Governor, don't worry, I won't let the governor's office help me for nothing. How about this, if Your Excellency releases my people, I'll tell the governor's office some intel regarding the future development of the apocalypse." Sure enough, upon hearing Jiangnan offer apocalypse development intel in exchange, Su Yulua's eyes immediately lit up. Even the seated Su Tianjie was looking at Jiangnan expectantly. "Ha, I knew you must have some trump cards up your sleeve." Su Yulua laughed heartily. After laughing, Su Yulua quickly resumed a serious posture. "Tell me, what kind of news?" He had to confirm the value of Jiangnan's intel. Jiangnan marveled inwardly. As expected of the governor, his actions are really watertight. However, Jiangnan was very confident in his own intel. Then he slowly spoke. "Your Excellency the Governor, my intel is that it won't be long before the entire power and communication systems of Yangcheng, even the whole of China, will collapse. So I think the governor's office should prepare in advance, to avoid being in a fluster when that time comes." Su Yulua's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. The collapse of the communication and power systems, he knew very well what that meant. Human society has developed to the point where anything cannot be separated from these two major technologies. If these two major systems suddenly became useless, the consequences for human life can be easily imagined. Without prior preparation, even the governor's office would likely collapse. After all, which task of the governor's office is not reliant on these two major technologies? Thinking this, Su Yulu did not hesitate for a moment, immediately picking up the phone on his desk and dialing a number. Notify everyone immediately. In 5 minutes all department heads must report to the conference room. I'm calling an emergency meeting. After giving the instructions, Suyulu did not linger, immediately hanging up the phone and picking up another to dial a number. He doesn't even know how much longer this phone will work, but while he can still use it, he must hurry to arrange all the preparatory work, lest he regret it when the time comes that it becomes unusable. A few seconds later, the call was answered, and Suyulu commanded again. The young friend from Jiangnan will come to pick up the people, you must not obstruct them, and also release Wang Diafa's father. The other end obviously hesitated, but quickly responded. As you command, Your Excellency the Governor. Hearing about releasing Wang Diafa's father and daughter, not only the person on the other end was stunned, but also the obedient listener beside Suyulu, Su Tianjie, who stared at his father with a puzzled gaze. What is the old man up to? However, Suyulu now had no time to bother with his scoundrel son, just looking up at Jiangnan and smiling meaningfully before slowly speaking. I've already notified them, you can now go and take the people away. With that, he walked out of the office. When passing by the doorway, Suyulu suddenly stopped in front of Wang Lei, staring at him with his terrifying, wise eyes, making Wang Lei shudder all over. After staring for a while, Suyulu took a step forward and patted Wang Lei's shoulder. This action also scared Wang Lei, who couldn't help but take a step back. After all, the one in front of him was the governor of Yangchang, a being whose single word could bring about his ruin. Fortunately, Wang Lei did not detect any malice in the other's gaze. Suyulu, noticing Wang Lei's unease, smiled faintly. You're Wang Lei, right? Don't be nervous, you're lucky, you followed the right person. But I must warn you, what happened in the past doesn't really matter, but I hope you can contribute to the people of Yangcheng in the future, just like the person you're following. This is no less than a prodigal son returning home. Hearing this, Wang Lei couldn't help but glance at Jiangnan. Then he nodded his head without daring to breathe. He knew that if it weren't for Jiangnan, they former prisoners would most likely not have a good end after the arrival of the apocalypse. The governor's office would not keep such troublemakers around to further worsen the already dire situation. Thinking about this, Wang Lei's previous idea of waiting for the right opportunity to leave Jiangnan weakened somewhat. Although Jiangnan was ruthless and dangerous, after prolonged interaction, he felt Jiangnan wasn't too bad. At least he was good to his own people. Seeing Wang Lei nod, Suyulu nodded in satisfaction, then added. When you act, keep the noise down. Of course, while ensuring low noise, you must also be clean and decisive. I believe you're capable of that. Wang Lei was dumbfounded. Act? Act what? But since it was the governor's order, he didn't dare to think too much, and quickly nodded in agreement. After all, following the leader's intentions is generally not wrong. Afterwards, they watched Suyulu leave. Jiangnan looked at Suyulu's retreating back, smiling wryly. Then he couldn't help but mutter. Ah, they say old ginger is the spiciest. I thought I had hit the jackpot, but unexpectedly I ended up owing a favor to someone, and this governor's favor is not easy to repay. Su Tianjie and Wang Lei did not understand the meaning of these words. They both looked at Jiangnan puzzledly. Then Su Tianjie curiously asked. Brother Jiang, what riddle are you and the old man playing? Jiangnan did not hurry to answer. But with a sly smile, he looked at Su Tianjie. Brother Tianjie wants to know? Su Tianjie thought Jiangnan would tell him, and unconsciously nodded. Just tell me. Okay, I just heard outside that the governor seemed very angry, and you said something about a wall. What is that thing? In exchange, you can also tell me about it. Jiangnan asked cunningly, aiming to get information about Su Tianjie's apocalypse wall. Su Tianjie was no fool either. Hearing Jiangnan inquiring about his wall, he immediately became wary. If his subordinates knew about the existence of his apocalypse wall, that would be troublesome. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief who has you on his mind. So Su Tianjie laughed it off. What wall? I think Brother Zhang must have misheard. I just said lightning rod. This time it was Jiangnan's turn to be puzzled. Lightning rod? What wall? Su Tianjie smiled mysteriously, then replied. The full name is Gas Lightning Rod. Su Tianjie then started singing and dancing in an erratic manner, like he was having a seizure, imitating Michael Jackson's famous dance move. Jiangnan was speechless, feeling that they were just playing a word game. So it's Gas Lightning Rod, huh? Jiangnan smiled calmly, then strode out of the office. Behind him, Su Tianjie looked at Jiangnan's retreating back and smiled smugly, muttering to himself. Brother Jiang, do you think by not telling me, I won't be able to find out? He then sneakily followed after Jiangnan. A few minutes later. At the place where Wang Mang and the others were being detained in the governor's office, Jiang Nan and Wang Lei walked over. In the makeshift prison, Wang Mang and the others, who had been detained for some time, became extremely excited when they saw Jiang Nan arrive. Wang Mang in particular let out a wolf-like howl from afar. "Brother Nan! You've finally come! I knew the great you would never abandon your believers, amen." Jiang Nan heard this and couldn't help but scowl at him. Realizing his mistake, Wang Mang quickly shut his mouth. After all, this temporary detention also held Wang Diafa and other recent offenders, not just them. However, even though Wang Diafa had kept quiet, his earlier howling had already caught the attention of the prisoners in the neighboring cells. The first to react were the cells where Wang Diafa and his daughter were being held. After seeing Jiang Nan, the expressions and demeanors of the father-daughter duo were strikingly uniform, their gaze was venomous, and their muscles were rigidly contracted, as if they were going through an involuntary spasm. It was clear that they were looking at their murderous enemy. The other prisoners in the cells were curiously staring at Jiang Nan. Some were whispering to each other. So someone else couldn't hold back and committed a crime? But why are there only two of them? Surely these two scrawny stick figures couldn't have committed any major offense, right? It's understandable why the prisoners would think this way, as most of those recently arrested had been part of gangs. Either they were gangs robbing resources and harming people, or gangs kidnapping, especially women. Hey Wang Er, are you blind or deaf? Can't you see they're strolling in so boldly? Didn't you hear the person next door calling him Brother Nan? I bet he's the son of some high-ranking official in the governor's office, here to bail people out. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Then their expressions turned resentful. Damn, in this dog-eat-dog world, even in the apocalypse, power and influence are everything. True enough, as the prisoners were lamenting, the guard soldiers had already opened Wang Mang's cell. Seeing this, Wang Diafa and his daughter directly began to taunt. What a governor's office! They claim to serve the people, to uphold fairness and justice, but in the end, it's just officials protecting each other. That's right, now I finally understand why they turned a blind eye when Jiang Nan clearly stole billions worth of my family's resources. He has connections in high places. At the father-daughter's words, the makeshift prison suddenly erupted in an uproar. Nothing else mattered, the key thing was that this person called Jiang Nan had apparently stolen billions worth of the Wang family's resources. Didn't that mean he was basically living the high life now? Wait, Jiang Nan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Damn, I remember now, wasn't it the same guy that the Miao Yao group said stole their drugs? Yeah, that's him. He's the one who led the raid on the Quantum Courier too. TSK, so this guy is swimming in money now, huh? The other prisoners said, their eyes gleaming with fanatical greed. If they weren't locked up, they probably would have pounced on Jiang Nan already. These arrested individuals were undoubtedly bold and daring. Now, they cared little about the other's identity or connections, as the saying goes, people die for wealth, birds die for food. If they could rob Jiang Nan, it would mean they'd have ample resources and drugs. Though the prisoners' voices were not loud, the small makeshift prison allowed even normal speech to be heard clearly. So, when Wang Diafa and his daughter saw the others reacting this way, they couldn't help but smile knowingly. As long as they could make Jiang Nan gain at least one more enemy, it would be all benefit and no harm for them. Because they both knew the governor's office wouldn't keep them detained forever. After all, detaining them would mean having to provide food and housing, and assign people to constantly monitor them. Given the current situation, it would obviously not be worthwhile to waste so much manpower and resources on them. So Wang Diafa and his daughter were certain that even if they couldn't leave due to offending Jiang Nan, the other prisoners would eventually be released. And knowing Jiang Nan had many benefits, they didn't believe these people wouldn't be tempted. You bastards! How dare you covet my brother Nan, are you looking to get yourselves killed? Faced with the prisoners who were eager to rush out and apprehend Jiang Nan, even the hot-tempered Wang Mang couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. He even wished the guard soldiers would hurry up and open the cell. That way, they could show off in front of Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, however, just waved his hand nonchalantly. Alright, let's go. These post-apocalypse waste cases were nothing in his eyes. As for Wang Diafa and his daughter, they were as good as dead. What was the point of arguing with the dead? Before long, Jiang Nan left with the group. After Jiang Nan's departure, the prisoners started ruckus again, questioning why they were the ones still locked up. This wasn't fair. Faced with the prisoners' clamor and curses, the guarding soldiers surprisingly did not say much, but silently opened the doors to the cells. What the fuck is going on here? Am I hallucinating or something? The prisoners stood there dumbfounded. Even Wang Diafa and his daughter had an expression of disbelief. Dad, is the governor's office letting us go as well? Am I seeing things? Wang Yuanyan asked in a tone of incredulity. Wang Diafa did not speak, but furrowed his brows. No, the governor's office has no reason to release us. His keen intuition told him this was not as simple as it seemed. In stark contrast to the father-daughter duo were the other prisoners. Seeing the doors open, they were afraid the guards might change their minds, so they immediately rushed out as soon as the doors were unlocked. With the guards not making any moves, these people even boldly rushed towards the exit. In no time, the previously crowded cells were empty, leaving only Wang Diafa and his daughter. What are you two still standing there for? Do we need to escort you out? The captain of the guards glared at the father-daughter duo impatiently. Dad, should we? Seeing everyone else had already left, and the guards were urging them to go, Wang Diafa had no choice but to nod, then leave with his daughter. After most of the prisoners had gone, the guards looked at each other in confusion. Captain, what is the governor up to? The captain did not answer. He himself did not understand the governor's latest maneuver. When the governor had ordered the release of Wang Diafa and his daughter, he was already perplexed. And now, the additional order to release all the prisoners, wasn't that just letting the tigers back into the mountains? The relatively stabilized Yangcheng would probably be thrown into chaos again. But as a soldier, he could only follow orders. Outside the governor's office, Jiang Nan led Wan Lei, Wang Mang, and the others down the road. However, this was not the route back to the base. Brother Nan, where are we going? Woya couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiang Nan smiled slightly at this, then gestured for the group to remain calm and patient. 20 minutes later, when Jiang Nan's group emerged again, they were deep in a mountain forest, far from the governor's office. Following Jiang Nan's group, in addition to the quietly tailing Su Tianjie, were also the prisoners who had just been released from the jail. It seems these prisoners, like Su Tianjie, did not hurry to leave after exiting the governor's office, but instead quietly followed Jiang Nan's group. Their sole purpose in following was the news they had just learned at the governor's office, that Jiang Nan was swimming in wealth. If they could track Jiang Nan back to his base and loot it, wouldn't they hit the jackpot? But after trailing for so long, they soon realized something was off. The further they went, the more winding and densely vegetated the mountain path became. This deep in the mountains, where not even birds defecated, how could this be their base? Fuck! That bastard clearly never intended to go back to the base, bringing us to this godforsaken mountain forest. He must have known we were tailing him and deliberately went the wrong way. Damn, I wasted my time following him all this way. Boss, I say we just beat him half to death, leave him breathing, I bet he'll spill everything then. At this point, one burly bald man couldn't hold back his irritation and suggested to the boss beside him. The boss, a fat-faced middle-aged man, also seemed to realize they had been played by Jiang Nan. But now that they were deep in the mountains, far from the governor's office, wasn't this the perfect place to kill and bury someone? Thinking this, the fat-faced boss sneered wickedly, then looked at the other disgruntled middle-aged men. Gentlemen, it seems the kid is not as dumb as we thought. He knows the principle of the innocent man is guilty. But now that he's led us here, away from the governor's office, I doubt they'll be able to rush over anytime soon. What do you all think? The other middle-aged men were also prisoners recently released from the governor's office. Though numerous, they did not all belong to the same gang. After being released, they had gathered together under the instigation of Wang Diafa and his daughter, planning to attack Jiang Nan. Now that they were going to make their move, the bosses naturally had to discuss it among themselves. After all, for any single gang to take on Jiang Nan's group alone would be too much of a stretch, since Jiang Nan's group, though not numerous, still numbered around 30 or 40. The other bosses only hesitated briefly before agreeing. They had been rounded up by the governor's office at the start of the apocalypse, so they had not heard of Jiang Nan and Nanning Base's current reputation. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have been so easily convinced by Wang Diafa and his daughter's few words. Ultimately, they now naively believed that with their numerical advantage, and being far from the governor's office, they had the perfect opportunity and no reason not to attack. Good. Brothers, arm up. After the initial boss gave the order, the crowd of prisoners emerged from the bushes, swarming towards Jiang Nan's group. The commotion immediately put Jiang Nan's group on high alert. Even the still-hidden Su Tianjie, hearing the commotion behind him, turned back in fright. Holy crap! Besides me, there are others? For Su Tianjie was now trapped between Jiang Nan's group and the approaching prisoners. And being so focused on tailing Jiang Nan, he had failed to notice the group behind him. These bastards are most likely eyeing Brother Zhang's resources. Su Tianjie was no fool, he quickly grasped the prisoner's intention. Thinking this, the panic on his face disappeared. After all, it was Jiang Nan's problem, not his. Even if he was discovered, as the governor's son, these people probably wouldn't dare do anything to him. But just to be safe, Su Tianjie still thought it best to remain undetected, lest these crazed people disregard everything. His own life was the priority. With that, Su Tianjie quickly crawled into the nearby bushes, holding still like a corpse. Clearly he intended to stay out of it, let Jiang Nan handle it. Besides, if Jiang Nan really sank, wouldn't that mean he could take over his base and subordinates? Ah. Brother Jiang, don't blame me for not being loyal, I'm just not strong enough to help right now. But don't worry, if these scoundrels do you harm, I, Su Tianjie, will protect your base and subordinates. Su Tianjie muttered to himself while hidden in the bushes. However, on Jiang Nan's side, when he saw the suddenly appearing crowd, he didn't show any surprise or panic, but rather a troubled expression. There are quite a lot of them, it would be a shame to kill them all. Besides Jiang Nan, Wan Lei, Wu Ye and the other subordinates, after the initial surprise, quickly grew excited. They weren't afraid of trouble, they just feared no one would give them a chance to earn contribution points. The more fools who dared to provoke them, the better. Hearing Jiang Nan's muttering, Wu Ye even excitedly replied. Brother Nan, if you think it's a shame to kill them all, why not kill half and capture the other half? Ever since that asshole Wang Diafa's people left, the base members have been slacking off on toilet cleaning duty, this is the perfect chance to bring some back to do it. That's great, that's great. Captain, your suggestion is brilliant. The subordinates all echoed in agreement. This way they could earn contribution points and have dedicated toilet cleaners, a two birds one stone situation that they were all eager for. Alright then, you all, do it quickly and decisively. Jiang Nan smiled wryly, then immediately gave the order. Soon, the two parties engaged in battle in the mountain forest. The just-released prisoners, without having a chance to arm themselves, their previous weapons already confiscated by the governor's office, were now either bare-handed or using makeshift weapons like stones and wooden sticks. Against the cold steel weapons, even with their numerical advantage, the prisoners were steadily pushed back. Especially since their individual combat abilities were inferior to Wu Ye's group. There was no way they could win. Fuck. Boss, we've been tricked. That Wang Diafa said this bunch were just petty thieves and pickpockets. Pickpockets who can fight this well. And they even have weapons? After less than 5 minutes of fighting, the prisoners realized something was amiss. When they first came out of the governor's office, Wang Diafa had instigated them against Jiang Nan's group, emphasizing that they were just a bunch of petty thieves, nothing impressive. But now, these were just petty thieves? What kind of thieves fought so fiercely, seemingly fearless of death? Thieves that must have the police trembling when arresting them. The alarmed bosses immediately ordered their subordinates to retreat. They might be a bit foolish, but not so foolish as to keep fighting when they knew they couldn't win. However, the moment they let greed take over and decided to attack Jiang Nan's group, their fate was sealed. Sure enough. Seeing the leading figures frantically fleeing, Jiang Nan raised a hand and silently fired several rounds, instantly killing them. Then a menacing voice rang out. Those who don't want to die, lie down obediently. Seeing their bosses mysteriously drop dead without any warning, the fleeing prisoners were scared out of their wits. Exactly because they didn't want to die, they fled even faster. Only a fool would really lie down motionlessly. But Wan Lei, Wu Ye, and the others were not idle either. As Jiang Nan issued the warning, they promptly gave chase, attacking anyone in sight. Seeing this, Jiang Nan could only shake his head helplessly and sigh. It seemed he needed to kill more to make them understand the situation. With a thought, Jiang Nan's figure instantly vanished, reappearing in front of the fleeing crowd. He raised his hand again, firing more silent rounds, taking down dozens more. Witnessing Jiang Nan's mysterious appearances and killings, the remaining prisoners finally lost the will to flee, obediently lying on the ground, trembling. The still hidden Su Tianjie, curious, peeked out towards where Jiang Nan had been. Ha! Where are the people? Could it be there really? Su Tianjie's expression shifted from puzzled to excited, then to disbelief and disappointment. For he found that the prisoners who had been blustering were now all lying on the ground like him, some shaking violently, others motionless, even bloodied. Clearly, they had truly surrendered. Only Jiang Nan and his people had changed positions, standing unharmed. Seeing this, Su Tianjie could no longer stay calm, gaping in horror. How is this possible? He had the fortune of clashing with Jiang Nan's people before, knowing they were all skilled fighters. But even then, relying on numerical superiority, they had fought Jiang Nan's group evenly, only losing in the end. Yet this time, they were utterly defeated in such a short time it was simply unscientific. However, upon further reflection, Su Tianjie's surprise gradually diminished. After all, the previous fight was near the governor's office. Although both sides fought fiercely, they still didn't go all out, as deaths would have resulted in the governor's office investigating. But now, in this remote wilderness, if people died, no one would know. Thinking this, Su Tianjie's expression turned solemn and fanatical. Solemn, because Jiangnan's group had won, making it even harder for him to undermine them in the future. And he had wondered why his father had ordered the prisoners released. Now it seemed the governor had foreseen these people would likely not reform, and hoped they would attack Jiangnan, so he could have them eliminated. This way, the governor's office would still appear as the fair and just authority in the eyes of the Yangqing public. However, this also implied that even the governor's office was tacitly approving such killings, and the future situation would only grow more dire. It was precisely because of this that Su Tianjie's expression took on a fanatical edge. If he had such a capable and daring group of subordinates, even in the dire circumstances, he would have more confidence. While Su Tianjie was lost in thought, Wu Yat and Wang Lei's group had begun processing the battlefield, picking up the terrified prisoners who could no longer stand on their own. And they were heading towards his direction. Just as expected, what he feared had come true. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Su Tianjie's heart sank. Fuck! Have they discovered me? Su Tianjie was in a panic. How would he explain himself if they found him? He couldn't very well claim to know nothing with all that commotion just now. And if they knew that he had been calling Jiangnan brother yet just passively watched in this critical moment, how would they see him? Would he still have a chance to maintain good relations with Jiangnan? Inwardly cursing his own curiosity for bringing him here, suddenly. Well. Wu, this kid here didn't get scared shitless by Brother Nan's methods, and even managed to make himself a grass hat. How interesting. One of the subordinates processing the battlefield spotted the hidden Su Tianjie in the bushes. Noticing Su Tianjie was different from the other prisoners, with a grass hat on his head, he couldn't help but point at Su Tianjie with interest. Hearing the report, Wu Yat and Wang Lei turned towards the indicated direction. Sure enough, they found Su Tianjie. Not bad, you've got some guts. Since you didn't piss yourself in fear, get up. Wu Ye impatiently shouted at Su Tianjie. But Su Tianjie still did not move. Go, pull this kid up. Wu Ye ordered. At this, Su Tianjie could only reluctantly stand up, then smile awkwardly at the group in the midst of their puzzled gazes. Brothers, long time no see. Oh shit. Su, isn't this the official's son? What are you doing here? Hearing the commotion, Jiangnan also came over, furrowing his brow as he asked Su Tianjie. Well, if I say I'm here to enjoy the scenery, Brother Jiang, would you believe me? Jiangnan's mouth twitched at Su Tianjie's words. What did he mean? Did he think Jiangnan looked that gullible? If it weren't for the face of Su the governor, just for asking that question, Jiangnan would be tempted to slap him. But there was nothing to be done. Su was an official's son after all, slapping him would just bring trouble upon himself. So Jiangnan smiled politely in response. Su brother, you used to do crosstalk, didn't you? Su Tianjie seemed to realize his excuse was truly terrible, awkwardly scratching his head. However, even though he knew Jiangnan had seen through his ulterior motives, he had no intention of being honest. Instead, he directly changed the topic, exclaiming admiringly. Brother Jiang, to be honest, I already thought you guys were fierce when we clashed before, but now you're even more formidable. TSK, look at these small fries, they were resolved in no time. With such courageous subordinates, little brother is truly envious. As Su Tianjie spoke, he scanned the present Jiangnan's people with a gaze that was almost drooling. This was not an act, but genuine envy from the bottom of his heart. Jiangnan's subordinates, who were initially somewhat hostile seeing the sudden appearance of Su Tianjie, now had their hostility turned to disdain after being praised so effusively. Could this brother be a goddamn homosexual? The subordinates thought, unable to help taking a step back. These days, even young men had to protect themselves out there. Jiangnan did not miss Su Tianjie's entire series of actions and expressions. He knew Su Tianjie did not want to be honest, intentionally changing the subject. But Jiangnan tactfully did not pursue it further, inwardly sneering. This guy, it seems he still has a thieving heart, wanting to poach my people. But since this kid wants to poach my people so much, why not? Thinking this, Jiangnan suddenly revealed an imperceptible mischievous smile. He then abruptly grabbed Su Tianjie's shoulder, pulling him aside. As Su Tianjie stood there puzzled, unaware of Jiangnan's intent, Jiangnan lowered his voice, speaking seriously. Little brother Su, since you think so highly of my people, how about this? After I'm done with my business, I'll give you half of them, how about that? Hearing this, Su Tianjie's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Jiang, are you serious? But before Jiang Nan could answer, Su Tianjie immediately scrunched his face skeptically. There's no way such formidable fighters would actually be given away so easily. What was this, treating him like a 3-year-old? Even if Jiang Nan truly gave them to him, Su Tianjie was sure there would be a price to pay. However, as Su Tianjie pondered what price Jiang Nan might demand, he saw Jiang Nan heave a deep sigh, then reveal a wry smile. Little brother Su is right, my brothers here are all top talents. If it weren't absolutely necessary, who would be willing to just hand over such excellent people? Hearing Jiang Nan's tone, it seemed he had encountered some difficulty. This ignited a fanatical gleam in Su Tianjie's eyes. If Jiang Nan was truly facing troubles, could he help resolve them? Thinking this, Su Tianjie immediately puffed out his chest eagerly. Brother Jiang, just say the word, little brother will never refuse to help, even at the cost of my life. This was the best opportunity to poach, how could he miss it? Sure enough, seeing Su Tianjie's expression, Jiang Nan smiled without speaking. Now that the fish had taken the bait, it was time to reel him in. Jiang Nan then continued to put on a melancholic air. Little brother Su doesn't know, there are rumors that my Nanning base is swimming in wealth, they all think it's because I stole the Wang family's billions worth of resources. But any perceptive person should know, those resources have long been. Jiang Nan's words trailed off, constantly giving Su Tianjie meaningful looks. Su Tianjie furrowed his brows, seeming to understand Jiang Nan's intent. First, such a massive amount of resources, with his father the governor's personality, he would not have just let Jiang Nan keep them. Secondly, he had also heard that the current relief rations were being transported from Nanning Base. Clearly, most of those resources had likely been taken by the governor's office to provide for the people. Nanning Base's stockpile probably didn't amount to much now. Sure enough, as Su Tianjie analyzed this, Jiang Nan saw it in his eyes, then sighed deeply again. Ah! My brothers are all excellent in every way, the only problem is they eat too much, one person eats several times the amount of a normal person. As their big brother, if I have to even limit their food, I'm really not fit to be their leader. Moreover, they always perform outstandingly on missions. To not feed them or give them less to eat would be unacceptable. But if I just let them indulge like this, I'm afraid my food reserves. Hearing Jiang Nan say this, Su Tianjie instantly understood Jiang Nan's intent. It was just that he found his own brothers too gluttonous, and worried that if he kept feeding them, it would deplete the base's resources, hindering its long-term development. In simple terms, Jiang Nan couldn't afford to keep so many livestock. Ha, heaven is helping me. Su Tianjie's heart immediately lightened. As for resources, being an apocalypse enthusiast, he had even built an apocalypse fortress, an act once considered the ravings of an idle mind. How could he not have stockpiled resources? While his resources weren't as vast as the supermarket warehouses Jiang Nan had initially stolen, they were still more than enough. Combined with Jiang Nan's performance and the information Su Tianjie had, Jiang Nan's situation seemed to be the truth. After all, the governor's office did secretly send people to transport resources to Nanning Base every month. Even if Jiang Nan was swimming in wealth, those were to meet the basic needs of the entire city. No matter how rich, he'd still have to tighten his belt. Otherwise, if he couldn't provide the relief rations, he'd be in trouble with the governor's office. Considering this, Su Tianjie was so overjoyed he almost burst out laughing in front of Jiang Nan. But that would be a bit impolite, so he forcefully suppressed his excitement, speaking as calmly as possible. If that's the case, Brother Jiang, if my brothers don't mind, they can join me from now on. As soon as he said this, Jiang Nan rolled his eyes at him. Then he emphasized sternly. Half. If you took them all, I'd have no capable fighters left by my side. Seeing Jiang Nan's somewhat exasperated expression, Su Tianjie was even more convinced that Jiang Nan was reluctantly sharing half his fighting force with him due to insufficient resources. If Jiang Nan had just gone along with him and offered to give him all the subordinates, Su Tianjie might not have even dared to accept. But now it seemed he had overthought things. Moreover, even if Jiang Nan had other motives, Su Tianjie was confident he could truly turn these subordinates into his own people. Immediately, Su Tianjie resumed his flattering smile. Brother Jiang, don't be angry, I was just joking with you. Half it is, it's a deal. With that, Su Tianjie walked towards Wu Ye and the others, intending to announce this exciting news to them. He didn't notice the deeper meaning behind Jiang Nan's smile. As for Wu Ye, Wang Lei and the other subordinates, seeing Su Tianjie approaching them directly, they took a few steps back. Although they disliked Su Tianjie to some extent, he was still the governor's son after all, and without Jiang Nan's orders, they didn't dare to act rashly. They could only frown as Su Tianjie came towards them. However, at this moment, Jiang Nan called out to stop Su Tianjie. "Little brother Su, don't be in a hurry. What I, Jiang Nan, have promised you, I will certainly fulfill. I just said, after I've dealt with the current matter, you can take them away anytime." Hearing this, both Su Tianjie and the subordinates were puzzled. Su Tianjie was puzzled. In this remote wilderness, besides killing and burying people, what else could be done? If it was just killing, hadn't that group of short-sighted fools already been taught a lesson? Was there still someone else to be killed? Just who was the unlucky one targeted by this group of killers? Su Tianjie muttered to himself. As for the subordinates, they were puzzled because, from Jiang Nan's tone, it seemed he had agreed to something with Su Tianjie, and was going to take them away? How could that be possible? Almost simultaneously, the subordinates spoke up. "Brother Nan, are you abandoning us?" "No, Brother Nan, we're your brothers in life and death." "That's right, we're not just any random dogs and cats that can be your underlings." "Fuck it. I say, brothers, let's go all the way and kill this bastard. Kill him, and Brother Nan won't abandon us." Wang Mang in particular glared at Su Tianjie with murderous intent. At this moment, even if Su Tianjie was the governor's son, he no longer cared. If he couldn't follow Jiang Nan, what was the point of staying alive in the current situation? Hearing this, Su Tianjie's eyes widened. The fuck, is this necessary? Shocked, Su Tianjie immediately hid behind Jiang Nan. He knew these people were loyal to Jiang Nan, but he never imagined they would be so devoted as to be willing to die for the chance to follow him. Although he really wanted to recruit such subordinates, if it meant risking his life. While hiding behind Jiang Nan, Su Tianjie grabbed his shoulder. "How about this, Brother Jiang? Let's discuss this further another time." "Ah, I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave now." With that, Su Tianjie didn't care what Jiang Nan and the others were planning to do. He just fled downhill in a panic. Watching Su Tianjie's retreating back, Jiang Nan's expression darkened. He turned and scolded Wu Ye and the others. "I said you all usually have quite sharp minds, yet I painstakingly reeled the fish in, only to have you scare him off." The subordinates were bewildered again. Wu Ye spoke up apologetically. "Brother Nan, we were just doing our job well, we didn't want to go with him." "Yeah, what's the benefit of going with him? Besides having the governor as his dad, he's nothing." The others echoed in agreement. Seeing the subordinates truly believed Jiang Nan was going to send them away, Jiang Nan felt quite helpless. But then he remembered he had been so focused on setting the trap for Su Tianjie that he forgot to explain it to the group, so he couldn't entirely blame them. Jiang Nan waved his hand and said, all right, you can't escape your fate. Now I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourselves, do you want it?" As he spoke, an involuntary smile appeared on Jiang Nan's face. Seeing Jiang Nan smile, the subordinates immediately reacted. When Brother Nan smiled, anything could happen. That expression meant he was about to stir up trouble again. If they could pull it off beautifully, the contribution points would definitely not be lacking for them. Thinking this, the subordinates eagerly signed up. "Yes, of course. Brother Nan, just give the order." How could Wu Ye miss out on this chance to redeem himself? "Me too, I'll go too." Satisfied, Jiang Nan nodded, then raised his hand to signal the group to be quiet. He then whispered some mysterious instructions to them. The subordinates all had enlightened expressions. Wu Ye even slapped his forehead, berating himself inwardly. "Damn it! I almost ruined Brother Nan's grand plan. But it's not too late, I can still fix it." Then Wu Ye thumped his chest, assuring Jiang Nan, "Brother Nan, don't worry. I'll even tell you the color of that kid's underwear every day." With that, Wu Ye waved his hand, and the subordinates followed him in the direction Su Tianjie had disappeared. In an instant, the only one left standing beside Jiang Nan was Wang Lei, who remained motionless as always. As Jiang Nan turned around, he met Wang Lei's gaze. Seeing Wang Lei's usual cold, indifferent expression, as if nothing could interest him, Jiang Nan couldn't help but say, "Lei, can you not have that stony face all the time? And you never talk, I almost forgot you were even here." Look at Wu Ye, as soon as there's a chance for contribution points, he's more eager than chasing women. Can't you learn from him? Are you afraid that by the time you're the captain, you'll just be taking orders from him? Listening to Jiang Nan's nagging, Wang Lei shook his head and smiled disdainfully. That guy, all brawn and no brains. No matter how eager he is, he can only do the toughest jobs and earn the least contribution points. Besides, I think, killing Wang Diafa would earn us even more contribution point rewards. As Wang Lei spoke, Jiang Nan looked at him with surprise, then nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, you really are the one I've chosen. Since you've already guessed it? Then let's go. This contribution points will be all yours to earn. I don't want my future leaders to be nothing but brash fools. With that, Jungnan took the lead, striding deeper into the mountain forest. As he took the first step, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. In a dense mountain forest, two figures, one male, one female, one large and one small, were making their way through the difficult terrain. Due to the thick vegetation surrounding them, and the fact that this was a remote, uninhabited area with no established paths, the middle-aged man in the lead could only clear a path with a wooden stick, carving a way for the young woman behind him. These two were none other than Wang Diafa and his daughter, who had just been released from the governor's office. From the moment he was released, Wang Diafa knew this was no simple matter. How could the mighty governor's office just casually let them go? Moreover, his feud with Jungnan had reached an irreconcilable point. Given the relationship between the governor's office and Jungnan, there was no way they would easily release them. So after leaving the governor's office, Wang Diafa immediately led his daughter Wang Yuanyan in an attempt to flee Yangchang. Yangchang was no longer a place they could stay. If they remained in Yangchang, not only would seeking revenge against Jungnan be difficult, they might not even survive to see the next day. It had been over an hour since they left the governor's office and arrived here. As for Wang Yuanyan, a sheltered rich girl from birth, she was unused to the hardship of the long trek, especially on this rugged mountain path. She had already sweated profusely and was panting, finally plopping down on the ground, leaning against a crooked tree, glaring venomously ahead and gritting her teeth. Jungnan, all this I'm suffering is because of you. Just wait, one day I'll make sure you meet a miserable end. And your sister, and all your closest people, I'll make you watch them die one by one before your eyes. As she spoke, Wang Yuanyan's expression was twisted by hatred to the extreme. Hearing the commotion from his daughter, the man in front, Wang Diafa, paused his movements, his eyes filled with an even greater resentment than hers. He, the unrivaled tycoon of Yangchang, had actually been suppressed to this extent by a former nobody. But despite the hatred, Wang Diafa knew that Jungnan and his Nanning base had become a formidable force. He currently had no capital to contend with them. So the most urgent thing now was to escape Yangchang. Only by getting out of the governor's office's jurisdiction could they have a chance at survival, a hope of revenge. Thinking this, Wang Diafa's gaze hardened, and he sternly shouted at Wang Yuanyan. Yuanyan, get up! We don't have the luxury to rest yet. Although those people have gone to cause trouble for Jungnan, with Jungnan's subordinate strength, they won't last long. Compared to our lives, if you can't even endure this little hardship, how will you get your revenge on that boy? Wang Yuanyan was completely stunned by her father's outburst. She couldn't remember him ever yelling at her like this before. Combined with the repeated failures against Jungnan, her heart was already aching. Inevitably, tears of resentment welled up in her eyes. Seeing his daughter cry, Wang Diafa's heart softened. He truly doted on Wang Yuanyan. His outburst was because he had failed against Jungnan many times, making him irritable. And with the worry for their safety, seeing his daughter give up after just over an hour, he had lost control of his emotions. Thereafter, Wang Diafa looked at Wang Yuanyan with pity, speaking softly. Yuanyan, Dad knows you are aggrieved, knows you resent this. I know you've never suffered like this your whole life. But now we have nothing left. If we even lose the patience and endurance for this little hardship, we're done for as father and daughter. Then we won't even need Jungnan to personally deal with us. Listening to her father's words, Wang Yuanyan fell into brief silence. While willful and spoiled, she was not brainless. Her father's harshness was out of urgency. She knew that to get her revenge, no matter what difficulties they faced, she had to hold on. Unbeknownst to the father-daughter duo, their mortal enemy was lurking in the nearby bushes, watching them. When the approaching Jiang and Wang heard the conversation, they both wore contemptuous smiles. Not only had Jungnan already guessed that Wang Diafa and his daughter would try to flee Yangchang after being released. Even if he hadn't guessed, with Jungnan and Wang Lei's physical fitness, combined with Jungnan's spatial abilities, catching up to them a day later would be no problem. In fact, Jungnan and Wang Lei had been tracking them for over 10 minutes already. However, Jungnan had not given the order to act, silently following them for more than 10 minutes. It could be said that every move the father-daughter duo made was under their surveillance. After watching for a while, Wuya couldn't hold back his curiosity. We've been tailing them for over 10 minutes, why haven't you made a move yet? Hearing this, Jungnan smiled mysteriously, then spoke. Killing them would be easy. But haven't you wondered, why have the Wang father-daughter dared to keep opposing us? Why? Wang Lei furrowed his brows, instinctively thinking. Could it be because this father and daughter are just brainless fools? But just as he was about to voice this thought, he suddenly realized something was off. Wang Diafa had clashed with them more than once before. The first 2 times, you could say the Wang father-daughter dared to keep opposing them due to sheer stubbornness, relying on their status as Yangqing's tycoon. But even as the tycoon, with many connections and resources, Jiang Nan had demonstrated extraordinary abilities in front of them multiple times. A normal person, no matter how stubborn, likely wouldn't dare to continue opposing Jiang Nan. Because it was obviously courting death. Yet the Wang father-daughter acted as if they couldn't see Jiang Nan's amazing abilities at all. Time and time again, they found ways to antagonize them. If you said this guy had no trump cards, it would be hard to explain. But now, even the governor's office was on the same side as their Nanning base. What could Wang Diafa have that was more powerful than the governor's office? Thinking this, Wang Lei couldn't help but widen his eyes. If Wang Diafa really had something more powerful than the governor's office, that would be trouble. Seeing Wang Lei's sudden reaction, Jiang Nan smiled faintly, reassuring. Don't worry, the reason I haven't let you make a move is to see what trump cards this father-daughter duo has up their sleeve. On the other side, after a brief silence, Wang Yuanyan slowly stood up from the ground. Although she still felt bone-weary fatigue throughout her body at the moment, when she thought about Jiang Nan's actions and the ordeal she had endured lately, Yuanyan suddenly felt the physical exhaustion was nothing in comparison. Compared to the humiliation she suffered at Jiang Nan's hands, this was really nothing. Dad, let's keep going. You're right, if we can't even endure this little hardship, how can we talk about revenge? Jiang Nan, you just wait. I, Wang Yuanyan, will make you regret it. As she spoke, Yuanyan clenched her fists tightly, even the seductive gaze she usually carried now turning dark and sinister. Furthermore, Yuanyan did not intend to continue letting her father clear the path in front of her as before. She scanned the surroundings and found a stick as well, imitating her father's actions, vigorously swinging the wooden stick to clear the overgrowth as she forged ahead. Watching this, Wang Diafa nodded in satisfaction. Then, he focused his gaze ahead, his expression unusually grim. After staring for a while, he suddenly pursed his lips and muttered. Jiang Nan, I admit you have some methods. Although I'm not sure how you obtained those mysterious abilities, don't think you're the only one in this world with special powers. With that, Wang Diafa caught up to his daughter, resuming the arduous trek alongside her. Behind them, seeing the father-daughter duo set off again, Jiang Nan and Wang Lei quietly followed in their tracks. Time passed, and besides resting briefly once or twice, the Wang father-daughter continued their exhausting trek through the mountain forest. Seeing this, Wang Lei couldn't help but furrow his brows, muttering to himself. Logically speaking, since the Wang father-daughter are so anxious to leave Yangcheng, and have chosen this remote, inaccessible mountain path, they should have someone waiting to receive them. Otherwise, relying only on their own 2 legs, they won't be able to make it out of Yangcheng's territory alive. But after tailing them for so long, there's been no unusual activity. Could it be I'm overthinking it? Thinking this, Wang Lei immediately shook his head, rejecting the idea. If it was just him overthinking, that would be understandable. But the one suspicious of the Wang father-daughter from the start was Jiang Nan. He was just following orders. At this time, if he were back at the base, with his status second only to Jiang Nan's siblings and Su Weibiao, he could be enjoying a nice roast meat and alcohol for dinner. Instead, he had to come to this remote, desolate mountain area to feed the mosquitoes. It had to be mentioned that since setting out, Wang Lei had only eaten a little dry rations. So, growing somewhat irritated by the wait, Wang Lei turned to Jiang Nan. Once we cross the small mountain ahead, we'll be out of Yangqing's territory. We've seen no movement for so long, why not just act directly? Even if they have a trump card, dead people don't get a chance to speak. Even if they do have something powerful, it won't matter anymore. Next to Wang Lei, Jiang Nan was leaning against a tree, lazily chewing on a straw while resting with his eyes closed. Hearing Wang Lei's voice, Jiang Nan slowly opened his eyes, teasing. Lei, I recall you don't seem to be an impatient person. Could it be, you're eager to get back because you have a lady keeping your bed warm? Hearing this, Wang Lei couldn't help but give Jiang Nan an exasperated look. Thinking, in one's lifetime, is there really nothing else worth looking forward to besides that flirtatious nonsense? But Wang Lei didn't explain himself, only saying, I just feel killing them now is easier than waiting for them to reveal their trump card. Jiang Nan was incredibly perceptive, immediately grasping the hidden meaning in Wang Lei's words, that he felt Jiang Nan was going in too many circles. However, Jiang Nan still shook his head, then spoke in a serious tone. Lei, if by following this father-daughter duo, we can truly uncover their trump card. No matter how many circles we have to go in, I don't think it's excessive at all. Hearing Jiangnan say this, Wang Lei's expression immediately turned grave as well. Although he couldn't claim to understand Jiangnan 80%, anything that could make Jiangnan say this, the father-daughter's trump card, was likely no simple matter. The true purpose of bringing him here was obviously not as simple as it appeared on the surface. And while Wang Lei had always maintained a cold, taciturn image, it didn't mean he lacked curiosity. He then asked, "So you mean, this father-daughter duo's role from start to finish is just to lure out this so-called trump card? So whether they live or die doesn't really matter much?" Jiangnan smiled without answering, then shook his head, correcting, "You're only half right. This father-daughter must die, and I want to kill them openly after they've revealed their trump card. Giving them hope, then dashing that hope, that kind of killing is truly complete and thorough." Seeing such ruthlessness from Jiangnan, even the normally impassive Wang Lei felt a chill down his back. Once again, Jiangnan had broadened his understanding of the man. It was best not to offend him at all. If he targeted you, the consequences were. It seems choosing not to flee halfway was the right decision. Wang Lei once again counted himself lucky that he had abandoned the idea of finding an opportunity to leave Nanning later on. If he had angered Jiangnan, the Wang father-daughter would have made the perfect teaching material. But are you so certain they will definitely go there now? Wang Lei asked another question. Hearing this, Jiangnan revealed a confident smile. His suspicion of Wang Diafa having a trump card was not just a subjective judgment, but based on objective facts from the previous world. He remembered that in the previous life, the Wang father-daughter had close ties with an illegal bioengineering lab in the neighboring Y city. And this illegal bioengineering lab had intricate connections with the mysterious cult that emerged after the apocalypse. The reason Jiangnan went to such great lengths, exhausting his schemes to force them to flee Yangcheng, was precisely this ultimate goal. Although Jiangnan still wasn't sure if that mysterious cult had already extended its reach to China in this early stage of the apocalypse, as long as he grasped this thread, it wouldn't be long before he unraveled the whole mystery surrounding that cult. And with the Wang father-daughter realizing Yangcheng was no longer a place they could stay, their only option for revenge would be to seek out that illegal bioengineering lab. Unless they had given up on revenge altogether. But the facts proved that people like the Wang father-daughter were not the type to easily admit defeat. After all, this lab was able to operate organ trafficking and prohibited drug development businesses even in a society with strict laws like China. Such a powerful organization with connections, if Jiangnan was in their shoes, would he really just lay down his butcher's knife and become a Buddha? At that moment, the advancing Wang Yuanyan suddenly let out a terrified scream. The piercing sound caused countless startled birds to take flight from the previously serene mountain forest. The following Wang Diafa, hearing his daughter's scream, also paled in the face. Without further thought, he rushed to his daughter's side, stick in hand, shielding her behind him as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. After all, as father and daughter, they were deep in this uninhabited mountain forest, who knew what wild beasts might be lurking about. However, after scouring the area, Wang Diafa found no sign of any beasts, letting out a relieved sigh. If they had truly been unlucky enough to encounter wild animals, with just the two of them, they would likely have become prey. Seeing no abnormalities, Wang Diafa turned to his daughter, puzzled. "Yuanyan, what's wrong?" But Wang Yuanyan's expression was still one of utter terror, her eyes bulging wide, almost as if they would pop out. Her hands were tightly covering her mouth, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Seeing his daughter so distraught, Wang Diafa also felt a chill down his back, a dreadful guess forming in his mind. Could it be that boy Jiangnan has caught up to us? That would be no different from encountering a wild beast. Thinking this, Wang Diafa's gaze hardened, roughly pushing his daughter away, ready to face his fate. "Yuanyan, you go first, I'll hold them off." At this, Wang Yuanyan seemed to regain her senses from her father's push, immediately speaking up. "No, Dad, it's not Jiangnan, it's... As she spoke, she pointed to a direction behind Wang Diafa. Wang Diafa quickly turned, following the direction of his daughter's finger. Perhaps due to his nerves being so tightly strung, combined with the assumption of a wild beast, he had overlooked this area earlier. But now, a closer look, if he hadn't seen it, he wouldn't have been shocked. Even Wang Diafa, a ruthless man who had faced life and death situations, was left with a ghastly pale face. It took him several seconds to regain his composure, then he cautiously approached the area. There, under a crooked tree in the undergrowth, lay a bloody severed head, its eyes staring towards Wang Yuanyan. Not only that, next to the head was a strange, headless body. This body looked human, yet not quite human. For its legs were not human legs, but appeared to be some kind of animal's legs grafted on. No wonder Wang Yuanyan had been so terrified. Coming across such a sight in the remote wilderness, the fact that she didn't immediately faint spoke volumes of her strong psychological fortitude. Dad, let's get out of here quickly. This place is so horrifying, this person, no, he's not even human. Wang Yuanyan was almost incoherent in her speech. Now, she just wanted to flee this place as soon as possible. However, while Wang Diafa was also experiencing profound fear at this bizarre sight, his past experiences with bloodshed had strengthened his psychological resilience far beyond that of an ordinary person. Fuck, whatever the hell you are, you're already dead as can be, I don't believe you can even get up and bite me. After reassuring himself, Wang Diafa steeled his nerves, crouching beside the objects to observe them closely. For although these things were strange, they bore a certain resemblance to something he had seen before. He needed to take a good look, to confirm it. Seeing her father's actions, Wang Yuanyan's pale face grew even paler. Dad, you. But before she could finish, Wang Diafa waved his hand, interrupting. Yuanyan, if you're scared, just turn around. I think I've seen this thing somewhere before, I need to confirm it. Hearing her father mention that place, Wang Yuanyan paused, then obediently turned around. After all, she had no desire to lay eyes on that thing again, lest she have nightmares later. Behind the father-daughter duo, Jiang Nan and Wang Lei had also been drawn by Wang Yuanyan's scream. Seeing the state the father and daughter were in, Jiang Nan and Wang Lei were equally puzzled. And wary of being detected if they got too close, they could only see Wang Diafa crouching on the ground, seemingly having discovered something. As for what exactly it was, the two couldn't make out clearly, but they could tell it was something terrifying enough. Wang Lei had wanted to move in for a closer look. However, after surveying the surroundings, he abandoned the idea, speaking in a low voice. There are no tall trees ahead to properly conceal our forms. If we get too close now, we'll definitely be detected. Looks like we'll have to wait a bit longer. Jiang Nan nodded in approval. This was the quality of a true killer. If it had been someone else, their impatience would have already revealed their presence, disrupting the plan to lure them out. As they spoke, Wang Diafa had thoroughly examined the bizarre two objects. The severed head was undoubtedly human. And the strange body next to it could be confirmed as belonging to that head. For the wound on the head matched the stump on the neck, and there were visible stitches. The limbs were the same. In other words, these two bizarre things were originally one entity, but had been directly decapitated, resulting in the separation of head and body. A human head and body, but animal legs, no doubt. This is a modified human, their handiwork. After confirming this, a gleam appeared in Wang Diafa's eyes. Seeing this modified human here meant the people from that organization were indeed in Y City. Hearing her father's suppressed yet extremely excited voice, Wang Yuanyan couldn't resist her curiosity either. Overcoming her fear, she ran to Wang Diafa's side, asking, Dad, what is this modified human? Does such an unbelievable existence really exist in this world? Hearing his daughter's questions, Wang Diafa smiled mysteriously, his mind involuntarily recalling an encounter from his younger days. After a long while, he finally spoke. Yuanyan, you must know, the world is vast and full of wonders. Even that boy Jiangnan has mystical abilities, so why can't these modified humans exist? There are so many things unknown to the public in this world. The reason they haven't been discovered is simply because the few who possess these secrets only allow the common people limited access. From her father's confident tone, Wang Yuanyan could tell that he seemed to have 100% certainty about the existence of these modified humans. Although this news was absolutely mind-boggling to her. But knowing her father well, she was aware of his character. He would never express such unwavering assurance about something that was merely hearsay or rumors. And as her father had just said, even the seemingly ordinary Jiangnan had suddenly acquired mystical abilities, so what was impossible? Thus, after the initial shock, a fanatical gleam gradually appeared in Wang Yuanyan's eyes. Although she was reluctant to admit it, deep down she knew that with Jiangnan's godlike abilities and the governor's office backing him, ordinary people would have great difficulty posing a threat to him. However, if these modified humans truly existed, that would be a different story. After all, while modified humans were unheard of in real life, she had some knowledge of them from various media. Dad, if we can obtain the support of these modified humans, wouldn't getting revenge on Jiangnan be a simple matter? Wang Yuanyan exclaimed excitedly, as if she had already seen Jiangnan kneeling before her begging for mercy. Wang Diafa was equally thrilled. Compared to Wang Yuanyan, he had a clearer understanding of the modified human's terrifying power. Not just one Jiangnan, even 10 Jiangnans would be no match for them. He had witnessed their horrifying destructive capabilities with his own eyes. If it weren't for his lucky escape and quick thinking back then, he probably wouldn't have become Yangqing's tycoon. Moreover, the illegal experiment organization had always been interested in people with exceptional abilities. With Zhang Nan's conditions. Thinking this, Wang Diafa's gaze grew increasingly grim and sinister, then he smiled wickedly. Well said, Yuan Yin. If our father-daughter mission is successful this time, not only can we eliminate that boy Zhang Nan. Pausing, Wang Diafa continued. They have been dormant for years, developing in the shadows. Now, with the chaotic situation and the collapse of social order, it's the perfect time for them to make their move. If we can seize this opportunity to join them, in the future, us father and daughter. At this, the Wang father-daughter duo simultaneously exchanged a glance, then unable to suppress their joy, burst into hearty laughter. However, this laughter in the unusually quiet mountain forest sounded chilling, causing the observing Zhang Nan and Wang Lei to be bewildered once again. Wang Lei even twitched his mouth, looking at Zhang Nan. What's going on now? Have this father and daughter gone mad? But before Zhang Nan could respond. Soon, the father-daughter duo swiftly rose and continued on their way, not showing the slightest sign of fatigue. And according to Wang Diafa's recollection, one of the secret bases of that mysterious experiment organization was located in the deep mountains at the border between Yangcheng and Y City. It was a very hidden mountain cave. A year ago, due to certain special circumstances, Wang Diafa had lost contact with that mysterious organization. At the time, he had thought the illegal experiment organization had been eliminated by the higher-ups. But now, with no choice but to flee, he decided to try his luck. After all, they could no longer stay in Yangcheng. Fortunately, heaven did not abandon the determined, allowing him to come across this modified human corpse here. Although he didn't know why this modified human died in this place, the mere presence of a modified human meant the organization was still active. Soon after the father-daughter duo left, Zhang Nan and Wang Lei rushed towards the direction the pair had disappeared in. When they saw the scene in the undergrowth, they too were momentarily stunned. Zhang Nan was fine, after all he had killed many of these modified humans in the previous world, and they were even stronger than the one on the ground. His momentary pause was because he had originally thought this modified human technology was a product of the post-apocalypse. But now it seemed, even before the apocalypse, someone had been secretly researching this inhumane thing. As expected, the real cause of the apocalypse couldn't have been just a natural disaster. Murmuring this, a grave expression appeared in Zhang Nan's eyes. Although he was the strongest in the previous apocalypse, perhaps only he and a few others knew that his so-called strongest was only in comparison to the major visible factions. There were still many existences within the official core forces and the hidden powers behind the apocalypse that even his former self couldn't reach. Beside him, Wang Lei was so shocked by the monster before him that he didn't notice Zhang Nan's change in expression. Though he could kill without blinking, seeing such an inhuman thing still left him shaken. What is this thing? That Wang Diafa actually dared to. At this, Wang Lei couldn't help but give a look of disdain. This is a modified human. Now you know why we haven't made a move on them yet. Let's go, catch up. Looks like another big battle is coming. Zhang Nan said, immediately chasing after the direction Wang Diafa and his daughter had disappeared. Wang Lei hesitated briefly. He wouldn't hesitate to fight against people. But against such an inhuman thing. At the same time, in the mountains at the border of Y City and Yangcheng, three swift figures were rushing in the opposite direction of Wang Diafa and his daughter. They seemed to be dealing with some urgent matter. Suddenly, two of the figures in the lead stopped, eyeing the front warily. The young man in the middle also immediately furrowed his brows. Movement ahead? The young man asked softly. The two figures behind him didn't speak, only respectfully nodding and raising two fingers. What? 200 people? Hearing this, the young man's expression immediately darkened. But before he could react further, the person quickly shook their head, denying it. Clearly, it was not the 200 people the young man had imagined. Seeing this, the young man took a deep breath, relieved. Then he suddenly kicked at the reporting figure, irritably saying, "Fuck! Next time you report, can you not use your fingers to count?" However, after kicking, the young man realized. The two he had brought out had their tongues removed, unable to speak. He then cleared his throat and ordered, "As long as they're not official personnel, you know how to handle them." The young man finished speaking, then casually found a spot to sit down on the side, his gaze firmly locked on the dense forest ahead. After all, he was a person of status, not just any stray cat or dog worthy of his attention. The The two figures beside him, without hesitation, headed straight for the dense forest upon hearing the order. However, they did not rush in directly. Based on the sounds they had just heard, the people approaching from the dense forest were not too far away. Recklessly charging in would startle the prey. Thus, the two figures did not go far before crouching in the bushes at the edge of the forest, like wild wolves hunting for food, patiently waiting for the prey to appear and then striking unexpectedly. As the two figures lay quietly on the ground, they realized that they were not normal humans. Just like the body of the augmented person that had appeared earlier, they also had organs that did not belong to humans. Unaware of this, the Wang Difu father and daughter were still eagerly approaching. Just as the two were about to exit the forest and take a brief rest, Wang Yanyan instinctively scanned the nearby bushes. Ever since discovering the body of the augmented person in the bushes earlier, Wang Yanyan had been unusually attentive to this kind of shrubbery. Along the way, whenever she encountered similar bushes, she couldn't help but carefully observe them. This time was no exception. And because it was now dusk, the entire area was shrouded in a hazy gray. Surprisingly, when Wang Yanyan looked towards the bushes, she noticed 4 glowing points of eerie luminescence staring back at them. At first, Wang Yanyan thought they were just fireflies. After all, she had seen many fireflies fluttering about on the way, their green glow just like that. However, just as Wang Yanyan was about to sit down to rest, she suddenly realized something was off. Since when do fireflies have eyes that big? Wait, eyes? Realizing something was wrong, Wang Yanyan's expression changed drastically. She quickly grabbed her father, who was about to sit down to rest as well. Feeling the pain in his arm, Wang Difu immediately looked up and saw his daughter's distressed expression. This time, Wang Difu did not make any unnecessary movements, but followed his daughter's anxious gaze. Sure enough, he also saw those 4 glowing points of light, as big as eyes, emanating an eerie glow. Instinctively, Wang Difu reached towards his waist, tightly gripping the weapon hidden there. With his other hand, he pulled Wang Yanyan behind him, shielding her protectively. On a large boulder about 200 meters away, the young man narrowed his eyes and observed the reaction of the father and daughter. A strange smile crept across his lips. It was clear that this young man could see the change in their expressions from such a distance, even in the dark of night. He was clearly no ordinary person. The young man's gaze then fixed on Wang Yanyan, first scanning her thighs, then slowly examining her from top to bottom. Finally, he muttered, not bad at all. Great figure, pretty face, and good alertness. Just need a little modification and she can be a suitable maid. With that, the young man slowly stood up and placed his index finger and thumb in his mouth, letting out a sharp whistle. The moment the whistle sounded, Wang Difu and Wang Yanyan tensed up, a sense of foreboding growing in their hearts. True enough, the two augmented humans hidden in the bushes heard the whistle and immediately emerged, rushing towards them like hungry wolves. Their speed was incredible, just glimpses of afterimages. Fortunately, Wang Difu reacted quickly, unhesitatingly drawing the gun hidden at his waist and pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! After the 2 gunshots, the mountain fell silent. Following the sounds of the gunfire, Jiang Nan and Wang Lei, who had been trailing behind, were still some distance from Wang Difu and his daughter. They did not know what the father and daughter had just encountered. Hearing the gunshots, the two paused. Jiang Nan couldn't help but mutter, didn't expect this guy to be hiding a gun as well. He's truly an old fox. He then quickened his pace. On the other side, Wang Difu had not made a sound after the 2 shots. The 2 shots had hit the charging figures square in the chest, causing them to halt in their tracks. The father and daughter let out a huge sigh of relief. However, their relief was short-lived, as they soon took a sharp intake of breath. They had not gotten a good look at what those figures were earlier, but now, mere meters away, they could see them clearly. Even the fur-like hair on their wolf-like claws was visible to them. Augmented humans. Wang Difu managed to blurt out after a long pause. Wang Yanyan also covered her mouth, eyes wide, thinking to herself, real, living augmented humans. They actually exist in this world. The father and daughter were both tense and excited, with a shared voice in their hearts that there was hope to get their revenge on Jiang Nan. But in just those few seconds, the 2 wounded augmented humans had regained their mobility. They shuddered eerily and then lunged towards the pair again. Seeing the reanimated augmented humans, the expressions on Wang Difu and Wang Yanyan's faces were completely dumbfounded. Bullets to the chest couldn't kill them? This was just too monstrous. Just as Wang Difu was about to fire again, it was already too late. The sharp, claw-like hands instantly disassembled the gun in his hand, scattering the pieces on the ground. Seeing the other hand coming straight for his forehead, Wang Defu, frightened, yelled with all his might, "Augmented human brothers! We're on the same side. Have mercy." But the augmented humans seemed to not hear him at all, showing no change in their demeanor. In the nick of time, a voice rang out, "Stop!" It was the mysterious young man's voice. Upon hearing the young man's voice, the claw-like hand stopped just 1 centimeter from Wang Defu's face. Phew, that was close. Wang Defu collapsed to the ground, relieved. But just as he thought he had escaped, the voice came again. "Wolf number 97, did I tell you to stop? I meant for the woman to stop, and the man to be killed." The prostrate Wang Defu shuddered at the words, and the heart he had just lowered plummeted back into his throat. At this moment, he probably regretted in his heart that he was not a woman. The augmented human called Wolf number 97 in front of Wang Defu, upon hearing the young man's order, no longer hesitated. The sharp claws were about to reach for Wang Defu's face. Wang Defu wanted to plead for mercy, but the deep fear in his heart made him unable to utter a single word, his mouth gaping open. Fortunately, in this critical moment, Wang Yanyan, from the side, summoned some unknown courage and suddenly threw herself at her father. She then forcefully pushed the terrified father away. Wang Defu was pushed to the side by the force, narrowly avoiding the fatal swipe. Otherwise, with the sharp, wolf-like claws of the augmented human, he would have been killed on the spot. However, despite this, the augmented human's sharp claws still scratched Wang Defu's cheek, and along the cheek, also tore off his right ear. The excruciating pain made Wang Defu let out a screech like a slaughtered pig. Ah! Seeing her father in such agony, Wang Yanyan was also frantic. But having lived a life of ease, facing this sudden situation, her mind went blank, aside from instinctively shielding her father behind her. The wolf number 97 augmented human, having failed to land a blow, looked on expressionlessly. There was not the slightest emotion in his eyes. It was as if the person he had just injured was not a human, but just an insignificant little animal. Furthermore, wolf number 97 directly put the freshly severed, bleeding right ear into his mouth and began chewing on it like a snack. As he chewed, wolf number 97 finally displayed an expression of enjoyment. This scene only filled Wang Yanyan with more terror, causing her to just stand there like a fool, daring to do nothing else. After a few gulps, the wolf-like creature let out an excited, deep roar, preparing to attack again. Since his master's order was to kill the man, the task was not complete, and he would not stop unless he received a new order or was killed himself. The wolf-like creature took a step to the side, avoiding Wang Yanyan, and then lunged towards the cowering Wang Defu behind her. Perhaps sensing the threat of death, Wang Defu, despite the excruciating pain from his severed ear, abruptly stood up from the ground and pulled out a black card, hoarsely shouting, "Don't kill me! We're on the same side." Sure enough, the young man behind, also expressionless, immediately ordered, "Stand down." He then strode over to Wang Defu, snatching the black card from his hand, and after a quick examination, looked at Wang Defu with interest. "You're our agent in Yangchang?" Wang Defu immediately nodded, and said, "I've been good friends with Mr. Wu from your organization for many years, and I've provided for all of your activities in Yangchang before." Hearing the name Wu, the young man nodded slightly. Their organization did indeed have a person named Wu. Seeing the nod, Wang Defu finally let out a long sigh of relief, the joy of surviving the ordeal evident on his face. As for this matter with Wu, it couldn't help but bring up an encounter from Wang Defu's younger days. It was precisely because of that chance encounter that Wang Defu got to know Wu and established contact with this illegal experimentation organization, gradually getting involved with some incredible existences. Originally, Wang Defu had fought a fierce battle with the largest local crime syndicate in Yangchang, the Tiangong Gang, in an attempt to seize the position of the underground emperor of Yangchang. However, he ultimately ended up in failure. He barely escaped with his life to Y City. Initially, he had planned to flee even further from Y City. But upon arriving in Y City, he encountered Wu again, witnessing Wu conducting transactions of human organs. Encountering such a thing, there was no way they would let him escape. So Wang Defu was once again brought to the secret base of the illegal experimentation laboratory, the place where people were gutted daily. At the time, Wang Defu had thought his end was near, as they were in the organ trade business, and he had been captured, so there was no doubt he would also be gutted. Fortunately, an unexpected incident occurred at the lab on the day he was captured. On the day he was brought there, their latest version of the augmented humans had malfunctioned. The augmented humans suddenly became uncontrollable, breaking free of their restraints and rampaging inside, engaging in a massacre. At that time, Wang Defu witnessed with his own eyes those half-human, half-ghost augmented creatures smashing the copper and iron walls of the lab. The staff were busy containing the situation, so Wang Difu, who had been captured, was spared from being gutted immediately. Later, Wu learned that Wang Difu was the boss of a power faction in Yangchang. They were desperately in need of a large amount of human organs and live subjects for experimentation, and with the constant pressure from the authorities, they urgently needed a proxy in Yangchang to handle these matters for them. Even if things went awry, they would have someone to take the fall. This is why they spared Wang Difu's life and made him their agent in Yangchang, tasking him with organ trafficking and kidnapping live subjects to provide for their experiments. Furthermore, to strengthen Wang Difu's power and make it easier for him to assist them, they even helped him unite the underground forces in Yangchang. From then on, Wang Difu secretly aided them in organ trafficking and regularly kidnapped live subjects. However, as the government's crackdown on organized crime grew stronger, this activity did not last long. One day, he received a message from Wu telling him to stop, and that's when he finally escaped their clutches. He had thought the organization was destroyed, and even worried that he might be exposed, so he went abroad to hide for a few years. Later, when the situation had calmed down, he returned to Yangchang, using the money he had earned as the underground emperor to establish the Wang family and become a businessman. Upon learning that Wang Difu had previously been their agent, the young man's attitude became slightly more polite. However, he still just lightly patted Wang Difu's shoulder and said, "Since you have served our great organization before, you should naturally understand my previous actions." The young man's expression then gradually darkened. "And you should know that there is an important base of our organization not far from here. People not belonging to the organization should not be here." Wang Difu was well aware of the ruthlessness and terribleness of this organization. He was immediately frightened and hurriedly explained, "Sir, my daughter and I this time have come to join your great organization." "Join us?" The young man furrowed his brow after hearing this, then looked at Wang Difu with obvious disdain. "You? What makes you worthy?" These simple words left Wang Difu utterly speechless. After all, he had once been the underground emperor who dominated the city. And when he had served as their agent, he had provided them with no shortage of human organs and live subjects. Surely that should count for something, even if not a great contribution. Furthermore, this was an illegal organization. He hadn't expected them to be so picky, as if this were a government civil service examination where they needed to vet 3 generations of your family. Wang Difu inwardly grumbled. Having been the richest man in Yangchang for all these years, he had never been looked down upon like this before. He also hadn't anticipated them to be so heartless. However, despite his many dissatisfied emotions, Wang Difu dared not reveal them in the slightest. These people were capable of killing without blinking. Even if Jiang Nan wanted to kill him, he'd have to consider whether the governor's office would seek justice afterwards. But with these people, a single word from them would be all it took. After hesitating briefly, Wang Difu still greeted them with a smile, saying obsequiously, "My lord speaks the truth. An esteemed organization like ours is not something just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can join. Although I have done some small tasks for the organization in the past, and have a little bit of merit, I know full well that this alone cannot earn the organization's approval. So this time I've come to seek refuge with the organization with the utmost sincerity." As he spoke, Wang Difu didn't waste time, immediately reaching into his pocket to retrieve something. Since he had decided to seek refuge, he had obviously come fully prepared. But before Wang Difu could successfully pull something out of his pocket, the 2 augmented humans, seeing his hand movement, immediately had a flash of cold murderous intent in their eyes, instinctively thinking he was about to do something. They were entrusted with protecting this young master of the lab, and if anything happened to him, the punishment they would face upon returning would be hell-like. Therefore, the 2 augmented humans did not hesitate at all, instantly pouncing on Wang Difu and pinning him firmly to the ground, one on each side. This series of actions once again aggravated Wang Difu's wound, causing the excruciating pain he had barely managed to endure to sweep over him again. The pain made Wang Difu want to curse up a storm in his heart. But for the sake of successfully joining this organization and taking his revenge on Jiang Nan, no matter how much it hurt, he could only grit his teeth and bear it. He suppressed the urge to cry out, continuing in a flattering tone, "My lord, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The things in my pocket, I'm sure my lord and the organization will find them interesting." The young man glanced at the pocket where Wang Difu's hand was, then gave a signal to the augmented humans. Following the order, one of them yanked out Wang Difu's hand from his pocket and found, not a weapon, but a cell phone. The 2 then relaxed their vigilance slightly. Next, one of them snatched the phone and carefully examined it, confirming it was just an ordinary phone, before handing it over to the young man. The young man took the phone, studying Wang Difu with a curious gaze. Something that could make this man endure such excruciating pain to show him, naturally piqued his interest. When the young man opened the phone and reviewed the contents, just as Wang Defu had hoped, an intense frenzy appeared in his eyes. Immediately, he personally helped Wang Defu up from the ground, then gripped his collar tightly, asking word for word, "Are you certain there is not a single falsehood in the information on this phone?" Seeing the unbridled greed in the young man's eyes, Wang Defu suddenly found his aching ear to be much less painful. He then nodded firmly, "My lord. If there is even the slightest bit of untruth, I submit myself to your judgment." At this time, Wang Yanyan also managed to calm down somewhat. Hearing the exchange, she chimed in to help. "That's right, if there's the tiniest bit of falsehood in that information, you can have your lackey here instantly take care of us father and daughter." Seeing the father and daughter duo with an attitude of "if we're lying, may lightning strike us down," the young man was already mostly convinced. Thinking about it, the pair's lives were entirely in his hands with just a word, so there was probably no need for them to be feeding him false information. With that, this young man, for reasons unknown, suddenly burst into a great, joyful laughter, as giddy as a dog that had just stumbled upon a fresh, steaming pile of excrement. And it's not hard to understand his excitement. After all, the information on Wang Defu's phone was about Jiang Nan. It not only described Jiang Nan's vast stores of resources, but also included videos of Jiang Nan demonstrating his mysterious abilities. The resources were secondary to them, the main draw being Jiang Nan's miraculous powers, which were a tantalizing prospect for their experimental laboratory. To think that besides them, we humans also possess such wondrous abilities, the young man mused. If we can bring this one called Jiang Nan back and study him thoroughly, it would be a qualitative breakthrough for our augmented human technology. Listening to the young man's self-talk, the excitement in Wang Defu and Wang Yanyan's eyes was undisguised. They felt a sense of relief, as if finding an oasis in a drought. They had suffered repeated defeats at Jiang Nan's hands, losing everything that should have been theirs. But now, there was finally hope for revenge and redemption. However, the father and daughter duo's joy was short-lived, as they suddenly heard the young man's commanding tone. "Lead the way. Take me to meet this Jiang Nan." Wang Defu and Wang Yanyan were both taken aback, staring at the young man in bewilderment. Leaving aside the fact that they had just barely escaped over the mountains and were now being told to turn around and go back. Was he impatient? Didn't they need any rest? This was a bit too hasty. Wang Defu even felt an urge to break out in curses. Were his eyes blind? He had gone to the trouble of providing intelligence, and his ear had been torn off by this person's subordinates, yet they didn't even let him get it bandaged? Of course, Wang Defu could only vent these thoughts in his heart. He then tried to persuade the young man tactfully. "My lord, Jiang Nan now has the backing of the Yangcheng governor's office, and his forces are numerous. Isn't this a bit rash of us?" Wang Defu had been left scarred by his encounters with Jiang Nan. Even though he knew these two augmented humans also had superhuman abilities and couldn't be killed by bullets, he still felt it was a bit risky. At the very least, if they were going to act against Jiang Nan now, they should go back to the organization and bring more augmented humans, right? However, the young man sneered disdainfully, stating coolly, "The governor's office? They are preoccupied with their own troubles now. If they try to interfere, I wouldn't recommend eliminating them as well. As for you saying he has numerous forces. He. The young man sneered, his contempt barely concealed in his eyes. It's not that Fang Zihuan looked down on others, but with these two third-generation augmented people under him, no matter how many underlings Jiang Nan had, they were nothing more than toys. After all, how could ordinary people, no matter how powerful, compete with technology and ruthlessness? So Fang Zihuan didn't even take Jiang Nan's underlings seriously. As for Jiang Nan, based on the video, his special ability seems to be the ability to fire bullets out of thin air. For ordinary people, this kind of sudden attack method is practically a sneak attack, a great self-defense technique to have. However, if Jiang Nan's magical ability is only that, then he is not too much to be feared. Because the third-generation augmented people in their laboratory can already withstand the threat of bullets with their enhanced defenses. Wang Defu's earlier attempt to shoot them was the best example. However, Wang Defu and his daughter only have a superficial understanding of the existence of the augmented people, unaware of this. Fang Zihuan's arrogant attitude made Wang Defu and his daughter feel that they had already caught Jiang Nan in their trap, and they no longer dared to continue persuading him, for fear of angering this young man in front of them. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Defu forced a slight smile and said, "Since you have spoken this way, I will lead the way." Fang Zihuan did not argue and immediately ordered the two augmented people beside him, number 97, number 98, "Follow me." And so, the group set off on the path opened up by Wang Difu and his daughter. However, their every move had already been observed by Jiang Nan and Wang Lei from a distance. Jiang Nan and Wang Lei had already seen that the augmented person was hit by the bullet but remained unharmed. At this point, Jiang Nan knew this was the purpose of his mission. The reason he didn't rush to attack was that there were only 3 of them, and this was not the base of the illegal laboratory. Jiang Nan's ultimate goal was to find the exact location of the enemy's stronghold. Now was not the time to alert them. So he continued to observe from the shadows. But now, seeing that they were not returning, but being led back by Wang Difu, combined with the couple's previous reactions in front of the young man, Jiang Nan knew they were being incited by Wang Difu to cause trouble again. After all, as the archenemy from the previous life, Jiang Nan knew Wang Difu's tricks too well. His usual methods were to stir up trouble and incite others to achieve his goals without lifting a finger. Wang Lei next to him seemed a bit unsettled, his nose and eyes tightly squeezed together. If it were only Wang Difu and his daughter, Jiang Nan wouldn't even need to act, and Wang Lei could take their heads in the blink of an eye. Even if they were facing a group, dozens or even hundreds of ordinary people, Wang Lei was confident he could take down this father-daughter duo. But now, with the addition of Fang Zihuan and the 2 augmented people, Wang Lei felt a chill in his heart. After all, there were 2 monsters that even bullets couldn't kill. How could he handle them? The answer was obvious. Even with the non-ordinary Jiang Nan by his side, if bullets couldn't kill them, what could Jiang Nan do? Jiang Nan noticed Wang Lei's unease and patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Meiji, don't be nervous. You're a famous assassin in Yangcheng, this is just a small scene, why are you so anxious? You need to work on your mental fortitude." Wang Lei gave Jiang Nan a sidelong glance, especially seeing Jiang Nan's carefree attitude, and the usually taciturn him couldn't help but say, "I'm an assassin, true, if they were ordinary people, no matter how many, I'd have no problem killing them. But the key is, are those 2 even human?" After that, Wang Lei suggested, "Maybe we should retreat first and immediately notify the governor's office. Perhaps they can use more powerful weapons, and maybe..." Before Wang Lei could finish, Jiang Nan interrupted him, "Retreat? These are just second-tier augmented people, no need for that. If they released the big guys, I might have to be more cautious, but I don't think they can produce those at this stage." As he said this, an image from Jiang Nan's past flashed through his mind. Back then, the laboratory had somehow combined awakened humans with mutated animals. Their defensive capabilities were monstrous, and to defeat them required a team of at least 5 or more. When he encountered them back then, he had suffered a lot before finally killing them. No wonder that laboratory could produce such monstrosities. It turned out they had been researching this even before the apocalypse. Jiang Nan continued, "As for these 2, they're a bit troublesome for ordinary people, but with our skills, we should be able to give it a try. If we really can't handle it, we can still run away later." Wang Lei twitched his mouth, this sounded a bit like Pua. How could he, a cold weapon user, stand a chance against opponents who were unfazed by firearms? However, he only muttered this in his heart. At this time, it was not appropriate to diminish his own bravery. After a resigned sigh, Wang Lei tightly gripped the dagger in his hand and said, "Since you have such faith in me, let's give it a try. But I have to make it clear, if we really can't handle it, don't blame me. If there's a chance to escape, I'll run without hesitation. Perhaps you'll think I'm greedy for life and afraid of death, but I have my reasons. If I survive, I'll use this life to avenge you." As he spoke, Wang Lei's gaze sharpened, staring intently at the approaching group. He was waiting for the right moment to launch the attack. Seeing that Wang Lei still didn't believe in him, Jiang Nan was a bit helpless. But as the saying goes, you have to bring out the horse to see if it's a real one. When we engage, remember not to get too caught up in the battle. Find their weak points and strike. Wang Lei was taken aback, not quite understanding what Jiang Nan meant. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, a mocking voice reached their ears. "You 2 hiding in the bushes, come out. With your skills, you're really nothing special." Gripping his dagger tightly, Wang Lei followed the voice and saw the group led by Wang Difu had stopped about 20 meters in front of the bushes where they were hiding. The speaker was the young man, Fang Zihuan, whose gaze was firmly fixed on the bushes where Jiang Nan and Wang Lei were hiding. Seeing this, Wang Lei's grip on the dagger tightened even more, while he also felt a sense of surprise. He didn't expect the other side to be so vigilant. And given the height and density of the bushes he was hiding in, along with it being nighttime, there was no way they could have spotted them with the naked eye. The surprise was not just felt by Wang Lei, but also by the leading duo of Wang Difu and his daughter. They were staring incredulously at the direction Fang Zihuan was looking, though they still couldn't see anything unusual in the bushes. However, they didn't doubt the vigilance of the two augmented people. If there was someone hiding in the bushes, wouldn't that mean they had been secretly followed this whole time? Thinking about this sent a chill down the spines of the father-daughter duo. Wang Defu hurriedly tried to explain, "Sir, this has nothing to do with me, I really didn't know someone was." But before he could finish, Fang Zihuan cut him off with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Whether it has to do with you or not, I'll get to the bottom of it." Hearing this, Wang Defu had no choice but to obediently shut up. At this point, he was more concerned about his own safety rather than making further explanations, in case a conflict broke out. As Wang Defu and his daughter retreated behind the three, he couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Nan had sent someone after him. But why would they not have attacked already? Seeing that they had been discovered, Jiang Nan didn't seem surprised at all. He just patted the still-dazed Wang Lei on the shoulder and said, "Don't just stand there stunned. Didn't you say they're not human? Why be surprised they found us? Let's go see how powerful these augmented people are. If they're good enough, we can bring them back to guard our base and increase the security level." Jiang Nan spoke casually, his eyes even showing a hint of excitement, which made Wang Lei furrow his brows. But thinking back, from seeing the augmented person's body to now encountering the live ones, Jiang Nan hadn't shown the same surprise and fear that Wang Lei had. And based on Jiang Nan's tone, it seemed he already knew about the existence of the augmented people. Realizing this, Wang Lei was once again in awe of Jiang Nan's mysterious nature, sighing inwardly, "It seems my earlier worries were a bit excessive. Perhaps he is even more terrifying than these augmented people." As Jiang Nan and Wang Lei emerged from the bushes, the expressions of Wang Defu and his daughter immediately changed. Wang Yenan couldn't help but glance at Fang Zihuan and the other two augmented people, and seeing their calm demeanor, she comforted herself, "There's nothing to be afraid of. I don't believe these two augmented people can't handle them." She then glared hatefully at Jiang Nan, wishing she could tear him to pieces. Wang Defu sighed inwardly, so it's him. Even with so many people, they still couldn't buy much time. He just couldn't understand how this nameless youth could possess such incredible abilities. But now he had found a powerful backer, and seeing that Jiang Nan only had one subordinate with him, without the governor's office in sight, Wang Defu felt the opportunity for revenge had arrived. Rushing to Fang Zihuan's side, Wang Defu pointed at Jiang Nan and gritted his teeth, "Sir, he is Jiang Nan." Fang Zihuan gave Wang Defu a somewhat exasperated look, thinking, just now he was cowering behind, and now that it's just the two of them, he's rushing forward again. I'll bury him when I get the chance. Trembling with excitement, Wang Defu didn't notice Fang Zihuan's murderous intent towards him. Originally, Fang Zihuan thought he could still use Wang Defu's organs, but after this display, he abandoned that idea. He didn't think much of the parts from someone like him. Turning his gaze to Jiang Nan, Wang Defu let out a gleeful laugh. Jiang Nan, if you had just stayed obediently in prison, with the governor's office and your underlings protecting you, it wouldn't have been easy to cause you trouble. But you're so arrogant, thinking no one can do anything to you and your incredible abilities. Do you really think you're the only one in this world with such powers? Patting Fang Zihuan's back, Wang Defu continued eagerly, "Sir, the heavens are really on your side. He's come to you. Please, have your augmented people teach this presumptuous man a lesson." Fang Zihuan had already grown irritated by Wang Defu's earlier behavior, and now his eyes were filled with disgust as he glared at Wang Defu. "Are you telling me how to do things?" Wang Defu suddenly realized he had gotten too excited and spoken inappropriately at this time. He hurriedly tried to explain with a forced smile, "Sir, I didn't mean it that way. This kid is so strange, I'm afraid." But Fang Zihuan had no patience to waste time on a dying man. He didn't even bother looking at Wang Defu again, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Nan. "I wonder if this young man is connected to that group. If I can have him augmented as well, I believe." As Fang Zihuan eyed Jiang Nan with such strange interest, Jiang Nan felt extremely uncomfortable, and couldn't help but say with disgust, "I know I'm handsome, but I'm not interested in men." At Jiang Nan's remarks, even the distracted Fang Zihuan was taken aback. This guy is a bit too conceited, isn't he? Fang Zihuan thought. After all, he considered himself quite the handsome fellow, how could he be mistaken for someone interested in men? To be honest, Fang Zihuan felt a little offended by Jiang Nan's words. However, knowing that Jiang Nan was a remarkable person, Fang Zihuan decided it would be best to try to recruit him without a fight. Suppressing his displeasure, Fang Zihuan smiled at Jiang Nan and said, "My friend, you have quite the sense of humor. But I believe you've misunderstood. I'm truly interested in you, but not in the way you're thinking. I've heard you possess some special abilities. Would you be interested in joining us?" At this, Wang Defu and his daughter couldn't sit still anymore. What did this mean? Weren't they supposed to be dealing with Jiang Nan? Wang Defu was about to say something, but the moment he opened his mouth, he saw Fang Zihuan's icy gaze fixed on him. He was certain that if he said another word, Fang Zihuan would order the two augmented people to kill him without hesitation. Seeing Wang Defu's pathetic failure, Jiang Nan couldn't help but laugh. I have to say, Wang Defu, I thought you had found some powerful help, but it seems they're not buying your act at all. If I were you, I'd just go smash my head against that big tree over there. It's too embarrassing to stay alive like this. Wang Defu remained silent, gritting his teeth. After admonishing Wang Defu, Fang Zihuan turned to Jiang Nan with a gentle tone. My friend, let's not bother with these insignificant people. I know you may not be very familiar with our organization, so let me introduce it to you. I'm sure after hearing about it, you'll be very interested in joining us. As Fang Zihuan spoke proudly about their organization, the other bystanders were left dumbfounded. Wang Defu and his daughter were simply jealous, wishing they could join, only to be overlooked by Fang Zihuan. As for Wang Lei, he glanced at Jiang Nan, seemingly puzzled by the situation, feeling an eerie resemblance to a cult recruitment pitch. Jiang Nan returned him a meaningful look. He knew exactly what was going on. Fang Zihuan's rhetoric was impressive, and he had skillfully transformed their illegal experimental laboratory into a seemingly legitimate research organization, even claiming official backing to instill a sense of security in potential victims. In the current chaotic times, many gullible people would likely fall for such a ploy, only to be lured in and knocked unconscious, then placed on the operating table. After all, this was their modus operandi in the previous life. Fortunately, Jiang Nan had been reborn and was aware of their organization's true nature. Thus, Jiang Nan didn't hesitate to interrupt Fang Zihuan. Hold on. You're just an illegal human experimentation organization, aren't you? Turning people into something neither human nor ghost, and then talking about it so grandly. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Sure enough, seeing that Jiang Nan had not fallen for their ruse, Fang Zihuan's previously amiable expression immediately darkened. His change of expression was as swift as Sun Wukon's 72 transformations. Jiang Nan could even see the murderous intent in Fang Zihuan's eyes. After all, very few people knew about the existence of their organization. Apart from the government's special departments, others had virtually no chance of knowing. Even someone like Wang Defu, who had been exploited by the organization, was a rarity. But this person in front of him was not a member of their organization, nor could he be a former agent. How did he know they were conducting illegal human experimentation? The answer was obvious. Jiang Nan was most likely from a special department of the country. If that was the case, he could not be allowed to leave, nor could he be brought back to the organization. Since you refused to drink the wine, then don't blame me. Number 97, number 98, kill him. Fang Zihuan wasted no words, his gaze hardening as he gave the order to the two augmented people. Seeing this, Wang Defu and his daughter finally let out a sigh of relief, their emotions like riding a roller coaster. On the other side, Jiang Nan did not hesitate at all when the two augmented people charged at him. With a thought, a cleaver appeared in his hand, and he turned to Wang Lei, saying, "Remember, aim for the joints." With that, Jiang Nan pounced like a fierce tiger towards one of the augmented people. Seeing the cleaver appear in Jiang Nan's hand out of thin air, Fang Zihuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. If this special ability could be augmented, then this would undoubtedly be the most powerful augmented person their laboratory had ever produced. Fang Zihuan hesitated for a moment, still somewhat reluctant. He then turned to the equally expectant-looking Wang Defu and quietly asked, "How did he know about us? Was it you who leaked the information?" Hearing this, Wang Defu was terrified, immediately explaining, "Sir, it wasn't me. How dare I divulge even a shred of information about the organization? That would cost me my head." Wang Defu was no fool. He knew the atrocities he had committed for the laboratory, and he would die 1,000 times without regret. After all these years, he had never revealed the existence of the laboratory, not even to his own daughter, because he knew that if the information leaked from him, he would face the double pursuit of the country's officials and the laboratory. Fang Zihuan nodded, his eyes flashing with disappointment. It would have been better if Jiang Nan had learned about them from Wang Defu, then he wouldn't have to suspect Jiang Nan of being from a special department. Although the current situation is chaotic, the time to openly challenge the country's special departments has not yet come. What a pity, what a pity. Fang Zihuan sighed regretfully, seemingly confident in the abilities of his augmented people. However, the power of the augmented people was indeed undeniable. Even Jiang Nan, with his past combat experience and skills, was being forced back by them. As for Wang Lei, he had been repeatedly punched back several meters before barely managing to stabilize himself. During the fight, the sharp claws of the augmented people had already inflicted several terrifying wounds on Wang Lei. Overall, the situation was not looking optimistic. Watching the repeatedly defeated Wang Difu and his daughter, they must have felt an unprecedented sense of joy. It was like they were just enjoying a gentle breeze and clear waves. However, their unparalleled sense of delight did not last long. After testing the combat strength of the augmented people, Jiang Nan nodded and said, "Not bad, not as weak as I imagined. But that's it." As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Jiang Nan's eyes, and then his figure disappeared mysteriously from the spot. This caused the attacking augmented person to pause in confusion. Where did he go? Immediately, augmented person number 97 looked around fearfully, searching for Jiang Nan's figure. But Jiang Nan was like he had never appeared at all. Not even the highly sensitive nose of the augmented person, which was more keen than a dog's, could detect Jiang Nan's scent. This scene left Wang Difu, his daughter, and Fang Zihuan awestruck. Wang Difu and his daughter had only witnessed Jiang Nan's ability to fire bullets out of thin air, but had never seen such an outrageous skill from him. How is this possible? Is he human or a ghost? The father and daughter were both shocked in their hearts. Even Fang Zihuan, who considered himself well-versed and had encountered many extraordinary beings that ordinary people couldn't help but widen his eyes. His gaze was fixed on the spot where Jiang Nan had disappeared. This ability, he must be related to those people. Thinking this, the murderous intent in Fang Zihuan's eyes intensified. Whether you are with the authorities or them, as long as you cannot be used by me, I won't let you live. After muttering this, Fang Zihuan immediately turned his attention to the other side, where Wang Lei was struggling in the hands of augmented person number 98. Earlier, Jiang Nan had specifically instructed Wang Lei not to get bogged down in the fight, but to aim for the joints. However, when the actual battle started, Wang Lei seemed to have forgotten this, single-mindedly trying to kill the opponent, so every strike was aimed at the heart. Even though Wang Lei fought desperately, covered in wounds, and managed to stab the opponent's heart, the monster only paused briefly before recovering. It seemed impossible to kill this kind of creature. This made Wang Lei's desire to flee resurface. After all, his great vengeance was not yet fulfilled, and he was not afraid of death, only of dying with regret and dissatisfaction. But thinking of Jiang Nan's care for him over this time, and the fact that Jiang Nan had performed miracles in front of him before, he still held a glimmer of hope. If he just left like this, he would feel somewhat unscrupulous. While Wang Lei was struggling internally, Fang Zihuan looked at him with a sinister expression and ordered the augmented person, "Subdue him, but leave him alive." In the current situation, with Jiang Nan's whereabouts unknown, Fang Zihuan could only gamble that Jiang Nan would not abandon his companion. Hearing the order, the augmented person wasted no time and charged at Wang Lei again. Due to his momentary lapse, Wang Lei missed the best opportunity to dodge. By the time he tried to evade, it was too late. He could only grit his teeth, tightly gripping his dagger, and stab towards the augmented person's heart again, knowing it would be useless, but at least it might briefly immobilize the augmented person, allowing him to escape its grasp. If he was captured by the opponent, his current situation would be a dead end. However, when Wang Lei successfully stabbed the augmented person's heart again and tried to slip away, he found that he couldn't move an inch. The augmented person's claw-like hands gripped his arms tightly. At this moment, Wang Lei finally realized that the opponent had likely anticipated his intentions from the moment it attacked. So it had approached with the intention of being stabbed, locking onto him before losing the ability to move. It seems I can't escape this situation today. Wang Lei resigned himself to his fate, allowing the augmented person to regain its senses and carry him towards Fang Zihuan like a chicken. Fang Zihuan nodded approvingly at the augmented person, then turned to the empty air and muttered, "Brother, I admit I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such incredible abilities. But don't think you can escape today and be safe. The capabilities of our organization are beyond your imagination. And if you don't want your friend to die with regret, please show yourself. Don't worry, our organization will welcome a rare talent like you with open arms. Even if you don't want to join us, you can cooperate with us. Cooperating with our organization will do you no harm." At this moment, hidden in the space behind Fang Zihuan, Jiang Nan watched everything with disdain. Cooperation was impossible. Aside from the unconscionable acts this organization was involved in, just the fact that he knew they had connections with the people from the island nation was enough. As a true-blooded Chinese, how could he possibly cooperate with them? The people of the island nation were truly evil, and this fascist race should not even exist. However, at the mention of the island nation, a glimmer of interest and a meaningful smile appeared in Jiang Nan's eyes. He believed that any Chinese person who understood the history of China's humiliation would have a desire to wipe out the Japanese. Jiang Nan was no exception. In the late stages of the previous apocalypse, he had even taken a trip to the island nation, clearing out many of their bases and looting their valuables. Now, in the midst of the chaotic world, for some reason, the island nation seemed to have suffered less damage compared to China. Logically, since the island nation had Mount Fuji and was on the earthquake belt, the damage should have been the most severe, but the reality was quite different. This was a mystery that Jiang Nan had not had the chance to unravel in the previous life. Looks like I'll have to visit the island nation at some point. However, these were matters for later. He needed to deal with the current crisis first. Jiang Nan snapped back to attention, his expression equally sinister. Since you like to threaten people so much, then. On Fang Zihuan's side, seeing that he had been speaking for so long without any response, he was quite uneasy. If Jiang Nan just left like this, he would have no way to deal with it. He could only hurry back and report Jiang Nan's existence to his father, so that the organization's people could step in. But at that moment, Fang Zihuan felt a chill down his back. When he suddenly turned around, he saw Jiang Nan, who had mysteriously disappeared earlier, now standing behind him with a sinister smile on his face. Fang Zihuan immediately felt a chill down his spine, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Sure enough, just as Fang Zihuan was about to speak, a cleaver was placed against his neck before he could even open his mouth. Jiang Nan looked at him with amusement and said, "How does it feel to be held hostage? It must be quite unpleasant, isn't it?" He then turned to the augmented person holding Wang Lei and said, "Hey, you. How thoughtless of you. Hurry up and release my brother, or do you want to end up collecting your boss's body?" Normally, when the boss is being held hostage, the subordinates would hastily obey and release the hostage, fearing that if anything happened to the boss, they would suffer the consequences. However, the two augmented people showed no sign of panic after Fang Zihuan was taken hostage. They ignored Jiang Nan's threat and turned to Fang Zihuan, waiting for his instructions. The one controlling Wang Lei even tightened his grip. The two augmented people then stared intently at Jiang Nan, their message clear. This left the previously despairing Wang Difu and his daughter utterly stunned. Wang Yan'an looked at Jiang Nan holding Fang Zihuan with disbelief, wondering if Jiang Nan wasn't afraid of being beheaded. Although Wang Difu was also surprised, after some thought, a gloating expression appeared on his face, and he silently praised the augmented people. "Jiang Nan, I wonder how you'll turn this around now." As for Jiang Nan, seeing this situation, he couldn't help but pause, looking at Fang Zihuan with a hint of surprise. "Aren't you afraid of death? Or do you think that even if I kill you, you can't escape the pursuit of your so-called organization?" Fang Zihuan replied with a faint smile, "Of course I'm afraid of death, but you can't kill me, so why should I be afraid?" He then turned to directly face Jiang Nan, continuing, "It seems I was right. I didn't expect you to be someone who values loyalty and wouldn't abandon your companion to save yourself." Pausing for a moment, Fang Zihuan's expression gradually turned disdainful. "Admirable behavior, but in my eyes, it's just foolish." Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes, sensing from Fang Zihuan's tone that he seemed quite confident. However, Jiang Nan couldn't find any signs of augmentation on Fang Zihuan, so he decided to see just what kind of trump card Fang Zihuan had. The next moment, Jiang Nan gripped the cleaver tightly and slashed across Fang Zihuan's neck with precision. With this force, it would have been enough to completely sever the head of any ordinary person. Yet, after the cleaver passed across Fang Zihuan's neck, there was not even a scratch. Jiang Nan glanced at the cleaver in his hand and found that it had a notch. "No wonder you're so fearless. Not bad, quite interesting." Jiang Nan casually tossed the cleaver aside, muttering to himself while staring at Fang Zihuan, growing increasingly intrigued by this organization. If this had been during the full-scale mutation period, this level of defense would have been nothing special. But now, with some time before the mutation, the fact that this organization could give ordinary people defenses comparable to third-tier Earth attribute espers was truly eye-catching to Jiang Nan. As Jiang Nan curiously examined Fang Zihuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest worry was that Jiang Nan might be the kind of person without any sense of loyalty, which would make him incredibly difficult to deal with, given Jiang Nan's ability to disappear at any time. But fortunately, it seemed Jiang Nan was not the kind of heartless person who would abandon his companions. Even if Jiang Nan's abilities were outstanding, there were still ways to handle him. As for the cleaver at his neck, Fang Zihuan didn't take it seriously at all. After all, his two augmented subordinates were so monstrous, and as their master, he naturally had the strength to be so arrogant. The earlier display of panic was just to lure Jiang Nan out and test him. Now, knowing Jiang Nan's character, Fang Zihuan felt much more at ease, and no longer feared Jiang Nan escaping with his abilities. Because even if Jiang Nan ran, as long as Fang Zihuan had someone Jiang Nan cared about, he would have Jiang Nan firmly in his grasp. Fang Zihuan then looked at Jiang Nan with a self-assured expression, saying, "Brother, now you know the power of our organization, don't you? How about it, is the offer I made earlier still valid? If you agree to join us, I guarantee your companion's safety. Otherwise..." He then shifted his gaze towards Wan Lei. However, Jiang Nan shook his head slightly, speaking calmly, "I admit, you've surprised me a bit. But do you really think you can control me? Or that your augmentation technology is invincible?" Fang Zihuan trembled inwardly. It was true that their augmentation technology had gone through 3 generations, but nothing was ever perfect. Their augmented people did have weaknesses, which was a closely guarded secret of the organization. Even the special departments of China didn't know about it. How could Jiang Nan possibly know? Impossible. He must be bluffing me. Just as Fang Zihuan was inwardly reassuring himself, Jiang Nan's figure disappeared from the spot again. But this time, Jiang Nan did not use any spatial abilities. He charged straight towards the augmented person controlling Wang Lei. The other vacant-handed augmented person saw Jiang Nan recklessly rushing in and sneered disdainfully. He had already exchanged blows with Jiang Nan and knew that Jiang Nan's skills were top-notch among ordinary people, but did he really think he could rescue someone from their augmented hands? What a pipe dream! But the moment this augmented person moved to intercept Jiang Nan, he was stunned. When the augmented person turned around, he was stunned to see Jiang Nan, who had mysteriously disappeared earlier, now standing behind him with a sinister smile. Suddenly, the augmented person stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking down, he was shocked to find that his leg was gone. "Ha! Where's my leg?" he exclaimed, though he felt no pain, as the augmentation had robbed him of the ability to feel. Before he could fully comprehend what happened, Jiang Nan's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he struck the augmented person's arm with the cleaver, severing it as well. The augmented person did not cry out in pain, and the smooth, bloodless wounds quickly closed up, only a small trickle of dark red blood escaping. Now understanding how he had lost his limbs, the augmented person looked at Jiang Nan with a mix of shock, fear, and deep confusion. How did Jiang Nan know the weak points in their augmented joints? The other augmented person holding Wang Lei also retreated a few steps, shocked that his comrade had been disarmed so effortlessly. Even in their organization, there were few who could accomplish this with such precision and speed. "Who are you?" the augmented person asked fearfully. Jiang Nan replied indifferently, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that if I were you, I'd immediately release the hostage. Otherwise..." As Jiang Nan's gaze hardened, an aura of terrible killing intent radiated from him, causing the augmented person to shudder. In peacetime, how can someone have such a heavy killing aura? The augmented person wondered. Hesitant to release the hostage without orders, the augmented person threatened Jiang Nan, "If you make a move, I'll kill your companion." Jiang Nan sighed and looked at the augmented person regretfully. "Do you really have to do this? If I'm not mistaken, becoming this inhuman was not your original intention. This despicable organization kidnapped you and modified you without your consent. Why do you still serve them?" Hearing this, the augmented person's expression became conflicted. Jiang Nan was right, who would willingly transform themselves into this unnatural state, even if it granted them extraordinary abilities? The cost of losing their humanity was simply too high. Seeing the augmented person's stunned reaction, Jiang Nan smiled knowingly. "I also heard that if an augmented person's limbs are detached, it's very difficult for them to be restored. Even if you survive, you'll most likely be disposed of like waste." The augmented person stared at Jiang Nan, completely taken aback. He never expected Jiang Nan to know so much. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Nan said, "How about this, you release my companion, then stand aside quietly. After I deal with your boss, you'll be free." Before the augmented person could respond, Fang Zihuan, who had been watching, roared, "Number 97, number 98. Kill him at all costs. Kill him." Jiang Nan knew too much. Someone like him was a ticking time bomb for their organization. The two augmented people heard the order, a touch of melancholy flashing in their eyes. "It's impossible," they murmured. "The moment we were augmented, our lives were no longer our own." With that, they charged recklessly towards Jiang Nan, even the one who had lost a leg and an arm moving in a bizarre manner. Seeing his augmented people attack, Fang Zihuan turned and fled up the mountain, his speed almost leaving only a blur behind. Though he didn't appear augmented, his speed was far beyond that of a normal person. The bewildered Wang Defu and his daughter watched as Fang Zihuan disappeared in the blink of an eye. Their expressions were priceless. Though a step behind, Wang Defu wasted no time in grabbing his daughter and desperately chasing after Fang Zihuan. With the situation as it was, and Fang Zihuan having fled, staying here would only lead to their demise. Fleeing was the only glimmer of hope they had left. I hope those two augmented people can buy us some more time. Wang Defu prayed in his heart as he ran. Suddenly, two earth-shaking explosions rocked the area behind them, causing Wang Defu and his daughter to stumble and fall to the ground. Looking back, all they could see was a cloud of dust and debris obscuring the area where Jiang Nan and the augmented people were. The sheer destructive force of the blasts was comparable to TNT. Excited, Wang Defu's daughter asked, "Dad, do you think Jiang Nan has been blown to bits?" Wang Defu frowned. While he desperately wished for Jiang Nan's demise, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Jiang Nan had disappeared before the explosions. However, he still thought, even if he survived, he's surely been badly hurt. Heaven is truly on our side. Wang Defu exclaimed. He was tempted to go back and confirm Jiang Nan's fate, eager to witness the sight of Jiang Nan's gruesome death. But he ultimately decided it was safer to retreat first. Just as Wang Defu was about to turn and leave, a chilling voice spoke up. "Oh? Is that so? Then how about I give you the chance to take your revenge right now, instead of waiting for some day?" Stunned, Wang Defu and his daughter watched as two figures emerged from the previously empty space. "Impossible!" Wang Defu exclaimed, for it was none other than Jiang Nan standing before them. His daughter cowered, terrified. "Are you human or a ghost?" She couldn't fathom how Jiang Nan had survived the explosions that were as powerful as TNT. Jiang Nan looked at them with amusement. "Sorry, I may not be good at much, but I do have a knack for staying alive. You'd need an atomic bomb to kill me." While Jiang Nan was exaggerating, the truth was that anything less than an explosion of immense magnitude would not be able to harm him, as his spatial abilities allowed him to teleport to safety. Wang Defu was utterly shocked and enraged. All their attempts to defeat Jiang Nan had failed overwhelming numbers, firearms, even the augmented people. And now, even powerful explosives had proven ineffective. "Why? How can you, Jiang Nan, do this?" Wang Defu screamed, his emotions overwhelming him to the point of coughing up blood. Seeing her father's condition, Wang Yinen's expression softened. She realized that in their efforts to defeat Jiang Nan, they had sacrificed too much, even her father's well-being. "Maybe it's just fate," she murmured with a bittersweet smile. If she could go back in time, knowing the outcome, she would never have seen Jiang Nan as a mere plaything. But time could not be rewound. Stealing her resolve, Wang Yinen suddenly turned and walked towards Jiang Nan. This alarmed the still coughing Wang Defu. "Yinen, come back." But Wang Yinen looked at her father pleadingly. "Dad, let's stop this. Can't you see? He's not someone we can handle." At that moment, Wang Lei stepped in front of Wang Yinen, pressing his dagger against her neck. Feeling the threat of death, Wang Yinen's body trembled, but she still managed to say, "Jiang Nan, for the sake of our past relationship, can't I at least have a chance to talk?" Wang Yinen looked at Jiang Nan pleadingly, her eyes filled with a beseeching, almost lover-like expression. This was the same endearing look that had once made the young Jiang Nan her willing servant. However, Jiang Nan was no longer the naive youth he once was. Even if Wang Yinen were to strip naked and beg at his feet, Jiang Nan would likely not spare her a second glance. Hearing Wang Yinen's words, Wang Lei involuntarily loosened the dagger at her neck a bit. It was clear from her tone that she and Jiang Nan had a rather complicated history. Just as Wang Lei was about to seek Jiang Nan's instructions on the next course of action, Jiang Nan simply looked at Wang Yinen and said indifferently, "We have nothing more to discuss." Hearing this, Wang Lei understood. It was best to just kill them and be done with it. These father-daughter duo were not to be trusted. Given the chance, they would surely come back to haunt them. Wang Yinen was reluctant to give up, trying to appeal to Jiang Nan's past affections. But Jiang Nan cut her off, knowing her tactics all too well. "Enough with the act, Wang Yinen. You're only pleading now because you've run out of options. If you still had a way out, your pride would never allow you to beg like this." Jiang Nan understood this woman too well. Given any chance, she and her father would not hesitate to turn on him again. After all, it was his own naivety in trusting her that had led to the tragic deaths of his sworn brother Su Weibiao and his own sister in the previous life. Having experienced the ravages of the apocalypse, Jiang Nan had long since become jaded. A woman's involvement would only slow down his blade. "Meiji, make it quick. You've had your share of misfortune with her," Jiang Nan said calmly, as if discussing a mundane matter. Hearing the order, Wang Lei's hesitation vanished. However, just as he was about to strike, a sudden wave of weakness swept over him, causing him to lose all strength in his body. At the same time, Wang Difu, seeing the impending danger to his daughter, let out a desperate scream and charged towards Wang Lei, knocking him to the ground. Surprised, Wang Difu stared at the seemingly poisoned Wang Lei, then quickly grabbed his daughter and yelled, "Run! Hurry, run!" Without hesitation, Wang Difu then lunged towards Jiang Nan, knowing it was likely a suicidal move. But as a father, he couldn't bear to watch his daughter die before his eyes. Jiang Nan frowned as Wang Difu charged at him. Suddenly, he recalled the pungent odor he had detected from the earlier self-immolation of the augmented people. It seemed the illegal laboratory had implanted not only miniature explosives in their subjects, but also toxic gases. Due to the subject's superior physiology, the effects had been delayed. And now, Jiang Nan was also starting to feel dizzy and fatigued. Though his symptoms were not as severe as Wang Lei's, he still had to put in effort to evade Wang Difu's charge. Seeing Jiang Nan's unsteady movements, Wang Difu was stunned. He had expected to either be sliced by Jiang Nan's cleaver or shot, but instead, Jiang Nan seemed to be struggling. Realizing the opportunity, Wang Difu quickly turned and yelled, "Run, Yenin! Run!" Though neither he nor his daughter fully understood what was happening to Jiang Nan and Wang Lei, it was clear the two were somehow incapacitated. This was the best chance to escape, and they were not about to let it slip away. Jiang Nan realized that now that Wang Difu and his daughter had served their purpose, allowing them to escape would only come back to haunt him later. Despite feeling physically drained, Jiang Nan summoned his remaining strength, aimed his gun at Wang Difu's retreating back, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! After the gunshot, Jiang Nan's exhaustion caused him to lose control of the gun's recoil, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. The father-daughter duo had managed to flee into the dense vegetation, thinking the cover of the trees would shield them from Jiang Nan's gunfire in his weakened state. However, they were not granted the relief of survival. A bullet mercilessly embedded itself in the back of Wang Difu's head. His eyes widened in disbelief, as he couldn't fathom how the seemingly incapacitated Jiang Nan could still make such a precise shot. In his final moments, Wang Difu gave Wang Yenin a serene, affectionate smile, his eyes no longer clouded by darkness, only filled with concern for her future. "Yenin, promise me," he managed to say, before succumbing to the grave wound. Wang Yenin stood there, dumbfounded, unable to accept the reality unfolding before her eyes. It was only when she saw the pool of blood around her father's lifeless body that the full realization hit her. "Dad! No, Dad," she cried out in anguish, her world shattering along with her father's death. After her tears had run dry, Wang Yenin began frantically digging into the soil, seemingly intent on giving her father a proper burial. As for Jiang Nan, while he had not collapsed like Wang Lei, the toxin had severely weakened him. It had taken nearly 10 minutes for him to regain some of his strength after that single shot. Jiang Nan had been concerned about a potential counterattack, as in his condition, even an ordinary person could have easily killed him. But his fears proved unfounded, as the area remained eerily silent. This only filled Jiang Nan with a greater sense of unease. If he were in Fang Xiaowan's shoes, knowing the opponent was incapacitated, he would have taken the opportunity to rally reinforcements and ambush them. As for Wang Difu and his daughter, Jiang Nan was confident his shot had been fatal. And with Wang Yenin's desire for revenge, she would have been more than capable of finishing him off in his weakened state. Yet, there was still no movement from them, which was highly unusual. Suddenly, Jiang Nan's phone started vibrating in his pocket. Answering the call, he heard Su Weibiao's urgency-laced voice, causing Jiang Nan to shudder and a terrifying chill to flash in his eyes. "Whoever is responsible, you will all die," Jiang Nan declared, before swiftly picking up the still unconscious Su Weibiao and rushing down the mountain. Shortly after Jiang Nan's departure, Wang Yenin emerged from the forest, having finished her simple burial for her father. Her sole purpose now was to kill Jiang Nan and avenge her father's death. This had become her obsession, her reason to continue living. When she reached the spot, Jiang Nan was already gone. Letting out a long, anguished cry, Wang Yenin screamed, "Why? Jiang Nan, I'll make sure you meet a terrible end." In her state of madness, she did not notice the 6 augmented figures rapidly approaching the area. The leader, with massive wings protruding from his back, murmured, "Young Master Fong was right. The target is indeed extraordinary, barely affected by the toxin. To have recovered and left in less than 10 minutes is quite remarkable." The other augmented people likewise frowned, seemingly surprised that there were others in this world, besides their organization, possessing such incredible abilities. Meanwhile, at the Southern Pacification Base, all the base members had gathered at the entrance, along with a contingent of troops from the governor's office, led by Yang Weiman himself. It seemed a grave matter had arisen. "Where's that bastard Jiang Nan? Why isn't he here at the base at a time like this?" Yang Weiman asked Su Weibiao, his brow furrowed in concern. Su Weibiao was visibly uncomfortable when Yang Weiman asked about Jiang Nan's whereabouts. Of course he knew where Jiang Nan had gone, but how could he admit to killing someone, especially in front of an experienced law enforcement officer like Yang Weiman? Su Weibiao racked his brain trying to come up with a plausible excuse, but couldn't think of anything. Seeing Su Weibiao's hesitation, Yang Weiman's brow furrowed as he fixed Su Weibiao with a stern gaze, emanating the authority of a department head. Where did that boy Jiang Nan go? Su Weibiao was intimidated, feeling like he'd be thrown in jail if he didn't explain. Jiang Nan, he stammered, unable to find the right words. Yang Weiman had a hunch about what might have happened, but he didn't press the issue further. Instead, he turned his gaze to the perplexed Yan Kinger beside him, his expression conveying a sense of disappointment, as if saying can't even keep an eye on one man. Yan Kinger was confused, wondering why her father was suddenly blaming her when it was his own order to stop monitoring Jiang Nan. But in this public setting, she didn't want to embarrass her father, so she simply looked away. Seeing his daughter's reaction, Yang Weiman sighed deeply, knowing she had misunderstood him. Just then, commotion arose from the Southern Pacification base troops. "It's Brother Jiang. He's back." The base members respectfully greeted the approaching Jiang Nan. Upon seeing the unconscious Wang Lei on Jiang Nan's back, the crowd was taken aback. Those who knew Jiang Nan had gone after Wang Difu and his daughter maintained a neutral expression, while the others began speculating about what had happened, given Wang Lei's unconscious state. When Yang Weiman saw Jiang Nan and Wang Lei, his face darkened. This boy, is he trying to cover up what happened by knocking out his own people? As an experienced investigator, Yang Weiman could tell at a glance that Wang Lei was not in mortal danger, he had likely been knocked out. Considering the level of Jiang Nan's abilities, Yang Weiman could think of no one else in Yangcheng who could have done this to a top-tier assassin like Wang Lei. Moreover, Jiang Nan's own pale, weary appearance suggested he had just been through a fierce battle. Yang Weiman suspected this was related to Jiang Nan's unauthorized departure. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. Yang Weiman was not the type to lose sight of priorities, so he didn't pursue the issue further, only saying disapprovingly, "You're supposed to be one of the base's leaders now. Why were you running around like that? Coming back in this sorry state is just disgraceful." Hearing the barely concealed reproach in Yang Weiman's words, Jiang Nan was thoroughly perplexed. Did Yang Weiman know what he had done? But now was not the time to figure that out. The news Su Weibiao had reported on the phone had shaken Jiang Nan to the core. His sister, Jiang Ning, had gone missing. Nothing else could make Jiang Nan lose his composure like this. Suppressing the towering rage welling up within him, Jiang Nan fixed Yang Weiman with a deadly gaze and asked, "Do you know who's responsible?" When those around him felt the sheer killing intent radiating from Jiang Nan, even the experienced Yang Weiman couldn't help but shudder, despite knowing it wasn't directed at him. After composing himself, Yang Weiman reassured Jiang Nan, "Don't worry, our people are constantly monitoring the situation in Yangcheng. Though we can't guarantee 100% coverage like before, the areas around the prison and the governor's office are still under close watch. One of our men on patrol duty today said he saw Ning leaving the base and heading towards the village. After the incident, we urgently checked the surveillance system, and the last known location of Ning was in Xingmin village, about 5 kilometers from here." Hearing this, Jiang Nan felt somewhat relieved. Having a lead was much better than the complete lack of clues he had faced in the previous life. Without hesitation, Jiang Nan turned to Su Weibiao and the Southern Pacification base members, declaring, "We must find Jiang Ning, even if it means digging up the entire earth. Whoever finds any clues will be immediately promoted." Placing Wang Lei in the care of a nearby subordinate, Jiang Nan rushed towards the prepared vehicles. His words about immediate promotion sent the base members into an excited frenzy, as they all scrambled towards the waiting vehicles, not wanting to be the last ones to join the search. Yang Weiman and the other official personnel were stunned by this display, wondering if the missing person was a shared sister of the Southern Pacification base members. Even Yang Weiman couldn't help but admire Jiang Nan, thinking, "What a remarkable young man. No wonder old Yang, recognized his potential. To have gained such respect and authority in such a short time, truly a talented individual." Approximately 5 kilometers east of the Nanning base, in the village of Xingmin, the village is very quiet, almost eerily so. Normally, with a large influx of urban residents into the village, there should be some friction between the original villagers and the urban migrants. After all, no one wants to live in temporary shacks permanently. Although the authorities have put pressure on both the migrant urban residents and the original villagers, not allowing them to cause trouble, they are still competing with each other behind the scenes. However, this Xingmin village seems to have no such conflicts at all, or rather, it seems like there is no one in the village. Even the temporary dwellings built with straw and wooden poles around the village are almost completely empty. The entire village is eerily quiet. Only in the center of the village, in a small two-story house, is there a faint sound, the anxious voice of a young girl. Is anyone there? Where am I? Why have you tied me up? Sister, sister, where are you? But no matter how she calls out, she gets no response. This makes the girl in the house start to sob nervously. Outside the house, two middle-aged men are standing at the door, close enough to hear the girl's cries. But the two men show no intention of responding. They just chat among themselves. TSK, I never thought our chairwoman, though a woman, would be so ruthless. The entire village of people, she said to kill. Suddenly realizing he had said too much, the man abruptly stopped. He sighed, no wonder they say the prettier the woman, the more dangerous. That saying is absolutely true. His companion nodded in agreement. Being ruthless isn't necessarily a bad thing. You know how many have died in secret these past few days? But the governor's office keeps preaching peaceful coexistence and severe punishment for offenders. In the end, no one even knows the people who died. If we're not tough enough, we'll end up being the ones who suffer. As they were talking, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching and quickly fell silent. Looking up, they were shocked by what they saw. Their chairwoman, Nialan, was followed by several strange-looking people. No, not quite people, more like half-beasts. What the, half-beasts? The two men were stunned, but quickly regained their composure, pretending not to have seen anything. After all, to live a long life, it's important to play dumb sometimes. Some things are better off unseen, even if you've witnessed them. The two men then respectfully greeted their chairwoman, Miaolan, the same Miaolan who had led the robbery against Jiang Nan's group. It seems Jiang Nan's guess was correct, this beautiful chairwoman is not simple at all. Miaolan seemed satisfied with their response, and asked impassively, how are the arrangements going? The men hastily replied that everything was proceeding as she had instructed. However, the masked man behind Miaolan suddenly spoke up, it's still not enough. He's no ordinary person. Miaolan nodded thoughtfully, having discovered the target's extraordinary capabilities through her investigations these past few days. She then pulled out a test tube-like object filled with a pale green liquid, handing it to one of the middle-aged men and ordering him to place it on the girl. The man took the test tube gingerly, as if it contained something extraordinary, and hurried into the room. As soon as he entered, the masked man gave a cold smile and gestured to one of the modified humans behind him. Instantly, the modified human appeared behind the other middle-aged man standing at the door, thrusting his hand straight through the man's chest from behind. The middle-aged man never even understood what was happening before he died. Niaolan watched this all with an impassive expression, unbothered even though it was one of her own employees who was killed. After killing the man, the modified human wasted no time and went straight into the house. The masked man then led the modified humans to the neighboring house, emerging shortly with two people bound and hooded. They then got into a vehicle and drove off. Not long after, Jiang Nan's group arrived at the Xingmin village. Yang Weiman immediately deployed troops to surround the entire village. The Nanning base team rushed in, worried about being beaten to the punch. Leading the charge, Wu Ye and his team burst into a house, intending to question a villager, but the room was completely empty except for lifeless, emaciated bodies, as if they had been starved to death. Seeing this, the Nanning base team was relieved they had come with Jiang Nan. Otherwise, they might have suffered the same fate. However, as they checked the surrounding houses, they found the same horrifying situation, entire families starved to death. This troubled Wu Ye, as it was too widespread to be just due to a lack of resources or being robbed. He quickly reported the situation to Jiang Nan. What? Exclaimed Yang Weiman, the chief, upon hearing the news. An entire village of people starved to death? We had provided basic supplies. How could this happen? In a sudden turn of events, so many people have died. On a smaller scale, this represents a failure in the police's work, but on a larger scale, it is a dereliction of duty by the chief of police. If this is not handled properly, how will the people of Yangcheng view their chief of police? Realizing this, Yang Weiman's expression darkened. Criminal investigation team, he ordered sternly. Investigate this thoroughly. The detectives under him, including Yang Qingzer and Han Rishan, immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nan quietly instructed Wu Ye, take a team and rush to the next village as quickly as possible, and then. Seeing this, Yang Weiman couldn't help but furrow his brow. This was the time when they needed all hands on deck, so he asked with some confusion, "Xiao Jiang, what are you? Have you discovered something?" Jiang Nan nodded, then looked at Yang Weiman. "I'm sure you've also realized that the supplies provided by the governor's office, though not much, shouldn't have led to people starving to death. This is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface." Yang Weiman agreed wholeheartedly. If he couldn't even see through this, he wouldn't be fit to be a police chief. That's why he had immediately ordered a thorough investigation. And with his many years of experience as a senior detective, he felt that the ones behind this must be no ordinary people. Sure enough, after Yang Weiman's nod, Jiang Nan continued, "To dare kill people at this critical juncture, they must not be taking the governor's office seriously at all. And for those who don't take our official authorities seriously, I'm reminded of a certain organization. If it's them, this could be quite troublesome." As Jiang Nan said this, he fixed his gaze firmly on Yang Weiman's face. He said this not only to capture Yang Weiman's attention, but also because he had just defended the mysterious illegal experiment organization. While he himself was not afraid, he worried they might target the people around him, just like what was happening now. In fact, on the way here, Jiang Nan had been pondering whether his sister's sudden disappearance might be related to that experiment organization. After all, he couldn't think of anyone else capable and bold enough to target his sister. And since Wang Defu had connections with that organization, it meant their influence had long been present in Yangcheng. Jiang Nan had just clashed with Fang Zihealand and eliminated 2 of his modified humans. Then he received the news of his sister's disappearance. It seemed too coincidental. To go up against that organization, the current Nanning base forces alone would not be enough. He needed to bring in the official authorities as well. Jiang Nan also had a feeling that the national machinery and official forces of their great country were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. He had only encountered the governor and regular military so far, but the special departments and forces had not yet shown themselves. Their absence did not mean they didn't exist. As the top expert of a civilian base organization in his past life, Jiang Nan had heard some rumors. So Jiang Nan wanted to use Yang Weiman to try to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Of course, he wasn't sure if Yang Weiman's level was high enough. Fortunately, the result seemed to satisfy Jiang Nan. At least, when he mentioned the organization, Yang Weiman's expression briefly froze, indicating he knew something. But how much he knew remained to be seen. Furrowing his brow, Yang Weiman asked in a probing tone, "Organization? What organization? How did you know there is such an organization?" In truth, Yang Weiman didn't know much himself, only what he had heard from his old father, that the country had a few very special departments that dealt with special situations and illegal organizations. But the specifics were classified. As for how Jiang Nan knew about this kind of information could not possibly have reached ordinary people. Either Jiang Nan was from one of those special national departments, which would explain his knowledge, or he was from one of those illegal organizations. If that was the case, Yang Weiman's expression suddenly became cautious and vigilant. If Jiang Nan was from those illegal organizations, then the entire Yangcheng would be. Seeing the change in Yang Weiman's gaze towards him, Jiang Nan smiled wryly. "Come on, Chief Yang, what are you worrying about? If I was really from those illegal organizations, why would I be stupid enough to mention it to you? Isn't that just asking to be killed? And besides, back when I was in college, I was a model student and excellent student cadre. I was even almost made a party member. My ideological consciousness is impeccable." Hearing Jiang Nan's confident explanation, Yang Weiman felt relieved. If Jiang Nan was truly from those illegal organizations, Yangcheng would already be in chaos. Subsequently, Yang Weiman eyed Jiang Nan skeptically. "You really know how to puff yourself up, don't you? And model student, excellent student cadre? Your school's selection process must be pretty lenient." Jiang Nan felt a bit disgruntled. Yang Weiman disdainfully glanced at Jiang Nan. While he highly admired Jiang Nan's abilities and skills, when it came to his character, ever since interrogating him in prison, Yang Weiman knew this young man was not of the highest moral fiber. After all, who goes around putting their hands on people's chests right away? And when Jiang Nan had brought Wang Li back, he looked pale, clearly having overindulged, and had even knocked out his companion. This further suggested Jiang Nan had been up to no good. Afraid that Wang Li would come back and say something, he had knocked him out. The veteran detective's analysis was quite reasonable. Of course, Yang Weiman had also been young once. As long as it wasn't outright assault, he wouldn't interfere. So he changed the subject. "Alright, let's go in. I want to see who dares to be so arrogant, so contemptuous of the law, thinking the governor's office is just for show." With that, Yang Weiman strode determinedly into the village. As for Jiang Nan, he was somewhat puzzled. He clearly felt that Yang Weiman's previous gaze at him was not quite right. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. I hope I'm just overthinking this. But if it's you, I, Jiang Nan, swear that if my sister loses even a single hair, I will personally kill all of you. As Jiang Nan and Yang Weiman entered the village, their suspicions were soon confirmed. The governor's law enforcement officers, through examining the bodies of the starved people, discovered that starvation was just a facade. The true cause of death was a mysterious poison. This poison could rapidly sap the victim's strength, leading to unconsciousness and loss of mobility, before massively damaging their bodily cells, creating the illusion of emaciated bodies as if they had starved to death. Hearing the report, Yang Weiman's expression immediately darkened. He could now confirm that there was an illegal organization operating in the Yongchang region that even he was unaware of. Not only did they have the suspected kidnapping of Jiang Nan's sister, they had also directly poisoned an entire village of ordinary people. What was their motive? This left Yang Weiman utterly perplexed. As for Jiang Nan, after hearing the report, he determined it was indeed the modified human organization. Because he had just been poisoned himself. The symptoms matched what the law enforcement described: feeling weak throughout the body, though he hadn't progressed to the later stages due to his special abilities. This indicated the two poisons were likely the same. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan's heart sank. If it was them, his sister's situation could be. Fortunately, at this time, while the police were investigating the crime scene, the Nanning base members had been searching the village diligently for clues about Jiang Ning. Driven by the incentive system, their efficiency was extraordinarily high, and they had now pinpointed the small two-story house in the center of the village. Big Brother Jiang. We found it, reported Wang Dali, before hesitating. But Jiang Nan's gaze sharpened, a chilling coldness in his eyes as he demanded, "Where?" Startled, Wang Dali quickly replied, "Center of the village, house 22. Before he could even finish, Jiang Nan's figure had already darted off towards the center. Watching Jiang Nan's retreating back, Wang Dali stood there dumbly for a while, muttering worriedly, "Was it because I didn't report it clearly enough? I hope my contribution points won't be deducted." His low murmuring caught Yang Weiman's attention. "What do you mean, didn't report clearly? Is there more to the situation there?" Realizing he was being questioned by his superior's superior, Wang Dali quickly explained with a wry smile. "Yes, sir, there is more to the situation." His expression darkened, and a hint of fear crept into his eyes. When they had tried to search the small house, the team members entering had been instantly knocked back and rendered unconscious. At first, Wang Dali had been indignant, thinking whoever dared to lay hands on Nanning base members must be quite formidable. But after his men had failed assault after assault, he realized something was amiss. The person inside had extraordinary combat abilities, capable of easily dispatching Nanning base members in mere seconds, abilities only their big brother Jiang possessed. And with nearly the entire village searched without finding any leads on the second-in-command, yet encountering resistance here, Wang Dali knew there was a problem. Hearing the description, Yang Weiman also became intrigued. He had been troubled by the massive loss of life, unsure how to report it to the governor. But now, the culprits not only had the audacity to commit this crime, but were also foolish enough not to flee. Good, very good. Yang Weiman muttered to himself. Do they think everyone is as capable as that nuisance Jiang Nan? He quickly ordered all his forces, "Everyone, get ready for battle." Now he had a fully equipped special police force and military at his disposal. Even if it was that mysterious organization, he was confident his hundreds of armed men were no pushovers. Watching the imposing official forces converge on the central house, Wang Dali couldn't help but feel proud. To have this kind of official backing, there's probably no one in Yongcheng besides our big brother Jiang who can match them. They say the limit is in the organization, but looks like even that doesn't apply when big brother Jiang is involved. Meanwhile, the Nanning base members surrounding the small house eyed it apprehensively. After all, several of their brothers had fallen inside without even laying eyes on the enemy. While the opposition didn't seem intent on breaking out, the men still felt uneasy. What if they did decide to attack? Fortunately, soon a figure appeared as if descending from the heavens, Jiang Nan. Seeing their big brother arrive, the men's earlier trepidation vanished. Who were these nobodies to be feared when their mighty big brother Jiang was here? Big brother Jiang, they greeted him respectfully, as if deliberately for the ears of those inside. Jiang Nan nodded, then looked at the dozen or so Nanning members lying unconscious on the ground, blood at the corners of their mouths. His killing intent intensified. Without hesitation, he charged straight into the house. The Nanning base team followed closely behind, some through the front door, some scaling the walls. With Big Brother Jiang there, they had no fear whatsoever, only a desire to prove themselves in his presence. However, as the team entered, they were dumbfounded by what they saw in the courtyard. Alongside their Big Brother Jiang stood four monstrous humanoid figures. What the hell are those things? No wonder our brothers were instantly knocked out, these aren't even human. While the others stood frozen, Jiang Nan glared icily at the modified humans. So it was you. I'll only ask once. Where is my sister? One of the modified humans, with wings protruding from his back, sneered. So you're the special ability person our young master mentioned? Aside from being handsome, you don't seem all that special. Glancing back at the house, he continued mockingly. Your sister is inside. If you want to rescue your sister, you'll have to show me if you have what it takes, the leading modified human said. The other three modified humans of varying physiques immediately took up a semicircular formation, surrounding Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan carefully surveyed the four modified humans. Truthfully, even he wasn't fully confident taking on four of them at once. These were no ordinary people. And from their size and aura, Jiang Nan felt they were even stronger than the two he had encountered in the mountains. However, instead of immediately attacking, they simply eyed him warily. This puzzled Jiang Nan. In the current 1 versus 4 situation, they should have opted for a quick victory and escape with his sister. But now it seemed they were intentionally waiting for him, as if there was some deception afoot. Could there be a trap here? Jiang Nan wondered. While pondering this, he subtly activated his spatial abilities within his body. Though he had used them twice in quick succession, leaving him somewhat strained, he didn't dare overexert himself. If he couldn't resolve this issue, even he might end up paying the price. So Jiang Nan decided to stall for time. I really don't understand, why give up being normal people to join this inhuman organization, he said. How about joining me instead? My base is far superior to your group. It was a familiar tactic, attempting to sway them by exploiting the fact that they were likely forced into the modifications. If Yang Weiman's forces arrived in time, the odds would improve. Of course, if they actually agreed to join him, that would be ideal. But based on the encounter in the mountains, Jiang Nan knew these modified humans were unlikely to defect. They were completely controlled by that organization through their twisted methods. It was no wonder Jiang Nan had struggled to uncover their true nature in his previous life. This organization was truly ruthless, valuing power over human life. However, to Jiang Nan's surprise, a brief chill flickered in the modified human's eyes when he disparaged their organization as if he had just insulted their very ancestors. The winged leader even scoffed, "Join you? How naive." He then eyed Jiang Nan curiously. I heard from the young master that you not only have the ability to make objects disappear and reappear, but can do so with yourself as well? Jiang Nan furrowed his brow at the modified human's sudden interest in his spatial abilities, and the way he looked at him akin to eyeing a beautiful naked woman. Normal people would be filled with awe and disbelief upon witnessing such supernatural powers. But these individuals seemed to covet them instead. As if obtaining Jiang Nan's abilities would grant them the same. However, as Jiang Nan knew, powers like this were like opening a blind box, not something one could simply decide to acquire. And the time for widespread awakening of abilities had not yet come. What use would capturing him be? While Jiang Nan was pondering this, the modified human continued, if I'm not mistaken, your ability is related to space. If you're not with them, and not with the authorities. The winged man's eyes gleamed with envy. Hearing the words ability and space uttered so casually, Jiang Nan was shocked. These were terms that only emerged during the era of widespread ability awakening. Even in the initial stages, people had referred to such powers in various ways, not a unified ability. And abilities encompassed far more than just spatial manipulation. How did this group know so much? Were there other reincarnated individuals among them as well? Jiang Nan's expression grew grave. The modified human was not done. If you're not with them, and not with the authorities, then you must be a blessed prodigy favored by the heavens. Our esteemed director has great admiration for such extraordinary talents, and has delved deeply into these supernatural abilities. Believe me, if you wish to become the master of the world, to ascend to a higher form of existence, then join us. Together, we'll witness a brand new world. The modified human grew increasingly excited, his wings trembling behind him. Just like Feng Zihieland, this was a brainwashed pawn of the organization. While the offer was tempting, even intriguing Jiang Nan's curiosity about this group. As for joining them, Jiang Nan pressed his lips into a thin line, inwardly disgusted. Sorry, no matter how grandiose your words, it can't change the fact that you've become something neither human nor ghost. I'm still young, I haven't even married a wife yet. If you turn me into one of you, it's too ugly, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Seeing Jiang Nan's lack of appreciation and his roundabout mockery of their imposing forms, the leading modified human's face turned green with rage. Glaring at Jiang Nan, he gritted out, "Foolish boy, the body is just a vessel. What matters is true power, the eternal kind. It's a pity to waste your abilities. Since that's how it is, we'll just have to bring back your corpse. While the result may not be as good, both the young master and the esteemed director will be pleased to receive your remains." With that, a cold gleam entered the modified human's eyes, and he barked, "Get him." The other modified humans surged forward at the order. Jiang Nan quickly stepped back, prepared. Just then, Yang Weiman and the official forces arrived. As the fully armed official forces stormed into the courtyard, they too were struck dumb, just like the Nanning base members. They had never encountered such bizarre-looking people before. Were these even human? The officers, rifles in hand, looked at each other, their faces etched with shock and confusion. Probably none of them expected to apprehend something straight out of a movie in their lifetime. Even Chief Yang Weiman couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. He had seen all manner of challenges in his life, but these monstrous beings were a first. It was truly jarring. He couldn't help but wonder, do these movie-like creatures really exist? As the officials were still stunned, Jiang Nan spoke up, "Chief Yang, these are not exactly human. Tell your men to be extra cautious." Jiang Nan's voice snapped Yang Weiman back to reality. He inwardly shuddered, spacing out at a critical moment could be truly dangerous. He quickly ordered the officers, "All units, safety's off, get ready to fire." With that, the sound of dozens of rifles being readied rang out, their barrels trained on the 4 modified humans. Yang Weiman then addressed the modified humans sternly, "I am Yang Weiman, chief of the Yangcheng Police Bureau. You are suspected of kidnapping and murder. Surrender peacefully for investigation, or face summary execution on the spot." However, the modified humans merely blinked for a moment before regaining their composure. Their eyes held a touch of amusement as they regarded the fully armed official forces as if the officers were merely children playing with toy guns, posing no real threat. Hearing Yang Weiman's warning, the lead modified human sneered, "The police bureau, huh? Just a bunch who can only manage ordinary people. If you were from the National Security Bureau, maybe I'd fear you a little. But alas, the National Security Bureau wouldn't bother with a backwater place like this. Nor would they expect to find us here." His tone was laced with undisguised smugness, as if the National Security Bureau was no big deal, having failed to detect their presence thus far. Yang Weiman and Jiang Nan were both stunned by this revelation. The National Security Bureau was an extremely specialized department. Even an ordinary person like Jiang Nan could tell from the name how formidable it was. And for Yang Weiman, who was part of the system, the implications were even clearer. Yet these bizarre beings knew of the National Security Bureau and seemed to have had dealings with them. This indicated the organization they belonged to was truly extraordinary, and the schemes they were hatching were equally grave. After all, the National Security Bureau only targeted illegal groups that directly threatened national interests. This realization weighed heavily on Yang Weiman's mind. The modified human's next words confirmed his fears. "So if you don't want all your men to die gloriously, I'd advise you to put those toys away and get lost. This is between our organization and the little brat Jiang Nan. You have no business here, nor the right to interfere." These words immediately incensed the assembled officers. While they were wary of these 4 strange beings, it did not mean they would tolerate such blatant disregard and contempt. They were the righteous protectors of peace and justice, tasked with cracking down on evil and safeguarding the people's safety. To be looked down upon by criminal elements like this was unacceptable. Calling their rifles toys? Not even Yang Kingser, the lovely female detective, could hold back a cold snort as she retorted. "So just because you've got a pair of wings, you think you can fly now? Cracking down on crime and protecting the people's interests is our duty as the police. What gives you the right to say we can't interfere?" "Chief Yang, give the order," she said, already silently lining up her sights on their heads, determined to take them down. This display caught Jiang Nan's attention, at least in his eyes. Yang Kingser seemed to be more than just a privileged rich girl relying on family connections. The other officers also readied themselves, eager to act. They were all meticulously selected and rigorously trained. Absurd, for the official forces to cower before evil, even if the foes were inhuman monsters. Yang Weiman's expression also hardened. This was his jurisdiction, Yangcheng. How dare these criminals threaten him, even if they required the National Security Bureau's attention? As long as they committed crimes here, he as the chief could not remain idle. Especially since this organization was clearly after Jiang Nan, whose unique abilities he couldn't let them exploit. Since you refused to heed the warning, don't blame me, he declared. All units, open fire and eliminate the targets immediately. At his command, a barrage of gunfire erupted, a hail of bullets raining towards the 4 modified humans. However, to everyone's shock, the bullets struck their targets, but the modified humans remained unharmed, charging towards the shooters. With lightning speed and precision, over a dozen officers were quickly felled. Fearing friendly fire, the remaining officers were forced to engage in close-quarters combat instead of continued shooting. But ordinary human physiques were no match for these technological monstrosities. The entire official force was decisively overwhelmed and struck down. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Jiang Nan immediately jumped into the fray, wielding a kitchen knife to face off against the lead modified human. At the same time, he called out to Yang Weiman, "Chief Yang, have your men retreat first. They're no match for these opponents, no need to sacrifice them needlessly." Jiang Nan's original intention was just to get the authorities involved, so he could use Yang Weiman to reach the true higher-ups in the government. But now, the 4 modified humans proved to be much stronger than he had anticipated. Even if the governor's office mobilized all its armed forces, they might still be unable to subdue these opponents. Continuing on this path, Yang Weiman and his men would only end up becoming sacrificial lambs. Moreover, this was ultimately Jiang Nan's doing. Since his goal of bringing in the authorities had been achieved, there was no need to let these righteous protectors of the people needlessly lose their lives. Hearing Jiang Nan's advice, Yang Weiman's expression grew even more disgruntled. Protecting the citizens of Yangchang was their duty, but now it seemed Jiang Nan was the one protecting them. However, Yang Weiman was not blind to the situation. Based on the brief exchanges, he realized these opponents were beyond the capabilities of their regular armed forces. Pressing on would only lead to more casualties, something he as the commander could not bear. It seems we'll have to involve the governor and try to reach out to the special departments above, Yang Weiman thought, reluctantly issuing the order for his men to retreat. This in turn surprised Yang Kingser, who looked at Jiang Nan with new eyes. Jiang Nan could have easily used their forces to hold off the modified humans and escaped. Yet he had immediately rushed in to engage the winged, strongest one, potentially saving her life. Though she still disliked admitting it, she had to acknowledge that aside from his special abilities, Jiang Nan's own martial prowess far surpassed even her, the former provincial Sanda champion. The retreating officer's eyes held a trace of reluctance, but as soldiers, obeying orders was their duty. Upon hearing Yang Weiman's command, they instantly halted and began withdrawing. The modified humans did not pursue. There were 2 reasons for this. First, they did not dare to outright massacre an entire city's official forces, as that would draw too much attention from above. Their organization's plans were still ongoing, and such a reckless move could disrupt the process. Secondly, their primary target this time was Jiang Nan. Even if they could kill Yang Weiman and the rest, it would take time. They couldn't risk Jiang Nan escaping in the meantime, failing the task their organization had assigned. After the officials had retreated, Jiang Nan also ordered his Nanning base team to withdraw. Before leaving, Yang Weiman spoke to Jiang Nan earnestly. "Xiao Jiang, be careful not to act rashly. I've already informed the governor, I'm sure he is doing his utmost to reach out to the higher-ups. As for your sister, don't worry. Since they came for you, they likely only want to threaten you through her. Her life should not be in danger. Just hold them off, don't risk your life needlessly against these monsters, it's not worth it." In Yang Weiman's eyes, Jiang Nan was not only crucial to Yangqing's stability, but also a potential future son-in-law he cherished. Jiang Nan gave a faint smile, nodding. "Don't worry, Chief Yang. I value my life quite highly. If the situation goes bad, I have ways to escape." Satisfied with Jiang Nan's response, Yang Weiman nodded and took one last lingering look at the modified humans before hurriedly leading his men out of the courtyard. As she walked, Yang Kingser suddenly turned back, a hint of testing in her voice. "You'll be alright on your own? Maybe I should." She had been about to offer to stay and help Jiang Nan, despite knowing she was no match for these monstrosities. But the words felt stuck in her throat, especially towards this shameless womanizer who had once disrespected her. Though she disliked him, as a police officer, she couldn't bear to just leave him alone to face 4 of these inhuman beings. However, the oblivious Jiang Nan, either truly unable to read between the lines or just a pure steel-faced man, immediately dismissed her in a disdainful tone. "My dear Miss Yang, please don't cause me more trouble. If I'm already struggling against 4, having to watch over you as well." Hearing this, Yang Kingser's expression darkened, and she glared fiercely at Jiang Nan before storming off without another word. Watching her angry departure, Jiang Nan smiled wryly to himself, thinking, this girl may have a fiery temper, but she's not bad. The leading modified human, seeing Jiang Nan staring at young Kingser's retreating back, couldn't help but let a meaningful smile appear on his lips. He then looked at Jiang Nan, a playful tone in his voice, so, brother, you like women too, huh? Snapping out of his thoughts, Jiang Nan turned to stare at the modified human, as if making a groundbreaking discovery. What? I'm a man, of course I like women. Unless you're telling me you modified humans even changed your sexual orientation? Pausing, Jiang Nan continued, anyway, don't move for now. Let me put on some gloves, so I don't get my hands dirty when I deal with you. With that, Jiang Nan disdainfully retrieved a pair of white gloves from his spatial storage and put them on. The four modified humans watched this display, thoroughly bewildered. If it wasn't for their orders to capture him alive, they would have rushed over and torn off his hands. What was this? Acting so smug. The lead modified human suppressed the fury boiling inside him, making one last attempt to persuade Jiang Nan. Young man, if you agree to join us, not only will your sister return to you unharmed, but you also know the situation, it's hard to survive long without sufficient resources. And if you like women, our organization has many beauties for you to enjoy. I'm sure a smart person like you will make the right choice. You'd better consider it carefully. But before the modified human could finish, Jiang Nan suddenly hurled his kitchen knife at him. You talk too much, Jiang Nan said disdainfully. Fortunately, the modified human reacted quickly, dodging the flying knife. He then glared darkly at Jiang Nan, unable to understand why the young man stubbornly refused to join their organization despite their generous offer. Boy, it seems you're still hellbent on dying, the modified human growled. Since that's the case, we'll just have to bring back your corpse. With that, the modified human leaped powerfully, his wings unfurling and carrying him into the air. Hovering above Jiang Nan, he declared, today, let you witness the mighty power of our organization. So you'll know how foolish it is to reject us. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sharp feathers suddenly shot out from his open wings, streaking towards Jiang Nan like a barrage of bullets. Even Jiang Nan was momentarily startled by this display. But thanks to his extensive combat experience from the apocalypse, he had been on guard the moment the modified human took to the air. He quickly retrieved an armored and modified jeep from his spatial storage, the entire body reinforced with alloy, even the windows bulletproof. However, the razor-sharp feathers proved stronger than regular bullets, gradually overwhelming even this heavily modified jeep. The other modified humans watching this were briefly dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of the jeep. The airborne leader, on the other hand, now understood why the organization placed such importance on Jiang Nan. But thinking this can stop us is nothing but naivety, he sneered, then ordered the other 3, 88, 89, 90, flank him. The 3 modified humans immediately surged towards the jeep from behind, where Jiang Nan was taking cover. But Jiang Nan showed no signs of panic. As they approached, a strange smile crept onto his lips. I've been waiting for you. Bullets can't hurt you, but let's see if you can handle this. The 3 encircling modified humans hesitated, sensing something ominous. True enough, as soon as Jiang Nan finished speaking, 3 fist-sized objects flew towards each of them. Though they tried to dodge instinctively, the distance was too close. Unless they could teleport like Jiang Nan, there was no escaping. They could only watch helplessly as the objects slammed into them, revealing themselves to be grenades coated in powerful adhesive by Jiang Nan. Now stuck, the modified humans were utterly bewildered. Who would have thought of such a simple yet devastating tactic? Meanwhile, Jiang Nan wasted no time retrieving another identical jeep from his spatial storage and diving inside. The airborne leader, seeing his first jeep about to be turned into Swiss cheese by his feathers, was dismayed to witness Jiang Nan conjuring up a replacement. And to make matters worse, his 3 companions were now frantically slapping at the objects stuck to them. You 3 useless idiots, what the hell are you doing? Get him, the leader roared from the sky, preparing to attack the second jeep. But in the next moment, 3 thunderous explosions rocked the area, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. The grenades coated in adhesive had detonated, shredding the modified humans. Jiang Nan had brought these grenades from the governor's armory, taking advantage of his spare time to coat them in the strong glue. In the previous world, when abilities awakened, mutated animals and zombies emerged, regular firearms were often ineffective against the stronger espers, mutants, and the undead. Only powerful explosives like grenades could reliably harm them, but the timing had to be precise, as the faster ones could evade before detonation. Hence, Jiang Nan's solution was to coat the grenades in adhesive, ensuring they would stick and explode on target. He had prepared these as a contingency, never expecting to use them so soon. The blast did push Jiang Nan's armored jeep back a bit, but the reinforced vehicle held. An unmodified car would have been blown to pieces. Still, the shockwaves left Jiang Nan a little battered inside, slamming him against the other side. But the pain was within his tolerance. Outside, Yang Weiman and the Nanning base team had not gone far after retreating. Though they knew of Jiang Nan's special abilities, they couldn't help but worry. In the past, the enemies they faced were still human, but this time, their opponents could hardly be called human. When the explosion sounds reached their ears, all present felt a shiver run down their spines. The Nanning base members stared anxiously towards the courtyard, one of them muttering worriedly, "That loud noise. Big brother Jiang couldn't have." But before he could finish, Wu Ye sharply cut him off. "Pa! You think that godlike figure of Big Brother Jiang could be in trouble? If anyone's in trouble, it's those inhuman monsters." Though Wu Ye spoke confidently, even he had his doubts deep down. For them, the Nanning base members, if anything were to happen to Jiang Nan, their own fate would not be so fortunate. Meanwhile, Su Weibiao silently made his way towards the courtyard. Though he knew he likely couldn't be of much help to Jiang Nan, he just wanted to take a look, to see if his brother was alright. If he was in trouble, Su Weibiao would fight to the death to take a bite out of those monsters. However, before he could go far, he was stopped by young Kingser, who fixed him with a serious expression. "I know you're worried, but can you please stay calm? Going in there now, other than causing more trouble, what else can you do?" she said. They had all witnessed the modified human strength. Ordinary people would be no match for them, lasting barely a single exchange. If Su Weibiao charged in, it would be no different than suicide. Though young Kingser disliked the notorious gang leader, as a police officer, she couldn't let him throw his life away. Su Weibiao knew the danger, but argued, "I know going in is risky, but I can't just stand by and watch if something happens to Nanzi." Moved by his determined words, Wu Ye, Wang Dali, and the other former criminals who had followed Jiang Nan hesitated, then also made their way towards the courtyard. Seeing this, young Kingser sighed, casting a questioning glance at her father, Yang Weiman. Looking at the courtyard now shrouded in thick smoke, Yang Weiman clenched his fists. But ordering his troops to charge in on a whim would be disregarding their lives. After long deliberation, he turned to young Kingser. "Kingser, Rishan, take the Special Forces team and go check it out. But remember, if you're outmatched, prioritize your own safety. The rest of you, stand by." Following the order, young Kingser, Han Rishan, and a dozen Special Forces officers entered the courtyard with Su Weibiao's group. In the courtyard, the smoke from the explosions was gradually clearing. The three modified humans who had surrounded Jiang Nan were now reduced to skeletal remains, their limbs blown off. Two severed arms lay at the feet of the airborne leader. Seeing this, the modified human was first struck with disbelief. In China, even ordinary knives were tightly regulated. Let alone grenades, deadlier than firearms. Such weapons were only found in military or official armories. Even their organization had limited access to grenades, only using them when absolutely necessary or when openly defying the authorities. So how did Jiang Nan obtain grenades? But now was not the time to figure that out, as his heart was consumed by an overwhelming fury. One of the dead modified humans was his son, 88. His only child. Staring at the torn body, it felt as if that grenade had exploded on him. Bloodshot eyes glaring, the modified human let out a roar towards Jiang Nan's jeep. "I, Lu Mozin, swear I won't rest until I've killed you." With that, he furiously flapped his massive wings, diving at the jeep like a hawk pouncing on its prey. His wings, sharp as blades, cleaved the jeep in half. Fortunately, the wings only cut through the vehicle, without harming Jiang Nan inside. Otherwise, with that destructive power, Jiang Nan would have been split vertically in an instant. Witnessing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but murmur, that strength could rival a mid-level Esper's full power strike. After slicing the jeep, the modified human, Lu Mozin, glared at Jiang Nan in the back seat. With no more jeep to hide in, where else can you run, he bellowed, charging at Jiang Nan again. Seeing the razor-sharp wings bearing down on him, Jiang Nan dared not let his guard down. With a thought, he summoned another brand-new modified jeep, as if performing magic. Lu Mozin was left dumbfounded, a dark expression crossing his face. "More," he growled. "Then I'll just keep cutting them until you have nowhere left to hide." Though puzzled, the modified human knew these defensive vehicles were as fragile as paper before him. No matter how many, he would simply keep slicing them apart. Yet, each time he cleanly bisected a jeep, another would instantly replace it, only the position changing. Lu Mozin was completely petrified, his expression a sight to behold. He had hoped that by simply destroying the vehicles, Jiang Nan's exact location would be revealed, allowing for a decisive strike. But Jiang Nan's spatial abilities far exceeded his comprehension. It was as if the young man could conjure an endless supply of vehicles at will. Dealing with these cars alone would exhaust him. Suddenly, Jiang Nan's voice reached Lu Mozen's ears, a taunting lilt to it. Your wings sure are good at slicing, huh? Keep going. I've got plenty more in stock. I'm quite curious to see how long you can keep this up. The modified human, his emotions already inflamed from the repeated failed attacks, trembled with rage at Jiang Nan's taunting words. Even the feathers on his wings stood up straight. Not only had Jiang Nan killed his son, now he was toying with him like a monkey. Even a clay figurine had 3 parts fire, how much more so this modified human with great power? I'll kill you, the modified human roared, his rationality consumed by fury. Heedless of any danger, he charged at Jiang Nan once more. But this was exactly what Jiang Nan had been waiting for. Rather than hiding, Jiang Nan calmly emerged from the jeep, standing openly before the approaching modified human. This unnatural behavior gave the enraged man pause. He had a bad feeling about this. Jiang Nan, instead of taking cover, was now brazenly exposing himself. Was he really just mindlessly suicidal? No, the modified human couldn't believe that. Recalling the earlier explosions, his expression darkened as he abruptly halted his dive about 3 meters from Jiang Nan, warily eyeing the young man. Sneaky brat, I almost fell for his trap, he thought. He must have been deliberately taunting me, trying to enrage me and then throw grenades when I charged in. Just as he had this realization, several objects did indeed fly towards him from Jiang Nan's direction. But they were moving too fast, and the modified human had to immediately dodge to the side to avoid being struck. Once clear, he saw they were merely kitchen knives, not grenades. This filled him with a sense of humiliation. Jiang Nan's mocking voice then reached him. Wow, you've got quite the small guts, huh? Just tossing a couple knives at you and you get this scared? I think you should just go back to bullying people. With your cowardly ass, I'm afraid you'll die of fright before I even blow you up. Oh right, my bad. I didn't know one of the ones I blew up was your son. If I'd known, I should have thrown a few more at him. That way, after being blown to bits, you wouldn't have to see his miserable state and hurt your heart. Hearing this, the modified human's emotions were instantly reignited. Rational thought abandoned, he roared and charged at Jiang Nan. Shut up. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me. The modified human had lost all sense, heedless of Jiang Nan's potential grenades. He was determined to make Jiang Nan pay, even if it meant self-destructing his own modified body. Seeing the crazed, feral modified human rushing at him, Jiang Nan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He knew at this point, no matter what he threw, the man would no longer dodge. Quickly channeling his mental focus, Jiang Nan hurled 3 grenades from his spatial storage towards the modified human, then dove back into the jeep. All of this happened in mere moments. The modified human's speed was terrifying. By the time Jiang Nan entered the vehicle, he had already grasped the door handle. Realizing the adhesive-coated grenades clung to him, the modified human made a fateful decision. If that's how it is, he bellowed skyward. Then we'll die together. Activating the chip implanted in his mind by the organization, a thunderous explosion rocked the entire courtyard. The Nanning base members in Yang Kingser's team had barely entered when the massive blast wave hit them head-on. The ones in the front were knocked flat on their backsides, though fortunately the explosion was far enough that they only suffered non-fatal injuries. Had they advanced a few more steps, they would not have survived. Su Weibiao was among those at the forefront. Dazed and in pain, he quickly scrambled to his feet, disregarding his own condition. With that tremendous commotion, he had no idea what had happened to Jiang Nan in the courtyard. All he could feel was his heart in his throat as he rushed towards the wreckage, desperately calling out, Nan Zi! Nan Zi! Don't scare me like this! Yang Kingser, Han Rishan, and the other Special Forces officers also charged into the dust-filled ruins, searching frantically for any sign of Jiang Nan. Wang Dali, Wu Ya, and the others were struck with despair. Without Jiang Nan, what would become of them? After a while, a weak voice emerged from the rubble. Stop shouting. You've deafened my ears. I'm over here. Su Weibiao's pupils constricted, and he recklessly rushed towards the source of the voice. The others also turned their attention that way. There, amid the wreckage, stood Jiang Nan, swaying slightly, his clothes a bit tattered and his face pale, but no visible injuries. The special forces were left dumbfounded. They knew full well the power of the multiple grenades that had just exploded. The shockwaves had shaken them even at the entrance. Yet here was Jiang Nan, completely unscathed. It defied all logic and reason. Upon seeing that Jiang Nan was alive, Su Weibiao didn't care about the scientific implausibility. He pulled Jiang Nan into a tight hug, relief flooding his voice. Fuck, you scared the shit out of me. I thought. Seeing the slight redness in Su Weibiao's eyes, Jiang Nan felt a warmth in his heart. He comforted, thought what? That I was dead? Look, I'm fine. Our brotherhood's been tough since childhood. This little thing is nothing. Reassured by Jiang Nan's trademark banter, Su Weibiao's worry finally dissipated. He looked at Jiang Nan incredulously, then those monsters, you. Jiang Nan nodded, pointing to the dismembered modified human remains nearby. Su Weibiao followed the gesture, seeing the severed wing sections. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He'd seen plenty of dead bodies these past few days, but never one's blown to such pieces. They're really blown to bits, he marveled, then felt a surge of satisfaction. Those modified humans had been so arrogant, injuring many of their own. Now they were thoroughly destroyed, a cause for celebration. Su Weibiao couldn't help but give Jiang Nan an enthusiastic thumbs up. Nanzi, that's you alright. Badass. The other Nanning base members quickly joined in the praise. Yang Qingzi and Han Rishan, however, stared at Jiang Nan like he was some sort of anomaly. Was he even human? After a moment, Yang Qingzi suddenly noticed the grenade fragments on the ground, and turned to Jiang Nan. I found grenade pieces earlier. Were you the one who used grenades to kill them? Hearing this, the praising Nanning members fell silent, some looking puzzled. What did it matter how their big brother Jiang had killed those monsters? It was a great deed for the governor's office. They didn't know about the theft from the governor's armory. But for Yang Qingzi, this explosion and the evidence provided the clue she had been lacking. She was now almost certain Jiang Nan had stolen the substantial arsenal from their stores. Facing her question, Jiang Nan simply smiled calmly. He had already prepared his response. Officer Yang, it's true I used grenades to blow them up. But these grenades weren't mine. I'm just a regular citizen, a model student. How would I have access to such illegal items? They were the ones planning to use them against me. I just turned the tables. If you don't believe me, I can round up a few live ones for you to interrogate later. Yang Qingzi's brow furrowed deeper. These words might fool the others, but she, an experienced special forces officer, could easily see the holes. First, if the grenades belonged to the modified humans, why didn't they use them when clashing with the governor's forces earlier? A single grenade could have cowed the entire group. And though they were no match for the modified humans, her father still wouldn't have given the order to open fire if the opponents had such powerful weapons. Yet they had still chosen to fight barehanded, which made no sense. Secondly, the sound and impact of the explosions were off. There were only 2 blasts, but 4 modified humans. If they each had a grenade, there should have been 4 explosions, and the blast sites should have been more dispersed as Jiang Nan evaded. The concentrated explosions suggested the grenades belonged to Jiang Nan, and the modified humans had been caught off guard. Yang Qingzi could only surmise that the grenades were indeed Jiang Nan's, and the modified humans hadn't expected him to have such weapons. However, her speculation was still just that, without the modified human's testimony, she couldn't definitively accuse Jiang Nan. And given his special status, with her father and the governor on his side, such accusations would be hard to pursue. Feeling a sense of futility but also lingering discontent, Yang Qingzi sighed. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Han Rishan quickly stepped forward with a conciliatory laugh. I see, so Brother Jiang is the esteemed guest the governor himself must treat with courtesy. Now that these monsters are dealt with, let's focus on finding the important person. At the mention of finding someone, Jiang Nan immediately turned and rushed back into the building, the Nanning members quickly following. Watching Jiang Nan's retreating back, Yang Qingzi took a deep breath. Someday, I'll expose your big tail. Nearby, Han Rishan shook his head at Yang Qingzi's indignant expression. Even if the armory was stolen by him, with the governor and Chief Yang on his side, they may not. Before he could finish, one of the Nanning members came running out in a panic. Without waiting for Yang Qingzi and Han Rishan to react, the member cried out in alarm, Big Brother Jiang and the others. They've fainted. Hearing this, Yang Qingzi and Han Rishan were taken aback. At that moment, Yang Weiman, who had led the team in, practically roared, What are you standing around for? Go save them. Hearing Yang Weiman shout, the others quickly rushed into the room. There, a faint green, irritating smoke filled the air. As a police officer, Yang Weiman immediately recognized the danger. The gas is toxic, cover your mouths and noses, he warned. The others hastily complied, some of the former Nanning-based criminals recognizing the familiar scent from their previous encounter at the Miao Pharmaceutical Group. But seeing their big brother Jiang unconscious on the ground, they didn't dwell on it, quickly carrying him out. Soon, Yang Weiman summoned a professional medical team with a single phone call. In the post-earthquake era, only the governor's office could afford such dedicated medical resources. After a thorough examination, the doctors found Jiang Nan was merely unconscious, his vital signs normal, and only required some antidotes. However, the senior doctor couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Nan's resilience. A normal person would have been killed by such concentrated toxic exposure. Yang Weiman simply smiled, not needing to explain further. For an ordinary citizen, the governor's office wouldn't have expended such precious medical resources. Just as Yang Weiman was about to go check on Jiang Nan, a special forces officer hurriedly approached. "Chief, the governor requests your immediate presence in his office." Yang Weiman glanced at the resting Jiang Nan, then asked the doctor, "Deputy Director Yang, about how long until he wakes up?" "Given the patient's unique physiology, it shouldn't be too long," the doctor replied. Yang Weiman nodded and headed towards the governor's office. There, he found a middle-aged man in camouflage fatigues, not a regular soldier, seated on the sofa. "The higher-ups have arrived." Seems the ones Jiang Nan encountered were no ordinary adversaries, Yang Weiman thought. He greeted the man with a slight nod, then reported the situation. After the summary, the middle-aged man slowly rose, muttering with a suppressed excitement, "So it was them. Didn't expect them to come here." He then demanded firmly, "Where is this young man named Jiang Nan?" Knowing the man's special status, Yang Weiman dutifully replied, "Resting in the infirmary. He should wake up soon." The man nodded and instructed, "Take me to him." "Yes, sir." Yang Weiman saluted respectfully, then led the way. The governor had discreetly informed him this was the head of the National Security Bureau. For a mere police chief, he had to comply without question. Reaching the infirmary, the National Security Bureau chief ordered everyone, including the medical staff, to leave, knowing the toxin posed no real threat to Jiang Nan. After about half an hour, the two emerged, and the first thing the chief did was summon all the combat personnel. Though the specifics were unknown, it was clear a major operation was about to commence. Su Weibiao and the others were bewildered, but didn't dare ask, with the governor and police chief present. They trusted their brother Jiang Nan completely. Within minutes, nearly all the combat-capable forces from the governor's office and Nanning base were boarding military vehicles heading towards Y City, accompanied by the sonic booms of fighter jets overhead. During the journey, Su Weibiao couldn't resist asking Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled mysteriously, "Just watch. It shouldn't take long, with our country's most secretive department taking action." Comprehending, Su Weibiao marveled at the might of the forces above. The actual operation went even more smoothly than Jiang Nan expected. The National Security Bureau's personnel, revealed to be espers of formidable abilities, handled it swiftly, with the Yangcheng governor's forces mostly just observing for any escapees. From discovering the enemy's base to resolution, it took less than 10 minutes. As Jiang Nan pondered the implications, the National Security Bureau chief, accompanied by Jiang Ning, approached him. After some brief pleasantries, the chief pulled Jiang Nan aside. "Jiang Nan, I'm the head of the National Security Bureau. Time is of the essence, so I'll be direct," the chief said, smiling. "The organization we just took down was only a branch. Their true headquarters are elsewhere. Given your unique abilities, I formally invite you, as the bureau chief, to join our operation. Don't worry, we only need your help, and it will only benefit you. We'll also specially protect your people. I know you have many questions, but if you agree, the answers will be revealed." Glancing at his watch, the chief concluded, "You have 3 minutes to consider." Stunned, Jiang Nan hesitated briefly, then nodded. "All right, I trust the country. I do have many doubts I need to personally clear up." The chief nodded approvingly. "Then let's go," we depart immediately.